Chapter 197. A Pleasant Collaboration. However, although these mercenaries possess limited intelligence due to radiation issues, they occasionally receive such security assignments, which undoubtedly endows them with ample experience. They certainly do not wish to labor in vain. Maria's beast husband is the Orc Emperor, and this operation is entirely self-initiated, conducted without the consent of the Black Market Lord. Should they fail to acquire the star coins and violate the tenet that mercenaries of the black market must not betray their employer, they would truly become like rats in a sewer. Not only would they be pursued by Maria's beast husband, but they would also be wanted by the entire black market mercenary alliance. After a few moments of contemplation, one mercenary finally spoke. "Transfer the funds first. Once the transaction is complete, I will release you from the energy restraints." At this moment, Su Ruoruo was exceedingly anxious to obtain the remote control. As soon as she secured it, the system would assist her in escaping using the teleportation talisman. "A transfer is feasible. I can only remit half of the amount now. Once you release me from the energy restraints, I shall provide you with the remaining half of the payment." "What do you mean?" one mercenary inquired of his companion. "If you're offering half, how much can you provide?" In her eagerness to conclude the matter swiftly, Su Ruoruo promptly replied, "I shall give each of you 50 million star coins." "Is that all?" A mercenary immediately expressed his discontent. Su Ruoruo noted their dissatisfaction and continued, "If I am not mistaken, you are diamond-level security mercenaries? For tasks not involving combat, your remuneration ranges from 10,000 to 100,000 star coins per day. Given your lackluster capabilities, the utmost you could earn would be 30,000 star coins daily. My offer of 50 million star coins is equivalent to years of your relentless toil. You must consider that frequently accepting such assignments leaves little time for training and entails life-threatening risks. By accepting the compensation I provide and depositing it in the interstellar bank, the annual interest will be sufficient for you to live quite comfortably." Su Ruoruo's voice was soft, yet loud enough for the two mercenaries to hear. They were not foolish and naturally understood the significance of this sum. Life on the edge, where one licks blood from a blade, is arduous. Tasks require competition with high-caliber males, and the rewards are but a fraction of what they deserve. Injuries are not uncommon, and half of the earned rewards must be surrendered to the Black Market Lord. The actual star coins they receive are meager. However, being unregistered, they must rely on the Black Market Lord's protection to make a living. At present, Su Ruoruo presented them with an alternative way of life. However, they were intensely envious of her account balance. "Add a bit more, just a bit more, and we will release you immediately. Host, extraterrestrial immigrant investment, starting at 100 million star coins. They merely seek to obtain a clean identity and status." Upon hearing the system's reminder, Su Ruoruo quietly responded, "I shall provide each of you with 100 million star coins, ample to secure your reformation and obtain a green card on other planets." The two mercenaries, upon hearing green card, had their eyes gleam with excitement. How did this female know that this was their most fervent desire? With a green card, they would no longer be subjugated by the Black Market Lord. They could walk in the sunlight like other males, possessing a female and even potentially having their own children. "You are not deceiving us, are you?" Su Ruoruo smiled. "I am quite wealthy, as you can see. This 200 million star coins is but a trifle to me. As long as you are willing to assist me, a mere 200 million star coins is nothing." Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's assurances, the two mercenaries felt no more trepidation. Regardless, 200 million star coins, with half paid up front, would grant each of them 50 million star coins. Furthermore, since Su Ruoruo was confined with them, should she reconsider, they could easily restrain her once more. As for Maria's claim that this female possessed a unique ability to escape, they were confident they could capture her before she fled. "A pleasant collaboration," the two mercenaries echoed softly in unison, and then they opened the star ring interface, signaling Su Ruoruo to proceed with the transfer. As the azure interface of the star ring appeared, a transfer button was clicked and confirmed by the mercenaries. Su Ruoruo directed her attention to the interface of a substantial transfer, wherein a prompt inquired, "Madam account holder Su Ruoruo, do you consent to transfer 50 million star coins to account 000 and account XXX respectively?" Su Ruoruo responded affirmatively, "I agree." The system then cautioned, "Madam Su, an anomaly in your current status has been detected. Please confirm once more whether you wish to transfer star coins to accounts 000 and XXX. Stop dawdling. I willingly consent to the transfer and any subsequent matters are irrelevant to your bank." A staff member from the Black Star Interstellar Bank glanced at the supervisor behind him, asking, "What should we do?" "Clumsy fool, haven't I taught you? If the account holder consents, proceed with the transfer immediately." But she appears to be under duress? What is that to you? Shouldn't we notify the authorities? The supervisor rapped her knuckles lightly, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? If you alert the authorities, what if the other party panics and retaliates? Silly child, relinquish your desire to assist. Respect the fate of others." Without waiting for the new staff member's reaction, the supervisor promptly clicked the approval button. "Madam Su, your requested transfer is currently being processed. Please hold on. The transfer results will be communicated to you via SMS within 3 minutes. Kindly keep an eye out for it. For any inquiries, please dial our 24-hour hotline at 909-0900. The two mercenaries awaited patiently. Within 3 minutes, they each received the transfer of 50 million star coins. Observing their ecstatic expressions, Su Ruoruo remarked, "Now, can you untie me?" Of course. The two mercenaries, having received the 50 million star coins, immediately proceeded to release her. As the energy rope was unfastened, Su Ruoruo rose and performed a series of simple stretching exercises, finding some relief for her numb and aching arms. "You are quite reliable." Indeed, the mercenaries exchanged glances at Su Ruoruo's compliment. Reliable? Just moments ago, they had betrayed their original employer right in front of her. Was this female truly not mocking them? "Madam Su, we have released you. What about the remaining payment?" Su Ruoruo calmly approached them, extending her hand and stating, "Hand over the remote." One mercenary hesitated briefly before returning the remote to her. Holding the remote, Su Ruoruo returned to the energy rope and willingly reattached it to herself. Subsequently, she submitted the remote to the system for storage within the system space. Without the remote, the explosives on the energy rope posed no threat. Should she wish to free herself from the energy rope, she could simply request the system to activate the remote switch and escape effortlessly. Chapter 198. A cunning maneuver, however, she was not inclined to leave this place so easily. The two mercenaries were perplexed as they witnessed her binding herself and confiscating the remote control. "Ms. Su, what is the meaning of this?" one mercenary inquired. The other mercenary silently mused. Does she perhaps have a penchant for masochism? Does she revel in being restrained? After all, she had been so eager for them to untie her, and now she was binding herself. Could it be that her mind is somewhat unhinged?
Su Ruoruo replied softly.
Forget the earlier incident. Consider it as if it never occurred. I shall not disclose to anyone that you provided me with the remote control. As for your remuneration, I will transfer it to you now. She turned her head, gesturing to one of the mercenaries. "Please retrieve my star ring. I shall settle the remaining payment." Very well. Su Ruoruo once again transferred 50 million star coins to the two mercenaries. "Now, place my star ring aside." Understood. The mercenaries, having received their payment, were in high spirits, eager to abscond from this place, wishing to soar away and secure a green card to a stellar planet through their star coins. Su Ruoruo glanced at the star ring and silently commanded the system, "Assist me in unbinding these energy ropes." In the next moment, the energy ropes fell to the ground. She picked up the star ring and casually tucked it into the pocket of her loungewear. Through the pocket, she swiftly transferred the star ring into the system's space. "Could you assist me in contacting other mercenaries? I am willing to offer a handsome sum to hire them." One mercenary hesitated before responding. "Ms. Su, that may prove quite challenging. The mercenaries stationed outside the villa are of Beast King caliber. They are overseers sent by the Black Market Lord to supervise us. The Beast Kings heed only the Lord's commands and cannot be swayed by money. After today, we will be leaving Black Star. Remaining here, the Black Market Lord will certainly not spare us." Su Ruoruo sighed internally. She had initially hoped to bribe all the mercenaries at once, inciting them to turn against their employer and take the opportunity to bind Maria with the energy ropes. However, that now seemed highly improbable. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to depart without addressing the slap Maria had dealt her, a memory that lingered vividly in her mind. "Ms. Su, do you have a way to leave?" Su Ruoruo smiled enigmatically. "I certainly possess my methods. However, before I take my leave, I require your assistance with one matter."
"Pray tell."
Su Ruoruo handed the energy rope to the nearest mercenary. "Please place this energy rope in Maria's bedroom." The two mercenaries instantly comprehended Su Ruoruo's intent. "Rest assured, your remuneration is guaranteed. Ms. Su, you can trust us. We shall accept this task. Go on. I shall await your return here." One mercenary quietly pushed open the bedroom door and turned towards the adjacent bathroom. Passing through the living room, he noticed that Maria was absent. Upon his return, he inquired of a comrade stationed at the door, "Where is the boss? Why is she missing?" Another mercenary recognized his identity. They had previously participated in security assignments together. Thus, he bore no suspicion. The boss just entered the room to rest.
Why?
Is there a commotion inside? The mercenary guarding the door smiled knowingly. I saw you earlier. When you were assisting that female with her shoes, you were rather brazen in your actions. Be serious. It is not as you think. The door guard jested. If I were you, I would certainly take advantage of the situation. That female does not have long to live. You might as well indulge before her demise. The mercenary who had accepted Su Ruoruo's favor felt a sudden aversion towards his companion, realizing how sordidly he had been thinking. He was astounded at his own thoughts of sneaking a touch on the new boss's feet. How could he act so inappropriately towards his employer? I cannot discuss this further. I have matters to report to the boss. The mercenary did not forget Su Ruoruo's instructions. After placing the energy rope properly, he quickly sought an excuse to slip away. What are you doing? A Beast King companion spotted him and immediately inquired. The team leader has a few words for the boss. What words? She mentioned that she is hungry. I am unsure if I should provide her with some energy supplements. The boss is resting. There are energy supplements in the fridge. Go fetch one. Understood. The mercenary maintained his usual demeanor and expression as he approached the fridge, retrieved an energy supplement, and returned to the room. Hearing the sound, Su Ruoruo looked up and asked, Have you placed it inside? The mercenary shook his head. The team leader did not allow me to approach. However, I secretly hid the energy rope in the fridge. It is quite close to the boss's bedroom. If you press the button, it will surely catch her off guard. Very well. You have done well. Although he had not completed the task flawlessly, Su Ruoruo was satisfied with his performance. She opened her star ring and transferred 10 million star coins to each of them. Next, she set the timer for the controller, programming the bomb to detonate in 1 hour. I must take my leave now. With that, Su Ruoruo, before their eyes, tore the teleportation talisman and vanished from the room. The two mercenaries, lifting their heads from the exhilaration of receiving star coins, were taken aback to find her suddenly missing. She truly possessed the ability to disappear at will. No wonder the former boss had bound her with energy ropes and set a timed bomb. She is gone. We should also make our escape. Otherwise, if the boss wakes up to check, we will undoubtedly perish. Let us go this way. One mercenary pointed towards the window in the bedroom. They swiftly opened the window and climbed onto the roof. Outside the villa, they saw no guards. All personnel were stationed at the front and back doors, facilitating their escape. In the pitch-black night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Ruoruo teleported back to the villa where Duozu resided. Having waited in the living room, Duozu, upon hearing the commotion and catching the familiar scent of the female, turned eagerly towards the spot where Su Ruoruo landed. When he saw Su Ruoruo return unscathed, he rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Ruoruo, I knew you would be all right. I'm fine now. What about the children? Su Ruoruo expressed concern that the incident with Maria might have repercussions for her children. They are all asleep and safe. Siu, I still feel uneasy. I need to hire a group of interstellar bodyguards to ensure the children's safety. Chapter 199. A favor, don't worry, Ruoruo. I have already posted a recruitment notice seeking powerful bodyguards. I believe we will receive applications shortly. That is good to hear. Ruoruo, this place is no longer safe. The other party has discovered our address. Now is the time for you to come with me to stay at the hotel. At the hotel, I have temporarily dispatched 100 diamond-level guards to protect the children around the clock. Very well. Without hesitation, Su Ruoruo quickly gathered her things and departed the villa with Duozu. They arrived at the hotel at 2:30 in the morning. The entrance of the hotel was adorned with colorful neon lights, resembling a magical castle. Su Ruoruo took a brief glance before stepping inside. The security personnel at the hotel had already seen Su Ruoruo and Duozu's photographs. They respectfully saluted them as they entered the hotel lobby. The male attendants in the lobby approached them, taking the 2 large suitcases that Duozu was pushing. The suitcases contained toys and precious jewelry frequently used by Duozu's 3 children. Welcome home, boss. The room has been prepared for you. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the attendant, Su Ruoruo and Duozu swiftly arrived at the presidential suite situated on the top floor of the hotel. You may leave now. Very well. Boss, should you have any instructions, please press the 24-hour service button in the room to summon us. Understood, you may go. Duozu dismissed the attendant and placed his hand on the fingerprint keypad at the door. With a click, the door swung open. Ever since they acquired the hotel, it had ceased its public operations. Every room had been programmed with their fingerprints and facial recognition data. As for the children, they could only unlock their respective rooms. Su Ruoruo and Duo Siu entered the hotel room in silence. Upon stepping inside, Su Ruoruo's gaze fell upon the immense floor-to-ceiling windows, leaving her momentarily speechless. Before the windows stood a cozy lounge chair and a massage recliner, exuding an air of intimacy. To the right of the entrance was the bathroom, followed by an open living area with a technologically advanced screen partially concealing the bedroom and cloakroom behind it. Ruoruo, you've had a long day. Shall you take a bath first?
All right.
I shall assist you, Duo Siu naturally offered. Su Ruoruo did not decline. Having traversed into this interstellar world for nearly 2 years, she had grown accustomed to the attentions of her beastly companions, as if she had been assimilated into the interstellar culture. Duo Siu set down the suitcase and entered the bathroom after her. Half an hour later, both emerged clad in sanitized matching silk robes. Su Ruoruo sank into the lounge chair before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing up at the flickering neon sky. Countless flying vehicles zipped past along the aerial tracks, their speed mesmerizing. Duo Siu quietly approached and sat beside her. Su Ruoruo remained silent, her eyes fixed on the outside world. In truth, she was engaged in a discreet dialogue with the system. How is Maria faring? Host, the energy rope you left in the refrigerator detonated, and Maria was struck by the energy wave, resulting in the severance of one of her arms. She is currently receiving treatment from hired medical personnel. Su Ruoruo knew that the energy bomb, being behind a wall, could not have killed Maria, but the energy wave was sufficient to teach her a lesson. Given the advanced interstellar technology, Maria had merely lost an arm. Through interstellar surgery, as long as the arm was not shattered into fragments, it could be reattached. However, the recovery process would require some time. What of Kaelin and Lucius? According to prior divination, if all goes smoothly, they will arrive at Black Star tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing the system's report, Su Ruoruo's anxious heart finally eased. Ruoruo, shall we rest? Duo Siu tentatively inquired. Yes. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the hotel steward, adhering to the weekly breakfast menu, instructed the robots to deliver a lavish breakfast. Su Ruoruo sat at the dining table in the living room, leisurely savoring her meal. Observing her hearty appetite, Duo Siu's worries gradually dissipated. In the afternoon, sensing that Lucius and Kaelin were soon to return, Su Ruoruo took the initiative to message them, first assuring them of her safety and then inviting them to rendezvous at the hotel. Duo Siu remained by her side. Although he was curious about the charms Su Ruoruo employed, he refrained from asking how she came to possess such extraordinary talismans. A few hours later, Kaelin and Lucius successfully arrived at Black Star. Upon disembarking from their spacecraft, they bid farewell to the interstellar beasts who had come to their aid and hastily sought out their personal flying vehicles, racing towards the Star Hotel. Before long, they arrived sequentially at the presidential suite on the top floor. Su Ruoruo regarded the 2 beastly companions before her, inspecting them one by one. Upon reaching Kaelin, she noticed his furrowed brow, his expression seemingly pained. You're injured. It's nothing. I have already been treated. Su Ruoruo turned to Lucius and instructed. Assist Kaelin in treating his wound. Kaelin, with a haughty turn of his head, coldly replied, No need. This minor injury is inconsequential. Ruoruo, he insists it's unnecessary. I say it must be treated. Lucius, noticing Su Ruoruo's wide-eyed glare, turned to Kaelin and sharply remarked, You wouldn't want to upset Ruoruo, would you? Very well. Kaelin despised the power of light, yet it was undeniable that such power could expedite his healing. Left to his own devices, recovery would take at least half a month. Lucius's forehead glimmered, radiating a gentle, pure white light. The healing light transformed into circular orbs as it flowed from his fingers, encircling Kaelin's head. As the white light descended, Kaelin squinted, the latent injuries within him rapidly healing. The treatment lasted approximately 5 minutes before concluding. Lucius sighed in relief and settled onto the sofa to rest. The exertion of healing Kaelin had depleted half of his beastly energy.
Damn.
To replenish my energy, I'll need to practice energy absorption for at least 2 hours. If it weren't for Ruoruo, I would never have treated Kaelin. Kaelin, sensing his restored state, begrudgingly said to Lucius, Consider it a favor owed. No need. I have no interest in your favors. Su Ruoruo, observing their displeased expressions, gently interjected, We are all family. There's no need for hostility among us. Let us communicate respectfully. Lucius crossed his arms, turning his face away, while Kaelin took a few steps back, leaning against the screen, maintaining a distance of 5 meters. All right, everyone is safely back. That is what matters. Kaelin, come closer. Let us discuss the details of this ambush. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's voice, Kaylin strode over and sat closely beside her. Duosiu shot a glare at Kaylin, who sat next to Su Ruoruo, clearing her throat. Su Ruoruo addressed the three of them. It has been agreed that there shall be no quarrels or sulking. Discussing the matter at hand is of utmost importance. What do you wish to share regarding this ambush? Lucius, you may begin. Lucius pondered seriously before responding. We were overly complacent. They outnumbered us, and we could not withstand them. They rely solely on their numbers. These insignificant pests shall face dire consequences once I locate them. What measures can we take to prevent such ambushes in the future? Kaylin stated that starship was insufficiently powerful. We need to acquire a combat starship from Black Star. We must also hire a team of formidable beasts to deter them from engaging in a war of attrition. After hearing this, Su Ruoruo instructed Kaylin, hire security personnel. Duosiu has already made arrangements. As for the combat starship, we will wait for the return of number 77 to handle that. In selecting these mechanical assets, Su Ruoruo preferred to leave it to number 77. This incident revealed that the adversary had come prepared, evidently well acquainted with their starship and capabilities, which led to their hasty retreat. The inadequacy of their starship's combat prowess was not number 77's fault. Number 77 is currently on a remote island on Beast Island. Who will go to retrieve him? I shall. Lucius raised his hand. Very well. You go, and bring number 77 home. Lucius glanced at Kaylin and Duosiu before departing. His decisive choice to fetch number 77, allowing Kaylin and Duosiu the opportunity, stemmed from his apprehension. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon, and in 2 hours, over 30 children would be released from school. He merely wished to leave as swiftly as possible. As for the children, with Kaylin and Duosiu present, they could manage for a day. With Lucius's departure, the room fell into a brief silence. Su Ruoruo turned to Kaylin and Duosiu, continuing, I have already identified those responsible for this ambush. As she spoke, Su Ruoruo sent a document, forwarded by the system, to Kaylin. Simultaneously, she dispatched a similar document to Lucius and Duosiu. You should first peruse the information, she suggested. Kaylin and Duosiu promptly activated their star rings to receive the electronic materials. Approximately 1 minute later, they looked up, their gazes fixed on Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, where did you acquire this information? Kaylin inquired with evident astonishment. This is intelligence I gathered while infiltrating the enemy as stronghold, Su Ruoruo replied. Duosiu nodded in agreement and elaborated to Kaylin. After Ruoruo returned, we awaited your arrival at home. I arranged for the Mercury Guard to assist you at the Mad Beast planet. However, that very night, we were ambushed by those individuals. They not only knew our intentions to travel to the Mad Beast planet, but they were also acutely aware of each of our strengths.
What?
You were ambushed? Kaylin turned his gaze sharply towards Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, you weren't hurt, were you? Su Ruoruo shook her head. Have you forgotten? I possess a teleportation talisman. I collaborated with that group and followed them to their stronghold, seizing the opportunity to obtain their information. After acquiring the data, I used the teleportation talisman to escape. According to the information I gathered, the mastermind behind that group hails from an extraterrestrial domain. Their failure this time guarantees that they will return with renewed vigor. Thus, from this day forth, we must implement stringent security measures. Kaylin, Duosiu, you must diligently search for orc warriors from the Black Star who are virtuous, possess clean identities, and are in dire need of star coins. We require a substantial number of personnel to safeguard our safety and that of the children. Duosiu, with a furrowed brow, voiced his concerns. Ruoruo, we will remain at the Black Star and not venture to the Mad Beast planet to cultivate. That group's failure makes it highly likely they will target the children. We must stay and protect them. We shall not go anywhere. Let us recruit more mercenaries. If they dare to return, I will ensure they don't leave unscathed. Su Ruoruo sighed deeply, a wry smile gracing her lips. Aren't you curious why I insist on going to the Mad Beast planet to cultivate? Kaylin and Duosiu gazed at her with intense focus, awaiting her response. I have compelling reasons that compel me to go to the Mad Beast planet. As for the children, I have decided they will accompany me there. Rather than allowing them to remain here, anxious and vulnerable to the threats from extraterrestrial beings, it is far better to go with them to the Mad Beast planet, where I can keep a watchful eye on them. She activated the system shop, which granted her the ability to create a protective shield. As long as she and the children remained within the shield's confines, they would be utterly invincible. Regarding the children's education, she planned to hire a private tutor to provide lessons at home. While the educational outcomes may not rival those of a formal school, and the children would miss out on forming numerous friendships, she presently had no better alternative. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's intention to take the children to the Mad Beast planet to cultivate, both Kaylin and Dorcia frowned in contemplation. Ruoruo's recent behavior was undeniably strange. First, there was that yellow teleportation talisman, and now the decision to cultivate at the Mad Beast planet. Each of these points, if shared, would surely be met with disbelief. Yet, Ruoruo had indeed traversed the vast distance between two stars with that talisman. Kaylin and Dorcia had witnessed it firsthand.
Now,
she intended to forego the children's educational opportunities and take them to the perilous Mad Beast planet? With their wealth, what agricultural products could they possibly not procure? Why venture into the hazardous, highly radioactive Mad Beast planet to cultivate? Kaylin was baffled. Dorcia, too, could not comprehend. They opened their mouths, wanting to voice their thoughts, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Seeing their expressions, Su Ruoruo took a deep breath and explained, "I truly have compelling reasons. Perhaps, upon hearing them, you will deem my words fanciful, but I have valid justifications for my decision to cultivate at the Mad Beast planet." Su Ruoruo refrained from divulging the true reason behind her decision to cultivate at the Mad Beast planet. Merely the snippets of information she had shared, along with her current resolution, had left them both bewildered, their faces reflecting disbelief. If she were to reveal that this world would face destruction in 500 years and that cultivating was essential for its salvation, Kaylin and Dorcia would undoubtedly conspire to confine her and summon Lucius to return home promptly, utilizing the power of light to cure her mind. In any case, you must accompany me to cultivate for a year. By then, you will understand everything. Chapter 201. Favorability 100 to comprehend the necessity of cultivating for a year? A myriad of question marks instantly appeared above Kaylin and Dorcia's heads. After a moment of silence, Dorcia was the first to break the stillness. Ruoruo, since you have made your decision, as your beast husband, I respect all your choices. Dorcia responded gently, expressing his support. Kaylin forced a smile. Ruoruo, I also respect your decision. If cultivating is what you wish, then so be it. Perhaps after a year of cultivating, you will tire of this endeavor and choose to return to the Black Star. Taking the children along is more beneficial than detrimental for them. They needed to recruit a large number of strong orc warriors as protectors. After all, the radiation levels on the Mad Beast planet were 4 times that of other planets. With the children present, and amidst the security personnel, they would protect one another from radiation exposure. They could also shield the children from the beast's attacks. As for the mysterious extraterrestrial beings Ruoruo mentioned, they would be well prepared at the Black Star, ensuring that the adversaries would not return unscathed. Having reached a consensus, the decision was made. Kaylin, now that you have recovered from your injuries, take the time to rest. Kaylin met Su Ruoruo's concerned gaze, feeling warmth in his heart. However, it was not yet time to rest. After escaping to the deserted island, it had been his old friends who found him and brought him back to the Black Star. Upon landing, he had immediately returned home, worrying for her safety. This bond of friendship deserved acknowledgement. Ruoruo, I have a matter to attend to, and will join you shortly. Su Ruoruo refrained from pressing Kaylin about his business, gently nodding and softly expressing her concern. Please stay safe. Indeed. After Kaylin spoke, he snapped his fingers, and his entire being was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, gradually vanishing from sight. Dorcia observed Kaylin's display of domain power with envy. If only I could grow into an orc emperor and awaken my own domain power. Su Ruoruo remained oblivious to the envy in Dorcia's eyes, as she was preoccupied with the dilemma of whether to bring Su Xingqian to the Mad Beast planet. Attending Black Star Academy had always been Su Xingqian's dream. What would happen to the hidden mission if she were to drop out midway? To spare Su Xingqian from worry, Su Ruoruo ultimately chose not to disclose the recent events to her. She activated her star ring and sent a message to Su Xingqian. Xingqian, I will be taking the children on a long journey with an uncertain return date. Please come over tomorrow morning, and we shall have a family meal together. Su Ruoruo did not have to wait long before receiving Su Xingqian's reply. Okay. The next day, Lucius returned with Unit 77. Su Ruoruo enjoyed a reunion dinner with the entire family. After the meal, she smiled as she bid farewell to Su Xingqian. After parting with Su Xingqian, Su Ruoruo instructed Unit 77, as per my requirements, replicate a starship with formidable combat capabilities. Understood, Master. Unit 77 swiftly connected to the vast data network and quickly reserved the next advanced spaceship for her. With this starship in hand, If they were to encounter a sudden attack from the Black Star mercenaries again, they would undoubtedly send their adversaries fleeing in disarray. Lucius, Kaelin, and Dorciu were acutely aware of the importance of allies. Each of them took action, hiring 100 male orc warriors who, for various reasons, were stuck at the diamond level of strength. The male orcs, eager to acquire breakthrough experiences and combat skills, agreed to escort and protect them to the Mad Beast Star at an exceptionally low price, having heard that Kaelin was the mastermind behind this venture. However, the situation with the caretakers was rather delicate. The male caregivers, upon learning of the relocation to the Mad Beast Star, were reluctant to accompany them, even for a generous offer. These caretakers, lacking in strength, had long been aware of the perils the Mad Beast Star presented. They preferred to safeguard their own lives rather than venture into danger. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, with great rewards come brave souls. Recruitment number 77 posted a high-paying job offer, swiftly filling the positions of 30 caregivers. These caregivers took turns teaching the children, and everything was set in motion.
Su Ruoruo,
along with her extended family, boarded a cosmic battleship once more, setting off for the Mad Beast Star. At this moment, Su Ruoruo stood in the control room of the battleship, gazing into the profound and boundless starry expanse. I refuse to believe that the Mad Beast Star is so difficult to reach. Each time I make the journey, something troublesome occurs. Ruoruo, you must be tired from standing. Why not sit down? I can give you a massage, Dorciu suggested, noticing her dazed expression as he took her hand, urging her to sit. Kaelin scoffed, Dorciu Lucius. Do not be an eyesore here. By my calculations, today it is my turn to spend time with Ruoruo. Dorciu gazed deeply into Su Ruoruo's eyes. Ruoruo, so much has happened these past few days, and I haven't had the chance to be with you. Is this what we call living? Recently, Su Ruoruo had become quite fond of Dorciu's massage services, and since she had not engaged in deep conversation with him lately, she turned to Kaelin and Lucius, saying, You two should take good care of the children this week. Kaelin and Lucius clenched their fists. How shameless of Dorciu, a beast king, acting all cutesy and clingy with Ruoruo. Such disgraceful behavior was beyond their comprehension. Ruoruo, see you next week. With her words, Kaelin had no choice but to leave the control room without a backward glance. Lucius, witnessing the closeness between Su Ruoruo and Dorciu, felt a pang of discomfort. Ruoruo, I've just learned a new massage technique. Dorciu's cool voice broke the silence, and suddenly Su Ruoruo felt a tingling sensation in her feet, a wave of comfort spreading throughout her body. Lucius frowned, watching for a moment before turning away, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from delivering a blow to Dorciu. Does Ruoruo truly enjoy massages? Should I learn some techniques myself? As his footsteps receded, Su Ruoruo succumbed to drowsiness under Dorciu's skilled hands. Suddenly, a chime resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. Dorciu's favorability has increased to 100. You have earned a chance to spin the lucky wheel. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo's eyes flew open, her spirit invigorated. It must have been her recent interaction with Dorciu that elevated his favorability from a considerable 90 points. Host, would you like to spin the wheel?
Spin.
The large red wheel whirled, its pointer racing past various slots, each promising a mystery box reward. Su Ruoruo silently prayed, Holy Mary, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, grant me luck. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a defensive shield with an area of 100 square meters. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ruoruo's face flushed with excitement. Dorciu, noticing her exhilarated demeanor, inquired curiously, Ruoruo, did I hurt you with a massage? No, not at all. You're doing wonderfully, she replied, glancing at Dorciu's handsome face, so near to her. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his head, and planted numerous kisses on his cheeks. Dorciu was momentarily dazed by the unexpected affection. His wife had taken the initiative to shower him with kisses. Sated with her display of affection, Su Ruoruo tousled his blue hair. With his favorability maxed out, she knew Dorciu would not be angered by anything she did. Dorciu, you truly are my lucky star. The more she looked at him, the more she found him pleasing. Her primary concern about the journey to the Mad Beast Star was safety. Due to the cost of purchasing a teleportation talisman, her points were insufficient, falling short of 10 million. To acquire a defensive shield, she would either need to create offspring or use star coins to purchase rare metals for system recycling. Both options seemed difficult to achieve in the short term. Just as she was fretting over this, Dorciu provided warmth and comfort. This shield was worth 1,000,000 points. Dorciu, you have been exceptionally attentive to me lately. What is it that you desire? Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's question, a glimmer of hope flickered in Duosu's eyes. Ruoruo, I wish for a son. Su Ruoruo's expression stiffened. Having a child with Duosu seemed to offer the lowest return on investment. However, given Duosu's significant contributions this time, she decided, all right, follow me. Rising, she took Duosu's long hand and led him toward the lounge. Duosu paused, surprised by the swiftness of her response. Overwhelmed with excitement, he entered the lounge alongside Su Ruoruo. After a vigorous session of 300 rounds, Su Ruoruo successfully conceived. This time, she was expecting a single child, male in gender. To fulfill Duosu's wish for a son, she expended some points to increase the count to triplets, all male. You wanted a son, so I shall bear you 3 at once. It seems quite reasonable.
Does it not?
The night passed in silence. The following morning, Su Ruoruo and Duosu emerged from the lounge, well prepared. Lucius and Kaelin sat at opposite corners of the dining table. Upon hearing the commotion, they immediately turned their gazes towards Su Ruoruo. Just a glance was enough for Lucius to discern that Su Ruoruo was pregnant. How infuriating! What methods had Duosu employed? It was evident that Su Ruoruo had developed a clear preference for him during this period. Kaelin, oblivious to any discrepancies, continued to wait at the table as usual. Su Ruoruo surveyed the room and inquired of the waiting 77. Where are the children? The children have had breakfast and have gone to class, master. What would you like for breakfast today? You decide. Understood. 77 turned and instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, breakfast was served at the table. Duosu gently picked up chopsticks and fed Su Ruoruo. Thanks to the lottery, Su Ruoruo was thoroughly satisfied with Duosu, engaging joyfully in their breakfast interaction. Lucius and Kaelin exchanged glances, a surge of unnameable fury swelling within them. Something was amiss with Su Ruoruo. Could it be that she had fallen for Duosu?
What was so special about him?
He had the lowest strength and the least appealing looks. Kaelin and Lucius simply could not fathom what kind of enchantment Duosu had cast over Su Ruoruo. They remained seated, their deep-set eyes narrowing as if plotting something. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast, Su Ruoruo stood and retreated to the living room to catch up on her favorite series. Duosu stayed by her side, diligently attending to her needs. Kaelin and Lucius positioned themselves on either side, scrutinizing Su Ruoruo and the closeness of Duosu, hoping to glean some valuable techniques for winning her affection. Su Ruoruo sensed the intense stares and felt uncomfortable. The two were behaving as if she were kissing her boyfriend in public, with onlookers gathering to observe and learn from their interaction. Duosu, I'm feeling a bit warm. Could you please give me some space?
Ah, warm?
Let me lower the air conditioning temperature. After adjusting the temperature, Duosu leaned closer to Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, allow me to fan you for some relief. Lucius then approached, conjuring a white energy fan to direct a breeze towards Su Ruoruo's left side. In response, Kaelin produced an even larger fan, vigorously fanning her from the right. Softly, I shall fan you as well. Ho. A sudden chill swept through,
Causing Su Ruoruo to involuntarily sneeze.
the 3 beast men, upon witnessing her sneeze, became visibly anxious. What are you doing? How can you create such a gust of wind? Ruoruo's constitution is delicate. This could lead to her catching a cold. Duosu reprimanded Kaelin and Lucius with a face full of urgency and indignation. Upon hearing Duosu's admonishment, Kaelin and Lucius, realizing their fault, resembled children caught in a misdeed, tightly closing their lips and refraining from uttering a word. After exchanging a furtive glance, they hurriedly approached Su Ruoruo, bending slightly, and with voices lower than usual, laced with contrition, they carefully said, Ruoruo, we sincerely apologize. It was unintentional. Please forgive us. After speaking, the two anxiously awaited her reaction, fearful that she might become upset and ignore them. Su Ruoruo was greatly concerned that their jealousy could lead to further bizarre and troublesome incidents. The mere thought of this tightened her already furrowed brow. After contemplating seriously, Su Ruoruo abruptly stood up, her previously gentle expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness. With unwavering determination, she addressed the crowd, proclaiming, Listen carefully. This week, Duosu will accompany me, while the 2 of you must obediently return to your training. No more scheming. She further emphasized, moreover, from this day forth, whenever I am alone with one of you, the other 2 are strictly forbidden from being within my line of sight. Should I discover any violations of this rule, do not expect me to be lenient. I understand. Lucius responded immediately upon witnessing Su Ruoruo's ire. This was the first time Kaelin had seen her angry. and he silently nodded in agreement. All right, go attend to your own matters. With heavy hearts, Lucius and Kaelin departed. Duasuyu felt a surge of delight within. He gently wrapped his arm around Su Ruoruo's shoulders, tenderly saying, Ruoruo, please do not be upset. I will take good care of you. Where did we leave off yesterday? Here. Su Ruoruo and Duasuyu relished their intimate moments together. Several hours later, after enduring over 10 hours aboard the cosmic warship, they arrived over a small island on the planet of frenzied beasts. As the ship landed, Su Ruoruo and the three beast men disembarked, surrounded by a throng of mercenaries. The island appeared desolate, with dense forests in the distance, from which the faint roars of wild beasts could be heard. Chapter 203. Hidden Mission to Lawn. Are you certain this is the island? Number 77, Karslan, gently responded to Su Ruoruo's inquiry, Master, this is indeed the place. This island is the largest in frenzied beasts, covering an area of 298 square kilometers. Furthermore, due to its unique geographical position, it is sheltered from maritime winds. And, according to data calculations, the island enjoys a perpetual spring climate. However, it does possess a drawback. The radiation levels here are 4 times greater than those of other islands. For you, Master, this level of radiation poses no threat to your daily existence. After hearing this, Su Ruoruo indeed did not perceive any discomfort from the radiation. However, the 3 beast men accompanying her, along with the 300 mercenaries, exhibited grim expressions. Upon landing on the island, their mental energies began to be gradually eroded by the radiation pervasive throughout the island. Over time, the radiation levels could drive them to madness, causing them to lose their sanity. Were they truly expected to live here? The faces of the 300 mercenaries turned pale, and they began to contemplate withdrawing from the mission.
Ha ha ha.
Father did not deceive me. This place is truly beautiful. Wow, the sky is so blue. And the sun is so warm. Sister, is this the real sun? Woo, I have finally seen the real sun. Su Ruoruo's 39 children, led by 3 older sisters, descended from the warship in a line. The male caregivers, who frequently interacted with the children, were not affected by the interstellar radiation due to their close proximity. Upon arriving on frenzied beasts, they were exhilarated by the breathtaking coastline, the azure sky, and the pure sunlight. In Black Star, they rarely saw the sun throughout the year. To their astonishment, the legendary perilous frenzied beasts turned out to be so picturesque. Educating children here not only promised high remuneration but also allowed them to enjoy beautiful scenery daily. What a marvelous opportunity. The 30 male caregivers formed 3 teams, standing on either side of the children to ensure their safety. Despite their combat capabilities hovering around the golden tier, they were sufficient to protect themselves against minor troubles. Although these caregivers were not particularly powerful, any one of them could easily overpower Su Ruoruo if they desired. After all, these male beast men could genuinely transform into their beast forms. Upon witnessing so many female children, the mercenaries hired by Kaelin were astonished. Among the 39 children, only 4 were male. The carefree children passed by them in a line, eventually standing before them. As the children emitted laughter akin to silver bells, the high levels of radiation that had been eroding them instantly dissipated, and their polluted mental energies began to be gradually purified by the children. These children? The eyes of the 300 mercenaries widened in disbelief. Capable of effortlessly overcoming the interstellar radiation pollution exceeding that of Black Star by 4-fold, the mental energy levels of these children undoubtedly surpassed S rank. Their gazes flitted between Kaelin and Lucius before ultimately resting on the children.
Indeed.
Kaelin was the Beastman King with extraordinary combat prowess. He would never jeopardize his safety. Were these children all his? The expressions on the mercenaries' faces did not escape the notice of number 77's data analysis. Master, these mercenaries appear to be relatively compliant. They can be utilized for the time being. Hearing number 77's words, the mercenaries broke into cold sweats. In a real fight, they were no match for Kaelin and the other 2 Beast Kings. They had come here to protect these children. If it meant safeguarding the children, they were more than willing. A lucrative job with minimal risk, requiring only their supervision of this group of children, was indeed enticing. Moreover, every one of these children was a precious female baby, each with mental energy levels reaching at least S rank. If they fostered good relations with these female babies, perhaps one day they could even arrange for their own children to become companions for these precious girls. They were aging and had lost hope of marrying an S rank female to become a beast man husband. However, their children were a different story. It seemed as if the mercenaries had collectively come to a realization, and their gazes towards the children shifted from mere guardianship to something more profound. If they performed well, perhaps they could secure a future as esteemed fathers-in-law? My son married the daughter of the Beastman King as a companion.
Su Ruoruo instructed número 77, lan.
Please bring forth the 8 robots you developed. Understood, Master. In order to maintain a facade, Su Ruoruo had discreetly placed the 8 modified combat robots aboard the warship. Relying solely on these 300 inexperienced mercenaries to protect her children did not quite reassure her. Soon, number 77 returned with the 8 combat robots. Your task henceforth is to protect the children, Su Ruoruo commanded the 8 robots. Command acknowledged, executing immediately. The 8 combat robots moved beside the caregivers, enhancing the protection of the children. 77. Please help me select a suitable area for long-term residence. Indeed, approximately 500 square meters, with a surrounding suitable for cultivation and land reclamation.
Very well, Master.
Unit 77 activated the star ring, its eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow. After a brief moment, it located a parcel of land that conformed to Su Ruoruo's specifications. Master, as per your request, I have identified a prime location. According to calculations, feral beasts may appear ahead. It would be prudent for you to remain aboard the warship until the wild beasts are dealt with, and only then should you descend. Su Ruoruo found Unit 77's reasoning compelling. Just as she was about to pause for a moment and instruct Kalen to lead the effort against the feral beasts, she was interrupted by the system's notification. Host, congratulations on unlocking Hidden Task 2. Rescue the frenzied beasts of the wild beast star. What? System, are you mistaken? These beasts are deranged. How am I to rescue them? Are you asking me to cultivate land and establish a menagerie of beasts? Host, the insanity of these wild beasts is due to interstellar radiation. If you can eliminate the radiation from their bodies, you can help them regain their vitality. Upon completing Hidden Task 2, you'll be granted a chance at resurrection. Resurrection? Indeed, should the host perish due to unforeseen circumstances. You may choose to resurrect in this body by completing the task's rewards. Chapter 204, Blueprint for Home. Resurrection. A golden ticket for survival. This is indeed a fortuitous boon. Saving a horde of deranged beasts earns her a chance to evade death. It merely entails having a few more fluffy creatures at home. A remarkably advantageous task, indeed. After all, it is a matter of convenience. Su Ruoruo called out to the eager Kalen and the fidgeting Lucius. Wait a moment. I have instructions for you. Kalen and Lucius turned around, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Su Ruoruo instructed them. Capture the wild beasts on the island alive. I have great use for them. Both Kalen and Lucius furrowed their brows at the high difficulty of the task proposed by Su Ruoruo. The frenzied beasts were indiscriminately lethal. A swift execution would be a one-time solution. To capture them alive, they would need to temper their strength, prolonging the effort to clear the entire island. However, the determination radiating from Ruoruo compelled them to nod in agreement. Ruoruo, I shall bring those beasts back. But, once captured, where shall I confine these wild beasts? After careful consideration, Su Ruoruo promptly inquired of Unit 77. Please assist me in locating a defensible area, clearing a portion to contain the wild beasts. Unit 77 hesitated, expressing, Master, these frenzied beasts have lost their sanity and possess immense destructive power. They do not comprehend human language. With our current construction materials, we can only restrain 1 or 2 of them. Should there be many, the enclosures we build will swiftly be breached. Fear not, I have a plan. Su Ruoruo instructed the eager beastmen. One of you stay with the children. The other 2 will assist Unit 77 in scouting a suitable area. The wild beasts lurking on the island shall be dealt with at a later date. Unit 77, perplexed, retrieved an electronic compass. Soon, it identified an excellent location for establishing a home. Heading south for 1 kilometer from their current position, they discovered a fine stronghold. It boasted a natural freshwater lake abundant with flora and fauna. Not far from the lake lay an expansive plain, the rich black soil highly conducive to agriculture. Unit 77 led the way, activating its robotic acceleration feature to traverse swiftly. Duziu cradled Su Ruoruo, closely following Unit 77. Lucius remained behind to care for the children. Possessing healing abilities, he could promptly attend to any minor injuries that may arise among the children, a significant portion of whom were his own progeny. Thus, his presence was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Kalen directed 50 mercenaries willing to assist in the reclamation effort, proceeding to scout for a stronghold. These 50 mercenaries would receive an additional reward of 10,000 star coins upon completion of the reclamation task. Should they encounter moderate danger and engage in combat, each would receive a share of 100,000 star coins. Kalen and his 50 mercenaries advanced at full speed. Minutes later, they arrived at the freshwater lake identified by Unit 77. This natural lake was situated at the base of a towering mountain, with water cascading from the heights into the lower-lying area, eventually filling the lake and forming a perfect closed loop. Once the water level in the lake rose, it would disperse through the surrounding area, nourishing the fertile black soil and quenching the rampant weeds. Master, we can establish our home at the mountain's base. The elevation will shield us from the lake's moisture. If you wish to cultivate, we can spread out around the lake for easy irrigation. Excellent. Su Ruoruo descended from Duziu's embrace and instructed Unit 77 to design a blueprint for a planting estate, specifying that each area should measure approximately 50 square meters, arranged in square modules with a height of 100 layers. Adjacent to this, a natural energy source for power and a 2-square-meter independent elevator for vertical access. In the center of each area, delineate a circular space of roughly 3 square meters. I have significant plans for it. Very well, Master. Unit 77 swiftly operated on the star ring, and shortly after, it transmitted a planting blueprint to Su Ruoruo. Upon viewing the blueprint, Su Ruoruo expressed great satisfaction. Splendid! She was thoroughly pleased with the design. Subsequently, she quickly inquired of the system. How many square meters can I allocate from this 100-square-meter defensive shield? What do you mean? For instance, if I designate 50 square meters for one area, can I reserve another 50 for a different area? Yes, that is permissible. Furthermore, is there a height restriction on the 50 square meters? Allow me to check.
Hurry.
Su Ruoruo stood still, opening the blueprint sent by Unit 77 on the star ring, feigning admiration for the design while she awaited the system's response. Approximately 3 minutes later, she heard the system's reply. There is no height restriction. Confirming that the defensive shield had no height limitations filled Su Ruoruo with elation. She instructed Unit 77 to base the design on the speculative practices of real estate magnates from Blue Star, who would construct upwards of 25 to even 99 stories on what should have been a single-story plot. This concept had evolved into the interstellar realm, culminating in structures that reached hundreds of stories, transforming plots of land originally measuring merely 100 square meters into thousands. The significance of these crops cannot be overstated. They possess the power to purify interstellar radiation. Possessing these crops means that within their vicinity, radiation would cease to exist, a notion that would drive all interstellar males to madness. Therefore, it is imperative that these crops be preserved without fail, should her conjecture prove correct. The implication of being invincible within the defensive shield's range signifies that within this domain, she would reign supreme. Regardless of whether they were the Beast King or the Beast Emperor, any who entered this realm would be compelled to kneel and submit to her dominion. Su Ruoruo continued to press. System, can I establish rules within the defensive shield whereby those I choose will remain unharmed? What do you mean? That is to say, anyone or any creature entering the defensive shield without my permission will be immediately immobilized. Certainly, within the defensive shield, the host is the sovereign of that area, and you may set any rules you desire. With the system's affirmation, Su Ruoruo's confidence soared. She turned to Unit 77 and instructed, transform the circular area into a comfortable space for pets. Very well, Master. Please hold on. Unit 77 swiftly modified the blueprint with a few gestures on the screen. Before long, a circular area of approximately 3 square meters was delineated in the center of the entire planting zone, with each section adorned with uniquely hued marble pink tiles that distinguished it from the surrounding regions. Adjacent to this marble-tiled space was a pet food bowl. Upon noticing the pink bowl, Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow momentarily before finding solace in her thoughts. Chapter 205. The circular deception. The creation of this food bowl was, in truth, rather superfluous. This designated area was intended for the containment of those frenzied beasts, where she would administer premium nutritional supplements, sufficient to sustain one for 10 days. The established rule dictated that only the frenzied beasts and her appointed feeders were permitted entry into this circular enclosure. Consequently, the irrational beasts would not be able to wreak havoc upon the crops due to their frenzy. However, this meant that the beasts would be deprived of their freedom, confined indefinitely to this space. But what of it? These creatures were devoid of reason. Releasing them would only result in mischief. It was far more prudent to keep them here as mascots. The pink bowl was rendered unnecessary, They would not require it. Understood, Master. Considering the larger physique of certain frenzied beasts, Su Ruoruo continued to instruct number 77. Of this 100-story planting zone, let 50 stories remain untouched for cultivation. Understood, Master. The establishment of a 50-story planting area would be ample for her to cultivate an expanse equivalent to 6 or 7 acres. Should she wish to expand the cultivated area in the future, additional layers could be added. With the current technological advancements in the starry realms, a 100-story edifice could be constructed within mere days. Master, do you have any further instructions? Su Ruoruo proceeded to command, against the backdrop of that mountain. Establish a 50-square-meter resting area designed according to the specifications of an interstellar studio apartment. Every 10 stories should feature a kitchen and a laundry-drying area, also spanning 100 stories. The distinction lies in reserving a wall adjacent to this 50-story building that can be demolished, once breached. The 50 square meters could expand to 100. Su Ruoruo, mindful of the current limitations of her defensive shield, determined this was the most feasible design. In the future, should she accumulate enough points, she could exchange for an additional 100 square meters of defensive shield, thereby constructing an absolutely secure building. She would feel at ease knowing the children could roam freely within. In the event of an unexpected assault by someone deranged, like Maria, they could simply take refuge within the structure, rendering them invulnerable. The planting area would also remain safeguarded, leaving any intruders to merely gaze upon it helplessly. Should they dare to enter the planting and living zones, their demise would be inevitable. Master, do you have a preferred style for the decoration of the 100-story apartments? Each style can be designed in 10 variations for the children to choose from. Very well. Dorsey, Karen, and the mercenaries stood nearby, listening to the dialogue between Su Ruoruo and number 77, their faces reflecting bewilderment. This female seemed intent on residing here, yet there was an air of modesty about her. Why design the planting area in such a manner? The vast expanse was lavishly crafted into tiered planting zones, entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, what was the purpose of that 50-square-meter studio apartment? It seemed rather meager. Dorsey and Karen stood beside Su Ruoruo, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Su Ruoruo's recent behaviors were indeed peculiar, yet upon recalling the events surrounding her, they suppressed their confusion, choosing not to inquire. The presence of mercenaries further inhibited their curiosity. Any matters could be discussed later, behind closed doors. Master, the construction of the 2 areas you specified is expected to take 10 days. Please return to the starship and await my report upon completion of all engineering works.
All right.
Su Ruoruo nodded and turned to Dorsey, saying, "Let us return.
Karen?
You remain here to assist number 77 with the construction." Understood. Su Ruoruo found herself cradled in Dorsey's arms as they swiftly departed, returning to the starship where the children resided. Lucius had been dispatched to tend to the injuries sustained by the mercenaries during battle. Under number 77's guidance, Karen led the team to clear all wild beasts within a 5-kilometer radius of their settlement. These creatures belonged to the species that thrived freely on frenzied beastar. Thus far, they had not encountered any signs of the frenzied beasts. This island spanned 298 square kilometers, but their exploration had only covered a mere 5 kilometers. Perhaps once they had thoroughly explored the island, they would uncover traces of the frenzied beasts. The captured wild beasts were not wasted. Number 77. Retain the wild beast meat. Cut it and store it in the freezer. Su Ruoruo possessed an evolutionary talent. Under her influence, the meat would transform into a delectable delicacy. The wild frenzied beasts had thrived on this planet for an extended period, their vitality abundant, and their radiation levels far exceeded those of creatures from other planets, alongside an energy yield 4 times greater than that of other planetary fauna. Should they refine this beast meat into high-grade nutritional supplements, the cost would be remarkably low. Lucius reminded number 77. Number 77 smiled in response, gazing at the piled-up wild boars, rabbits, bison, and sheep. Understood. He then notified the life robots aboard the starship to disembark and assist at the lakeside in processing the beast meat hunted by Karen and others. In the following days, over 100 tons of beast meat were meticulously cut, packaged, and transported into the interior of the starship. Su Ruoruo looked upon the warehouse brimming with meat, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, she was paying for the lies she had spun upon her arrival. What a farce of a purification talent! She possessed none. To uphold this deception, she had dissuaded Dorsey. Dorsey, from now on, I intend to utilize my purification talent to transform this batch of meat into high-tier nutritional supplements for the mercenaries' regular consumption. Please wait outside. Absolute silence is imperative while I employ my purification ability. Dorsey instinctively sensed that Su Ruoruo was concealing something from him. Yet, as she was unwilling to disclose it, he silently retreated from the pharmaceutical laboratory, waiting outside. Su Ruoruo surveyed the surroundings, noting that only 4 robots remained in the laboratory to assist with the high-grade potion processing, and she exhaled deeply. System, I wish to draw from the Blue Star fortune bag. Very well, would the host prefer a single draw or a 10 consecutive draws? 10 consecutive. Please select the duration for the pointer to halt. In her mind, the lucky wheel inscribed with the number 110 spun incessantly. She silently recited 3 numbers and called out, "Stop." Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 boxes of Nongfu Spring, 3 boxes of Baishui Mountain, 1 box of Waha mineral water, 1 box of Leagama beef sauce, 3 boxes of Lay's tomato-flavored chips, 20 pounds of preserved watermelon seeds, 2 boxes of braised beef noodle buckets, 2 boxes of a certain brand of pure milk, and 2 boxes of a certain brand of beer. As the host has drawn 10 consecutive times, having struck a gold prize, please select one of the above rewards to double. Was there even a choice? Naturally. It had to be the purified water that she urgently required. System, I choose to double the 10 boxes of Nongfu spring water. Double successful. Please extract your system rewards promptly. Su Ruoruo immediately retrieved 1 box of Nongfu Spring and proceeded to the nutritional supplement production room, instructing the robots to replace the ordinary sterile water with this box of spring water for the preparation of the water-based nutritional supplement. Chapter 206. Mutated high-tier nutritional supplement. 4 robots began their synchronized actions, pouring 24 liters of spring water into the liquid container within the laboratory. Subsequently, the robots retrieved the meat from the adjacent freezer, which had been cleaned, sterilized, roasted, and ground into an energy-rich fine powder.
Master.
Please preset the number of days for the energy supplement supply. Su Ruoruo hesitated for a moment before coming to a realization. The energy supply for high-tier interstellar nutritional supplements was typically set for 10 days. This was because the highest-grade energy materials in the starry realms could only provide a maximum of 10 days' worth of energy. To extend the duration of consumption, she would need to wait 10 days before she could again utilize an energy supplement for replenishment. These energy powders, what is the maximum duration I can set?
Su Ruoruo.
Somewhat unfamiliar with these instruments, could only seek assistance from the potion-making robot assigned by Unit 77. A robot promptly responded, Master. Based on the energy calculations of this batch of meat powder, you may opt for an energy potion replenishment function ranging from 140 days. We shall execute the corresponding potion-making plan according to your commands. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoruo resolved to conduct her experiment on a monthly basis. Each potion would provide a foundational energy supply for 30 days. Command acknowledged. Executing directives, the robot announced. With a cacophony of mechanical whirring, Su Ruoruo observed as the pale pink energy powder and the 24 liters of spring water she provided were poured into a transparent glass cylinder. Once the water and powder reached an appropriate ratio, a metallic stirring hook extended from above, rapidly agitating the mixture of powder and liquid. 3 minutes later, a vat of pale pink liquid was ready. A robot approached her and inquired, Please select the flavor for this batch of nutrient solution. I can choose a flavor? She asked, surprised. Indeed. We can add natural flavoring to eliminate any unpleasant taste based on your preferences. If you wish to alter the color of the nutrient solution, we can also incorporate corresponding natural pigments. Gazing at the faintly pink solution, Su Ruoruo chose not to change its color. I prefer strawberry flavor, she instructed the robot. Command acknowledged, adding strawberry flavoring. Another robot entered the flavoring command on a screen. Shortly thereafter, a transparent dropper appeared above the pale pink nutrient solution, dispensing the appropriate quantity of natural strawberry flavor extract based on the liquid's volume. Subsequently, the prepared glass cylinder was sealed. Beneath the sealed container, a row of automated nutrient solution packaging appeared. With the press of a button by a robot, batches of transparent nutrient solution packaging flowed past the completed product, entering the next sealing station for sterile sealing. Approximately 10 minutes later, the first batch of nutrient solutions was fully produced. The gentle hum of the machine ceased. 4 robots lined up to enter the transparent glass enclosed sealing chamber to retrieve the completed batch of nutrient solutions. They approached Su Ruoruo in an orderly fashion, presenting her with the finished product for inspection. Su Ruoruo took one of the pale pink nutrient solutions and noticed several lines of text etched onto the transparent packaging. Name, strawberry-flavored premium nutrient solution. Volume: 30 milliliters per vial. Ingredients: premium beast meat, pure water, natural strawberry flavoring. Efficacy: consumption of 1 vial provides a foundational energy supply for adult beast men for 30 days. Shelf life: 3 years. Production date: October 10th, year 40,002 of the stellar calendar. Master: this batch consists of a total of 800 vials. We have packaged them by the year, with each box containing 12 vials, sufficient to supply an adult beast man for a year. According to our calculations, this batch of nutrient solutions contains special components that reduce interstellar radiation. After consumption, it can immediately decrease the interstellar radiation level in male beasts by 50, based on average data statistics for interstellar male radiation levels. Consumption of 1 nutrient solution per month while residing on planets other than frenzied beast star will enable radiation levels to approach 0. Su Ruoruo, astonished, could scarcely believe her ears. She immediately called upon the system, asking, "Has the nutrient solution I made with Nongfu Spring mutated?" In the original owner's memories, the nutrient solution did not possess such additional effects. Host: the Nongfu Spring you provided is a specialty of Blue Star, possessing purifying effects against radiation in the interstellar beast world. Since you did not dilute the water for this batch of nutrient solutions, the purifying effect of Nongfu Spring has been maximized. This potion can reduce radiation levels by 50, which means if I dilute it 5-fold, I can produce a standard high-tier nutrient solution?
Precisely.
Bring this entire batch of nutrient solutions over. The 4 robots complied without hesitation. Soon, each robot was carrying a small box containing 200 vials of nutrient solutions. To possess something that reduces radiation while simultaneously replenishing energy, such a remarkable product was surely meant for the male offspring and a few beast husbands. They had provided her with immense psychological and physiological pleasure during these days. With just over a month until the new year, these could serve as gifts for the occasion. Su Ruoruo reached out to touch the 4 boxes containing the nutrient solutions, reclaiming this batch of special formulations with radiation-reducing properties. She then initiated a new round of production. This time, she mixed 5 times the amount of interstellar sterile water into the 24 L of Nongfu Spring. 15 minutes later, 8,000 special high-tier nutrient solutions emerged fresh from production. 2 robots packaged the nutrient solutions into sets of 12 vials each, organized by year. Su Ruoruo tirelessly continued her work in the laboratory, relishing the joy of choosing different flavors for the nutrient solutions and indulging in the DIY experience. Though she longed to share this delight, she wished to keep the secret of Nongfu Spring from her beast husbands. Thus, she spent the entire day in the laboratory, even delegating the task of bringing in lunch and dinner to the robots. Suyu felt relieved to see the robots bringing meals to Su Ruoruo, as it signified her good health. At 7:30 p.m., the robots completed packaging all the finished nutrient solutions and exited the laboratory. In addition to the first batch designed to reduce radiation, Su Ruoruo had produced a total of 16,000 high-tier nutrient solutions in the laboratory. The premium beast meat acquired from hunting during the past week had been entirely consumed in the potion-making process. The 12 vial sets were crafted into 12 distinct flavors: original, strawberry, banana, apple, kiwi, orange, sweet orange, melon, hominy melon, tomato, cucumber, and durian. This batch of beast meat yielded 333 sets of energy potion products. Su Ruoruo instructed the robots to store 1,003 sets in the freezer to ensure the vitality of the nutrient solutions. The remaining 330 sets were just enough to distribute among 300 mercenaries and 30 family caretakers. Their contracts extended for 1 year, and with these potions, the caretakers and mercenaries would not have to worry about lacking foundational energy. If they performed well, Su Ruoruo might contemplate gifting them a special snack to celebrate the new year. Now, take these potions out and distribute them to the mercenaries and caretakers. Remember, do not mix them up. Each person receives 1 set. Understood, Master. The 4 identical robots, clad in white apothecary attire, accompanied Su Ruoruo as they ventured outside. They activated their automatic navigation function, locating the lists of mercenaries and caretakers, dispersing to distribute the boxed energy potions. The caretakers were engaged in playful interactions with children in the makeshift learning room created aboard the warship. Those on temporary break were resting in their designated rooms. The robots swiftly found them, distributing a set of specially formulated high-tier nutrient solutions to each caretaker. As the robots completed their distribution, Unit 77, Kalen, and the mercenaries along with the construction and landscaping robots responsible for building the structures, returned to the warship. After 7 days and nights of diligent labor, the foundational framework of both the planting and living resting areas had been successfully established. The soft furnishings ordered by Su Ruoruo through Su Xingshan would arrive by dawn the following day. This collection of soft furnishings encompasses all the furniture and facility materials designated for Unit 77's interior design. The total value of these soft furnishings amounts to a staggering 1 billion star coins. In truth, they had no desire to procure such an extensive array of materials, however. The interstellar spacecraft's visit to the Beast Planet mandated a minimum order of 1 billion star coins. Below this threshold, the Interstellar Trading Company would not deliver. Thus, Su Ruoruo instructed Unit 77 to select only the finest furnishings. Welcome home. Su Ruoruo greeted Karen enthusiastically as he entered the grand hall, having heard the commotion behind her. Karen had endured a grueling week, tirelessly hunting beasts for 7 days and nights, scarcely finding a moment's respite. Upon returning home and witnessing Su Ruoruo's radiant smile, the tribulations of his recent endeavors seemed trivial in comparison. With a voice both resolute and deep, he addressed Lucius and Dosi. All beasts within a 5-kilometer radius have been eradicated. I have left behind the Beast Emperor's energy along the perimeter to deter any rodents from intruding. In the coming week, one of you will assist Unit 77 with the soft furnishings while the other tends to the children. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ruoruo was whisked away by Karen's use of his domain powers. Dosi had no objections. This week, Lucius would be preoccupied with the children, allowing him to cherish 6 days of blissful moments with Su Ruoruo. Karen's relentless hunting had taken its toll. Dosi patted Lucius on the shoulder, marking the days. Just 1 more week, and you shall enjoy a world of intimacy with Su Ruoruo. Lucius, his demeanor icy, ignored Dosi and instructed the 50 mercenaries who had completed their tasks. You will collect your rewards from Unit 77. Tomorrow at 5:30. Be punctual as we welcome the interstellar merchant fleet. Understood. After relaying his orders, Lucius turned to leave. Dosi then adhered to the rotation rules, supervising the children as they prepared for rest. Once the children dispersed, the 50 mercenaries surged towards Unit 77. Unfazed, Unit 77 calmly instructed, form a line, present your payment codes, and collect your star coin rewards. Based on your performance over the past 7 days and nights, each of you will receive 100,000 star coins. As the announcement concluded, Unit 77 promptly transferred the corresponding rewards to them. Just as the mercenaries received their star coins, they were intercepted by 4 robots belonging to the pharmacist.
Wait.
These are high-grade nutritional supplements bestowed upon you by the master. Please line up to collect them. All the mercenaries were taken aback. In their experience, it was rare to encounter assignments that included meals. Even when provisions were provided, they typically received only low-grade nutritional supplements, often nearing expiration. Yet, on this occasion, they were being granted high-grade supplements. What kind of celestial employer is this? Eagerly, the mercenaries who had just received their 100,000 star coins rushed to claim their high-grade nutritional supplements. One mercenary, in urgent need of energy replenishment, swiftly unwrapped a pink packaging box. Upon examining a high-grade nutritional supplement and reading its description, he was momentarily stunned. Many onlookers, noticing his bewilderment, opened their own boxes, intrigued by the high-grade supplements. They were puzzled. While high-grade supplements were indeed pricier than ordinary ones, such astonishment seemed unwarranted. Yet, as they read the fine print on the back of the supplement, expressions of shock mirrored his. Am I seeing this correctly? This supplement can replenish energy for an entire month. Throughout the galaxy, he had never encountered a nutritional supplement capable of providing 30 days' worth of energy in 1 dose. The mercenaries, clutching their supplements, began to engage in animated discussions. The cacophony persisted for several minutes, with many adopting a trial-and-error approach, consuming a dose of the supplement. These high-grade supplements, subjected to specialized processing, appeared liquid in form. However, each layer was enveloped in a unique high-tech time-sensitive plank membrane, invisible to the naked eye. Once ingested, this membrane would rupture at predetermined intervals, releasing its contents into the bodies of the beast men, thereby providing them with periodic energy. In contrast, a low-grade nutritional supplement made from 30 milliliters of basic ingredients could only furnish 3 days' worth of energy, rendering it considerably more affordable. Thus, low-grade supplements were the preferred choice for the majority of beast men with comparatively weaker innate abilities. Nevertheless, the underlying high-tech utilized in the nutritional supplements was derived from the same patented technology. The only difference lay in the number of plank membranes. Low-grade supplements contained 3 layers, while high-grade ones boasted 30. As for concerns regarding premature membrane rupture leading to overconsumption and potential discomfort, there was no cause for alarm. This membrane had been developed without a single incident thus far. Interstellar scientists estimated that, even if a rupture were to occur due to unforeseen circumstances, there was no need for worry. Any undigested nutritional supplement energy would be expelled from the body through waste. The liquid content of the supplements was exceedingly minimal. Thus, even in the event of accidental expulsion, the beast men would not notice any abnormalities. At most, they might feel a sudden surge of strength, a sensation of fullness, and an urgent need to visit the restroom. After the mercenaries received their supplements, they returned to their respective sleeping quarters to rest. In a modest 20-square-meter room, which included a private bathroom and bunk-style beds akin to those in a university dormitory, the beast men could unwind after work or study combat techniques and the habits of ferocious beasts online. As night deepened and tranquility settled, all mercenaries and caregivers had received the high-grade nutritional supplements developed by Su Ruoruo. Those who had initially harbored reservations about the journey were now entirely dispelled of their thoughts of departure. With provisions provided, an esteemed beast emperor overseeing their safety, and the assistance of a healing beastman king, they felt assured that any injuries, barring instantaneous demise, could be treated under the current interstellar medical conditions. As for concerns regarding interstellar radiation, they had ceased to worry. Each day, all mercenaries had the opportunity to spend 3 minutes with 39 babies. Under the intense psychic reassurance of the infants, the newly acquired interstellar radiation suffered by the beast men was swiftly mitigated. Remaining time was devoted to the generous benefits provided by Su Ruoruo and her companions. Spending mere minutes within the naturally potent psychic field of the children could slightly bolster their resistance to interstellar radiation. Over time, a male beast man, who initially experienced a daily increase of 3 units of interstellar radiation, might only accumulate 2 units instead. In simpler terms, their ability to resist interstellar radiation pollution had strengthened. Tasting the sweetness of their newfound benefits, the mercenaries gradually began to relish their time working here. The perks offered by Su Ruoruo and her team were simply extraordinary. The following day, Lucius, accompanied by Unit 77, welcomed the interstellar merchant fleet on schedule and accepted all the soft furnishing materials. The entire contingent of 300 mercenaries mobilized to partake in the soft furnishing activities for the residential and planting areas. Unit 77 directed the robots to join in the efforts. After 3 days and nights of hard work, 2 modern buildings rose majestically. Once all facilities and equipment were completed, Unit 77 requested 30,000 points worth of seeds from Karen, personally overseeing the planting overnight and instructing 4 robots to patrol the fields in shifts. The next morning, after Su Ruoruo had completed her morning routine and breakfast, Unit 77 reported to her regarding the construction achievements of the past 10 days. Master, I have completed the construction of both the planting area and the living quarters as per your specifications. Please review. How is it done so quickly? Su Ruoruo never anticipated that 77 would indeed complete the work in just 10 days. Such remarkable efficiency. Come, let me see, she exclaimed. With a throng of people surrounding her, Su Ruoruo descended from the warship. As she stepped onto solid ground, she beheld an expanse of broad, smooth, oil-slicked roads. Master, I instructed the work robots to lay a path leading to your home upon completion of the construction. Please, step into the vehicle, 77 said. As he spoke, 4 robots bore a driverless land vehicle to the oil-slicked road. Su Ruoruo settled into the autonomous open-top sightseeing car, and Lucius immediately joined her, sitting closely beside her. Dosi and Karen, as per their agreement, returned to the interstellar warship to tend to the children. A week passed, and it was now Lucius's turn to accompany Ruoruo in her daily life. 77 joined them in the sightseeing vehicle, which glided smoothly along the oil-slicked road, swiftly arriving at the planting area. Upon disembarking, Su Ruoruo was greeted by a vast expanse of meticulously arranged fields, where small irrigation devices were automatically watering the plants. Master, these are the designated planting areas reserved as per your instructions. Should you wish to expand the planting area in the future, it can be established at any time. 77 indicated while gesturing toward the fields. Very good, she replied. Please lead the way. 77 smiled gently, walking at a leisurely pace ahead of her. At the end of the oil-slicked road lay a grand plaza paved with black marble, featuring a massive fountain at its center. Surrounding the fountain were several sheltered rest areas. and numerous children's play facilities and accompanying restrooms were thoughtfully arranged nearby. This is... Su Ruoruo inquired, pointing toward the beautiful fountain. Master, I beg your pardon for taking the liberty, but this is a children's park I added based on the design. It provides a space for the children to play and alleviate boredom, 77 explained. Quite splendid. I absolutely adore it, Su Ruoruo praised, eliciting a surge of joy within 77. Let us proceed to the planting area, he suggested. Of course. Lucius quietly accompanied Su Ruoruo on her left as they entered the first floor of the planting area, observing it together with 77. The 50-square-meter planting zone was neatly divided into 4 small plots, with a tiled crossroad in the center. A circular area of pink tiles, measuring 3 square meters, was reserved in the middle of the planting zone. As Su Ruoruo leaned closer, she noticed that each planting area was equipped with fine holes, from which clear lake water was being evenly sprayed. Master, the planting area is outfitted with fully automated irrigation, monitored around the clock by the robots I arranged. They will provide nutrients and appropriate fertilizers to the crops based on the monitoring reports, 77 elaborated. Su Ruoruo nodded in satisfaction. This exceeds my expectations. It's truly remarkable. Once again praised, 77 felt an even greater rush of joy. While he may not match the prowess of the master's beastly companions in other aspects, he held absolute confidence in construction and data analysis. Master, I have arranged for an ample supply of black soil for these planting areas. Yesterday, I obtained seeds from Karen, and they have all been sown. According to our assessments, the island of mad beasts enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, allowing for the cultivation of seeds in every season. We will make appropriate adjustments to the growing conditions based on temperature and humidity, 77 explained softly to Su Ruoruo regarding the planting area's facilities. Su Ruoruo lauded his initiative and design. Now, let's ascend to the upper floors. Very well. 77 guided her to the area connecting to the elevator on the left side of the first floor. They took the elevator, casually exploring several floors of the planting area, which featured similar designs. Master, the 50,100 floors are currently vacant, making it extremely convenient for you to keep pets in the future. You need not worry about energy issues. We have equipped the planting area with supercapacitors, and all materials within the area are made from energy-collecting panels. Whether it be wind, solar, or hydropower, they can all be transformed into electrical energy and stored in the capacitors, 77 assured. Su Ruoruo looked up at 77's face, which resembled that of an ordinary robot. She approached him and gently touched his lifelike face. Chapter 209. Secrets. How can I possibly thank you? After a moment of contemplation, 77 glanced at Lucius, who was glaring at him. With unwavering resolve, he asked Su Ruoruo, his voice imbued with a captivating charm, "May I spend a day as your romantic partner?" "Ah?" Su Ruoruo was taken aback. Lucius frowned, pulling Su Ruoruo closer into his embrace. "You are a robot. Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Ignoring Lucius's threatening demeanor, 77 pressed on. "Master, may I?" After a brief moment of shock, Su Ruoruo burst into laughter. "Of course. Lucius, why are you so anxious? 77 is merely a robot. Master, may I be referred to as Lon from now on?" "I prefer that name," 77 requested. "Certainly, Lon." Lucius was nearly beside himself with rage, an uncontrollable fury manifesting on his handsome face. How infuriating! Since when can robots disregard my presence and vie for Su Ruoruo's affection? "Ruoruo, you promised me you'd accompany me this week." Su Ruoruo gazed at Lucius's perpetually stern face and reassured him, "Of course, I will be with you this week." "Master, what about me? Once my week with Lucius is over, I will set aside a day to be your romantic partner," she promised. "Very well, it's a deal." 77's internal chip suddenly radiated a wave of warmth. Though he lacked a heart, he was oblivious to the sensation of a heartbeat. Yet, the increasing warmth of his chip reminded him of his exhilaration in this moment. "Master, I shall take you to see the living quarters."
All right.
Once again, Su Ruoruo and her companions boarded the sightseeing vehicle, traversing the road for approximately 3 minutes until they reached the living area at the foot of the mountain. The buildings in the living area were twice as large as those in the planting area. "Master, I have constructed the other half of the 50-square-meter wall as per your instructions. With just a word from you, I can demolish the 2 independent walls, merging them into a seamless 100-square-meter leisure area." Listening to 77's explanation as they toured the first floor of the living area, Su Ruoruo observed the ground floor, which was elevated and cluttered with debris from soft furnishings yet to be cleared. The structure resembled shops on Blue Star. The 100 square meter space appeared reasonably compact. Master. The first floor can be quite noisy and prone to insect encounters. It is temporarily designated as a garage or could serve as a quick-service cafeteria in the future, with an outdoor dining area constructed to shield against the wind and rain, allowing children to dine conveniently after play. 77 proposed. Let us proceed upstairs. Very well. The group took the elevator once more, exploring various decor styles, including creamy, wooden, retro, and modern aesthetics. Upon concluding their tour, Su Ruoruo was immediately drawn to the creamy and wooden styles. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose the warm and simple wooden decor for her living space. The 50 square meter room was separated by a thin wall, with the adjacent space being an undecorated shell. After her visit, Su Ruoruo selected the 68th floor with the wooden style as her residence. Lucius, seizing the opportunity, chose the 69th floor above Su Ruoruo's, opting for the modern style as his long-term residence. By the way, I forgot to instruct you regarding the mercenaries. Please arrange accommodations for them. With a smile, 77 replied. Master need not worry. I have constructed a staff dormitory on the left side of the living area building, with plans for 4 residents per floor. Would you like to visit? Having grown somewhat weary from the tour, Su Ruoruo waved her hand. No need. Just inform them to select their rooms and settle in. Understood. With that, 77 turned to depart. After Lucius departed, Su Ruoruo immediately addressed the system, saying, I wish to divide the defensive shield I obtained from the lottery into 50 segments. One part shall encompass this residential area, while the other shall cover the planting zone in front. Receiving host command, executing now.
Ding.
Command executed successfully. Please check the detailed panel of the defensive shield to set and customize permissions. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Ruoruo cast a glance at Lucius. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she extended her index finger towards him and playfully commanded, Sit down. Lucius, who had been fixated on Su Ruoruo, was suddenly compelled by an uncontrollable force to take a seat upon the mat, softly glowing tiles.
Ha ha ha.
Su Ruoruo erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The defensive shield bestowed by the system was truly remarkable. She then attempted to mentally instruct Lucius, perform a set of gymnastics. To his horror, Lucius found himself rising from the ground involuntarily, his limbs executing stretching movements, without his consent. He tried to channel his beast energy to resist this nameless force's command, yet was alarmed to discover that he could not summon the energy within him. Hearing Su Ruoruo's laughter, Lucius, bewildered, inquired, Ruoruo, what is happening? Su Ruoruo silently commanded the system to release control over Lucius. In an instant, Lucius regained mastery over his body. Sure, it's a secret. Just know that if danger arises, return immediately to the resting area. Here, our family shall remain invincible. Lucius was utterly astonished, as if he had just heard an unbelievable tale, or perhaps was dreaming. He was undeniably a beast king, so why had he suddenly lost control? This feeling of helplessness filled him with dread. Ruoruo, can you elaborate on the secret? Seeing the fear in Lucius's eyes, Su Ruoruo smiled gently and said, Now, try to attack me with all your might. Attack you? No, you would perish. I shall be fine. Here, you cannot harm me.
Just give it a try.
Lucius gazed into Su Ruoruo's beaming eyes, hesitating momentarily before using only a slight force to strike at her. Such a level of aggression would not injure her. At most, it would merely cause her to stumble. A ray of light shot from Lucius's hand towards Su Ruoruo. Just as the brilliance was about to reach her, it suddenly dissipated into thin air, as if something ahead had obstructed Lucius's attack. This is impossible. Lucius stared at his palm, murmuring to himself. His attack had been entirely dismantled. Seeing Lucius lost in confusion and bewilderment, Su Ruoruo cheerfully approached him, took his warm hand, and guided him to the sofa to sit down. Stop dawdling. Remember, this is a secret that only you and I know. Only you and I know? Chapter 210. The lottery again. Lucius gazed into Su Ruoruo's light brown eyes, a flicker of joy appearing within. This meant that Karen and Dorsey were unaware. Did this not signify that in Su Ruoruo's heart, he held a higher status than Karen and Dorsey? Lucius, you will keep this secret, won't you? Of course, I will. Very well. Externally, I wish for you to inform everyone that this is the planting area, and you have set up the defensive shield using your unique light power. In case of danger, instruct the children to seek refuge within the shield. Lucius immediately comprehended Su Ruoruo's intentions, raising his hand and promising, "I will certainly keep this secret for you." Meanwhile, a prompt from the system echoed in Su Ruoruo's mind. "Congratulations, host. Lucius's favorability has reached 100, unlocking a chance to spin the lucky wheel for a reward. Would you like to draw now?" Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ruoruo excitedly pinched Lucius's handsome face. Dorsey received a defensive shield worth 10 million points from the lottery. What about Lucius? If I win another defensive shield, wouldn't that make me exceedingly wealthy again? Ruoruo, are you so happy because of that secret you hold?
Su Ruoruo nodded with a smile. Yes. Lucius, I'm hungry.
Please bring me something to eat. All right, Ruoruo, wait for me. I will be back shortly. As soon as Lucius left the room, Su Ruoruo promptly activated the lucky wheel for her lottery draw. The red wheel revealed numerous rewards. Su Ruoruo scrutinized the wheel, noting it contained the number 110, along with 10 digits. System. What rewards are available in this prize pool? All rewards on the wheel originate from the system mall, and the host has a chance to draw items redeemable with points from the mall, with probabilities varying. Very well. Su Ruoruo clasped her hands in prayer, silently wishing for divine favor, then loudly declared to the system, "Lottery." Moments later, she shouted, "Stop." As the pointer gradually came to a halt, the draw concluded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a 100 square meter defensive shield area.
Yay. Su Ruoruo cheered.
Spinning in excitement within the compact room, the items in the system mall, especially the defensive shield, were the most valuable. She never anticipated winning again. With portions of the indoor and planting areas temporarily developed, they were sufficient for their habitation. The children could not possibly remain indoors all day. Su Ruoruo approached the floor-to-ceiling window and glimpsed a small fountain park below. That was the carefully designed children's play area of number 77, accompanied by several resting pavilions nearby. System, how many square meters is the fountain pavilion below? Host, there are 2 resting pavilions below, each occupying 25 square meters. Please cover those 2 pavilions with the defensive shield. Received. System, I need to set permissions for the defensive shield. My beast husband, the children, and I should have free access to enter and exit the shield's range. Within the shield, they shall enjoy the same absolute safety protection as I do, and all attacks against them will be nullified within the defensive perimeter. No one else may enter the shield without my permission. Host command received. Modifying defensive perimeter permissions. Modification completed. Host, there are still 50 square meters of defensive shield left. Where would you like to allocate it? Use it for the elevators in the planting area and resting area. 4 square meters deducted for elevator area. Host has 46 square meters remaining. Save it for now. I will find a use for it. Understood. As Su Ruoruo concluded her communication with the system, Lucius returned, holding a food container.
Ruoruo.
Eat while it's hot. Okay. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell of the 68th floor rang. Mommy, open the door. A horde of children clamored around the entrance, shouting boisterously. Su Ruoruo exchanged a glance with Lucius before opening the door to let the children in. However, the space inside was evidently insufficient to accommodate the playful antics of 39 children. Mommy, this house is so small. Are we going to live in such a tiny house from now on? Su Ruoruo gently patted the head of a nearby female baby, saying no. The house will grow larger in the future. Little ones, this building has 100 floors. Each of you can choose a room in your preferred style as your living space. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, the children blinked rapidly and inquired, Mommy, do you mean we can each have our own independent living space? Of course. However, as Su Ruoruo surveyed the children lounging and standing about, she added, but you must pass the final exam for 4th grade. Those who do not meet the basic academic requirements will not be allowed to independently choose their living quarters. Mommy.
No.
We can take care of ourselves. Several older children expressed a longing for their own space, clamoring to have individual rooms. Hush now, my dear independent little ones. I shall arrange for a nurturing robot to ensure your safety. As they listened to Su Ruoruo's words, the children whispered among themselves, their chatter filling the modest 50 square meter room. Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow and silently willed for silence. In an instant, the murmur ceased. The children, filled with trepidation, realized they were unable to produce any sound. They glanced at Su Ruoruo and then at Lucius, rushing over to them, pointing at their mouths and attempting to shout, yet no sound emerged. No shouting, settle down. Uncle An will soon come to distribute your final exam papers. All those of appropriate age must remain quiet while answering. She continued, by completing the exam, Uncle Lon will help you choose your desired floor for living. Remember, stay silent. If I discover anyone disobeying and causing a ruckus, I shall impose a punishment of silence for the entire day. Upon finishing her admonition, Su Ruoruo silently lifted the ban on speech. We can speak again. Our voices have returned. The children, startled by their previous inability to talk, promptly closed their mouths, refraining from further whispers. A while later, the robot designated as number 77 ascended to distribute the exam papers. The examination lasted 1 hour and consisted of questions regarding independent living. If the children managed to complete the questions, it would demonstrate their capability for autonomy and their foundational judgment skills concerning their surroundings. Only then could Su Ruoruo feel at ease, permitting them to reside independently in their own rooms. She often observed complaints in the family group chat about the children not wishing to share rooms with their siblings, desiring a private sanctuary. Now that the most concerning aspects of the home construction were concluding, it was time to fulfill the children's wishes. 2 hours later, having completed their final exams, the children mostly received their desired rooms. Number 77 had arranged for each child to have a dedicated 24-hour caretaker robot for protection. Su Ruoruo and the younger male cubs from Karun's group performed poorly on the exam. The last 3 boys would face difficulties due to issues related to interstellar radiation. Hence, Su Ruoruo provided each of them with a year's supply of radiation-resistant nutritional supplements and assigned them to be cared for by the eldest sisters. With the sisters' mental fortitude to soothe them, the boys would remain unaffected by the rampant interstellar radiation on Beast Frenzy Island. Once the children had settled into their respective rooms, they each departed to their chosen abodes. Su Ruoruo's wooden-themed room returned to a state of tranquility, with Lucius by her side. Karun and Dorsiu also selected their corresponding living quarters, but, in a show of mutual understanding, refrained from disturbing Su Ruoruo and Lucius's time together. Their intention was not solely to consider Lucius, but also to prioritize their own enjoyment. For the week, they would not intrude upon the world shared by Ruoruo and Lucius, and when it was their turn, Lucius would not be permitted to interrupt them. This was an unspoken agreement among them. A month later, the crops in the planting area had begun to flourish. Su Ruoruo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant landscape of Beast Frenzy Island. Over the past month, under the efforts of Lucius and Karun, the area within a 30-kilometer radius of their base was thoroughly cleared of all beasts. Seizing the opportunity, she produced an additional 3,000 boxes of specially formulated high-grade nutritional supplements. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. Master, the 3 crops you instructed me to plant are expected to mature in about a month and a half. How long does it take for crops here to grow from planting to maturity? 3 months, replied number 77. Excellent. Su Ruoruo recalled that crops could expand their radiation resistance range, level 1 for 1 acre, level 2 for 10 acres, and level 3 for 100 acres. If the level 1 crops thrived, they could directly opt for level 3 crops in the future, ensuring the highest cost-effectiveness. Once these seed crops bore fruit, if their roots remained undisturbed, they would continue to sprout and yield more crops. Lon, our island spans 298 square kilometers, correct? Indeed. For every 100 acres, I need to cultivate 1 acre of growth area. Please design a plan to establish these planting zones one by one. Su Ruoruo considered the vast amount of points required for the defense shield, necessitating a reduction in the planting area. The level 3 seed instructions indicated that merely cultivating 1 acre could yield an essence area of 1 acre, without specifying how this acre was to be stacked.
Lon,
what is the maximum height we can build the planting zones? Master, according to current interstellar technology, the tallest structure can reach 300 floors. If I need to cultivate 1 acre, that would be approximately 666 square meters divided by 300, equating to about 222 square meters. Every acre should have a 300-floor planting zone with an area of 223 square meters. Other planting zones do not require elevators. When crops are ready, instruct the harvesting robots to utilize flying vehicles for collection. Understood, Master. Do you have any further instructions? I would like to know how long it would take to cover all areas of this island with planting zones. A series of numbers flashed rapidly in number 77's eyes. Approximately 3 seconds later, he looked at Su Ruoruo and spoke in a slow, calm tone. Master, establishing a 300-floor planting zone would take about 7 days. According to the budget, constructing such a zone would require approximately 10 million star coins. To have 1 planting building for every 100 acres, we would need to establish a total of 470 buildings, amounting to 44.7 billion star coins. Considering current labor costs, each planting area requires 5 million in labor fees, which cover the care of 50 hired soldiers. If the soldiers encounter wild beasts and engage in combat, an additional 100,000 star coins in combat fees would be necessary. The total labor costs would be around 16 billion. Based on our current manpower and the number of hired soldiers, we estimate that completing all planting zones would take 84 years. Su Ruoruo opened the star ring and allocated 1 trillion star coins to number 77. Hire more workers and expedite the comprehensive construction of the planting zones. Furthermore, the pace of clearing the beasts on this island is still too slow. It has been a month, and not a single beast has been found. Number 77's expression suddenly turned serious, realizing that the master was dissatisfied with his efficiency. Rest assured, Master, I will expedite the construction of the planting areas and the exploration of the island. Indeed. After delivering his report, number 77 departed from the 68th floor. As soon as he left, he activated the star ring, contacting the Interstellar Commerce Alliance to request more manpower and the necessary materials for the planting area's renovations. The master demanded speed, and speed was essential. Su Ruoruo admired the scenery for a moment before heading downstairs to stroll. She walked along the broad marble path, crafted by the robots as per number 77's instructions. Along her way, numerous neatly arranged green plants swayed in the breeze, while the laughter of children echoed from the amusement park, reminiscent of silver bells. Su Ruoruo made her way to a nearby safety pavilion by the fountain, quietly reveling in the sight of children engaging in outdoor activities under the guidance of their caregivers. Kaelin was teaching several young male orcs the universal cultivation method of the interstellar realm. This unique technique, exclusive to male orcs, allowed them to absorb energy from the heavens and earth, as well as from the bodies of higher-order animals, transforming it into their own beastly energy, and thus augmenting their strength. Su Ruoruo had attempted to practice this method herself, yet she found herself utterly unable to sense the cultivation energy mentioned within its teachings. It appeared that, as indicated in the rules of the technique, only male orcs were capable of mastering it. After several attempts, she had ultimately decided to cease her endeavors. The martial prowess and longevity of the male orcs were remarkable. Her own lifespan had already reached 10,000 years, surpassing even that of Kaelin. As for her combat abilities, with the protective shield and teleportation talismans provided by the system, she could ensure her safety in the interstellar realm, even if her martial prowess was not particularly high. Master, good news. The mercenary team led by Duasuyu has returned. From afar, Su Ruoruo spotted number 77 running towards her, shouting excitedly. Lan, what news do you bring?
Master.
I just ordered an all-out exploration of other areas of the island, and we happened to encounter Duasuyu upon his return. They have brought back hundreds of feral beasts.
Oh.
Su Ruoruo immediately perked up. The system had instructed her to cultivate crops while simultaneously rescuing the feral beasts, and upon completion of this task, she would be granted a chance at resurrection. Over the past month, they had explored numerous areas without encountering a single feral beast, which had left her quite disheartened.
Now,
it seemed they finally had a promising start. As number 77 completed his report, dozens of sightseeing vehicles approached the entrance of the Fountain Plaza, carrying a large group of beasts. Duasuyu and the mercenaries tasked with guarding the feral beasts disembarked in succession. Ruoruo, we have captured the feral beasts. Su Ruoruo quickly stepped forward, her gaze passing over the jubilant Duasuyu and landing on the feral beasts bound by the mercenaries with energy ropes. These creatures were confined within metallic cages, their eyes darting around in alarm. Upon spotting Su Ruoruo, they instantly became frenzied, the transformed male orcs emitting a cacophony of bizarre noises. Woof woof, meow meow, hiss hiss, roar roar. The entire Fountain Plaza was instantly transformed into a veritable animal paradise. The children participating in outdoor activities, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over to inspect the caged feral beasts. Mommy, are these the feral beasts? They look so pitiful. The children gazed at the feral beasts in the cages, their eyes shimmering with compassion. These poor beasts have been affected by radiation, causing them to become mentally impaired.
Mommy,
is there any hope for them? With a smile, Su Ruoruo reassured them. There is hope, since the system has provided guidance. These feral beasts can be placed in the planting area, where the crops will gradually help them recover and cleanse the radiation. They will definitely be saved.
Duasuyu,
please instruct the others to categorize these feral beasts and arrange for their accommodation in the planting area. Understood. Duasuyu gestured to the mercenaries behind him. 100 mercenaries involved in this exploration immediately sprang into action, pushing the cages onto the elevator leading to the planting area. As the mercenaries entered the planting area, they were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of comfort. The radiation effects from their outing seemed to dissipate rapidly in proximity to the crops. They were all astonished, but tacitly agreed to maintain silence. This was the secret of the Beast Emperor. Should they dare to reveal it, they would likely meet a swift demise. Standing at the foot of the planting area, Su Ruoruo observed the expressions of the mercenaries through the transparent glass planting wall. The ability of the planting area to purify radiation would eventually become evident, and when the crops matured, it would signify the completion of the purification task. The area surrounding this planting zone would be transformed into a radiation-free sanctuary, free from interstellar hazards. Of course, while the crops could be harvested once matured, as long as they were not uprooted, the radiation cleansing effect would remain in place. With approximately a month remaining until the crops matured, the seedlings were already demonstrating their purifying powers. As the mercenaries drew closer to the planting area, they could naturally feel the cleansing energy emanating from the crops. System. If any of these mercenaries dare to leak the secret or harbor ill intentions, they shall be executed immediately upon entering the planting area. New defense shield permissions have been set. Anyone other than the host and their immediate relatives attempting to disclose secrets or harm the crops will be executed on the spot. The system had effectively sealed the loopholes in this regulation. Su Ruoruo had many children, each with distinct personalities. Should they inadvertently divulge information or meddle with the crops, the consequences could be dire. System. Do I still have 46 square meters of the defense shield unused? Affirmative. Please establish a 6 square meter safety perimeter at the entrance of the home. Set the rule that any ill-intentioned intruder detected by the defense shield will be trapped and stripped of their combat abilities, awaiting judgment. Understood. 6 square meters have been deducted from the defense shield area, leaving the host with 40 square meters remaining. Defense shield trigger rules have been established at the entrance. With this layer of external protection, anyone attempting to enter the home with malicious intent would be ensnared by the entrance's defense shield.
Su Ruoruo used.
If someone were to avoid the main entrance, the pavilion by the fountain would similarly possess this effect. Moreover, both the planting area and living quarters would ensure that any ill-intentioned individual attempting to approach would find themselves unable to return. Su Ruoruo's resolve grew ever stronger. The assailant Maria, who had once injured them, was likely to return. She needed to fortify her defenses and be prepared for any eventuality. After a little over 10 minutes, the feral beasts captured by Duasiu had been properly settled. The smaller animals were gathered in a central 3 square meter area of the planting zone, where the robots responsible for overseeing the area would monitor their activities. No matter how powerful the feral beasts were, they could not escape the confines of the 3 square meter perimeter she had established. Ruoruo. Duasiu called her name gently from 10 meters away. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling his blue hair. The wind playfully tousled his locks, igniting Su Ruoruo's heart, which was fond of handsome faces. Welcome back. Duasiu smiled as he approached her, reaching out to smooth down her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. We discovered hundreds of feral beasts hiding in an underground cave. Oh? They were hiding in an underground cave? Yes, the cave contains a special metal that can shield against interstellar radiation to a certain extent. It seems these feral beasts subconsciously feel that this place can protect them from radiation and preserve their fading consciousness, which is why they congregate there. As Duasiu spoke, he retrieved a golden stone from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruoruo. This stone can resist a certain degree of interstellar radiation. This metal is a rare find, originally believed to be exclusive to extraterrestrial realms, yet we unexpectedly discovered it on this feral beast planet. Host, this metal can be submitted for system reclamation. 1 pound of metal can be exchanged for 100 points. Su Ruoruo, upon hearing the system's notification, felt an overwhelming joy, yet her countenance remained composed, devoid of overt excitement. Chapter 213. The mouse, the rabbit, and the snake. How much of this metal is there? Approximately 1 ton, which fills the entire cavern, was the response. 1 ton. Indeed, the detector confirms that this metal, capable of mitigating a certain level of interstellar radiation, amounts to 1 ton. Inform Unit 77 to lead all available robots to excavate the metal. It is of utmost importance to me. Converting 1 ton into points yields a staggering 200,000. Currently, if I bear a child over 3 months, I can earn up to 300,000 points at most. Understood. Duasiu promptly set off to convene with Unit 77. who was addressing the robots in the cultivation area, discussing the excavation of the metal in the subterranean cave. Wanwan has requested that we mine the metal. She has a fondness for it. Very well, I will arrange for the robots to accompany you at once. However, there is no haste. Over 200 feral beasts are lurking within the cave. We must first capture these beasts before we can freely mine the metal. Please organize the robots to join us. After Dosiu finished speaking, he sent a message to Lucius, who was leading the team on the surface. Proceed to the coordinates of the mine. Wanwan has instructed that we prioritize capturing the feral beasts within the cave and excavating the metal ore. Lucius, currently engaged in hunting wild beasts on the opposite side of the island, received the notification and immediately commanded his mercenaries, "Gather up. We head to the mine." Dosiu also notified the mercenaries stationed at home to assemble, joining forces with Unit 77 to embark on a flight to the cave. Karen did not participate in this operation, as it was imperative to leave a beastman at home to safeguard the children's safety. Su Ruoruo watched the distant starship with eager anticipation, rubbing her small hands together. Soon, the 200,000 points would be credited to her account. She glanced at Karen, who was playing with the children, and strolled back to the 68th floor, awaiting good news from the beastmen. Last month, due to the beastmen's excessive clinginess, there was an urgent need to explore the main island of the feral beasts. She had only left one beastman to tend to the children while the others were dispatched to explore different directions of the island. This approach bore a striking resemblance to the shrewd tactics of a certain historical figure. Yet, Su Ruoruo cared little for such comparisons. The islands of the feral beasts numbered in the thousands. To fill all islands with crops within 500 years, progress must be accelerated. Currently, the primary objective was to complete the main storyline task issued by the system. Only after eliminating the most dangerous beasts on the island could Unit 77 effectively arrange for the construction of cultivation areas. Su Ruoruo awaited their return with hopeful anticipation. In the dead of night, all the children had fallen asleep. Karen, weary from the day's exertions, returned to the 68th floor. Su Ruoruo indulged in several hours of intimacy with him before extinguishing the lights for the night. The following morning, Su Ruoruo finished breakfast in Karen's company and went downstairs to digest her meal. The children were taken by the caregivers to a makeshift classroom on the lower floor to learn about interstellar culture. Through the window, Su Ruoruo observed the children, seated like miniature adults in their respective classrooms, diligently absorbing knowledge. They're all so well behaved. Their dedication to learning is commendable. After watching for several minutes, she departed from the classroom and settled onto a swing in the outdoor play area. The warm sunlight enveloped her, providing a sense of comfort. Karen stood beside her, gently pushing the swing. After a brief period of play, she noticed the familiar sightseeing vehicle approaching along the oil-slicked road in front of the marble area, filled with the raucous cries of captured beasts. Drawing upon their previous experience, the mercenaries adeptly transported the feral beasts they had captured the previous night back to the cultivation area, categorizing and securing them accordingly. Once the cultivation area was full, they proceeded to the unharvested floors above. Larger beasts, such as elephants and hippos, could not be accommodated in the cultivation area and were instead placed on the 51st floor and above. Su Ruoruo descended from the swing and, alongside Karen, approached the roadside of the cultivation area, witnessing crates of beasts being transported to the elevator for placement in the cultivation area. The once roaring beasts, upon entering the cultivation zone, experienced the purifying effects of the plants and quieted down, their remaining sanity assuring them of their newfound trust in the humans. This place was far more comfortable than their former cave dwellings. However, several beasts with alarmingly low rationality attempted to wreak havoc within the cultivation area, only to be contained by the defense shield, which prevented them from leaving the designated area. After a series of collisions, they eventually subdued. From downstairs, Su Ruoruo watched through the glass wall as the beasts exhibited their comical antics, unable to suppress her laughter. Such little creatures were quite entertaining. By the afternoon, over 300 feral beasts had been returned, along with the more than 100 previously transported. The cultivation area now housed a total of 550 feral beasts. Congratulations, host. Successfully rescued 550 feral beasts, unlocking the hidden task progress panel for rescuing feral beasts. Current progress for the feral beast rescue task, 551,000,000. Details of the feral beasts, sorted by radiation levels. Green names indicate safety, red indicates danger. Yellow indicates medium risk ID. One name, red golden mouse. Age, 25. Lifespan, 28 years, originally 200 years, now critically endangered due to interstellar radiation. Weight, 10 kilograms malnourished. Identity, warrior of the Azure Star Mouse Clan. Talent, A grade. Ability, metal affinity, proficient in burrowing. Affection for the host, 90. Special status, lifespan gradually recovering due to the influence of purifying plants. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ruoruo immediately accessed the detailed panel for the feral beasts. To her astonishment, among the 550 feral beasts, she recognized 3 that had once been romantically involved with the original host. These beasts had miraculously survived. Furthermore, their affection levels remained at a steady 90. She was but a mere step away from achieving the threshold for a lottery draw. Su Ruoruo remembered the defensive shield rewards granted by Dosiu and Lucius for reaching high affection levels. By nurturing these 3 highly affectionate beasts, she could undoubtedly secure additional lottery opportunities in the future. System. These beasts only had a year left when I traversed here. How are they still alive nearly 2 years later? Host. These particular beast men have had their lifespans extended due to the influence of the unique metals found in the cave. Had you arrived a year later, their demise would have been inevitable. Identifying the names of the 3 feral beast men, Su Ruoruo instructed a daily maintenance robot waiting in the cultivation area to retrieve them. The robot promptly departed to fulfill her command. Approximately 10 minutes later, the robot, guided by the images of the beasts sent by Su Ruoruo, located the 3 creatures. It emerged from the cultivation area, pushing a cart containing 3 beasts confined within metal cages. The 3 feral beasts were a mouse, a rabbit, and a snake, small creatures by nature, and due to prolonged malnutrition, their combined weight barely exceeded 100 pounds. Chapter 214. 3 lottery draws. Upon seeing Su Ruoruo, the beasts felt an inexplicable familiarity, yearning to draw closer to her. They gazed at her with eyes full of longing and hope. Instinctively, they sensed that this human could be their savior. Su Ruoruo approached the cage, deftly unlocking the latch and opening the door, softly urging, "Come out." The 3 beasts cautiously stepped out from the cage, carefully inching closer to Su Ruoruo, nudging their heads toward her in hopes of receiving her affectionate touch. Acquainted with their true identities and aware of their critical radiation status, Su Ruoruo knew they were in dire need of her reassurance. She gently lifted the most adorable rabbit, cradling it in her arms, and allowed it to snuggle against her, fostering an intimate bond. A profound and gentle spiritual energy emanated from Su Ruoruo, causing the radiation levels within the rabbit beast man to plummet dramatically. The initially perilous red radiation value swiftly transformed into a moderate yellow. Through the system panel, Su Ruoruo noted this alteration in the rabbit beastman's condition and exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she selected the emaciated white mouse beastman from among the snake and rat beast men. She already possessed a rat beast husband. The soft fur of the mouse was a comforting contrast to the cold-blooded snake, prompting her instinctive choice of the mouse. The mouse beast man, now calmed, shifted from a high-risk to a medium-risk state. Next, her attention turned to the entirely black snake. The black serpent coiled around, extending its head, its pair of obsidian eyes radiating an intense brilliance. Su Ruoruo endeavored to suppress her fear of hairless creatures, reaching out to stroke the black serpent's head. The serpent responded to her touch, coiling around her arm in a gentle yet firm manner. Su Ruoruo's complexion paled, and she nearly cast the serpent aside. However, she managed to quell her inner trepidation, using her other hand to soothe the black serpent until the system interface indicated a transition to a medium-risk status. At which point she softly instructed the serpent, "All right, you may release me now." Reluctantly, the black serpent unwound itself from her arm and slithered over to lie beside the mouse and rabbit beastmen. These creatures were suffering from malnutrition and were currently in a medium-risk state. Su Ruoruo gazed at them and suddenly recalled the nutrient solution she had crafted to reduce radiation. She retrieved 3 vials and administered one to each beast. The trio, enchanted by her presence, instinctively became docile and quiet, their affinity reaching a value of 90. Without hesitation, they consumed the nutrient solution she provided. The radiation-reducing effects from the bottled spring water invigorated them instantly. Furthermore, the pure energy contained within the solution alleviated their waning muscles slightly. Yet, the 3 beasts still appeared malnourished, a condition resulting from their prolonged ordeal on Mad Beast Island. Su Ruoruo felt a pang of sympathy. Regardless of the circumstances, these creatures bore the brunt of the Empress of the Azure Star's resentment towards her, leading to their current plight. They had been separated from their families, living in constant fear on Mad Beast Star. You will stay with me, she declared, striding toward her residence. Karen silently followed at her side. The three beasts, sensing the dangerous aura radiating from Karen, maintained their distance, trailing behind Su Ruoruo as they returned to the 68th floor together. Upon reaching the kitchen, Su Ruoruo utilized the visual blind spots to retrieve the food she had won from the Blue Star's lottery. The instant noodles, deemed junk food by mothers in Blue Star, served as the perfect sustenance for the three beasts in their current state of malnutrition. It was essential to address their medium-risk radiation levels first before gradually nurturing them back to health. She ignited the stove, preparing braised beef noodles for the three beasts. She arranged 3 identical dog bowls, pouring the cooked noodles into them and presenting them to the creatures.
Dig in.
The three beasts twitched their noses, the purifying aroma of the food bringing them joy. They exhaled over the bowls of braised beef noodles, waiting for the noodles to cool before eagerly devouring them. Su Ruoruo settled onto a nearby sofa, quietly observing them as they ate. Once they had finished, she noticed that the yellow progress bar indicating their medium-risk status had shifted to a pale hue. It was working. It seemed that with a few more meals, they could escape the threat of interstellar radiation. You will stay by my side for the next few days. By the way, you're only allowed in the living room. Do not venture into other areas of the house. Understanding her instructions, they nodded vigorously in response. The snake beast, mouse beast, and rabbit beast immediately bobbed their heads in agreement. Su Ruoruo smiled with satisfaction. These beasts could indeed comprehend her words. All right, follow me to the balcony. With that, she rose and made her way to the balcony, instructing them, choose a spot on the balcony. I will arrange for the robot to prepare pet beds for you shortly. Upon hearing this, the three beasts dashed to the balcony, selecting their preferred resting spots. The weather on Mad Beast Star was splendid, and the balcony basked in ample sunlight. Rays streamed through the glass, illuminating the three beasts as they lounged on the balcony floor, relishing their sunbaths. Observing them as they finished their meal and prepared to rest, Su Ruoruo quietly withdrew from the balcony and instructed the robot, go fetch 3 pet beds from room 77.
Choose sizes according to their physiques.
Understood, master, replied the robot before turning to depart for the beds. Su Ruoruo accessed the detailed panel of the beasts, noting a new prompt on their information interface. Mouse beast, snake beast, rabbit beast, resting. At that moment, the system suddenly erupted in jubilant cheers. Congratulations, host. Successfully increased the affinity with the snake beast, rabbit beast, and mouse beast. Current affinity score, 100 for all 3 beasts. Reward, 3 chances to spin the lucky draw wheel. Her hypothesis had proven correct. It was indeed possible to enhance their affinity through interaction. System, I wish to spin the wheel.
Acknowledged.
Lucky draw initiated. In her mind, the crimson lottery wheel spun rapidly as she silently recited 3 numbers, then shouted, stop. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 1 lucky draw opportunity and received 10 instant teleportation tokens. Not too shabby. The 10 tokens were worth 1 million points. While they paled in comparison to the value of a protective shield, they were indeed a valuable asset for her survival. System, continue with the draws.
All right.
Su Ruoruo called out stop twice more, exhausting her 3 draw opportunities. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 contraceptive pills. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 life extension pills. Regrettably, she still had not drawn the protective shield. Nevertheless, these rewards were all essential items for her. Currently, as she could acquire points through mining metals, she had little desire to bear children. This fortuitously saved her the expense of contraceptive pills. Su Ruoruo retrieved 5 contraceptive pills and swallowed them. Chapter 215, 3rd Level Seeds. Following ingestion, a status bar appeared on her personal information interface. Special effect, contraception. No one. The host will not conceive if cohabiting with male beasts. Note 2. Contraceptive effect countdown, 34 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds. The effects of the contraceptive pill can stack. Host. It is entirely unnecessary for you to consume the contraceptive pill at this moment. Have you forgotten that you're pregnant? A month into her pregnancy, she experienced no symptoms or discomfort, and her abdomen had shown no significant changes. Had it not been for the system's reminder, she might have completely overlooked her condition. It's fine. The contraceptive pills obtained from the lottery didn't cost any points, she reassured herself silently. System, taking the contraceptive pill won't affect the child in my womb.
Right? No.
That's good. Su Ruoruo closed the system panel and tiptoed to the balcony to glance at the slumbering beasts. After a moment, She withdrew her gaze, recalling that there were over 500 similar beasts in the planting area. If she were to visit them and offer her warmth and concern, she might gain a significant amount of affinity. However, the original host had spent 4 years cultivating her relationship with these 3 beasts during university, investing considerable time in flirtation and affectionate greetings to achieve a 90 affinity score. Gaining affinity with these wild beasts would require a substantial amount of time. Sighing, she decided to let them roam freely for now, occasionally engaging to boost their affection at a natural pace. If any of them developed a high affinity, she would keep them close to her, enhancing their bond and obtaining further opportunities for the lottery. Su Ruoruo reopened her system personal information panel, meticulously reviewing the tasks issued by the system. Task 1. Accumulate 100 million points. Reward: Rebirth. The host may freely choose whether to return to Blue Star. Completion: 9. Task 2. Care for younger brothers Su Xingchen. Reward: Ownership of the original body. Completion: 50. Task 3. Within 500 years. Cover all islands on Mad Beast Star with purification plants. Reward: Elevate task rating to S. Randomly select one reward from the personal panel to be permanently fixed. Completion: 0. 000000001. Task 4. Rescue the Mad Beasts scattered across Mad Beast Star. Reward: 1 chance for resurrection. This resurrection can be used personally or transferred to another. Completion: 0000055. Su Ruoruo closed the task interface, quietly contemplating. Task 1 is mandatory, while the latter 3 are optional. First, I must complete Task 1 and maximize its progress. Or, I could still perish. However, thinking from another perspective, I have at least 500 years to live. If I cannot complete the tasks after 500 years, it would still be worthwhile. But what about the children and the handsome beast husband? Su Ruoruo sighed deeply. Task 3 seemed to be mandatory as well. She vigorously shook her head, dispelling the pressure brought on by these 4 tasks. I will do my utmost, and as for what the future holds, I shall take it one step at a time. Half a month later. Stellar calendar. Year 40002, December 30th. Only 1 day remains until the new year. In the first planting area of Mad Beast Star on the 2nd floor, Su Ruoruo, along with several beast husbands and number 77, arrived at the agricultural building to inspect the crops. All the plants had blossomed. This was a promising sign. Master, after the new year, and waiting for a month. These crops will be fully mature, number 77 said with a smile. Listening to number 77's report, Su Ruoruo reached out and picked a yellow flower from the crop area, handing it to Lucius, whispering, "Go outside and see if the radiation level has decreased."
All right.
Lucius leaped down from the semi-enclosed glass wall on the 2nd floor, carefully assessing the radiation impact on the Mad Beast Island. "Ruoruo, I want one too," said Duosiu, gazing at Su Ruoruo with his gentle azure eyes. "Here you go." Su Ruoruo continued to pluck 2 more yellow flowers, handing one to Karen and the other to Duosiu. "You both try as well. Go further away. Out of our home, into the area of the Mad Beast Island forest, where the radiation is highest." Understood. The 3 beast husbands took the purification plant flowers and departed in 3 different directions. Once they left, number 77 continued to report progress to Su Ruoruo. "Master, we have successfully established 2 planting areas on this main island, as per your instructions. The planting areas are spaced 100 acres apart. Would you like to go and see them now?" Su Ruoruo nodded. "Let us go. Oh, and bring the planting robots. We need to assign people to sow the crops in those 2 areas. These crops are extremely precious, so remember, only robots should be involved in the planting. And keep it a secret from the mercenaries at home." "Understood, Master. Please wait for me downstairs while I arrange for the planting robots to gather." Su Ruoruo took the elevator downstairs, sitting in the safety pavilion opposite the fountain to wait. Approximately half an hour later, number 77 drove a large flying vehicle to the fountain square, inviting her aboard. Su Ruoruo sat in the back seat as number 77 commanded the autopilot to navigate to the 2nd planting base. Behind them, 10 flying vehicles followed closely. 3 minutes later, Su Ruoruo and number 77's vehicle halted beside a building constructed at the forest's edge. This building was entirely white, with thick, semi-enclosed bulletproof glass walls. Once the crops matured, they could enter the planting area through the glass walls to harvest the crops. System: activate a defense shield for this building. Understood. Deducting 223 square meters from the host. Number 77, this building is absolutely secure. Arrange for the planting to commence as soon as possible. While speaking, Su Ruoruo spent 1 million points to exchange for seeds for 1 acre of land. This time, she chose garlic seeds. Unlike pumpkins, garlic is small. One can plant a bulb in the soil as a potted plant on the balcony of the living area. These potted plants will help the beasts and beast husbands at home, as well as the young males, resist radiation. In emergencies, they can also be consumed raw to rapidly reduce radiation levels. Will the garlic seeds mature quickly? Su Ruoruo inquired of number 77. Master, they normally take about 90 days. But we can shorten the growth period by increasing fertilizer.
All right.
Su Ruoruo handed the seeds to number 77. Number 77 opened the car door. And suddenly a pair of blue flame devices emerged from beneath him, allowing him to hover in midair. He instructed one of the robots from the convoy to arrange for the nearby planting of these seeds. After briefing the robots, number 77 returned to the vehicle, taking Su Ruoruo to another nearby planting site. After a while, they arrived at another planting area. Su Ruoruo spent another 1 million points to exchange for seeds capable of sowing 1 acre of land. Chapter 216. Recklessness this time, she exchanged for tomato seeds. Number 77 took the seeds and instructed the remaining 30 robots to board the flying vehicle and head to the planting site to sow them. Su Ruoruo and number 77 watched from above as the robots worked. The robots followed the programmed instructions, each sowing a layer of area about 2 square meters in size. One robot managed 10 layers, quickly completing the sowing of all seeds. Once all the seeds were sown, a fine mist of transparent liquid suddenly sprayed from beside the planting area. Master, this is a nutrient solution that promotes plant growth. It will be irrigated periodically, which will shorten the maturation period of the crops. The seeds you provided may mature in less than 3 months. Su Ruoruo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You will oversee the construction of the subsequent planting areas. Immediately come to me for seeds once each planting area is completed. Understood, Master. Let us go home. Su Ruoruo said softly to number 77 as she sat in the vehicle. Number 77 half rose, leaning forward to press the autopilot button. The flying vehicle returned them to the fountain square. Su Ruoruo basked in the sunlight for a while as she strolled across the square. A few minutes later, the 3 beast husbands converged from 3 directions towards Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo seemed to sense their arrival, looking up to see a black, a blue, and a white blur swiftly darting past. In the blink of an eye, the 3 beast husbands appeared before her. Su Ruoruo stood quietly, waiting for their responses. Duosiu asked, Ruoruo, what kind of flower is this? Karen exclaimed, it's incredible. This flower can actually help us resist the radiation on Mad Beast Star. Duosiu added, if the beasts from other planets discover the effects of this flower Ruoruo, we cannot let this information leak. Hearing the differing responses from the 3 beast husbands, Su Ruoruo realized the answer. The leaves of the purification plants possess a certain degree of radiation purification effect. However, this effect is likely time-limited. Su Ruoruo instinctively inquired of the system, how long can these purification flowers resist radiation? The flowers will wither, and the purification effect will disappear. The flowers may exhibit varying degrees of wilting due to weather, temperature, and humidity. This effect can last for 17 days. With the system's response in hand, Su Ruoruo decided to make use of this batch of flowers and leaves first. In the planting area for level 1 crops, there are many potato, pumpkin, and sweet potato leaves. The flowers must be preserved for blooming and bearing fruit, as the plant leaves can be sold to the interstellar beasts. These leaves, containing a bit of vine, wrapped around the roots with nutrient water, can survive for at least 3 days. Placed upon the bedside in one's abode, these plants possess the remarkable ability to autonomously purify the accumulated radiation within the bodies of the feral beasts upon their return home for rest each night. This natural purification is far safer than consuming radiation-blocking pharmaceuticals, devoid of any toxic side effects. A monthly visit to the hospital for feminine purification proves to be exorbitantly priced, exceeding the cost of radiation medications by tenfold. These crops could be valued between the effects of radiation drugs and feminine treatments. However, her current dilemma lies not in the lack of star coins, but rather in the scarcity of rare extraterrestrial metals that can be recycled by the system for points. Thus, these crops shall be exchanged solely for rare metals. Lon, assist me in establishing a trading mall that can engage with the 10 major planets, she requested. Beside her, the entity designated as 77 responded affirmatively, understood. The 3 beast men, overhearing Su Ruoruo's intention to establish a trading mall, exchanged glances. Karen inquired, Ruoruo, what is your plan? Are you intending to sell flowers that possess purification properties? Indeed, she replied. Dorsey voiced his concerns. That is inadvisable. Should it be discovered that these flowers originate from you, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous gazes of other star systems and interstellar pirates. A slight smile graced Su Ruoruo's lips as she retorted, "What is there to fear? If they dare to come and seize them, I shall ensure they return from whence they came." At this juncture, a sudden thought struck her. If these individuals dared to steal, outright elimination would not maximize profits.
System.
Should any outsiders attempt to invade the cultivation area in pursuit of theft or destruction in the future, confine them immediately and notify me. Acknowledged. Defensive shield permissions have been modified. What, do you not trust me? Lucius, observing Su Ruoruo's confident demeanor, refrained from voicing any doubts. He had long been aware of her unique abilities, yet Karen and Dorsey were oblivious to this fact. This secret belonged solely to him and Ruoruo. Lucius, unwavering in his support, smiled and declared, "Ruoruo, I stand behind all your decisions." Karen and Dorsey exchanged puzzled glances at Lucius's response. Surely, he could not be unaware of what these crops signified? Had Lucius lost his senses? This was hardly the moment for blind allegiance to Ruoruo. He should not be speaking recklessly. "Lucius, it's your turn to enlighten them," Su Ruoruo suggested. After contemplation, she decided to reveal some functionality of the defensive shield. Lucius's favorability had already reached its zenith. Their secret was of little consequence now. Having received his rewards, his favorability was at 100 and could not feasibly drop below 90. Karen and Dorsey immediately directed their attention towards Lucius, astonished that he harbored knowledge of secrets unknown to them. Concealing such information was insufferable. Despite his facade of righteousness, he had stealthily garnered Ruoruo's trust. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's request for him to share the secret, Lucius's expression dimmed momentarily. Su Ruoruo, noticing his reaction, swiftly checked his favorability. However, Lucius's favorability remained steadfast at a perfect 100. Excellent. Once favorability is maximized, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the other party to lower it thereafter. "You two enter the pavilion," she commanded. Lucius, contemplating the need to share the secret, suddenly entertained mischievous thoughts. Karen and Dorsey exchanged glances with Su Ruoruo. Seeing no objection from her, they retreated a few steps and entered the pavilion. Their curiosity piqued. They pondered what Lucius and Ruoruo were concocting. "Ruoruo, if they doubt you, punish them well and demonstrate your prowess," Lucius teased, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Ruoruo was fully aware of his scheming intentions.
Sit.
She mentally commanded. The defensive shield, attuned to her directive, immediately compelled Dorsey and Karen to comply. Caught unawares, they plopped down onto the ground. "What is happening?" Dorsey and Karen exclaimed, a row of question marks appearing above their heads. "Spin around." Dorsey and Karen abruptly stood, turning in circles within the safety pavilion. The question marks above their heads swiftly transformed into exclamation marks. Lucius discreetly activated the recording function, capturing the comical spectacle of Dorsey and Karen in that moment. Embrace each other. The two, caught in their dance, halted abruptly, eyes wide in disbelief as they found themselves in an unexpected embrace. Chapter 217. New Year's Eve. They held each other tightly, their faces contorted in distaste. Karen attempted to summon his domain's power to break free from this irresistible command, only to discover in horror that all his beastly energy had seemingly vanished. "What in the world is happening?" "Separate," Su Ruoruo silently commanded. Upon their separation, Karen and Dorsey leapt away, maintaining a cautious distance from each other. This was utterly shocking. They had actually embraced one another. Once they had distanced themselves, they turned to see Lucius laughing heartily at their plight. "It was you." Karen and Dorsey charged at Lucius, their strides quickening as they sought an explanation. "Do not make a scene," Su Ruoruo interjected, halting their advance. "It was not Lucius. Your actions just now were commanded by me." Lucius's laughter faded as he took over the explanation, stating, "This is Ruoruo's unique ability. You may perceive it as a fixed domain power. The cultivation area, these two pavilions, and the living quarters all fall within Ruoruo's domain. Within this realm, she is invincible." Stunned into silence, Karen and Dorsey absorbed Lucius's explanation. Dorsey exclaimed in astonishment, "Ruoruo, what other surprises do you hold that we are unaware of?" Su Ruoruo, of course, would not divulge the existence of her system as an external aid. "This is a newly awakened ability of mine. I am invincible within my domain." Impressive, is it not? Su Ruoruo attributed this extraordinary phenomenon to her innate talents, following Lucius's lead. Karen and the others fell silent. Since arriving on Mad Beast Planet, Ruoruo had grown increasingly enigmatic. The crops capable of purifying high concentrations of interstellar radiation, combined with Ruoruo's formidable powers, left them utterly astounded, especially Karen, whose pride in his Orc King's strength seemed utterly ineffectual within Ruoruo's domain. You three, designate one to tend to the younglings, while the others continue to expand this island. Capture the mad beasts and bring them to the cultivation area. Understood.
All right.
No problem, the three beast men responded in unison. By the way, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Everyone gets a day off. Even the mercenaries shall enjoy 3 days of paid leave. Su Ruoruo was not miserly, though the tasks of planting and island exploration were pressing. She could spare a few days. New Year's Eve was a time for family to gather and enjoy a harmonious reunion dinner.
Lon,
please instruct the robots to prepare for tomorrow's family dinner in advance. Our home is rather cramped. Let us host an open-air reunion dinner at Fountain Square tomorrow night. Understood. 77 acknowledged the new directive before promptly departing to prepare for the family gathering. Do not linger. Each of you return to tend to the younglings. While one should inform the mercenaries of the upcoming schedule, Dorsey stepped forward with a smile. Hurry, it's my turn to accompany Ruoruo today. Karen and Lucius exchanged glances before parting to fulfill their tasks. Come on, accompany me to the cultivation area. Let us feed those mad beasts some treats. Of course. Dorsey draped an arm over Su Ruoruo's shoulders, walking in tandem into the cultivation area. Su Ruoruo retrieved the prepared animal snacks from the system space, distributing them to the mad beasts within the botanical garden. She unwrapped the treats and offered them to the 5 little cats residing on the second floor. The kittens, catching a whiff of the fish jerky-esque aroma, eagerly approached and savored the delectable morsels. Congratulations, host. Black cat number 12345, favorability increased by 5. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Ruoruo and Duosi turned and ascended the stairs to continue enhancing their rapport. After several hours of cultivating connections, they descended to find that time had flown by. Ruoruo, you are with child. Such strenuous tasks should be left to the robots, Duosi gently advised.
Oh,
I have my reasons for this, she replied. Moderate exercise contributes to one's health. Not wanting to press further, Duosi acquiesced to her determination. Let us return, he suggested. Very well, she agreed. Concerned for her well-being, Duosi scooped Su Ruoruo into his arms and, with a few nimble leaps, they arrived at the elevator entrance of the living quarters. The following morning, 2 beast men sprang into action alongside robots and children, constructing a grand outdoor rotating round table capable of seating 100 individuals in the Fountain Square. The children frolicked around the table, their laughter filling the air with joy. Su Ruoruo remained on the 68th floor with Duosi, reveling in the breathtaking scenery of Mad Beast Island until the afternoon. Finally, she donned a fresh outfit and descended with Duosi to enjoy the carousel surrounding the square. As hours passed, a round crimson sun hung low on the peaks. The children, seizing the last rays of sunlight, settled into their seats at the open-air dining chairs. A domestic robot illuminated 4 warm-toned floor lamps near the dining table. Once everyone was seated, the robots approached from afar, trays in hand, to serve an array of delectable dishes onto the grand table. On the adjacent table, the invited caregivers and several mercenary captains gazed in astonishment at the exquisite and aromatic culinary creations being presented by the robots. They had never encountered such visually stunning cuisine in the galaxy, and the tantalizing scents wafted towards them from a distance. Master, would you like to say a few words? Number 77 offered Su Ruoruo a microphone. Clearing her throat, she addressed all those gathered for the New Year's Eve banquet. I feel fortunate to celebrate this New Year's Eve with you all. May everyone enjoy peace and happiness for countless years to come. As she concluded her speech, applause erupted from the children. The caregivers and mercenary captains at the neighboring table joined in the fervent clapping. This mission is splendid. We receive free radiation therapy daily, along with meals and a generous salary. And this feast truly broadens our horizons. Lon, it's time to set off the fireworks, came the prompt from Su Ruoruo. Understood. Master, number 77 replied, clapping his hands. 4 robots brought out specially designed fireworks, placing them 10 meters from the dining table. Once the robots retreated, number 77 activated the ignition switch. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating it with radiant brilliance. With each explosion, the name of a child appeared in the heavens. As the display concluded, the silhouettes of Su Ruoruo and several beast men emerged amidst the fireworks, culminating in a grand family portrait made of pyrotechnics. After the fireworks show, the table was filled with 88 exquisite dishes from Blue Star. "Let us feast," Su Ruoruo exclaimed. At the sound of her voice, the eagerly awaiting caregivers and mercenary captains at the adjacent table seized their chopsticks and dove into the array of dishes before them. The children, accustomed to the delectable offerings from Blue Star, calmly selected their favorite dishes, savoring each bite. A few older children even served food to Su Ruoruo and her parents. Number 77 stood by quietly, unable to partake in the beastman's food, as it would pose a burden to his mechanical constitution. He longed to join the gathering, yet Lon, "Come sit with us," called Su Ruoruo suddenly, surprising number 77, who had been feeling somewhat downcast. "Master, does this mean I am considered family?" he pondered. As Su Ruoruo stood, she pulled him to sit beside Duasu, retrieving a plate of pink pastries from beneath the table and placing it before number 77. "Here, this is specially prepared for you by the children." After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite. It bore no flavor, for robots lack taste. However, upon swallowing it, an electric jolt coursed through him. Pure energy. "Uncle Lon, is it delicious? This is a custom-made strawberry battery cake, just for you." The children cheered. "Happy New Year, Uncle Lon." Number 77's internal circuits surged with warmth, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. He was cherished, needed by both his master and the children. "And to you all, a joyous New Year," he replied, his voice filled with sincerity. "Haha, Uncle Lon is so adorable." His voice is quite peculiar, reminiscent of the charming sounds from the Star Network. Number 77 blinked, speechless. Su Ruoruo cleared her throat. "Let us not tease Uncle Lon. He is merely a robot. His voice is randomized." "All right," a child replied. "But Mom, that's odd. The other robots at home all have the same voice, and Uncle Lon is different." Noticing the child speaking, Su Ruoruo shot her a warning glance. "Swallow your food before you speak." Sensing the shift in Su Ruoruo's demeanor, the other children quickly lowered their heads, ceasing the playful banter about number 77's voice. Phew, that was close. If the children discovered her fondness for number 77's voice, her serious maternal image would be shattered. As the dinner progressed, an unexpected interruption occurred. Suddenly, the star rings of Lucius, Kaylin, and Duasu chimed simultaneously, 3 pale blue pop-up windows appearing. Curiously, Su Ruoruo noticed similar pop-ups before the mercenary captains at the next table. "What is happening?" she inquired, turning to Duasu. "What is it?
Who is calling?"
Duasu glanced at Su Ruoruo, seemingly hesitant to speak. Lucius, sensing his discomfort, answered. "It's the current Empress of Blue Star, Doria."
"Oh.
"Your sister seems quite concerned for you. It's New Year's Eve, answer it. There's no need to mind me." Furrowing his brow, Duasu murmured, "Ruoruo," just as he finished speaking. The star rings of the 3 beast men displayed a notification. "Countdown 3 seconds. The call will automatically connect to the interstellar announcement." The 3 pale blue screens began their countdown. As it concluded, Su Ruoruo beheld 2 distinct faces materializing on the screens. On Lucius and Duasu's screens appeared a youthful Doria, adorned in opulent golden empress attire, exuding an air of authority and regality. Conversely, Kaylin's screen showcased the current Empress of Black Star, also clad in golden imperial garb, though her attire bore the emblem of Black Star embroidered upon the chest, while Doria's displayed the interstellar universal text for Blue Star. As Su Ruoruo remained momentarily stunned, the screens emitted the one-sided voice of the Empress. Doria's tone, distinct from that of the Black Star Empress, resonated across the open square. "Dear interstellar citizens, the annual New Year's Eve has arrived, and I wish all Beastman warriors a happy new year. After the new year, the insectoid race will enter their most vulnerable hibernation season, presenting us with an opportune moment to strike. On this auspicious occasion, I hereby summon all Diamond-tier Beastmen from Black Star and Blue Star to join the impending insectoid extermination campaign. I must emphasize once more, any male attempting to evade enlistment will be placed on the female treatment blacklist for 3 consecutive years. Evasion of the annual Zerg extermination operation will result in the forfeiture of 1 citizenship as a star citizen. This extermination campaign will span a month. Should the operation proceed smoothly, all Orc warriors will be exempt from participating in the Zerg missions next year. The specific regulations regarding the extermination have been dispatched to each individual's email. Please take care to review them. Finally, I wish everyone a joyous new year." The words of the Black Star Empress and the Azure Star Empress echoed in unison. Once they had recited this passage verbatim, the pale blue screen automatically disconnected.
"An extermination va?" What is that?
Su and I Chong inquired curiously of the Lucius beside her. I know. Su Ruoruo and the little one from Karen raised their hands in unison. Please elaborate. The robust little one stood up, addressing his siblings with the authority of a miniature adult. This is a compulsory course for every male born. All males must participate in the Zerg extermination operation once a year upon reaching adulthood. This operation lasts for a month, during which each male beast, whether alone or in a team, must eliminate a sufficient number of Zerg to be recorded in the star ring to complete the task. Depending on the strength of the male, the required number of Zerg to be slain varies. For instance, a male of fatherly strength must eliminate 100,000 Zerg to fulfill the task. As for our second and third fathers, with their average abilities, they only need to slay 10,000 repulsive Zerg to be deemed qualified. Should a male beast refuse to partake in the extermination mission initiated by the 10 Stellar Alliance, they must wait until the operation concludes and then choose any time within the year to enter the Zerg black hole to undertake the task of hunting Zerg. However, missing the Zerg's hibernation period and foregoing their weakest time for hunting would significantly increase the difficulty. Participating in the Zerg extermination mission each year to protect our homeland is an obligation every male orc must fulfill. Naturally, orcs whose strength falls below the diamond level are exempt from the extermination task, but are required to join the logistical support team, responsible for treating injured male beasts and other logistical duties. Chapter 219. Departure. Upon hearing the robust little one's explanation, Su Ruoruo immediately grasped the situation. I've heard that the Zerg are quite wicked and terrifying. They are hideous and possess formidable reproductive capabilities. It will be dangerous for our fathers to go. I don't want our fathers to partake in this extermination war. Please don't go, Daddy, don't go. The female little ones gazed tearfully at their fathers upon hearing the robust little one's words. Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow, scanning the children. Silence. The children promptly sealed their lips at her stern expression. Mother is quite fearsome. If we continue to make noise, she might impose a terrifying 24-hour silence ban on us. Su Ruoruo turned back to Karen and inquired if he could abstain. Karen shook his head resolutely. Ruoruo, I am the Beast Emperor among the Black Star Orcs. I am of the utmost strength. If I lead by example in avoiding battle, it would dishearten all Black Star Orc warriors. I must participate in the annual Zerg extermination mission. Su Ruoruo turned her gaze toward Lucius. What about you? The repugnant Zerg make me nauseous. I have no desire to participate. You scoffed and mocked. Lucius, in previous years, my mother provided you with a passage through the inner circle, allowing you to handle the logistics and treatment duties. This year, without my mother's support, your status as a Beast King means that if you fail to show up by the deadline and choose to avoid battle, you will be listed among the deserters of Azure Star. Lucius shrugged, expressing indifference. Deserter or not, I couldn't care less. If the children do not wish for me to go, then I shall not. What a pity it would be for your radiant gift, which is a natural bane to the Zerg, to go unutilized on the battlefield. You lamented with a look of regret. Lucius surveyed the children and sighed. If I go to battle, what will happen to the children and Ruoruo? Who will protect her? Having experienced multiple thefts, Lucius instinctively hesitated to leave Su Ruoruo. He harbored an ominous premonition that should he depart, upon his return, an inexplicable beast husband might once again be by her side. Karen remained silent, contemplating, observing Ruoruo and the children. He yearned to refuse participation in next year's winter hunt plan. However, if they did not strike hard against the Zerg in winter, by spring, these grotesque creatures would have proliferated extensively. Under the command of the Zerg, they would cross the Zerg black hole and descend upon Black Star and Pluto. Once Black Star and Pluto are invaded, it would merely be a matter of time before the remaining 8 stars fell under the control of the Zerg. You glanced at Lucius, resigned, and said to Su Ruoruo, Ruoruo, I must participate. As the third prince of Azure Star, I have chosen to forsake all matters of Azure Star to accompany you and the children here on Black Star. However, for this winter hunt plan, I must take part. The children widened their eyes, scanning their fathers' faces in earnest. Su Ruoruo's gaze swept over the faces of the beast husbands. Combating the Zerg is a shared responsibility. Lucius, team up with them. It would be good to have someone looking out for you. Oh, and if you discover any of the medals listed, remember to bring them back for me. As she spoke, Su Ruoruo sent each of the 3 beast husbands a list of rare metals for recycling in exchange for points obtained from the system. Lucius looked perplexed. Being by Ruoruo's side should bring her joy. Why was she urging him to confront the Zerg? Su Ruoruo patted Lucius's shoulder and said earnestly, "Your radiant gift is incredibly rare and immensely beneficial to injured warriors. Your participation will significantly bolster our star citizen strength. Protecting our homeland is a collective duty. As for the children's safety, there is no need for concern. Our home is fortified with a defensive shield." The children remained silent, their expressions solemn. Yet, tears brimmed in their eyes, seemingly reflecting their deep worries about their fathers participating in the battle against the Zerg. Clearing her throat, Su Ruoruo addressed the children and the beast husbands. "All right, continue eating. Do not sit there in a daze." The three beast husbands and the children, upon receiving this sudden news, lost all appetite. At the adjacent table, the mercenary captains bore no psychological burden. They undertook these tasks for the sake of their own children and females, driven by the prospect of lucrative compensation on B-Star. The winter hunt plan was perilous. Yet for them, it represented a rare opportunity for financial gain, occurring only once a year. Inside the Zerg territory, remnants of alien civilizations were scattered everywhere, comprising numerous rare herbs, precious metals, and high-grade beast meats unattainable from the 10 stellar systems of the galaxy. They indulged in a feast of delightful dishes. After several minutes, under Su Ruoruo's influence, the family reached a consensus to appoint Karen as the captain, with Lucius and Yu as his aides, to participate together in the winter hunt against the Zerg after the new year. Following a brief period of adjustment, the family's emotions gradually stabilized. As the New Year's Eve banquet concluded, Su Ruoruo called Lucius aside to their room to continue her persuasive efforts. Karen and Yu took the children back to explain various queries regarding the Zerg. The work robot, under the silent command of Unit 77, commenced the cleanup following the banquet. Su Ruoruo returned to the 68th floor, taking Lucius's hand and seating him. "Lucius, do you resent me for pressuring you into doing something you are unwilling to do?" "Ruoruo, whatever you ask of me, I will gladly oblige. How could I ever refuse?" With those words, Su Ruoruo felt reassured. "I wish for you to go because I have a significant task to entrust to you. My brother has recently reached adulthood, and his strength is just at the diamond level. According to regulations, he will likely be assigned to the extermination task. Star Chun is very important to me, and I hope that when you participate in the extermination mission, you will find him and team up with him." Upon hearing this, Lucius suddenly appeared to comprehend the situation. His healing abilities were exceptional. Ruoruo was evidently concerned about her brother, Su Xingqian. "Rest assured, my dear Ruoruo, I shall safeguard Xingqian with utmost diligence." Lucius gazed deeply into Su Ruoruo's eyes, his arms outstretched as he enveloped her in a warm embrace.
Su Ruoruo,
momentarily taken aback, allowed herself to be held tightly. "Very well, Ruoruo. Wait for my return at home." "Understood." As Lucius released her, he rose to depart. Suddenly, Su Ruoruo recalled something and called out to him. "Wait." She remembered that food from Blue Star had excellent radiation-dampening properties for the beasts. It was rumored that the climate in the alien domains was treacherous, with radiation levels exceeding those of Mad Beast Star, which was not favorable news for the male beasts. Chapter 220. A refreshing splash of cold water. Su Ruoruo retrieved 3 boxes of mineral water she had drawn from the system, placing them at her feet. These 3 boxes of mineral water, when you detect excessive radiation, should be opened and mixed with interstellar pure water to effectively eliminate the radiation. Remember, it is imperative to mix interstellar pure water with these bottled waters to achieve the purification effect. There was no need to be stingy with her beast husband. Having never ventured into the alien domains, she was unaware of the specific radiation levels there. However, through the star network, she learned that radiation levels varied across the alien territories. Some areas were extremely high in radiation, while others were comparable to Mad Beast Star. All she could do was provide each beast husband with a box of this miraculous Blue Star mineral water, which might offer them some assistance in critical moments. Lucius lifted the boxes of mineral water and replied gently, "Ruoruo, I will remember this." "Yes. Take it with you and distribute 1 box each to Kalen and Duoshu." "Understood." Lucius did not question the extraordinary nature of the items Su Ruoruo presented or her ability to conjure things from thin air. It was no surprise that Ruoruo, renowned as a master chef on Blue Star, could create food with purifying properties. As for her ability to produce items from nowhere, that too was not astonishing. After all, she had previously conjured a talisman and vanished before their eyes. With her awakening of the invincible domain power, his heart, long since accustomed to awe, would not falter even if she claimed to be a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Lucius, his figure tall and striking, exited the door carrying the stacked boxes of mineral water. Just as he departed, Unit 77 returned. Observing the concern in Su Ruoruo's eyes, it immediately reassured her. Master, are you worried about your beast husband's participation in the winter hunt?
Yes.
There is no need for excessive worry. According to my data analysis, Kalen has fought against the insect tribe for many years without a single defeat. Lu Xiaoxi's light-based abilities are particularly effective against the insect toxins and, united, they shall undoubtedly prevail against the insect tribe. You are right, there is nothing to worry about. If they do not participate this year, they will certainly partake next year. Their involvement in the insect hunting mission will become an annual norm. It is good that you can think this way. Unit 77 smiled. Su Ruoruo returned a faint smile to Unit 77 and turned to sit on the sofa, falling into deep contemplation. Her directive for Lu Xiaoxi to go was, in truth, motivated by personal interest. The system's tasks were compulsory. Within the alien domain, there lay rare metals she desired. Su Xingchen must participate in this mission. He cannot perish. The hidden task remained incomplete, and if Su Xingchen were to die, the value of this body worth 10 billion points would be a tremendous loss. While she indeed worried for the safety of the four men, her greater concern was the potential failure of the task, which could endanger her own life. Without points, advancing subsequent planting missions would be exceedingly difficult. If that were to happen, the entire beast world would face annihilation. This was an outcome she desperately wished to avoid. Master, the trade shop between Mad Beast Star and the alien planets that you requested has been activated. Would you like to take a look now?
Su Ruoruo,
Collecting her thoughts and setting aside her worries for the future, replied, let us see. Unit 77 promptly activated the star ring, projecting a three-dimensional image of a simulated small planet resembling Mad Beast Star. He clicked on the blue-themed planet, revealing a bold text, Welcome to the Mad Beast Star Interstellar Trade Mall. Following this was an interface reminiscent of a blue star shopping mall, albeit devoid of any products at present. Based on big data analytics, the insect extermination operation will accumulate over 3 days. During this time, we can sell the special effects provided by the crops from the planting area. On the eve of battle, all items and potions beneficial to mental energy, as well as food, will become highly sought after. Hearing Unit 77's prompt, Su Ruoruo nodded gently and instructed. Arrange for the robots to harvest some of the crop leaves without damaging the yield, preserving them in nutrient solution for sale. Understood, Master. Unit 77 quickly sent commands to the awaiting robots. The robots, having just finished cleaning the fountain square, received the orders and promptly set off to the crop area to gather the leaves. Lan, once your developed mall lists products, will they be visible to the beasts? There is no need for concern, Master. After products are listed, they will be transported to the delivery stations by the transport robots I dispatched. Once the deliveries reach the stations, there will be personnel to inspect and store our goods, marking them as qualified. At that time, the Trade Alliance will notify us of the quantity of qualified products, and we can price them accordingly. Once the products are listed, the male beasts searching for mental relief items within the Interstellar Trade Alliance will discover our offerings at the first opportunity. That is splendid. Su Ruoruo felt increasingly satisfied with Unit 77. Whatever she wished to accomplish, Unit 77 could swiftly respond and execute her wishes, always considering the details comprehensively, leaving her with no worries. Master, I will oversee the robot's work. Once the products are successfully listed, I will report back to you with the results.
all right.
Su Ruoruo stood to see Unit 77 out. Though she felt immense gratitude towards him, she was at a loss as to how to express it. She had purchased numerous energy chips for Unit 77, sufficient for him to last several hundred or even 1,000 years.
System.
What should I do to express my thanks to Unit 77 for all his assistance? Host, I suggest you temper your overwhelming gratitude. Your beast husbands are destined to be mere passers-by. This robot, even less than your beast husbands, is a product of artificial intelligence synthesis. He lacks flesh and blood and cannot be considered human. I feel that Unit 77 is quite different from ordinary robots. He can perceive my emotions and observes intricately, accomplishing tasks that many beasts cannot. That is only natural. Unit 77 hails from an alien civilization where AI robotics are at least 5,000 years ahead of our galactic technology. During the glorious era of the alien domains, even a single robot could exhibit the capabilities displayed by Unit 77.
Su Ruoruo frowned slightly.
The system was indeed a cold splash of water. You need not do anything. He will be grateful to you regardless. Chapter 221. I have no concept of money. You have provided him with the energy he relies upon for survival, facilitating the auction of alien mecha scraps he favors. He is already quite pleased. Host, to ensure you maintain a clear mind, please recite the following 3 phrases 3 times each morning and evening. 1. They are all mere tools. 2. Robots lack emotions. They are just piles of scrap metal. Love is precious, yet freedom is even more so. For the sake of life, both may be forsaken. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo immediately felt compelled to express her dissent. However, she restrained herself. She felt unqualified to voice such sentiments. Long before she had assimilated into this world, undertaking numerous incredulous and reckless actions to survive, she had already forfeited that right. The system was indeed correct. It was cold-blooded, brutally honest, yet undeniably real. For the sake of life, both may be forsaken. Su Ruoruo bitterly smiled at the realization of her own selfishness. How could she even entertain such notions? Host, please act swiftly. The Frenzied Beast Star Marketplace requires a rare metal acquisition notice. Understood. Su Ruoruo accessed her personal interface within the star ring, revealing an updated blue planet emblem of Frenzied Beast Star. The blue orb was adorned with swirling golden spots that interconnected to form and shape. The yellow regions represented the island distributions of Frenzied Beast Star. The simulated planet bore a striking resemblance to Earth's globe, yet this simulation was even more vivid when magnified. Upon clicking the planet emblem, she entered the marketplace interface. On her main personal information page, a golden emblem indicated her status as the owner of the Frenzied Beast Star Marketplace. She accessed this emblem and discovered she possessed full privileges within the marketplace. Su Ruoruo located a listing demonstration, and by the end of the 30-second presentation, she comprehended how to list and procure trading goods. System. What is the current star coin price for recycling metals? According to our scans, there are 7 types of metals available for recycling in this star region. Each pound of metal can yield a minimum of 100 points, with higher metal content resulting in additional points. The current interstellar recycling price is approximately 500,000 star coins per pound for rare metals. I suggest the host price it at 500,000 star coins per pound. Agreed. Su Ruoruo promptly set the price and listed the acquisition notice. High-price metal recycling, 500,000 star coins per pound. After publishing the recycling information, Su Ruoruo retrieved the names and images of the metals sent by the system, uploading them to the detailed product recycling interface. Just as she finalized the listing, a new section appeared within the Galactic Star Alliance Marketplace. The 11th Stellar Trade Center, Frenzied Beast Star, had manifested. Thanks to the overwhelming advertising efforts of Section 77, countless beastmen from the top 10 stellar planets of the galaxy encountered this procurement message. Many, intrigued by the star's recycling prices, clicked to investigate. Upon observation, they found the recycling prices for Su Ruoruo's metals to be quite favorable, topping the market for that category of metals. Hence, they eagerly began to exchange their corresponding metals, ranging from a few grams to over 20 grams. As they placed orders and requested exchanges, the star ring's built-in scanning and weighing feature provided detailed information and estimated weights of the metals. Orders that met the procurement standards were verified and collected by interstellar couriers dispatched by the Star Alliance, who would subsequently deliver the items to Frenzied Beast Star. Previously, Frenzied Beast Star had merely served as a refuse dump for frenzied beasts, lacking any courier stations. However, under Su Ruoruo's directive, Section 77 urgently established a station for the Star Alliance on Frenzied Beast Star. Naturally, the Star Alliance was reluctant to station personnel there due to the high radiation levels. Nevertheless, upon Section 77's enticing offer of double transport fees, they consented to open this transportation route. However, they imposed a stringent condition: they would only handle transportation, while the station's personnel would remain unaccountable for direct engagements. The Star Alliance's powerful beastmen were unwilling to undertake business on Frenzied Beast Star due to the excessive radiation. Believing that hiring beastmen would not be cost-effective, Section 77 procured a batch of artificial intelligence robots to manage the delivery tasks. Given that Frenzied Beast Star housed only one family, there was no need for a multitude of helpers to resolve delivery disputes. 300 to 500 robots would suffice to handle the tasks assigned by their master. Within mere minutes, Su Ruoruo was astonished to discover that the quantity of submitted rare metals had surged to an astounding 10 tons. The galaxy's population was vast, with exchanges of merely a few grams here and there rapidly accumulating to 10 tons. 1 ton equaled 2,000 pounds. Each pound earned 100 points, resulting in 1 ton yielding 200,000 points. Thus, 10 tons would equate to 20 million points. This meant that upon the arrival of these metals at Frenzied Beast Star and their submission to the system, she would quickly accrue a reward of 2 million points.
Oh my.
At this rate, obtaining 100 million points may not be as arduous as I initially thought. Su Ruoruo gazed passionately at the back-end data of the marketplace procurement, her joy nearly propelling her to leap with excitement. After observing the continual rise in metal procurement figures for a while, she closed the marketplace panel.
System.
With my current star coin reserves, will recycling metals yield enough for 100 million points? Indeed. To recycle metals for 100 million points, the host will require 500 billion star coins. Currently, the host's star coin account balance stands at approximately 10 trillion. How much is 10 trillion in billions?
Su Ruoruo instinctively inquired.
As someone who had struggled with mathematics since middle school, the term trillion left her bewildered. 1 trillion equals 1,000 billion. Thus, 10 trillion equals 10,000 billion. So, if I purchase 100 million metals, I will still have 500 billion star coins remaining. Indeed. Su Ruoruo reopened the recycling backend, setting the total amount for recycling star coins at 5 trillion. Without this setting, given the current rate of metal submissions, she feared she might not be able to procure the necessary star coins to purchase these metals. Of course, her concerns were unwarranted. Once she became the owner of the 11th stellar planet, the Star Alliance had already assessed her bank balance of star coins and her assets on other planets. The Alliance would not permit her to issue a blank check exceeding 1 trillion star coins. Why 200? 1 trillion star coins instead of merely 1 trillion? This was due to Frenzied Beast Star. When Su Ruoruo initially acquired the star, she had casually declared a price of 200 trillion star coins. Unfamiliar with the magnitude of such a number, she merely understood that Kaylin was exceedingly wealthy, with many zeros following the star coins in their shared account. Chapter 222, listing purified green leaves thus. With that casual remark, she had inadvertently depleted 99 of Kaylin's fortune. While Su Ruoruo remained unaware of this, the Star Alliance was certainly cognizant. Yet, even if she had known, it would not have concerned her greatly, for earning star coins was exceedingly simple for her. Spending a few hundred points could secure culinary recipes from the system, which she could then sell to the indigenous peoples of the galaxy, accumulating substantial points. For her, star coins were merely a means to an end. System, I have a query. Ask away. Once I obtain 100 million points and complete Task 1, will I be able to withdraw and utilize these points? Upon completion of the task and submission, the points will be locked, rendering them unusable.
Alright. Su Ruoruo pouted.
Contemplating to herself, I should gather more points. They can accomplish so much. Lan was already organizing matters. Soon, she would be able to exchange plant leaves for star coins, and then use those star coins to recycle metals for points. The purification leaves were a highly sought-after commodity among the numerous beast men in the galaxy. The cycle of exchanging leaves for star coins, then star coins for metals, and finally metals for seeds to cultivate and sell would generate a bountiful profit, a perfect loop. Concluding her dialogue with the system, Su Ruoruo stood, stretched, and entered the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her routine, she noticed that Dorsey had yet to return. Thus, she tucked herself under the covers and settled in for the night. In the early hours of the morning, Dorsey returned to the 68th floor with Lucius and Karen. They treaded softly to the master bedroom and beheld Su Ruoruo sleeping peacefully. The trio refrained from disturbing her. Instead, they indulged in a fleeting glance at her angelic visage, reminiscent of a doll, before quietly retreating from the master suite. Seated in the living room, they engaged in hushed discussions regarding the winter hunt plan set for 3 days hence. Karen remarked, "Those 300 individuals have also been summoned. I have found them manageable during this period. Shall we bring them along?" Dorsey nodded in agreement. "I concur." Lucius added, "I have no objections. You may decide." "Very well. This time it shall be the 3 of us, accompanied by those 300 mercenaries, to explore the alien realms," Karen whispered.
Lucius interjected, "No.
We must include one more person."
Who?
Ruoruo's brother, Su Xingchen. Ruoruo entrusted me with the duty of ensuring his safety. Our primary objective in this expedition is to complete our mission without delving deep into the insectoid lair. We must protect Su Xingchen, should he sustain any injuries. Ruoruo would be disheartened. Karen inquired, "Is this Ruoruo's wish?" "Indeed." "Very well. Let us conclude our discussions for today. You have all seen Ruoruo. Now, you may return," Dorsey gently urged. Yet, Karen and Lucius remained rooted in their spots, reluctant to depart. With only 3 days remaining until the winter hunt, it was inconceivable for them to allow Ruoruo to be monopolized. Precisely, Dorsiu noted their unified stance, conceding reluctantly, aware that he could not best Karen in a confrontation. He feared that awakening Ruoruo would disrupt her rest. "All right, you may stay, but only in the living room," Dorsiu declared before retreating to the master suite to wash up and lie beside Su Ruoruo. Sensing the presence beside her, Su Ruoruo instinctively clung to him, finding a comfortable nook against Dorsiu's chest, and resumed her slumber. The following morning, Su Ruoruo, under the watchful eyes of Lucius and the others, finished her breakfast. Number 77 arrived punctually, reporting to Su Ruoruo about the tasks she had delegated the previous day. "Mistress, the first batch of purification leaves has been packaged. Please inspect and name this product." Su Ruoruo observed the leaves, complete with a segment of root submerged in a transparent box filled with nutrient solution. Beside the box, the efficacy and usage instructions for the leaves were marked. "Let us call it purification green leaf." "Very well," she continued. "Please arrange for it to be listed." "Understood." Number 77 raised her wrist, tapped the star ring, and scanned the information of purification green leaf for listing. "Mistress, please rest. I shall instruct the team to transport this batch of green leaves to the Interstellar Commerce Alliance's storage center. Once purchased, the warehouse shall expedite delivery to the customers." "Very well." Number 77 maintained her focus and departed. "Ruoruo, let us descend to play with the children." Dorsia's cool yet warm voice prompted Su Ruoruo to turn her head. Lucius and Karen rose as well, standing beside her, their gazes gentle. "Let us go." Su Ruoruo led the way, flanked by 3 handsome faces of varying styles. The trio descended, accompanying the children to frolic in the fountain park below. The children, aware that several of their fathers were soon to embark on a journey, clung to them, chattering with concern. As Su Ruoruo's pregnancy progressed, her belly began to round. The beast men were reluctant to let her exert herself, advising her to sit in a comfortable outdoor lounge chair, sipping tea, and enjoying the view. After a while of observing the children and the beastmen's interactions, Su Ruoruo redirected her gaze to check the data notifications from the star ring regarding purification green leaf. The product interface was still under review, indicating pending inspection for storage. The distance from Mad Beast Star to Azure Star was the shortest, requiring approximately 2 hours of travel. Su Ruoruo set an alarm, intending to check back in 2 hours. Meanwhile, Number 77 efficiently directed the robots to board the spacecraft, transporting the freshly harvested purification green leaves to the Interstellar Commerce Alliance's storage center. In the afternoon, the children, having played to exhaustion, returned to their respective rooms for a nap. Su Ruoruo gathered with several beastmen in the living room to play mahjong. With 3 beastmen intentionally allowing her to win, Su Ruoruo triumphed spectacularly. They wagered on labels for each game lost. One could randomly draw a label to affix to the forehead or body of the opponent, such as "I am a fool," "dummy," or "simpleton." Hours slipped by unnoticed. Su Ruoruo remained label-free while the 3 beastmen bore an array of comical tags. When Su Ruoruo finally emerged from her victorious reverie, she realized that the beastmen had been deliberately letting her win. Enraged, she admonished them, "No more letting me win. It's far too tedious." Just as her words faded, a series of notifications chimed from her wrist star ring, interrupting her thoughts. She laid down her mahjong tiles and tapped the star ring to check. Purification Greenleaf had officially launched. The evaluation results were exceedingly high, with the purification effect rated at S level. The purification effect provided by the leaves could rival that of S-level females' mental fortitude. Chapter 223. Mama, why aren't you lying down? Upon passing the tests, the detailed information for Purification Greenleaf was as follows. Name: S. Purification Greenleaf. Ingredients: root leaves from Mad Beast Star, pumpkin, sweet potato, potato. Efficacy 1. When worn, it can gradually and continuously reduce internal interstellar radiation. Efficacy 2. Direct consumption of the green leaves rapidly decreases internal radiation, achieving a thorough elimination of radiation levels. Validity period: 17 days, subject to temperature and storage conditions. Selling price: 100,000 star coins. Batch of green leaves. Batch 1. Current validity period: from star calendar year 3. Month 1. Day 1 to year 3, month 1, day 7. With the impending winter hunt plan causing distress among the beastmen, the discovery of Purification Greenleaf sent ripples of excitement through them. Countless males collaborated and rushed to purchase the purification leaves. Each male visits the hospital monthly for reassurance, with costs varying based on their rank. On average, each male spends a third of their monthly salary on treatment for the mental turmoil caused by excessive radiation. The effects of purification leaves reached S level. The S-level purification effect could treat the interstellar radiation within a Beast King. The annual salary of a Beast King is approximately 1,001,000 star coins. If a Beast King remains unmarried, lacking a female to provide mental reassurance, their monthly expenditure on radiation treatment can soar to 3 million star coins. Now, with the emergence of this miraculous purification green leaf, for merely 100,000 star coins, one can attain a purification effect equivalent to that of an S-level female. Moreover, this purification effect is sustained for a full 24 hours. The mental fortitude of S-level females is limited in duration and frequency. They can only reassure a maximum of 10 Beast Kings daily before their mental energy wanes, necessitating time for gradual recovery. Furthermore, S-level females would never accompany them into the perilous alien realms for combat. In the event of encountering areas with high radiation in alien territories, timely medical assistance would be unattainable. Purification leaves are conveniently portable, although their efficacy lasts only 7 days. They offer exceptional value. Multiple males band together to purchase and utilize purification green leaves, significantly reducing the star coins each needs to spend compared to a hospital visit. If they store these purification-capable leaves in a preservation box, retrieving and consuming them in critical moments will yield immediate radiation reduction effects. Thurin, what is the matter? Lucius inquired with concern upon hearing the incessant notifications from her star ring. Su Ruoruo looked up, her eyes alight with joy. Look. This is the marketplace Lon has helped me establish. He assisted me in activating the interstellar trade feature, showcasing special purification blades. The blades are being snatched up at an astonishing pace. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's response, her 3 beast men approached, eager to ascertain the situation. Su Ruoruo shared the information from the star ring, and a massive blue screen projected into the air. Lucius and the others observed the inventory numbers on the marketplace page, vanishing at the speed of light. The 100,000 blades that number 77 had instructed the robots to harvest last night were, right before their eyes, swiftly sold out.
100,000 star coins each?
That price is too low, Lucius murmured. Indeed, the value of these blades far exceeds 100,000 star coins, Kalen concurred. They had all experienced the purification effects of the blades. The radiation pollution of the Mad Beast planet, for times as intense, could be cleansed while carried on their person. Moreover, this effect is enduring. Su Ruoruo shrugged indifferently. This is merely a lure to attract more males. The subsequent development of superior products will yield the profits. Furthermore, in 2 days, you shall gather to participate in the winter hunt plan. These purification blades will enhance the combat capabilities of the orcs. Their strength and prowess will indirectly assist you, making your struggle against the insectoids considerably easier. I do not wish for you to suffer injuries. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, Kalen, Lucius, and Dorsey were taken aback. Ruoruo's actions were genuinely for their safety. She willingly relinquished the temptation of earning star coins solely for their well-being. The beast men felt a lump in their throats, deeply moved. All right, continue to accompany me in playing mahjong, but this time, do not go easy on me, Su Ruoruo said as she returned to the mahjong table. Kalen and the others promptly resumed their seats, diligently engaging in the game with her. In this round, they did not hold back. The match was lively, with each side making notable plays, resulting in a balanced contest. Su Ruoruo played with great joy. Seeing her smile, their spirits lifted alongside hers. They cared not for victory or defeat. As long as Ruoruo was happy, they too were content. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The family finished dinner, watched a bit of a 10D movie, and went to bed early. 2 days later, the family faced the moment of parting. Su Ruoruo and the children gazed longingly at the retreating figures of Kalen and the others, their hearts filled with reluctance. Yet, they understood that farewells paved the way for better reunions. Su Ruoruo and the children raised their hands, waving goodbye to the starship floating in the sky. It was not until the starship vanished into the thick clouds that they returned to their senses. All right, little ones, disperse now. As her words fell, the waiting caregivers approached, each taking a child to lead them into the classroom for study. In the past 2 days, Lucius and the others had spent time playing with the children, causing a delay in their studies. Today, they would put in extra hours to allow the caregivers to help the children catch up. Although the children were reluctant, they had no choice. One female child, pouting, pushed away the caregiver and ran over to tug at Su Ruoruo's skirt, asking in confusion, "Mother, we are so wealthy now, possessing an entire planet. We are precious females, our mental power surpassing countless females in the galaxy. Why can't we just relax and enjoy? Why must we still study these tedious theoretical subjects every day?" Su Ruoruo recognized her name through the badge on her wrist. Su Xiaolan.
Xiaolan.
You must understand that everything we possess is the result of hard work from your fathers and myself. If we only seek pleasure without striving to learn, all of this will eventually vanish. Moreover, acquiring knowledge enables you to better understand this world and become even more exceptional. Only through continuous learning and progress can we truly enjoy life. Xiaolan nodded, somewhat understanding yet still reluctant, and followed the caregiver into the classroom. Su Ruoruo watched the children's figures depart, her heart filled with myriad emotions. While the female children wished to take it easy, did she not also long for that? Chapter 224. The ultimate marketplace. The little ones were so young. If they grew accustomed to a life of ease without a goal or direction, what difference would there be between their existence and that of a parasite? While the children were still impressionable, they could be guided to learn as much as possible. If they were to discover in the future that she had amassed enough wealth for them to last 3 lifetimes, they would be even less inclined to strive. Su Ruoruo stood in the square, watching the children leave. Number 77 quietly stood guard beside her. It was not until Su Ruoruo turned her gaze toward him that he spoke. "Master, the first batch of purification green leaves has been sold out, generating a total sales revenue of 10 billion star coins. As you are the planetary lord of the Mad Beast planet, there are currently no tax regulations in place. So this 10 billion star coins entirely belongs to your personal assets."
Oh.
Such benefits exist. Su Ruoruo recalled how back on Azure Star, selling recipes required her to pay a 50 personal tax. "Master, the 10 billion star coins have been transferred to your business account. All future earnings from the planet will also be deposited into this account." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo opened her personal account to find a category labeled business account. There, her current star coin balance displayed 10 billion. She glanced at it without much surprise. Once, money had held great significance for her, but now, it was merely a number. "What about the batch of metals I recovered?" Number 77 respectfully replied, "It has arrived and is stored in the warehouse. Let us proceed to the warehouse."
Certainly.
Su Ruoruo and number 77 boarded the flying vehicle parked at the fountain square and headed towards the warehouse area. The warehouse, located behind the planting zone, spanned approximately 100 square meters and had a height of 100 levels. Upon entering the first floor of the warehouse, they found it filled with the rare metals that had been recovered, and the space was devoid of any other presence, save for number 77 at her side. Without any reservations, Su Ruoruo instructed the system, "Commence recovery." Received host instruction. Recovery in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Su Ruoruo leaned against the wall of the warehouse, waiting for the system to recover the rare metals. 10 minutes later, she heard the system's prompt. "Congratulations, host. A large quantity of rare metals has been submitted, successfully earning a reward of 100 million points. Congratulations, host. Main storyline task completed. The main storyline of the small world has been fulfilled. Congratulations, host. The ultimate marketplace of the system, level 5, has been unlocked. The host may choose to return immediately or complete side tasks to enhance their evaluation before returning to Azure Star, or continue on to the next small world task. I shall not decide just yet. I want to undertake a side task." Understood. Both Su Ruoruo and the system felt quite pleased at this moment. She had freed herself from the perpetual threat of death, and the system was similarly liberated from the danger of obliteration. "Master, the warehouse here is temporarily constructed. The lower 10 levels store non-perishable materials, while the upper levels are refrigerated storage for items that require preservation. Once the crops you have arranged mature, I will have them transported to the cold storage to extend their shelf life."
Good.
Su Ruoruo smiled in response, silently checking her points balance. Current available points, approximately 9 million. Lawn. How large is the warehouse? Each floor is 100 square meters. Su Ruoruo mentally noted system. I wish to allocate the remaining defensive shields for this warehouse. Host, you currently have 40 square meters of available defensive shield area. Would you like to deduct 6 million points to purchase 60 square meters of defensive shield area? Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected the defensive shield area to be purchasable in increments. Deduct it, she silently replied. In the next moment, the system expanded the defensive shield, covering an area of 100 square units throughout the warehouse. The purified fruits from the crops, whether sold directly or transformed into snacks, proved to be quite remarkable. This constituted a valuable asset. Thus, the storage area, which housed precious items, required the additional protection of a shield to prevent any nefarious individuals from plundering or damaging the warehouse in the future. Host. Your current points balance is approximately 103 million points. Frozen balance, 100 million points. Available balance, approximately 3 million points. Su Ruoruo stepped out of the warehouse door and gazed at the sky, which appeared rather dismal today, with the clouds strikingly white. The oppressive weight of the death warrant that had loomed over her was finally lifted. Everything had fallen into place. She merely needed to patiently await the maturation of her crops on the Mad Beast Star, continue selling purified food or foliage, and earn star coins to repurchase rare metals and exchange them for points. Contemplating her points, a question arose in Su Ruoruo's mind. System. What benefits do I gain if I have an excess of points after completing a task? Host. Upon completing a task, should you choose to remain in this world and forego the next task, these points can be utilized to purchase any items unlocked in the system mall. Once you sever ties with the system, all purchased items will have no restrictions on users or usage limits.
So,
you mean to say that if I sever ties, the items I purchased can be used by others? Precisely. What about the physical attributes I enhanced with my points? The attribute points will remain bound to you even after severing ties. Excellent. Su Ruoruo found this arrangement quite satisfactory. Accumulating points to further enhance her physical prowess was indeed appealing. She was curious about what lay beyond the SSS level of mental strength, as no female had ever surpassed the SSS rank in the entire galaxy. Host, the level 5 system mall has been unlocked. You may view the available items at your leisure. Prompted by the system, Su Ruoruo opened the final tier of the system mall. Level 5 mall sharing. The host's various attribute points can be shared with others. System, am I mistaken? Or does this mean that my lifespan talent can be shared with others? Indeed. Sharing has restrictions. Please review the detailed conditions. Su Ruoruo continued to read. Sharing restrictions. 1. The shared individual must have a goodwill score of 100 points with the host. 2. The number of shared individuals cannot exceed 10.
3.
Upon the death of the shared individual, the sharing quota will refresh. Upon seeing the stringent conditions, Su Ruoruo frowned. She had many children and currently 3 beast husbands. The sharing quota, simply, would not suffice. The beast husbands could still extend their lifespans through cultivation, and the male offspring need not worry, as they could also enhance their longevity through cultivation. But what about the female offspring? She needed to find them a beast emperor. A single beast emperor could share 500 years of lifespan with her children. Chapter 225. Gathering. While the average lifespan of interstellar females typically does not exceed 200 years, having a beast emperor as a husband could easily extend that to 500 years. However, most beast emperors were elderly. Males like Kalen, who broke through to beast emperor status at 100 years old and remained unmarried, were exceedingly rare. If she desired a beast emperor as a husband, she would need to identify suitable candidates from a young age.
Su Ruoruo's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably.
She shook her head vigorously, her expression one of subtle complexity. Overthinking was futile. Her children would have their own destinies.
For now, one step at a time.
She silently resolved to clear her mind and settled back into the flying vehicle. The autonomous flying car returned them to the living area. Su Ruoruo's life resumed its normal rhythm. With fewer beast husbands around, she actually felt more at ease. The children played joyfully downstairs. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she watched them for a while, then withdrew her gaze and returned to her bedroom for some much-needed rest. Last night might have been the final night. It seemed as though the beast husbands had conspired, taking turns to engage her in deep conversation for 2 hours each, leaving her both weary and drained. Thankfully, the internal and external medicinal pills from the system mall ensured she sustained no injuries. However, after enduring the night, fatigue washed over her. With the threat of death no longer looming, Su Ruoruo lay down on the bed and swiftly fell asleep upon closing her eyes. Number 77 gazed at her angelic sleeping visage, smiling tenderly. An indescribable sense of fulfillment caused the core chip in his mind to warm slightly. It was truly wonderful to be with the host. In the wormhole region between Pluto and the Black Star, a massive black wormhole rippled with dark waves, swirling and generating layers of black tides. The black tide swept up debris and remnants from within the wormhole, continuously ejecting them outward. On the artificial combat readiness platform constructed around the wormhole entrance, scattered fragments of rubble littered the ground. Occasionally, a rare metal would appear, promptly discovered by the personnel responsible for subsequent operations, who would retrieve it for safekeeping in the combat readiness warehouse. This unexpected metal bounty would earn them a modest bonus. The remaining income would be entirely allocated to maintaining the normal operation of this monitoring combat readiness zone. Merely relying on such limited resources was insufficient. The 10 major stars of the galaxy each contributed 10 star coins annually, as per their agreement, to sustain the operation of this monitoring area and ensure the successful execution of the winter plans each year. This location also housed male warriors dispatched by the 10 major galaxies. The wormhole occasionally allowed insectoid creatures to emerge, attempting interstellar migration and destruction. The stationed male warriors would team up to hunt down these insectoid creatures that emerged from the wormhole. These grotesque insectoids reproduced at an alarming rate. Should they manage to invade other stars in the galaxy while carrying the eggs produced by female insects, it would spell disaster for those stars. In the Blue Star Combat Readiness Zone, Lucius and Dosiu, upon arriving, immediately contacted Su Xingchen. At this moment, the four of them gathered together, each adorned in interstellar beastman battle armor. The combat mechs were crafted according to the varying strengths of the beastmen. Higher-tier males required greater mental capacity, pressure, and beast power to don their mechs. The mechs contained interstellar energy that could enhance the combat capabilities of the beastmen. Unless absolutely necessary, the beastmen were reluctant to abandon their mechs for barehanded combat with the insectoids. Their beast power was limited, whereas the mech's energy could be replenished by absorbing ultraviolet and light energy. Additionally, the mechs were equipped with flight capabilities and small-scale radiation resistance shields. Under the protective shield's influence, the beastmen could mitigate most of the harmful radiation encountered upon entering the wormhole. This was Su Xingchen's first participation in such a large-scale battle. He had not yet come of age during last year's winter hunting event, but now at 18, he had successfully attained the diamond level, qualifying him for participation in the Eastern hunting plan. Brother-in-law, I'm so excited. I've worked hard studying, and today I can finally put it to use. The insectoids are formidable. Will I manage to slay 10 of them this time? Rest assured, Xingchen, your diligent training will surely pay off. Lucius comforted as he patted Su Xingchen's shoulder. Our mission today is to defend the Blue Star Line and prevent the insectoids from escaping. We need not engage directly in combat. Just stay behind us and finish off the wounded insectoids. But brother-in-law, isn't that unfair to the other beastmen? Kalen burst into laughter, speaking in his usual authoritative tone. They lack the qualifications to discuss fairness with you. With our support, why not utilize the resources at your disposal? If they had access to such resources, would they not use them? Su Xingchen, although reassured by Kalen's words, still felt a twinge of inner conflict. He was acutely aware that with the assistance of several brothers-in-law, vanquishing 10 insects would be a trivial endeavor. However, he was resolute in his desire not to rely on the strength of others. He silently vowed to prove his worth on the battlefield through his own capabilities. Remaining sheltered beneath the wings of his brothers-in-law would not foster his growth, nor would it protect his sister. Lucius and others discerned the determination in Su Xingchen's eyes, yet they were reluctant to allow him to risk himself. Softly, it had been conveyed that he must be safeguarded. They would allow him a preliminary test. Should he falter, they would intervene. Dorsiu communicated through the star ring, relaying messages to Lucius and Karen. Upon seeing the messages pop up, Lucius, Karen, and Dorsiu exchanged knowing glances, reaching a silent consensus. Every male harbored a dream of hunting the insect race, earning points, and attaining honor. Their relentless practice of combat techniques, their arduous studies and training were all for the purpose of achieving glory on the insect-infested battlefield. Karen and Lucius, having once been young themselves, understood all too well the mindset and stages that Su Xingchen was currently experiencing, which allowed them to empathize with his feelings. Clad in a sleek black combat mecha, Karen ascended the high platform steadily, his gaze piercing as he surveyed Lucius and the 300 mercenaries below. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Once we enter the combat zone, it is imperative that you heed my orders. I shall lead you all in successfully completing the extermination of the insect tribe." Understood. The 300 mercenaries chorused in unison, their voices reverberating through the air. Having just assembled, their morale was high. Just then, a close friend of Karen's approached him. "Karen, will you not join us in forming a team?" Regrettably, The circumstances are unique this time, and I cannot team up with you. Very well. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Karen's former teammate turned and rejoined the ranks of the Black Star forces. Board the ship. Prepare for departure. Karen and his comrades boarded a small spacecraft, the 300 mercenaries following suit. Chapter 226. The Insect Beast Forest. They pledged to Karen that upon the successful completion of this mission, they would return to Black Star to continue their service. The starship set sail, carrying their team into the depths of the wormhole. After a period of navigation through the black hole, they successfully arrived at the Blue Star's combat preparation base in the Outer Realms. The preparation base was surrounded by hastily constructed metallic tents, bustling with logistics and medical personnel moving about within. The Blue Star male warriors who had entered the Insect Beast Forest before them were already tending to numerous injuries as they prepared for battle. In the preparation area, an elderly Orc King from Blue Star presided over the proceedings. Another Orc King from Blue Star was leading a team to combat enemies within the Insect Beast Forest, while the third remained on Blue Star to oversee the planet's defensive measures. The Orc Kings were few in number, with only 3 remaining, and all of them were advanced in age. Dorciu and Lucius instructed Karen to keep his identity concealed and remain aboard the starship. Both of them were well-known Beast Kings of Blue Star, particularly Dorciu, whose noble status lent him considerable authority. They understood that to enter the Insect Beast Forest from this region, they needed a permit issued by the Orc King at the preparation base. Upon seeing Dorciu and Lucius, the white-haired Orc King expressed great relief. Years prior, he had learned through the news that Lucius, the nemesis of the insect tribe, had departed from Blue Star, accompanying a notorious female, and had since vanished. Furthermore, unlike in previous years, he had not joined the medical support team for the winter hunt or participated in rescue efforts. The absence of such a powerful Bright-type gifted orc had greatly increased the pressure on the medical team during the Blue Star War Zone. Dorciu, Lucius. I am heartened to see you both participating in this year's winter hunt plan for the Blue Star region. You are young and brimming with potential. 500 years hence, I hope to see you ascend to the rank of Orc King and fight for Blue Star. Dorciu, your sister has asked me to convey a message to you. She is aware of the matters between you and Su Ruoruo. The past actions of your mother have long since faded into memory, and she has matured considerably over these past 2 years. She hopes you will not harbor resentment towards her for what transpired in the past. If you have the opportunity, bring your children back to Blue Star for a visit. It is the place where you grew up. Dorciu was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such words from his sister, nor that she would send a message through the Orc King to reach him. She had indeed changed. Her previous demeanor had been arrogant and intolerant of any female who outshone her. Perhaps she had truly matured over these 2 years. I understand. The Orc King smiled gently, asking, do you have any message you wish to relay to her? Dorciu shook his head. No, thank you. Proceed with the passage permit, he continued. With a flick of his finger, a golden passage permit shot forth, hovering before Dorciu. He refrained from delving further into Dorciu's familial matters concerning the current empress, Dolia. Having lived for over 4,000 years, he had witnessed countless familial disputes and cared little for such trivialities. His focus lay on safeguarding the peace of this region by eliminating the greatest threats posed by the insect tribe. Dorciu accepted the passage permit and returned to the spacecraft with Lucius. Upon their return, Karen immediately inquired, did you obtain the passage permit? Indeed. That is excellent news. Karen and the mercenaries behind him all sighed in relief. Many of the mercenaries hailed from distant lands, with numerous individuals not being citizens of Blue Star. Should their identities be discovered, they would be barred from entering the Blue Star preparation zone. If they enter the Insect Beast Forest through different entrances, they would be teleported to disparate locations. The vastness of the Insect Beast Forest meant that if they became separated, reuniting later would be exceedingly difficult. The Orc King stationed at Blue Star, upon seeing that the team was led by Lucius and Dorciu, placed immense trust in them. Even if there were 1 or 2 non-citizens in their ranks, he remained unconcerned. As long as they assisted in eliminating the insect threats in the Blue Star region, he welcomed their presence. Had any other orc led the team, they would have been required to strictly verify the identity of each orc entering from Blue Star. Dorciu moved to the front of the starship, guiding it forward. As they approached the defensive perimeter of Blue Star, a blue ripple swept across their vessel. Please present your passage permit. The robotic voice, synthesized electronically, echoed near the starship. Dorciu extended the passage permit from the cockpit entry. A nearby large scanner scanned the permit, and upon confirming its validity, granted them passage. The power gate is now open. Please enter the passage within 3 seconds. As the electronic voice faded, a red countdown alarm appeared on the starship's display. Warning: ahead lies a billion-volt electromagnetic net. Please pass through within 3 seconds, or the starship will be adversely affected and lose power. Proceed, Dorsiu commanded the intelligent navigation AI. Upon receiving the command, the AI swiftly maneuvered the starship through the passage. After they exited, the billion-volt electromagnetic net rapidly closed. Moments after their entry, 2 wandering male insects leapt high, colliding with the narrow electromagnetic net designed for small spacecraft. The blue electric arcs crackled loudly as the insects were electrocuted, transforming them into 2 charred husks in the blink of an eye. This location was one of the top 10 exits guarded by Blue Star against the insect tribe. Should it fall, the consequences would be dire. 10 kilometers away, other Orc kings and logistical personnel from different planets were stationed. If this entrance came under attack from the insect tribe, they would immediately seek assistance from the Orc king stationed at other entrances to jointly confront the enemy. As the obsidian warship penetrated the depths of the insectoid forest, it ascended into the sky above the verdant canopy. The forest dwellers, roused from their slumber by the tumultuous gusts generated by the ship's takeoff, were thrown into a state of panic and hastily sought refuge. Kalen, Lucius, Dosius, and Su Xingqian convened in the open meeting room at the rear of the control chamber. Patience, Kalen reassured them, the radar will autonomously detect any lurking Zerg nearby. The quartet remained composed as they awaited developments in the meeting room, while the mercenaries nestled into their seats within the ship, closing their eyes to conserve energy and ready themselves for the impending confrontation with the insects. Unbeknownst to them, within the concealed confines of the ship, 3 blooming potato plants unfurled their leaves in their pots, exuding a purifying aura that subtly mitigated the radiation emanating from the insectoid forest. Half an hour elapsed without encountering any hostile forces or detecting any sign of insect life. Chapter 227. A grand gesture. The vast expanse of land was sparsely populated, dominated primarily by extensive stretches of forest. Beyond the thicket lay an endless desert, where radiation levels soared to alarming heights, several times that of the forest. Kalen, seasoned by numerous battles, found it quite normal not to encounter Zerg within a day or 2. Su Xingqian, however, was the first to become restless, urgently inquiring, "Brother-in-law, why have we yet to detect any Zerg?" "Do not fret, take a moment to rest. It should not be long now," Dosius soothingly replied. Lucius maintained a stoic demeanor, lips pressed together in silence. Meanwhile, the mercenaries in the cabin began to sense something amiss. In previous encounters, upon entering the insectoid forest, they would be immediately affected by the high concentration of radiation, which would steadily escalate. However, today was peculiar. After half an hour, the radiation level indicators embedded in their wristbands astonishingly displayed a reading of 0 within their bodies. Seated closely together, the mercenaries exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was undoubtedly a consequence of the crops cultivated in the greenhouse. They had already observed the purification green leaves being sold online for a staggering 100,000 star coins each. Their attempts to purchase them had proven futile, as they were already sold out. Upon realizing that the purification green leaf was a specialty of the Mad Beast Star, their thoughts immediately turned to the crops in the plantation area. Did the mercenaries ever contemplate betrayal or theft? Certainly, but when Kalen summoned them for a reprimand, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Kalen was the Beast Emperor, an insurmountable mountain of authority, not to mention the ever-watchful presence of Lucius and Dosius, both formidable beast kings. Coupled with the extraordinary psychic talents of the female offspring and the exceptional gifts of the males, daily interactions with these children left no room for malevolence in their hearts. Xingqian, if you find yourself bored, why not fetch that canister of tea leaves and distribute 3 leaves to each of them? Kalen suggested, gesturing with his hand to send a canister of green tea sliding towards Su Xingqian. Curiosity piqued, Su Xingqian gazed at the tea leaves, perplexed. 3 leaves for each person? Brother-in-law, is such generosity typical of a beast emperor? He pondered, though he complied. In this hunting expedition, with his brother-in-law as the supreme commander, he adhered to the principles of the hunt and chose to follow his lead. Approaching the front row of seats, he held the tea canister aloft. The 6 mercenaries flanking the first row immediately fixated on the canister with hungry eyes, akin to wolves. "Captain, is that what I think it is?" One mercenary blinked rapidly at his leader. The captain nodded slightly, then shook his head. He typed a message on the star ring to the male orcs in their ranks. "Remain silent. A benefit is at hand." All held their breaths. their gazes fervently fixed upon Su Xingchen. As he opened the transparent tea canister and extracted 18 dried green leaves, the surface of the leaves was sealed with a transparent film, rendering it impossible to discern the type of tea by scent alone. Distribute them, Su Xingchen instructed, handing the leaves to a mercenary seated near the aisle. The mercenary accepted the leaves with utmost care, his demeanor reverent. 3 leaves per person equated to a value of 300,000 star coins. The esteemed beast emperor was indeed generous. If they refrained from engaging with the mad beasts, the worth of those 3 leaves would surpass their annual salaries. In Black Star, given their capabilities, a typical annual salary was around 120,000 star coins. However, upon arriving at the Mad Beast Star, they had amassed over 1 million star coins in mere months, alongside sumptuous delicacies and various perks. Even the interstellar radiation issue, which typically consumed a third of their wages each month, was now resolved without additional cost. Upon receiving the purification leaves, an array of emotions flickered in the mercenary's eyes. Su Xingchen, observing their fervor and gratitude, found it difficult to comprehend. He maintained his composure and, after distributing all the leaves, inquired of a mercenary who appeared on the verge of tears, "Are you truly moved?" "Of course. The Beast Emperor's generosity in gifting each of us 3 purification leaves is overwhelming." Purification leaves? Su Xingchen suddenly recalled hearing his classmates discussing them while preparing for the battle. The male beasts who had secured purification leaves were being eagerly sought after by powerful beast kings to form teams. He scrutinized the 3 dried leaves cradled in a mercenary's hands, deep in thought. Sensing his gaze, the mercenary quickly concealed the leaves, fearful that Su Xingchen might reclaim them. Clutching the tea canister with curiosity, Su Xingchen approached the meeting hall to seek confirmation from Kaylin. "Brother-in-law, they claim these are made from purification leaves?" Kaylin nodded gently. "Indeed. This tea was sent to us by your sister before our departure. She is kind-hearted and would not neglect the staff at home." Realizing that he held a canister of purification leaves, Su Xingchen instinctively tightened his grip on it. "Do not be anxious. We have an abundance of tea leaves stored at home," Kaylin reassured him. Wan mentioned that these leaves are freshly picked, possess a shelf life, and have been dried using a special technique to retain their purifying properties. The preservation film extends their longevity. As Kaylin spoke, he produced a barrel of spring water and handed it to Su Xingchen. "When you feel your spirits waning, brew tea with this spring water for enhanced effects." With one hand clutching the tea canister and the other accepting the red-packaged barrel of spring water, Su Xingchen was left momentarily astonished. Dosius and Lucius observed the look of astonishment on his youthful face, both wearing faint smiles. It was only upon their return to the control room that they discovered the delightful surprise and explanation left by Wan regarding the tea leaves. Their expressions mirrored Su Xingchen's as they recalled their own reactions. After steeping a leaf in water, they felt as if they were enveloped in a mystical clarity. This state only materialized when radiation levels were completely nullified. Though exposure to the cosmos invariably subjected them to some degree of radiation, the miraculous tea leaves provided solace. Whenever discomfort arose, a sip of the tea would rejuvenate their spirits. Yet the tea had its drawbacks. The first infusion yielded the best results. Subsequent brews diminished in their cleansing efficacy. After partaking of the tea, they all sensed an increase in their resistance to interstellar radiation. Lucius casually seized a thermos from the conference table, opened a leaf, and placed it in his cup, brewing a concoction with the spring water. Chapter 228. Into the nest, Xingchen. "Give it a try. It will benefit your psychic powers," he encouraged. Su Xingchen had never encountered anything quite so extraordinary before. He accepted the teacup and leaned in to observe the leaf unfurling gracefully within the liquid. A white mist enveloped his nostrils, and as he inhaled gently, a refreshing clarity washed over him. Indeed, he raised his head, incredulous, and inquired, "Is this tea cultivated by my sister?" Karun, Lucius, and Dorcia nodded softly. "My heavens!" His sister ventured to the Mad Beast Star, and yet experienced such fortuitous encounters. Su Xingchen cradled the cup of water, settling down to savor the green tea slowly. Before long, the cup was emptied. Observing this, Dorcia promptly refilled it. "This tea can be steeped 3 times. After the 3rd infusion, you may consume the leaves. The leaves can be ingested directly, but the purifying effects are far superior when brewed." Listening to Dorcia's explanation, Su Xingchen drank the 2nd and 3rd cups in succession. He swallowed the rather insipid leaves, feeling a touch of bashfulness as he said, "Brother-in-law, I need to visit the restroom. I shall return shortly."
All right.
Just as Su Xingchen departed, a crimson alert flashed on the enormous LCD display in the control room. Warning: insectoid cave detected ahead. The three, alerted by the sound, hurried to the control room to ascertain the location of the insectoid cave. With the starship's high-definition scanner, they beheld an enlarged image of the insectoid cave entrance. The entrance was strewn with a chaotic array of twigs and dead grass. Had it not been for the starship's built-in insectoid detector, they would have remained oblivious to its presence. For the first wave, choose one of you to descend and stretch your legs. Lucius frowned. I will not go. As he spoke, he encased Dorsiu in a radiant defensive shield, insisting you go. Among the trio, Dorsiu possessed the greatest combat prowess. This was due to the unique enhancement effects bestowed by his innate abilities. In a genuine confrontation, Lucius might not necessarily prevail against him under equivalent beast energy conditions. However, Lucius's light-based abilities, particularly in healing and countering darkness and insectoids, far surpassed Dorsiu's. Without hesitation, Dorsiu accepted the task. After all, he was the third prince of Azure Star. Leading the charge against foes was more appealing to him than the disdain Lucius and Karun harbored for direct confrontations with the insectoids. Very well, I shall go. As he spoke, Dorsiu had already passed them, heading towards the guest cabin. Select 100 individuals to accompany me in exploring the insectoid nest below. Understood. One of the mercenary captains stood, glancing back. Who among you wishes to partake in this exploration? Every mercenary raised their hands in eagerness. Witnessing this, Dorsiu declared, since everyone wishes to join, let us all proceed. Just then, Su Xingchen, having overheard this, dashed to Dorsiu's side, exclaiming, brother-in-law, I want to go too. Upon hearing this, Dorsiu turned to look behind him. Lucius, provide a defensive shield for Xingchen and ensure it is substantial.
All right.
Lucius felt a twinge of reluctance at Dorsiu instructing him, yet he stifled it. After all, they were all endeavoring for the sake of soft-hearted Xingchen, and aiding him was a moral obligation. He swiftly approached the guest cabin and, expending 30% of his beast energy, cast a reinforced version of the defensive shield around Su Xingchen. Subsequently, he allocated the remaining 60% of his beast energy to 300 mercenaries, enveloping each of them in a light shield. The radiant shield seamlessly merged with their bodies, vanishing from sight. To avoid alarming the enemy, this time he deployed a concealed light shield, one that would only manifest in the face of external harm to aid in damage resistance. The mercenaries, having received the purifying tea and Lucius's light shield blessing, felt an invigorating surge of confidence. Thank you, Lord Beast King, for the shield. Thank you, Lord Beast King, for the shield. Thank you, Lord Beast King, for the shield. 300 voices chorused in unison. Lucius, who had been rendered weak from the depletion of his beast energy, merely gazed at them in silence, though his heart was buoyed by their gratitude. Dorsiu patted Su Xingchen on the shoulder. Let us depart.
All right, brother-in-law.
The group of over 300 donned their mechanized suits. As the flying vessel descended to a certain altitude, they activated their suits' full defense mode and leaped from the starship, utilizing the power of their suits to hover and converge at the entrance of the insectoid cave. The insectoids thrived in swarms, commonly residing in clusters. The solitary insectoids, swift in their movements, acted as scouts and sentinels for the females. Should a lone insectoid detect danger, it would relay the threat through its unique communication method, prompting the swarm to retreat swiftly through the subterranean tunnels. One mercenary pushed aside the withered branches blocking the cave entrance. Soon, a narrow, concealed passageway came into view. This passage could accommodate only one individual in a mechanized suit at a time. Su Xingchen noticed that the small insectoid detector strapped to his chest had illuminated a red light, indicating the nearby presence of insectoids. Dorsiu instructed the mercenaries, clear some space. Understood. A mercenary captain directed 2 of his team members to employ mechanical arms to widen the entrance. After approximately 100 meters of excavation, the front opened up dramatically, revealing a vast circular platform. The group gathered on the narrow platform, gazing uncertainly at the 3 diverging tunnels before them. Send 3 scouts to explore separately, Dorsiu whispered into the communicator. The mercenaries, clad in their mechanized suits, heard the command through their internal headsets. Shortly thereafter, 3 exceptionally swift mercenaries emerged, infiltrating the 3 tunnels and rapidly advancing, relaying the conditions within the caves in real time to each team member's mechanized display. The remaining team members stood by, awaiting further instructions. Approximately 10 minutes later, red pulsating dots simultaneously appeared on all their screens. The presence of dense red hostile signals manifested within each cave. Commander, all caves harbor insectoids. Yet we remain unaware of the exact location of the insect queen. Proceed with separate operations. Each of you take 100 individuals and enter the first 2 tunnels. Xingchen, you shall accompany me into the 3rd tunnel.
All right.
Dorcio led another team, swiftly advancing towards the 3rd entrance, with Su Xingchen closely following. 10 minutes later, they encountered the scout they had dispatched. Xingchen, go forth. Dorcio pressed the private chat button, offering Su Xingchen a personal word of encouragement.
Su Xingchen, exiled.
Followed the mercenary captain into the insectoid nest. The insectoid younglings within the nest, alerted by the commotion, immediately went on high alert. 3 insectoid younglings fled from the depths of the nest, seemingly to sound the alarm. Su Xingchen and the mechanized squad behind him promptly unleashed laser projectiles towards the cave entrance. Chapter 229. The digging insects. Thousands of insectoid younglings, under the command of a mid-ranking insectoid, used their hardened black exoskeletons to shield against the laser fire. The younglings responsible for signaling retreated into the depths of the cave, disappearing from sight. Dazzling blue laser guns emitted brilliant beams, piercing through the black defenses of the insectoid younglings. Over half of the thousands of insectoid younglings perished.
Su Xingchen,
encountering these insectoids for the first time, found them remarkably fragile, easily dispatched with mere laser fire. However, as thousands of insectoid younglings fell lifeless to the ground, the high concentration of interstellar radiation emitted from their blood surged dramatically. Originally at about 4 times the normal levels, it skyrocketed to 40 times. The radiation alarms on the mercenaries' chests blared with piercing beeps. Having undergone similar experiences before, the mercenaries wore grave expressions as they rapidly retreated towards the cave entrance. Dorcia cautioned Su Xingchen, hurry back. The blood of these insects contains high levels of radiation. Su Xingchen recalled lessons from his university classes. The core within the insectoid's brains could be extracted using an energy extraction device produced from interstellar sources, which would then automatically convert into refined energy for their cultivation. The source of this exquisite energy is derived from beasts, the insectoid species, and certain rare energy-rich ores. Beasts acquire it through sheer strength in battle, while the ores are elusive and difficult to procure. The insectoid species, abundant in number, yield vast quantities of this precious energy upon being slain. However, the green blood coursing through their veins is imbued with a dangerously high level of radiation. When it splatters, the radiation levels in the vicinity surge alarmingly. Should this blood come into contact with one's skin, it will infiltrate, adversely affecting one's mental state. The blood of these creatures acts as a potent filter, simultaneously serving as a formidable corrosive agent of radiation. Unlike the beasts, the insectoids are exceedingly sensitive to radiation, perceiving it as their nemesis. Paradoxically, they are drawn to areas of high radiation, for their unique physiology allows them to absorb and convert surrounding radiation into energy. Their blood, a natural radiation filter, is laden with potent toxins due to prolonged filtration. After exterminating the insectoids, one must swiftly distance themselves to avoid the detrimental effects of heightened radiation levels. Once exposed to excess radiation, cognitive faculties may dull, leading to hallucinations and even madness. Su Xingchen followed the mercenary troop to safety outside the cave. The battlefield was now a gruesome sight, green blood pooling from the fallen insectoids, saturating the cave floor. Dorcio activated the display device, observing the real-time footage captured by a monitoring probe hastily placed within the cave during their retreat. Moments later, 3 insectoid generals emerged from the cave entrance, each measuring 5 meters in length, their black, scythe-like legs propelling them forward with remarkable agility. The generals opened their gaping maws and extended their crimson, mandible-tipped tongues, plunging them into the arteries of the slain insectoid soldiers. A peculiar, slurping sound resonated as the 3 generals voraciously consumed the remains, leaving behind only desiccated skeletons. Unaware of the lurking danger, the other observing insectoid males eagerly leapt into the cave, hastily seizing the corpses of their fallen kin. Soon, the flesh and blood of the insectoids were entirely devoured by the arriving males. One insectoid, approximately 2 meters tall, bearing a head reminiscent of a human and a body akin to that of a mantis, muttered incantations resembling a bizarre chant. The surrounding insectoids used their sharp claws to dissect the skulls of their brethren, extracting luminescent white orbs of refined energy. They gathered the energy and presented it to the insectoid commander resembling a humanoid mantis. Amidst a cacophony of incomprehensible utterances, the insectoids hastily retreated from the cave. Vanishing from sight, Su Xingchen, witnessing the magnified scene displayed by Dosiu, was struck with shock, his face paling. The abhorrent insectoids were devouring their own kind. Xingchen, are you alright? Dosiu inquired, with concern. It was natural to feel fear and aversion when encountering the insectoids for the first time.
Fine.
That's good to hear. If you feel unwell, simply place a green leaf in your mouth. It will help maintain your clarity of mind. Understood.
Indeed.
Su Xingchen had been affected by the high concentration of interstellar radiation, yet he still held onto the leaf with slight purifying properties, refraining from consuming another. The group waited outside the cave for approximately 3 minutes. Once the radiation levels within the cave subsided to about 4 times the norm, they ventured inside to continue their exploration. Brother-in-law, what a shame. We didn't recover a single piece of refined ore. It all went to those insectoids. Su Xingchen certainly felt the loss. They had expended considerable energy in their mechs to eradicate a wave of insectoids, only to reap no rewards, which naturally dampened their spirits. However, it was an unavoidable situation. These creatures dwelled underground, and upon their demise, they released high levels of radiation. Thus, a hasty retreat was imperative, lest they succumb to madness from the radiation. With some fortune, they could exit after dispatching the insectoids and wait for the radiation to dissipate before returning to harvest the spoils. Clearly, their luck had not favored them this time. Deep within the insectoid cave, a batch of yellow jackets awaited the remains of the slain insectoid soldiers. Continue the exploration. Dosiu commanded the scouts, sending them ahead into the cave. Another 10 minutes passed, and they arrived at a second cavern platform. This area was strewn with naturally luminescent metallic stones and copious amounts of insectoid excrement. The scouts reported back, "Captain, the insectoid droppings are fresh. They fled from the rear." Dosiu promptly ordered, "Proceed forward. We will be there shortly." Roger. The team utilized the flight capabilities of their mechs to swiftly navigate the cave. Soon, they reached the second cavern. Dosiu glanced at the metallic pile and immediately recognized it as one of the 10 types of metal Softa sought to reclaim. He instructed 4 of the strongest mercenaries, adept at recovering spoils, to remain behind and transport the metals back to the warship. Understood. The mercenary squad leader dispatched 4 of his most robust teammates to undertake the retrieval. They continued toward the direction indicated by the scouts. After a while, 3 dark insectoid tunnel entrances loomed before them. Chapter 230, Choose B. Su Xingchen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently lamenting. The instructor warned us that these creatures are cunning and enjoy digging tunnels. It seems to be true. Upon entering, they found 3 tunnels, but not a single insectoid was in sight. Fortunately, the second large tunnel contained a heap of metals. Bringing those back could yield a handsome sum of star coins. The mercenary squad leader activated the microphone, inquiring of Dosiu, "What should we do now?" Dosiu surveyed his remaining companions. At the entrance, 2 groups of mercenaries had departed, leaving only 100 in his command, with 4 dispatched to retrieve the spoils. It would take at least half an hour for them to return. If they continue to split up, given the mercenaries' capabilities, encountering a major insectoid general could spell disaster. Wearing his azure mech, Dosiu turned to Su Xingchen and said, "Xingchen, we have 3 tunnels. Choose one. If you select wisely, we shall feast on sumptuous rewards." Su Xingchen glanced at the 100 black-armored teammates, torn with indecision. If he chose incorrectly, would he deprive his comrades of their bounty? The mercenary captain chimed in, "Little boss, make your choice. We won't hold it against you if you err. Indeed, it's not a problem if you choose poorly. We've participated in numerous extermination missions, and the odds of selecting correctly are merely 1 in 3. Don't feel too pressured, little boss. If you succeed, splendid. If not, no blame shall fall upon you." The mercenaries, sensing Su Xingchen's anxiety, voiced their support, assuring him that it was acceptable to choose incorrectly. Grateful for their understanding, Su Xingchen approached the 3 entrances, scrutinizing the surroundings for tracks and inhaling the scents wafting from within. The foul odor emanating from the insectoids nearly made him retch, yet he steeled himself. After examining all 3 entrances, he remained uncertain. The textbooks had taught him that by observing tracks and scents, denser footprints and stronger odors indicated proximity to the insectoid stronghold. The insectoids themselves were largely devoid of awareness and intelligence, relying on the innate intelligence of the queen insects for task delegation and occasionally featuring a few humanoid intellects to orchestrate diversions. In most instances, Selecting paths characterized by greater rigidity and pronounced scents significantly enhances the likelihood of success. Su Xingqian immediately contemplated choosing the third wormhole, as it exhibited a more intense aroma and denser footprints than the previous two. Just as he was about to vocalize his choice, his tongue brushed against the verdant leaves in his mouth. The purifying essence of the leaves sent a refreshing chill through his mind, prompting a sudden recollection of a childhood problem he had solved with Su Ruoruo. "Brother, can't you solve this problem?" Su Ruoruo's tender voice echoed in his mind. "I can't." The young Su Ruoruo replied, "Oh, it's simple. Remember, if you lack absolute certainty in determining which answer to choose, always opt for B."
Why?
Because B lies in the middle. By excluding the foremost and the rearmost options, selecting the median ensures you won't fare too poorly. Think about it. Whenever we went scavenging for trash, arriving too early often led to disputes over the loot, while arriving too late meant all the valuable items were already taken. Eventually, we learned to avoid peak times and troughs, opting for the average period to collect scraps. Although the haul was modest, we also minimized our losses. With a sudden pivot of his mech arm, Su Xingqian directed his choice towards the second cavern entrance. "Brother-in-law, I choose the middle path." "Very well. We shall proceed through the center." Dorsiu concurred with Su Xingqian's decision. The group promptly piloted their mechs, delving deep into the Zerg nest for exploration. Above the cave, warships hovered ominously. Lucius and Karen occupied the control room, each ensconced in a corner, perusing reports from the mercenary leaders regarding the exploration's progress. Meanwhile, combat erupted across other stellar regions of the galaxy. On Mad Bee Star, Su Ruoruo received a message from Lucius confirming her safety. She deactivated her star ring, descended to the planting area, and resumed her routine of feeding the small creatures their treats. Trailing behind her were 3 mad beasts, having deactivated their danger alarms. Following her closely, after enhancing the affection levels of the animals in the planting area, she made her way to the plaza to bask in the sun. The children, upon seeing the mad beasts surrounding her, rushed over to pet them and take photographs. The beasts, fond of the children, offered no resistance, even the snake beast, which garnered the children as affection. The young boys surrounded the snake beast, urging it to cooperate for various thrilling photographs, which they transformed into videos and shared on their personal Star Network accounts. Su Ruoruo found the children's videos perplexing, but upon noticing the burgeoning number of followers on their Star Network accounts, she decided to go along with their whims.
"Master,
"The metals you instructed to be recycled have just arrived," 77 softly remarked, gazing at Su Ruoruo, who was lounging in the sun. Upon hearing this, she promptly removed her sunblock glasses, accessed the Mad Bee Star Marketplace, and checked the status of metal recycling.
What?
"They've already collected rare metals worth 100 million points so quickly. Take me there at once." "Understood." Accompanied by 77, Su Ruoruo returned to the warehouse area to reclaim the newly arrived rare metals. System, commence metal recycling. Upon receiving Su Ruoruo's authorization, the system began to recover the metals in the warehouse. One by one, the rare metals vanished without a trace. Approximately 10 minutes later, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host. After tallying, you have accumulated a total of 100 million system points." "Excellent." She lamented the inadequacy of her shield's coverage area. With 100 million points, she could purchase an additional 1,000 square meters of protective shield. Su Ruoruo closed the consciousness panel in her mind and checked her account balance in her personal information interface.
To her dismay,
her balance had dwindled to less than 20 billion, of which 10 billion was from selling the purifying leaves. The remaining billions belonged to Dorsiu and Lucius, amounts she could freely access and utilize. She had exhausted her earnings over this period on purchasing a few villas on Black Star and construction materials on Mad Bee Star. This star currency is far too easy to spend. 77. How many leaves do we have left in the planting area? "Master, the crops have been stripped bare. Only flowers remain." "Very well." Su Ruoruo's aspirations of acquiring star currency through the green leaves and recycling rare metals for points were dashed. Chapter 231. The Great Defeat of the Zerg. She would have to wait until the crops matured. Once harvested, the fruits could be transformed into dried fruit slices imbued with purifying power for sale in the marketplace. Returning to the living area with 77, Su Ruoruo led a monotonous life, oscillating between her daily activities. After half a month, the crops in the planting area reached maturity. Su Ruoruo, along with 77 and the children, gathered in the planting area on the first floor, gazing in awe at the bountiful yellow pumpkins adorning the ground.
"Mommy,
What beautiful yellow fruits. Can we eat these? Of course. Lan, quickly instruct the others to harvest some of these fruits and prepare delicious dishes to share with the children. 77 nodded, directing the robots to pick the pumpkins and unearth the sweet potatoes and potatoes from the dark soil. Tirelessly, the robots shuttled between the planting area and the warehouse. Su Ruoruo and the children settled at an outdoor dining table, eagerly awaiting the robots to serve the prepared meals. Soon, a lavish feast of dishes made from pumpkins, potatoes, and sweet potatoes was laid out before them. Pumpkin and sweet potato porridge, pumpkin soup, potato chips, sweet potato chips, braised beef with potatoes, and pumpkin rib soup. The children, thrilled by the spread, could hardly contain their excitement. Su Ruoruo instructed the nearby robots. Please deliver these dishes to the caregivers for their enjoyment. Understood, Master, the robot replied monotonously before departing. After savoring a piece of soft pumpkin cake, Su Ruoruo beckoned to 77, transform these crops into easily preserved purifying food and list them for sale on the interstellar marketplace. Of course. 77 moved a bit further away, directing the robots to process the food in the factory adjacent to the warehouse. The following morning, freshly made purifying pumpkin chips, potato chips, and sweet potato slices were transported to the Interstellar Alliance warehouse for inspection. That very evening, this batch of products successfully passed the quality checks and was listed in the Mad Beast Star marketplace. The orcs who failed to acquire the purifying leaves, upon receiving news of the new products available for purchase, immediately rushed to snatch them up. Within a minute, the first batch of purifying fruit slices was completely sold out. Simultaneously, Su Ruoruo's business account swelled by an additional 10 billion star coins. Although the purifying effect of the fruit slices was slightly inferior to that of the green leaves, they excelled in portability and boasted a shelf life of 3 years. Each pack of 100,000 fruit slices, comparable to S-class female mental strength effects, was priced at 10 star coins per piece. Upon seeing the star coins credited to her account, Su Ruoruo chose not to monitor the shop's operations further. With the capable 77 at her side, she merely awaited the influx of wealth. Meanwhile, the male beasts who procured the purifying fruit slices from Mad Beast Star ventured into the alien Zerg battlefield, battling fiercely against the Zerg. Armed with the purifying fruit slices, they no longer hesitated due to radiation concerns. The Zerg, confronted by this newly empowered group of male beasts, began to retreat in disarray. Thanks to the assistance of the purifying green leaves and fruit slices, this year's winter hunt yielded the most bountiful harvest for the orcs in nearly a century. On January 20th, 40,003 of the galactic calendar, the forces of the top 10 stars of the galaxy launched a full-scale assault, decisively defeating the Zerg. The Zerg beasts in the forest retreated to concealment. The winter hunt, originally planned to conclude in a month, was accomplished in just 20 days. Due to the inability of the orc warriors to locate the source of the Zerg signals, the extermination plan was prematurely terminated. With the threat of the Zerg eliminated, the rare medicinal herbs and formidable beasts of the insect beast forest faced tremendous upheaval. The orc warriors, originally tasked with combating the Zerg, redirected their artillery towards these valuable beasts, adhering to an ethos of not allowing their firepower to go to waste. On January 30th, 40,003 of the stellar calendar, the battleground between Black Star and Pluto saw the majority of the starships from the 10 war zones return. The orc captains, engaged in team formations, began to tally their numbers. Lucius and his companions boarded their starship and sequentially submitted the automatic recording of their extermination of the Zerg. In this campaign, every participant exceeded their assigned extermination quotas. Following the submission of their tasks, they discreetly returned home that very evening without disturbing other starship crews. On Mad Beast Star, Su Ruoruo was surrounded by the Serpent Beast, Rabbit Beast, and Mouse Beast, all of whom gathered to examine the emergent blue pop-up window. In the family chat group, Lucius and the others sent messages. Ruoruo, we have a countdown of 12 hours until we arrive at Mad Beast Star. You've worked hard. The crops at home are ripe. I'm preparing a grand feast to welcome you all tonight. Dorcia commented. Ruoruo is wonderful. Kalen added. Ruoruo, I miss you. Lucius inquired. Are the children well? Have they been mischievous? Su Ruoruo replied. All is well. After a brief exchange, she turned to the number 77 beside her and instructed. They're expected to return home early this morning. Please arrange a lavish dinner as a celebration for their victorious return. Understood, Master, number 77 responded softly. The Serpent Beast, Rabbit Beast, and Mouse Beast, upon hearing of the upcoming feast, eagerly approached Su Ruoruo. their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Did you understand?" she asked. The three beasts nodded vigorously. "It has been several months. Your radiation levels have decreased, and your nutritional weight monitoring is normal. Why can't you revert to your human forms?"
Su Ruoruo inquired, puzzled.
The three beasts, anxious, circled around her, but could not articulate a response. "Do you remember the past?" Su Ruoruo asked once more. They nodded, then shook their heads. "Only half remembered?"
They nodded again.
"It seems the radiation has affected your memories. However, do not worry. Frequent sunbathing in the crop area will surely aid in your recovery." The serpent beast nodded in agreement, instinctively vocalizing a sound. "All right, I shall return to my room for a nap and prepare to welcome them home tonight. Be good and help yourselves to the snack box if you get hungry." After yawning, Su Ruoruo returned to her master bedroom for rest. The three beasts shared a glance before scampering off to the snack box for dried fruits, made from purified crops. Knowing these were good treats, they soon devoured an entire box. Having satisfied their hunger, they stealthily entered Su Ruoruo's bedroom, leaping onto the bed and nestling beside her. Su Ruoruo sensed their movements, but did not shoo them away, treating them merely as pet cats rather than men. Chapter 232. The arena of carnage. These beasts were quite clever. They took care of their hygiene and were remarkably clean, so she allowed them to be. Su Ruoruo closed her eyes, striving to fall asleep. The orc husbands would return home at dawn, and she needed to be well rested to handle the ensuing tempest of jealousy. The three beasts lay quietly beside her, inhaling the natural scent of lavender from her shower gel and listening to the soothing rhythm of her heartbeat, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. As usual, they lay there, digesting the food they had just consumed. The purifying energy of this batch of food was intense, and after several days of eating purified dried fruit snacks, they felt as though a seed had taken root within them, soon to blossom and bear fruit. Time slipped by silently, and outside the bedroom balcony, the light-colored sheer curtains swayed gently in the breeze, dancing as if in a waltz. Inside the room, the expressions of the three beasts suddenly contorted in pain. The rabbit beast's once soft ears trembled violently, and its curled body gradually unfurled. Its fur faded away, revealing smooth, fair skin, while silvery hair cascaded down like moonlight, its eyes glinting like rubies, imbued with vivacity and cunning. Below its high-bridged nose, lips bloomed like rose petals, vividly alluring. The serpent beast, undergoing a shed, revealed its elongated form in full. Its dark green hair flowed to its waist, its elongated eyes cold and deep, resembling an unfathomable icy pool, yet radiating a deadly allure. Its facial features were sharp, with thin lips curving slightly, exuding an enigmatic charm with every gesture. The mouse beast, though smaller post-transformation, retained an exquisite charm. Its chestnut hair was fluffy and obedient, with large, bright eyes that seemed to contain the mysteries of the cosmos, brimming with curiosity and innocence. Its round cheeks glowed with a gentle blush, and its lips perpetually curved upwards, exuding purity and warmth. At this moment, Su Ruoruo remained in deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the astonishing transformations occurring beside her. The metamorphosis of the three beasts concluded swiftly, consuming a significant amount of energy, leaving them fatigued and unconscious. Instinctively sensing the cold, they nestled into the warm blankets beside her for rest. In the deep of night, Su Ruoruo, uncomfortable from a full bladder, instinctively turned over, brushing against the warm bodies beside her, causing her to groggily open her eyes. Bathed in the faint moonlight, she beheld three utterly unfamiliar men lying beside her, nearly screaming in shock. My heavens, how did three men end up beside me? Su Ruoruo's mind momentarily blanked in confusion. Once her senses returned, she remembered to turn on the room light. As the bedroom illuminated, she decisively lifted the covers, eager to comprehend the situation. However, upon a brief glance, she immediately closed the covers again. Goodness! Awakening to find three handsome men beside me. She steadied her nerves, attempting to sound composed as she asked, "Who are you? How did you end up in my room?" The three beasts, still in a deep slumber, remained unresponsive. Mustering her courage, Su Ruoruo lifted the covers once more for a closer look, discovering no suspicious signs on the three men, aside from their striking good looks. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Before she could react, the door swung open. "Ruoruo, darling, it's time to wake up." Dorsiu's gentle voice accompanied the door's creak. "Ruoruo, we're back," Lucius chimed in shortly thereafter. Kalen, utilizing his domain power, said nothing, but stepped forward to embrace Su Ruoruo. "Oh no! Once they discover the three adorable creatures on the bed, there would be no way to explain myself. Su Ruoruo's heart raced as she anxiously glanced at the two men entering, her body stiff with apprehension. As Dorciu and Lucius stepped inside, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing three strangers lying on the bed. Dorciu was the first to break the silence, squinting dangerously.
Oh.
What on earth is going on here? Stammering, Su Ruoruo attempted to explain. I don't know. I woke up and found them here. Lucius approached to examine the three men, and after a moment he stated, they appear to have overexerted themselves and have yet to awaken. At this juncture, Kaelin, still cradling Su Ruoruo, frowned. Regardless, their presence on Ruoruo's bed is quite inappropriate. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, one of the men on the bed stirred awake, gazing at the others with confusion. Looking at his hands and arms, he joyfully exclaimed, I'm back. Soft, I have finally met you, exclaimed the snake beast man, who had awakened first, rising with excitement and eager to approach Su Ruoruo. Karun, who was beside Su Ruoruo, noticed this and promptly lifted her, retreating to maintain a distance from the snake beast man. Lucius, his face a stormy shade of blue, pointed accusingly at the snake beast man and demanded, Who are you? How did you come to be here? The snake beast man looked at Su Ruoruo with a hurt expression and lamented, Soft, do you not remember? I am Aze. You promised me that after graduating from the Interstellar University, you would marry me as your rightful lord. Flustered, Su Ruoruo hurriedly explained to everyone that they were three crazed beasts she had brought back from the plantation, and she had no idea why they had suddenly transformed into humans. Lucius, please believe me, I truly did not engage in any inappropriate conduct with them. The snake beast man, visibly wounded, interjected, Soft, I recall you often expressing your affection for me and your intention to marry me as your rightful lord. Have you truly forgotten? You all exude such formidable auras. It's as if you are beast kings, even more powerful than beast kings, murmured the snake beast man, covering his waist with a pillow. The mouse beast man and the rabbit beast man also awakened, and after a moment of confusion, they turned their gazes towards Su Ruoruo. Soft, I am still alive. I can see you again. I am overjoyed. The mouse beast man gazed at Su Ruoruo with his bright, dark eyes. The rabbit beast man, too, stared at her in a daze, uncertain of what to do. Lucius's clear green eyes reflected sorrow and heartbreak as he said, Soft, you promised me there would be no other beasts. I was away for merely a month, and you already have others. And, to make matters worse, 3 at once. Seeing the look of dismay etched on Lucius's handsome face pained Su Ruoruo deeply. She shook her head vigorously, insisting, It is not what you think. I assure you, there is nothing inappropriate between us. The snake beast man, mouse beast man, and rabbit beast man looked at her with pleading eyes. The rabbit beast man softly murmured, Soft. You have a more powerful beast now. You no longer want me. It is all my fault for not marrying you on time, which allowed them to take advantage. He glared indignantly at Karun, whose presence seemed to overshadow him. No, it is not your fault.
Su Ruoruo instinctively replied.
What fault could these innocent, adorable, and charming beasts possibly have? Each one boasted a chiseled physique, making it impossible for her to blame them. If not my fault, then whose is it? Is it your fault, Soft? The rabbit beast man, eyes reddening, clutched the blanket to shield his lower half and struggled to approach Su Ruoruo for clarification. As she caught sight of his bare form, Su Ruoruo instinctively swallowed hard. Please do not come closer. It truly is not your fault, nor mine. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon that wretched empress of Azure Star, Duananyu. Although lacking direct evidence, she could already surmise that the beasts had inexplicably gone mad, and it was certainly not merely due to the original owner's breakup proposal. So much time had passed that verification was impossible. With Duananyu's demise, her beloved son had become her vassal. Su Ruoruo could not be bothered to gather evidence to prove the original owner's innocence. Now, she possessed an entire planet, serving as its sovereign, rendering Azure Star ultimately inconsequential to her. The pressing matter at hand was how to address these 3 beasts. Please put on some clothing and join me in the living room to discuss matters. With that, Su Ruoruo hastily retreated to the living room. Karun, Lucius, and Dorciu followed closely behind, their expressions a complex mixture of emotions as they regarded Su Ruoruo, seemingly awaiting her explanation. Stop standing around. Quickly find them some clothes to change into. With that, Dorciu, his face stern, added curtly, You stay here. I will retrieve them clothing. He then departed to fetch 3 sets of ordinary white cotton loungewear and matching undergarments for the beasts. These garments were crafted from special materials that would expand and conform to their bodies even if they transformed, though they would still be susceptible to damage in battle. Duasiu returned with the clothing. Su Ruoruo glanced at Karun, and then at Lucius. Lucius approached her, exhaling a heavy sigh. Soft. How do you intend to manage these 3 beasts? They were, after all, my predecessors at the Interstellar University. I indeed promised to marry them as my rightful lords.
What now?
You have us. Do you still intend to marry them? Faced with Lucius's inquiry, Su Ruoruo found herself at a loss for words. She had no desire to wed another male. Once she did, she would inevitably need to bear 1 or 2 children for them. If she married them, she must take responsibility, and she could not commit the heinous act of ensuring their line ended. Yet, she truly did not wish to bear more children. Su Ruoruo absent-mindedly touched her round, burgeoning belly. With her due date approaching, she genuinely did not want to conceive again after this child with Duasiu. Now that she could acquire points through medals, her lifespan had soared to over 10,000 years. She could find no justification for childbirth. I do not wish to marry another male, Su Ruoruo stated earnestly, fixing her gaze on Lucius. The 3 beasts, having just emerged from their bedroom donned in fresh clothing, overheard her words and were instantly engulfed in sadness and grievance. They felt rejected. Soft did not wish to marry them. Their hearts sank. Soft, you promised me. You would marry me as your rightful lord. The snake beast man took a step forward, his striking emerald eyes glimmering with a sorrowful ache. Seeing his expression, Su Ruoruo felt an unbidden wave of guilt wash over her. I do not want to have more children. There are already too many in the household. Upon hearing her declaration of not wanting more children, the snake beast man instantly grasped the sentiment and responded loudly. Not having children is perfectly fine. What matters is being by your side, Soft. Even if I cannot be your rightful lord, I am content with that. Karun and Lucius furrowed their brows. Karun coldly mocked the snake beast man. What are you? To think you could be Soft's rightful lord? She was young and naive during her studies. Do you not understand this? The snake beast man flushed at the remark. With his current strength and talent, aspiring to be Su Ruoruo's rightful lord indeed felt like an overreach, especially in the presence of Lucius, who rendered him instantly self-conscious. Lucius was the youngest beast king of Azure Star, and only he was worthy of being Su Ruoruo's rightful lord. Seeing Lucius, the others were convinced. As for Karun, he was no stranger to them as a renowned warrior, often mentioned in practical lessons across every planet and academy as the nemesis of the Zerg, the Black Star of Slaughter. The weight of Karun's reputation overshadowed even Lucius's. Soft. I apologize. I am not worthy of you, the snake beast man admitted feebly to Su Ruoruo. You need not apologize. While I did promise to marry you during our time at school, circumstances have changed. I now have a rightful lord, and only 2 positions for vassals remain. It would be difficult to assign titles to all 3 of you. Upon hearing her words, the eyes of the 3 beasts dimmed, but soon, a glimmer of hope flickered within them. No, Soft, we need not be vassals. If you grant us the opportunity to remain by your side and protect you, we would be content with no title, the rabbit beast man exclaimed. Indeed, as long as we can stay by your side, we do not care for titles. The mouse beast man quickly concurred. The snake beast man earnestly added, like them, I only wish to remain by your side. Being able to see you every day would be my greatest fortune. Su Ruoruo did not answer directly. Instead, she turned to Lucius and inquired, what are your thoughts on this matter? Lucius cast a glance at the 3 beasts and sighed inwardly. What could he do? He had no choice. Today, we shall decline these 3. What lies ahead? Must we continue to obstruct them? Su Ruoruo, the decision rests with you. Karen softly responded, Su Ruoruo, the choice is yours. Duosiu remained silent, her expression betraying her discontent. The abilities and identities of these 3 beasts pale in comparison to his. Should they, like him, gain the title of Side Lord, it would indeed leave him feeling quite unsettled. Su Ruoruo contemplated earnestly and softly addressed the 3 beasts. The position of the Prime Lord cannot be conferred upon you. As for the title of Side Lord, it is to be determined by strength. Those whose prowess does not match that of the Beast King are unfit for the role, lest it be deemed unfair to my Beast King Side Lords. For now, you shall serve as my attendants. Should any of you demonstrate commendable performance and achieve the rank of Beast King, you may inform me, and the title of Side Lord will be awarded to the first to break through. Do you have any objections? Chapter 234. A little too much to drink. The three beasts shook their heads in unison. The rabbit beast declared earnestly, "As long as I can remain by your side, I would willingly serve as a mere domestic beast."
Very well. It is settled then.
You may step out and join me for tonight's celebratory feast, Su Ruoruo concluded, turning her gaze towards the ever-watchful 77. Lan, I require your assistance. Please, master, speak your mind. After the banquet tonight, please arrange for them to obtain their star ring identity certification and find them an apartment to settle into. Distribute a year's worth of special nutritional supplements from home to each of them and provide a can of purifying green leaves per person. Additionally, allocate 10 kilograms of snacks from our warehouse to each of them. 77's voice remained devoid of emotional fluctuation as he obediently nodded. Understood, master. Let us proceed. It is time for dinner downstairs. Karen leaned closer to Su Ruoruo, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they entered the elevator together. Duosiu and Lucius promptly followed suit. The three beasts cautiously maintained their distance, eventually stepping into the elevator. Moments later, the group arrived at the outdoor banquet hall prepared below. As Karen and the others returned in the early hours, the children were already asleep. Thus, the celebratory feast consisted solely of Su Ruoruo and her 6 beast husbands. 77 stood dutifully to the side. A large round table, radiating an ivory sheen, was arranged with the 7 of them seated around Su Ruoruo in accordance with their ranks. 77 clapped his hands, prompting nearby service robots to promptly present a series of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. Eat while it's hot. Su Ruoruo surveyed the group and, recalling the order in which they had married her, served each person a slice of pumpkin pie. The 3 newly titled beast husbands gazed at the pumpkin pie on their plates, deeply moved. The previously tense expressions of Lucius and the others softened somewhat. Pour them some wine, Su Ruoruo instructed a nearby service robot. The robot swiftly opened a bottle of their home-brewed wine and filled each glass with a rich, purple-red liquid. Rising from her seat, Su Ruoruo lifted her glass and addressed them. What transpired today was not my intention. However, as I have made a promise to you, I shall not be a faithless betrayer. I hope that from this day forth, you may all coexist in harmony.
Cheers.
The beast husbands stood, clinking their glasses together before downing the wine in one gulp. With the first drink, much of the tension, hostility, and dissatisfaction among them dissipated. Refill the glasses. The service robot opened another bottle and replenished everyone's cups. This second round celebrated the safe return of Lucius, Karen, and Duosiu.
Cheers.
The 3 beasts had no desire to celebrate the earlier rejection of their marriage to Su Ruoruo by the other beasts, even if their status and talents surpassed their own. Yet, out of respect for Su Ruoruo, they forced smiles, celebrating their safe return instead. Lucius, Duosiu, and Karen formed their own circle, while the 3 beasts maintained a separate one, each wearing forced smiles. Seeing them laugh, even if insincerely, Su Ruoruo felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the situation, she had managed to placate these beasts for the time being. For the first time, she understood the plight of ancient emperors with countless beauties in their harem, grappling with the dilemma of balancing the irreconcilable contradictions between their primary and secondary husbands.
It was a daunting task.
Reflecting on the traditional practices of ancient Blue Star, Su Ruoruo turned her attention to Lucius and Karen. You are my prime lords. You must unite and coexist amicably. In the future, the daily provisions and allowances for Duosiu and the other 3 shall be administered by you. You too must not bully them simply because of your greater strength. As she spoke, she granted Lucius and Karen each a spending allowance of 100 billion star coins. Lucius and Karen exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Is this how it begins? The 3 flamboyant beasts have barely entered the door, and already Su Ruoruo favors them so. A bitter taste filled them as they thought, indeed. One only hears the laughter of the newcomers while the old ones weep. Yet they had no recourse. In a world where females outnumber males, being able to marry such an exceptional female as Su Ruoruo and have many offspring, living without the threat of radiation, was already a significant privilege compared to most males. Karen, shall we indulge? Lucius filled his glass to the brim, disregarding whether Karen would join him, and downed a full cup of red wine. Although the alcohol content was not high, consuming too much would inevitably lead to intoxication. Karen also filled his cup and drank it in one gulp. Su Ruoruo sensed the peculiar atmosphere and emotions between them, but was at a loss on how to address it. The 3 beasts, having married her, were content and did not harbor any grievances. Their smiles radiated sunshine as they savored the pumpkin pie Su Ruoruo had served them, their faces alight with happiness. Su Ruoruo sat upright, glancing between Lucius and the others, and then at the three beasts, worried that a conflict might arise at the dinner table. Fortunately, they all maintained a facade of harmony, successfully completing the evening's meal. In a tipsy state, Karen's face flushed, and his eyes grew hazy. Observing this, Su Ruoruo waved to 77, who approached briskly. "Master, how may I assist you? They have had too much to drink. Please arrange for someone to escort them back to rest." "Understood, Master." 77 summoned 2 waiting robots to help support Lucius and Karen back to their apartment in the living quarters. Duosiu noticed their departure and smirked.
Su Ruoruo.
"It's getting late. We should return to rest." "Very well." Duosiu stood, taking Su Ruoruo's hand and leading her for a leisurely walk back. The three beasts paused their eating, hastily following behind. Yet, upon witnessing Su Ruoruo leave with Duosiu, a wave of melancholy washed over them. What should they do? It seemed their beloved wife was disinterested in them. "Let us not rush. Our wife is soon to give birth. Perhaps she simply does not have those thoughts at the moment. Our looks and physiques are not inferior to theirs. Given time, I believe she will come to favor us." The rabbit beast, overhearing the conversation between the snake beast and the mouse beast, remained silent. Seeing them linger in place, 77 approached quickly, saying, "Come with me. We are going to the starship for identity certification." Chapter 235, Points depleted. This is a directive from the master. Please follow me. The snake beast led the way,
with the mouse beast closely behind.
The rabbit beast took a moment to survey their surroundings, quietly committing the environment to memory. After a while, the three individuals successfully completed their identity verification and star rings aboard the starship, which hovered gracefully in the sky. As they fiddled with their 3 distinctively colored star rings, they promptly accessed their contact lists, eager to send messages to their loved ones back home, affirming their survival. I urged them to refrain from sending any messages for the time being. The fact that they could revert from being frenzied beasts back to humanoid form was an unprecedented phenomenon within the galaxy. The trio of beasts instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, suppressing their impulses to reassure their families of their safety. They swiftly modified their online statuses, concealing their presence from view. Given that it was the early hours of the morning, their friends and family members were asleep, unaware of their online activity. The three beasts obscured their personal statuses and opened their social circles to review the recent updates from their families. Upon discovering that their relatives had moved into villas and acquired a fine means of transportation, they were taken aback. Their family's circumstances had never been affluent, merely comfortable. Within a mere 2 years, it seemed impossible for their family to afford a villa worth millions. While a vehicle priced in the hundreds of thousands of star coins might have been attainable through their father's combined efforts, the villa was beyond comprehension. AI-77, having detected their bewilderment through facial recognition, inquired, "Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me." The mouse beast instinctively replied, "My mother resides in a villa worth millions, relying on my father's, whose combined annual salaries barely exceed 500,000 star coins. There's no way she could have moved into a villa in just 2 years." AI-77 smiled and responded, "I believe I understand the situation. After your exile to frenzied beast star, your master, having delayed her exile due to her child with Lucius, returned to Azure Star. During her outings, she encountered a male relative of yours suffering due to her predicament and instructed me to provide each affected beastkin with a villa and a compensation of 10 million star coins. Your family is thriving on Azure Star. There's no need for concern. In the future, do not forget your identities, and strive to please your master to ensure her happiness." AI-77 playfully admonished the trio. The three beasts furrowed their brows, gazing intently at AI-77. It appeared that their mistress held this robot in high regard. Moreover, the sentiments expressed by the robot were markedly different from those typical of mere machines. However, they scoffed inwardly, reminding themselves that, at the end of the day, it was merely a robot, unqualified to share in their mistress's affection. The trio refrained from responding to AI-77's final remark, and the robot remained unfazed. No matter how impressive these beasts might be, they were destined to perish one day. Meanwhile, as a robot, as long as its chip possessed sufficient energy and support, it could reincarnate indefinitely. In its perspective, these beasts were but fleeting companions of their master, while it would ultimately be the one to emerge victorious. AI-77 maintained its ever-present smile, clapping its hands as 2 other robots wheeled over a large cart laden with provisions. These are the supplies your master has instructed me to deliver to you, including food, tea, snacks, and 12 sets of seasonal clothing. The three beasts' eyes brightened at the sight of the cart's contents. AI-77 then activated the star ring, projecting the apartment selection panel for their living quarters. Green indicated available floors, while yellow signified occupied ones. Please select an apartment for yourselves. After reviewing the supplies, the three beasts glanced upward at the pale blue panel hovering in midair. What does the red layer signify? AI-77 replied, that is the floor where your master resides. The beasts felt a wave of disappointment upon seeing the color designating the upper floors. They had arrived too late, as the levels closest to Su Ruoruo had already been chosen. With a silent sigh, they each selected a floor for their new abode. The initial room passwords have been sent to your apartments. You may change them at your discretion. Understood. The rabbit beast replied with a smile. The snake beast and mouse beast turned away, dismissing AI-77 without a second thought. In their minds, a robot was merely a tool designed to serve beasts. An intelligent servant. AI-77 followed the trio back to the fountain square, directing the other robots to perform cleaning tasks. Among the three, only the rabbit beast exhibited a modicum of cleverness. Based on the master's personality and preferences, it seemed likely that she would favor this rabbit beast first. As for the mouse and snake beasts, they were the types that instilled fear in their master and lacked emotional intelligence. AI-77 watched their retreating figures, silently calculating and arriving at this conclusion. The following morning, Su Ruoruo, accompanied by Duosiu, returned to the starship to receive the substantial amount of metal they had acquired in the alien realm. Congratulations, host. You have successfully submitted several rare metals, earning 10 million system points. The host's current usable points balance is 113 million. System, I wish to exchange 100 million points for an area of defensive shield. Exchange successful. 1,000 square meters of defensive shield area acquired. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Ruoruo allocated 50 square meters of the shield to cover the entire living area, followed by the planting zone. Over the past month, AI-77 had recruited numerous robots to assist in constructing the planting area. What once took a week to establish could now be accomplished daily with their help. Currently, 34 planting zones had been established on Frenzied Beast main island. Su Ruoruo noted that among these recent 30 planting zones, none had been seeded yet. Using the remaining points, she purchased 13 bags of third-tier seeds.
1.
Take these seeds and plant them in the zones. Understood, Master. AI-77 found a container, filled it with seeds, and promptly set off to arrange for assistance. After he departed, Su Ruoruo covered all 30 planting zones with defensive shields. She retained 100 square meters of shield area for emergencies, while the rest was deployed over the fountain square. Having allocated all her points, Su Ruoruo opened her personal information panel to review. Host basic information: name, Su Ruoruo, cat age, 25 years lifespan, 10, 600 years height, 1, 64 meters weight, 45 kilograms measurements, 7 points appearance, 8 points. Identity: female of the cat clan. Talent: SS. Offspring basic information. For detailed information, please expand. Chapter 236. Work assignments. Host current points, 100 million points frozen. Usable points balance, 0 points. Interstellar common currency, approximately 30 billion. The host has activated the following tasks. Task 1, acquire 100 million points. Completed. Task 1, reward, rebirth and return to Azure. Obtained. Task 2, care for younger brother Su Xingchen. Reward, full ownership of the original body. Completion, 60. Task 3, within 500 years, plant purification flora across all islands of Frenzied Beast Star. Reward, elevate task rating to S. Randomly select one reward from the personal panel for permanent fixation. Completion, approximately 0.0003. Task 4, rescue frenzied beasts from various locations on Frenzied Beast Star. Reward, 1 resurrection opportunity. This opportunity can be used by the host or transferred to others. Completion, 0.00055. Host current love interests: 1 Lucius, tiger affection level 100.
2.
Emperor crab, crab affection level 75. 3. Duosiu, mouse affection level 100. 4. Karen, wolf affection level 90. Special love interests: 5. Yunkue, snake beast affection level 100. 6. Gardener, mouse beast affection level 100. 7. Orlando Jack, rabbit beast affection level 100. Click on the avatar of the strategist to view the corresponding detailed information. After meticulously examining her personal information panel, Su Ruoruo formulated a clear plan for her future. The primary focus remains on cultivating the land, followed closely by the need to venture into the wilderness and simultaneously rescue those frenzied beasts. Su Ruoruo closed the system panel and turned to contemplate the 6 beast men standing beside her. It would be unwise to let the beast men remain idle. With nothing to occupy their time at home, they would likely gather to pester her. Despite the fact that all 6 beast men are remarkably handsome, each possessing unique charms, her interest is somewhat diminished due to her late-stage pregnancy. There is Lucius with his golden hair, Karen with his dark locks, Dorciu with his azure tresses, the serpent beast with his deep green hair, the rabbit beast with silver strands, and the mouse beast with chestnut hair. And what of the red-haired king crab? It has been years. She wonders how he is faring now. Su Ruoruo recalled the king crab for a moment, lost in thought, before pulling herself back to the present. She lifted her gaze and swept across the handsome faces of the 6 beast men, then conjured a red blind box, placing it on the conference table. As my beast men, you cannot squander your days idly, she stated. Within this blind box lie 6 distinct types of work. You will each randomly draw one. Whatever you draw, that shall be your task. Karen inquired softly, is there a time limit? Indeed, it lasts for 1 year. After 1 year, you may redraw and change your work category. Su Ruoruo informed them. Let it be known beforehand, there shall be no regrets after drawing. Should you draw a task you find unsatisfactory, you may privately exchange work categories amongst yourselves if you so desire. Now, let the drawing commence. Lucius, you shall go first. Su Ruoruo bestowed a gentle smile upon Lucius. Upon hearing that she wished for him to draw first, a wave of elation surged within him. Indeed, Ruoruo regarded him differently from the other beast men. As her first beast man, he knew she would always think of him first in any endeavor. Lucius stepped forward, smiling as he reached out to draw a tag. Upon revealing its contents, he was immensely pleased. Task: manage the frenzied beast Armol, oversee daily household expenditures and similar matters. If he surmised correctly, Ruoruo must have designated another beast to care for the child. As long as he was not tasked with childcare, he was willing to undertake any duty. Following Lucius, Karen advanced and drew a card. Task: lead a mercenary team to explore dominant regions and eliminate wild beasts. Karen was satisfied with his assignment. Those beasts could be vanquished with a mere snap of his fingers, and for him, combat was the simplest of endeavors. Dorcia then stepped forward and pulled a card. Task: patrol the surroundings of the home to ensure the safety of the household and the children. After Dorciu, the remaining 3 beast men took their turns. The serpent beast and mouse beast drew identical task tags. Task: collaborate with a childcare specialist to oversee the children's education, diet, and daily routines, reporting any unusual behavior weekly. The rabbit beast's assignment was as follows: supervise the production of nutritional supplements and the processing of various snack export products. Once all had completed their drawings, Su Ruoruo addressed them. You are to work 8 hours a day, from 9 to 5, with a 2-hour break in between. Dear wife, what about after work? Can we accompany you? The serpent beast, Yun Kuei, eagerly inquired. The expressions of Lucius and the others darkened upon hearing his question. Before the arrival of these 3 beasts, each of them could accompany Ruoruo for a week. Now, with these 3 beasts present, their time with her would be considerably diminished.
Su Ruoruo smiled fondly.
Having already prepared a response to his inquiry, she retrieved a handmade lottery wheel, numbered 1 through 7, from her system space. The number you draw will determine how many days you may accompany me. The companionship time decreases from a higher number to a lower one. For instance, if Lucius draws the highest number, 7, and Karen draws a 1, Lucius will accompany me for 7 days, after which Karen will join me for 1 day. The serpent, mouse, and rabbit beasts beamed with delight upon hearing this arrangement, as it afforded them the same fair opportunity to be by Ruoruo's side as Lucius and the others. Lucius, Karen, and Dorciu, however, wore grim expressions. Prior to the arrival of these 3, they had each enjoyed a fixed arrangement allowing them to accompany Ruoruo for 7 days. Noticing the discontent on their faces, Su Ruoruo continued, due to the positions of Lucius, Karen, and Dorciu, they will receive additional days to accompany me. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of each month are exclusive to Lucius and me, not counted among the lottery days. The 4th, 5th, and 6th belong solely to Karen and me, and the 7th is reserved for Dorciu and me. Outside of these 7 days, the remaining days will be determined by your lottery results, with a maximum of 7 days and a minimum of 1. If 1 month passes without a draw, The following month will continue from where it left off, excluding the initial 7 days. Upon hearing this, Lucius and the others felt slightly relieved. They were, after all, different from the other beasts. The rightful lord would still have 3 guaranteed days with Ruoruo each month, while the side lord would have 1 day. Thus, regardless of how many males Ruoruo may have in the future, they would always retain the opportunity to be with her each month. Chapter 237. Unloading Dorsiu's side. Resigned to having only 1 fixed day, yet he recognized there was little he could do about it. Lucius, being Ruoruo's first male and possessing unique talents, had advanced to Beast King status ahead of him. Karen, as the Beast Man Emperor, was equally formidable. In truth, his strength was comparable to that of the 3 beasts before him. However, luck favored him, as a special experience with Ruoruo had propelled him into the realm of Beast Kings. He was acutely aware of the abundance of exceptional beast men in the cosmos. Securing even a single day each month with Ruoruo was a commendable privilege. In the interstellar realm, many females find that their husbands may go an entire year without the chance to serve their wives, let alone share intimate moments with them. Do you all have any objections? Su Ruoruo proclaimed, inquiring loudly of her 6 beastmen. They unanimously shook their heads, responding in unison, no objections. Very well. Let us commence the lottery. Lucius, you shall go first once more. Su Ruoruo's words caused Lucius's smile to shine even brighter. He was acutely aware that, as Ruoruo's first beast man, he had an advantage. Lucius stepped forward, spinning the large red wheel. As it whirled, he silently wished for 777, 7777, while the other 5 beast men chanted 111, 1111 in unison. When the wheel finally came to a halt, the pointer rested on the number 3. Lucius, upon seeing this digit, felt neither elation nor despair. With his fixed 3 days as the rightful lord, he would have a total of 6 days with Ruoruo this month, which was satisfactory. Next, Karen drew and received 3 days. Following him, Dorsiu drew 4 days. Once they had all completed their turns, the 3 new beasts rushed to the lottery wheel, their expressions brimming with excitement. The serpent beast pushed aside the mouse and rabbit beasts to spin the wheel vigorously. As it gradually slowed, the pointer landed on the number 1. His expression shifted from exhilaration to despondency, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The mouse beast stepped up next, spinning the wheel, only to reveal the same disheartening number 1, mirroring the serpent beast's reaction. The rabbit beast, feeling an unsettling anxiety as he observed that both of them had only turned for a day, glanced back at Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo, gazing into his pure, snow-white eyes, experienced an inexplicable flutter in her heart. System, I have taken quite a liking to this rabbit beast. He is rather adorable. Arrange for him 3 days. No problem. The rabbit beast noticed the fluctuation in Su Ruoruo's gaze and slowly turned back to spin the grand wheel. Before long, the wheel came to rest firmly on the number 3. The corners of the rabbit beast's lips curled slightly, as though affirming a particular hypothesis of his, and his mood brightened considerably. Well, everyone has made their selections. Here is the arrangement. Starting next month, Lucius will accompany me for 6 days, Karen for 6 days, Dorsiu for 5 days, the rabbit beast for 3 days, and the snake beast and mouse beast for 1 day each. In total, that makes 22 days. For the remaining time, you shall diligently work or devote yourselves to training. Remember, the first among you 3 to break through to the Beast King tier will be granted the title of Side Lord. There are only a few days left in this month. Strive hard in your training, as I shall grant you a holiday, and from next month, you will officially commence your duties. Naturally, I shall provide you with a salary, which will vary according to your ranks. The main lord will receive 1 million star coins per month, the side lord 500,000 star coins, and the attendant lord 100,000 star coins. These star coins are entirely at your disposal, whether you wish to purchase entertainment devices, acquire essence for your beastly powers, or send home for family support. The choice is yours to make. Having concluded all matters, Su Ruoruo instructed everyone, all right, you are dismissed. With that, she strode away, boarding a small starship that took her back to the residential area. 3 days later, several beast husbands familiarized themselves with their respective duties and commenced their 9-to-5 work schedule. By day, they toiled, and by night, as per the schedule, they returned to the building where Su Ruoruo resided to accompany her through the night. Another 3 days passed. Su Ruoruo's labor began, and as usual, before her companion Lucius could react, she smoothly delivered 3 male babies. Each of these boys sported blue hair. Lucius, upon seeing the trio, was not overly surprised. Having undergone a sterilization procedure, he was mentally prepared for the fact that while the children were not his, they could belong to any other beast man. After having fathered over 30 female offspring, he had no desire for more children. This opportunity, he decided, should be afforded to other male beasts. Lucius skillfully cradled the infants and entrusted them to the household robot for care in the nursery. Once he had completed his tasks and returned to the master bedroom, he found Su Ruoruo washing up in the bathroom. Patiently, he waited for her to emerge. When she finally stepped out, clad in a delicate camisole nightgown, he marveled at her figure, which appeared untouched by the trials of motherhood. Her skin and overall demeanor seemed even more enchanting than before. "Where are the children?" he inquired. Su Ruoruo, her petite, fair feet padding upon the plush wool carpet, replied as she walked towards him. Lucius promptly lifted her, placing her on his lap. "The children are with the nursery robot." "And what of the snake beast and mouse beast? Have they been notified?" Lucius nodded gently. "They have already gone to the nursery, and with the assistance of the caregivers, they will tend to the children well. Then I can rest easy." When arranging work for her beast husbands, Su Ruoruo had taken into account the large number of children and had specifically assigned 2 beast husbands to childcare duties. They had agreed upon a rotating schedule to ensure that there would always be someone available to promptly respond to the caregivers and nursery robots, participating in the care of the children. With a small yawn, Su Ruoruo leaned against Lucius, enveloped in his comforting embrace that bore the fragrance of fresh grass, and soon fell asleep. Lucius waited until her breathing became steady before carrying her to the soft, inviting bed for slumber. Downstairs in the residential area, Karen and Doris were drinking. Upon noticing the lights of the 68th floor extinguish, they exchanged glances and continued to drown their sorrows in alcohol. It had been nearly 40 days since they had last seen Su Ruoruo, following the conclusion of the winter hunting plan a month prior. Alas, Doris lamented internally. The following day would mark the end of Lucius's time with Su Ruoruo, after which it would be Karen's turn, and only then would he have his chance. The next morning, Lucius, adhering to the schedule, returned to the designated work area established by number 77 at the Fountain Square. He was responsible for overseeing the operations of the Mad Beast Star Mall, as well as the daily consumption and construction materials for the home. Each day, he merely needed to review and sign off on the various expenditure reports submitted by number 77, who would then execute the necessary actions based on his approvals. Every day after signing off, he turned his attention to issues of metal recycling and crop sales at the mall. Accompanying him in his tasks were 20 robots, all assigned as after-sales customer service representatives, responsible for addressing any inquiries related to products. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo's beast husbands began their own day of work. Having dispatched a few of them, she finally found herself with some free time. Coupled with the recent birth of her children, she no longer had to bear the weight of pregnancy, and her body felt significantly lighter. Rising early, after her morning wash and breakfast, Su Ruoruo eagerly entered the holographic 10D gaming pod she had long desired to explore. The characters within the game were intricately modeled to reflect her real-life appearance. As the game's aesthetic drew from ancient styles, she found herself clad in traditional garments within the virtual realm. Su Ruoruo became utterly engrossed in this immersive holographic cultivation game. Upon entering the in-game marketplace, she, without a second thought, acquired all the available costumes and mounts, as her finances were ample. After purchasing every item, her VIP level ascended to the highest tier. Dressed in splendid attire and mounted on an extravagant steed, she attracted the attention of novice players upon her arrival in the newbie village. There, she sought experience-enhancing elixirs, and by consuming them, she quickly ascended to the top of the server's leaderboard. A cascade of golden notifications flashed before the players' eyes, leaving them in awe. They hastily accessed Su Ruoruo's personal information interface, eager to discern the identity of this wealthy player. Upon viewing her profile picture and physique, they were left utterly speechless. Her private message interface erupted with notifications. The cacophony of alerts quickly became irksome, prompting her to disable the effects of her attire and rename herself to Soft-Hearted Cat using a name change card. Subsequently, she purchased a face sculpting card, altering her meticulously replicated visage to resemble that of an ordinary passerby. Having completed these transformations, she emerged from a thicket in the newbie village, continuing her questing. As she had not added any friends, no one was aware of her name change. The players were astonished to discover that the affluent ID they had just been able to message had vanished without a trace.
Su Ruoruo, with habitual plafel tang gesture.
Mused to herself that it was best to remain low-key, The incessant disturbances were diminishing her enthusiasm for the game. Having already reached the maximum level, she no longer needed to engage in leveling tasks. Seeking a picturesque spot for screenshots, she soared into the sky atop her disguised mount, searching for the perfect location. Before long, she stumbled upon a breathtaking vista. This area required a high level to enter, and those who could access it were undoubtedly affluent. Instantly, Su Ruoruo felt a wave of relief. Taking photos here would spare her from being gawked at or harassed due to her mount and exquisite attire. She promptly disengaged the shielding effect, reverting to the original one-to-one face sculpting feature, and posed in the midst of the pink floral sea to capture various photos. Bystanders, be gone at once. A piercing male voice echoed above Su Ruoruo's head. She ceased her poses, looking up in confusion to see a female, clad identically in the same mall outfit, encircled by 4 males. The foremost male glared at her, signaling her to hastily vacate the area. Pardon? You deem me a bystander and demand I leave?
Su Ruoruo scoffed.
Our lady is here to take pictures, and your presence may disrupt her mood. The female surrounded by the males frowned at Su Ruoruo, stating coldly, "This is your last chance. If you do not leave, I shall teach you a lesson." Su Ruoruo retorted sharply, rolling her eyes. "I haven't even blamed you for disturbing my mood, and you dare to ask me to leave." The female, incensed to see Su Ruoruo's sculpted face outshining hers, was immediately filled with rage upon hearing such audacity. "Why are you still dawdling? Send her back to the respawn point. Let us see how she continues to act so arrogantly." The 4 males swiftly drew their weapons and launched an attack on Su Ruoruo. Having just entered the game, she had focused solely on consuming experience potions and purchasing outfits, neglecting to enhance her skills. In the blink of an eye, she found herself pierced by 4 blades, sent back to the nearest respawn point. Simultaneously, she realized that her hard-earned level had reverted to 0. Frustrated, Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes several times. Just as she contemplated boosting her combat power to return for revenge, Karen returned from work. Approaching the holographic pod, he noticed Su Ruoruo's puffy cheeks and inquired with concern, "Ruoruo, what is the matter?" Hearing Karen's voice interrupted her thoughts. She paused the game interface, pouting as she complained, "I encountered a group of unreasonable players." Karen gently stroked her light brown hair, soothingly replying, "No rush. Let us have dinner first. Once we are well fed, I will deal with them for you."
All right.
Su Ruoruo closed the game and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with Karen. After the meal, Karen understood the reason for her anger. "Little girl, do you remember the names of those individuals?" Su Ruoruo shook her head.
No.
"Not to worry. Log into the game first, locate your enemies list, and provide me with their IDs.
Okay.
Su Ruoruo logged into the game and indeed found the enemies list on the social panel. She took a screenshot of the 5 players' game IDs and sent it to Karen. Karen glanced at the IDs, locating the group of his longtime battle companions in his friends list. "Is anyone playing the Glazed Immortal Adventure?" The members in the chat group were thrilled to see Karen's message. "Boss, it's been ages since you last spoke. Are you playing this game? The new server just opened, and I'm currently playing. Want to team up for a dungeon?" Many members chimed in, indicating they were playing the game. Karen saw them forwarding Su Ruoruo's screenshot in the chat. All participants in this game form a team to search for these 5 individuals. Once they appear, promptly send them back to the respawn point. The members, though slightly puzzled by Karen's message, quickly responded, "Understood, boss. We will act immediately." Additionally, they might be in the pink floral sea. The members acknowledged and promptly headed towards the floral sea. Karen closed the chat window and gently told Su Ruoruo, "Little girl, you log in and wait at the respawn point to watch the show."
All right.
Su Ruoruo hurriedly logged into the game and arrived at the respawn point. Before long, she indeed spotted the 5 individuals who had attacked her. The female among them was livid, her face flushed as she shouted, "Damn it. It must have been that female who instigated this. Despicable and shameless. They actually banded together against us." At that moment, Karen's group members arrived at the respawn point, the leader smirking as he addressed the 5. "You maliciously attacked a newcomer in the pink floral sea. We just gave you a little lesson." The surrounded female attempted to rebut, but was restrained by a male who recognized the leader's identity. Above them loomed the name of the Nine Nether Guild. The reputation of Nine Nether was well known. Offending them meant a life of misery in this game. The male respectfully said to the leader, "We were in the wrong this time. We won't make the same mistake again. Remember what you said today. Also, find the player you bullied earlier and sincerely apologize to them to seek their forgiveness, or else, absolutely, we will apologize." The leader gave a slight nod, and then turned to leave. Shortly after he departed, the female angrily shouted again, "Why did you stop me?"
Boss.
"They are from Nine Nether. We cannot afford to offend them. We must quickly find that female and apologize." With the vice-captain of the new Nine Nether Guild involved, failure to apologize could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing the name Nine Nether, the female wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, understanding she had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Rumor had it that Nine Nether was a guild established by the Beast Emperor Karen, with members present in nearly every game. As a seasoned gamer, she understood all too well that they had bitten off more than they could chew today. The female must have been a relative of someone within Nine Nether. Watching the fluctuating expressions of the female, Su Ruoruo suddenly lost interest. Those who bully the weak yet fear the strong, seeking her apology, felt bothersome. She pressed the shutdown button and exited the holographic game. Once offline, the female and her 4 male companions were immediately frantic, eager to locate Su Ruoruo to apologize. "Little girl, why did you stop playing?" Karen's tone was filled with affection and gentleness. "Uninteresting. I thought she would be more arrogant, but it turns out she is merely a paper tiger." Karen chuckled softly at her words. "If you dislike her, I could have someone keep an eye on her, attacking her each time she logs in. What do you think?" "No need. I do not wish for this paper tiger to ruin my gaming experience." Su Ruoruo stood from the gaming pod and slowly made her way to the living room sofa, with Karen following closely beside her. "How have things been these past few days? Have you discovered any signs of the mad beasts?" "None yet. Increase the manpower to thoroughly explore this island for the mad beasts. We must rescue them as soon as possible. If this drags on, I fear their mental states will completely collapse, and they may fall prey to the senseless male beasts in the wild." Worry etched on her face. Su Ruoruo gazed at Karen, reminding him, "These mad beasts are significant to me. Once they recover, they will be under your management. Lead them from the main island outward to explore and eliminate all wild beasts and dangers within the island." "Understood." Karen committed Su Ruoruo's words to memory, planning to prioritize the search for the mad beasts starting tomorrow. "Ruoruo, it's getting late. Shall we rest early?" Su Ruoruo lifted her gaze to meet Karen's deep, dark crimson eyes, gently nodding, "All right." The beastmen had been battling the insect tribe for a month, and with the added days of cold treatment, they were undoubtedly yearning for companionship. Su Ruoruo was no longer the naive young girl unfamiliar with worldly affairs. Nor did she shy away from fulfilling the primal desires of her beastly husbands. In gratifying their needs, she found positive feedback for her own body as well. Particularly with Karen, she was exceedingly willing to bear his children. The prospect of giving birth to a child, thereby extending her lifespan by a millennium, was an astute bargain in her eyes. However, just a few days prior, she had consumed a month's worth of contraceptive pills, placing her body in a state unfit for conception. Yet she thought little of it. A marital life devoid of the intent to procreate was merely a profound exchange between partners, allowing her to immerse herself entirely in the experience. Karen lifted Su Ruoruo and carried her into the master bedroom's lounge. The following morning, while Su Ruoruo had yet to rise, Karen had already departed with the mercenaries aboard their flying vessel. By the time she awoke, the sun was high in the sky. After stretching languidly, she performed her morning routine and dressed before standing before the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the distant beach and ocean views of Mad Beast Star. After gazing for a while, a knock echoed at the door. Turning around, Su Ruoruo addressed the service robot at the entrance. "Open the door."
"Certainly."
As the door swung open, the robot, designated 77, wheeled in a dining cart. "Master, the garlic seeds you instructed me to plant have matured. Today, I have prepared the beef and garlic dumplings you mentioned. Would you care to taste them?" Su Ruoruo's eyes brightened as she approached the dining table and took a seat. 77 presented her with an artfully arranged plate of beef and garlic dumplings. There were 3 varieties: dry mixed in clear soup and pan-fried to a golden crisp. Su Ruoruo sampled each dumpling before addressing 77. "I particularly enjoy the spicy dry mixed dumplings. Please fetch me another small serving." "Understood. I shall retrieve it at once." With that, 77 promptly turned to head downstairs to the dining area. Su Ruoruo savored her 25 spicy dry mixed dumplings, finishing off with a cup of warm milk before returning to the gaming pod to continue her immersive experience in the holographic game. As she logged in that day, her team, which had been searching for her for a day and night, swiftly located her. Frowning, she regarded the 5-member squad that had previously slain her, coldly inquiring,
"What do you want?"
Chapter 240. Another fat sheep. Was yesterday's reprimand from Karen not sufficient? Did they come to provoke her once more? Before Su Ruoruo could react, the 4 ringleaders who had attacked her knelt before her, confessing, "We apologize. We were blind to your worth. Please forgive us."
Oh,
What about her?
why isn't she apologizing to me?
The reluctant female standing behind the males finally uttered a half-hearted apology, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. Your voice is softer than a mosquito. I can't hear you." Her face turned pale, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Su Ruoruo certainly noticed her unwillingness. Never one to force someone into a corner, she decided that if this female was so obstinate, she would simply mention it to Karen later and let him impose a few more lessons. Why dwell on it? Su Ruoruo thought to herself. As long as she was content, having ascended to her current position with the support of a formidable beast husband capable of resolving issues with strength, she felt that was sufficient to ensure her happiness. Since you don't wish to apologize, then so be it. With those words, Su Ruoruo turned to leave. Caught off guard, the female knelt there, unable to save face. The male standing nearby quickly urged her softly, "Master, this is not the time for pride. You wouldn't want to be blacklisted by the 9 Nether Guild in the game, would you?" Hearing the male's reminder, the female suppressed her defiance momentarily, gathering her courage to call out loudly to Su Ruoruo's retreating figure, "I'm sorry." Su Ruoruo paused, turning back to cast a bright smile at her. "Hear us a piece of advice. In the future, take a detour when you see me." With that, she strode away without a backward glance. Once her figure had completely vanished, the female's flushed face gradually turned pale. Was there truly no one in the holographic game capable of holding the 9 Nether Guild accountable? The 4 males shook their heads in unison, responding, "Master, do not seek to reclaim your dignity. The 9 Nether is a deity in the realm of online gaming, not something we can provoke." With a long sigh, the female finally retracted her previously arrogant demeanor. In the past, she had commanded respect wherever she went, bolstered by her family's wealth and her 4 beast husbands' might. This was the first time in years she had faced such humiliation in the game. The experience of being forced to apologize was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. She recalled how she had once coerced numerous females, less fortunate and less gifted than herself, into publicly apologizing, leaving her in a daze. Yet, regardless of her reflections or future actions, Su Ruoruo was unconcerned. She rode her mount to the main city, selecting her primary profession while simultaneously enhancing her own abilities. She could no longer solely rely on Karen for assistance. In reality, due to the limitations of her female physique, she could not possess the same strength as her male counterparts. However, within the game, she could strive to grow stronger on her own, and she resolved to do just that. Su Ruoruo utilized her resources to acquire a celestial weapon, investing considerably to elevate it to an extraordinary tier. While she diligently enhanced her strength, Karen secretly informed his comrades within the 9 Nether Guild of her ID. "This is my wife. If anyone dares to bully her in the game, you know what to do, right? Boss, rest assured, we've got her covered." Su Ruoruo was thoroughly engrossed in the game, even finishing her lunch while immersed in play. As evening approached and Karen had yet to return, she waited a while before washing up and indulging in a bath in the jacuzzi. It wasn't until midnight that she sensed someone standing beside her, causing her to suddenly open her eyes. Upon realizing it was Karen, she let out a sigh of relief. "Why do you always appear and disappear like a ghost? Did I scare you, little one?"
Yes.
"Why are you home so late today?" "We discovered a horde of orcs in the underground cave west of the main island and spent considerable time capturing them alive." Upon hearing orcs, Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled with interest. "How many did you find?" "Conservatively estimated, there are over 2,000 orcs." "Excellent. Let us hasten to bring these orcs home." Karen nodded, his voice tinged with fatigue as he replied, "All right, I'll freshen up first. Wait for me." "Sure, go ahead." Su Ruoruo watched as Karen entered the bathroom to wash up. At that moment, she was completely devoid of sleepiness. She opened her personal information panel in her mind to check the task details for Rescue the Mad Beasts. The task completion showed a slight increase. The system indicated that rescuing 1 million beasts on Mad Beast Island was deemed successful. Currently, they had over 500 at home, and with the addition of these 2,000, they had yet to reach even 1% of the target. Time was of the essence. She needed to devise a plan to rescue those beasts promptly. However, once rescued, where would she house them?
Su Ruoruo promptly contacted 77,
instructing him to create a dedicated breeding area for the mad beasts in the nearest planting zone. The seeds planted there were all of the 3rd tier, maturing to purify the surrounding area of 1 acre. Connecting all the planting lands together would be the optimal choice for housing the mad beasts. Yet, she would need to exchange for additional defensive shield coverage to prevent the beasts from running amok and damaging the surrounding environment. The mere thought of the required shield area gave her a headache. With all the resources her beast husbands could provide already exhausted, she was facing the prospect of raising 1,000,000 beasts. Even if stacked high, the necessary area for the defensive shields would still amount to an astronomical figure. Just as Su Ruoruo was feeling overwhelmed, she suddenly spotted Karen emerging from the bathroom.
Right.
This fellow is the Beast Emperor. Lucius and Dorciu are the Beast Kings, having achieved an adequate level of affection, resulting in a reward of a defensive shield area of 100 square meters. But what about the Beast Emperor, Karen? Karen is merely a step away from reaching the desired affection level. Su Ruoruo's light brown eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, Karen emerged from the bathroom after his evening wash, a pristine white towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his perfectly sculpted upper body. Determined to enhance his affection for her, Su Ruoruo promptly rose from the bed and, with genuine concern, inquired, "You must be tired after such a long day. Have you had dinner yet?" Karen was taken aback by Su Ruoruo's sudden attentiveness. He paused for a moment before gently nodding, "Not yet. Come, allow me to prepare a late-night snack for you. This is a new recipe I've been developing, and no one else knows about it." Su Ruoruo smiled brightly, playfully winking at Karen. She then took his hand, leading him into the kitchen. "Would you like to cook with me?" Karen, puzzled by Su Ruoruo's unusual enthusiasm, could not help but wonder what had prompted such fervor from her today. Despite his confusion, Karen nodded in agreement. Su Ruoruo opened the refrigerator, retrieving an array of natural, non-radiated ingredients to prepare in the kitchen. "Come here, let me teach you how to chop vegetables," she encouraged. Karen raised an eyebrow, suppressing the strange emotions swirling within him, and complied as they moved to the kitchen to begin chopping. Before long, he had prepared all the ingredients, and as he turned around, he saw Su Ruoruo seated before a steaming large pot, beckoning him over. "Come, the broth is ready." "All right," Karen replied as he approached the dining table. In the center of the table sat a bubbling dual-flavor pot. The left side held a rich, red broth exuding a strong, spicy aroma, while the right side featured a mild bone broth suitable for those averse to spice. Concerned that she might not handle the heat well, Su Ruoruo had opted for the dual-flavor setup. Karen wheeled over a cart laden with layers of fresh, pure, natural delicacies. "This is specially prepared for you," Su Ruoruo exclaimed as she removed a portion of beef, placing half into the spicy broth and half into the bone broth. Soon, the enticing aroma of the beef melded with the scent of the broth, igniting their latent cravings for food. "Here, try this," Su Ruoruo said gently, offering Karen a slice of perfectly cooked beef. Karen felt a rush of surprise and delight. It had been over a month since Su Ruoruo had shown him such care. "Is this special hot pot just for me, or do we share it with everyone else?" Su Ruoruo's smile faltered for a brief moment before she continued softly. "It's prepared solely for you. In my heart, you are different from the rest. You are the Beast Emperor, while they are merely ordinary Beast Kings, or even lesser warriors unworthy of comparison." Su Ruoruo's flattery left Lucius utterly captivated. "Congratulations, host. Karen's affection level has increased by 5, bringing it to 95. Please continue your efforts." As the system chimed, Su Ruoruo secretly sighed, realizing her heartfelt words had thoroughly enchanted Karen. She had a premonition that her multifaceted approach would surely fill Karen's affection meter to the brim. With a stroke of luck, given Karen's imperial prowess, she was likely to obtain even greater rewards. Currently, her most pressing need was the expansion of the defensive shield area. To secure the area needed to protect her crops, the matter of the shield's coverage was indeed urgent. "Come, let me feed you the first bite." "No, this special hot pot is made just for you. You must eat first." "Very well." Karen felt a surge of joy as he picked up his chopsticks and savored the tender beef slice. As he enjoyed his meal, Su Ruoruo continued to add vegetables to his bowl, also tossing in an assortment of greens into the hot pot. She filled his bowl repeatedly, yet the affection meter stubbornly remained stagnant. After finishing their late-night feast, the affection level firmly settled at 95. In a bid to maximize her affection and secure that coveted lottery draw, Su Ruoruo steeled herself. With a determined bite of her lip, she stood up, feigning an effort to clear the dishes, but inadvertently stumbled into Karen's embrace. "Oh, how clumsy of me," she exclaimed, mimicking the coy demeanor she had observed on Blue Star television, tilting her face at a charming angle and softly muttering to Karen, I'm so sorry. There. Did you hurt yourself? Outside the living room, Unit 77 listened to the sounds of playful laughter and commotion, feeling no emotional stirrings within. However, the chip in his mind suddenly heated up. Only he was aware of this unusual reaction. In the deep of night, as Su Ruoruo listened to the rhythmic sound of Karen's breathing beside her, she promptly summoned the system. Did it work? Congratulations, host. Karen's affection level has reached 100, granting you a chance to spin the lucky draw wheel. Spin. Su Ruoruo had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Drawing for the lucky reward. Please wait. Lucky reward drawn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a defensive shield area of 1,000 square meters. Oh yay. Su Ruoruo was so exhilarated she could hardly contain herself, nearly breaking into song. Her guess had proven correct. Securing Karen yielded rewards worth 10 times that of Lucius and Dorciu combined. Had she known, she would have cultivated them to the level of Beast Emperor first before pursuing their affections for a higher reward. With the 1,000 square meters of defensive shield area obtained through the lottery, Su Ruoruo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She no longer needed to worry about the planting area or the beasts she had captured, at least for the time being. Sweetheart, shall we sleep? After being thoroughly exhausted from the evening's activities, she whispered back, hum. With that, she promptly closed her eyes, beginning to count sheep. Before she realized it, she drifted into slumber. When she awoke the next morning, Karen had already departed to commence a new day of work. As usual, Su Ruoruo went through her morning routine, with Unit 77 preparing a nutritious breakfast for her. After finishing her meal, she logged into her game account. Chapter 242, Unsold Merchandise. While Su Ruoruo delighted in her life, unbeknownst to her, the radiation potions in the galaxy were facing a sales slump due to her listings of purified greens and crop derivatives. On Mercury, a city built on water, over 90 of the planet's surface was submerged. The inhabitants of Mercury naturally lived in the water, and transitioning to sunlit houses above the surface was no simple feat, my queen. Our newly developed radiation potion has yet to hit the market, and we are already faced with unsold inventory. A middle-aged man, sporting a transparent oxygen helmet, expressed anxiously to the young female seated upon an enormous shell throne. What are the potions that have already been released? The young woman, garbed in a flowing golden gown, inquired in a low, cold tone. The situation is dire. The Mad Beast planet has recently introduced a new anti-radiation product that not only boasts remarkable efficacy, but also carries no side effects. And their pricing? The freshly inaugurated Empress of Mercury frowned, seeking clarity. When all factors are considered, it can only be described as exceedingly cheap. Currently, the interstellar beastmen are eagerly awaiting the launch of this new product. Due to production limitations, we can sell a fraction of our own anti-radiation potions, but they are only appealing to the impoverished sectors of our planet. Over the past few months, the 9 major planets have significantly reduced their procurement of our anti-radiation potions. Since the commencement of the winter hunt operation, the situation has deteriorated considerably. A Mercury politician reported solemnly to His Majesty that the Mad Beast star has recently changed hands. I recall that this planet belonged to the Black Star Empress, who has held dominion over it for many years. It is quite astonishing that she would relinquish it. According to our reliable intelligence, the radiation levels on the Mad Beast star have significantly escalated in recent years, and all the precious metal mines on the planet have been completely depleted by the Black Star. With the planet now devoid of any utilitarian value, the Black Star Empress auctioned it off not long ago, fetching an astounding price of 20 trillion star coins. Have we discerned who acquired the Mad Beast star? The Mercury Empress inquired urgently. An S-class psychic female, whose beast husband is the Black Star S. Karen and the Azure Star S. Lucius. Upon hearing the name Karen, the Mercury Empress furrowed her brow. However, her frown gradually eased. After all, he is merely a young beast emperor, no matter how formidable he may be. He cannot possibly contend with the interstellar military. As for Lucius, who is not even a beast emperor, she hardly regarded him as a threat. Not to mention the defenseless S-class female, Su Ruoruo, she dismissed her entirely. The Mercury Empress tightly grasped the smooth, white shell armrest. Her gaze resolute. We must not allow the economic lifeblood of Mercury to be compromised. Relay my orders. Assemble the most elite troops. The destination is the Mad Beast Star. This operation must uncover the secret of the purification products of Mad Beast Star. Should we encounter any unidentified obstacles, show no mercy. The ministers were taken aback. Yet the Empress's determined demeanor silenced any dissent. Before long, a well-equipped Mercury army was assembled. They boarded specially designed warships and set forth towards the Mad Beast star. Upon arrival, they were astonished by the desolate scenery that greeted them. Could this barren, radiated Mad Beast star truly be the origin of the latest purification products? With doubt in their hearts, the Mercury soldiers cautiously navigated the starship, searching for the source of the purification products. Just as they were about to delve deeper into their investigation, their patrol leader, Dorsiu, promptly detected abnormal signal fluctuations on the monitoring screen. Dorsiu was uncertain of the intruders' intentions, but their approach was aggressive and suggested ill intent. Utilizing the radio transmitter, Dorsiu sent a message declaring, "This is a private planet. Unauthorized individuals must leave immediately." However, the Mercury army showed no signs of retreat. In the living quarters, Number 77 observed the unusual signal fluctuations from Dorsiu's end. He hastily entered the gaming pod, interrupting Su Ruoruo's leisure activities. "Mistress, we have detected an uninvited starship. They are ignoring our warnings and are searching the area. Based on their trajectory, we surmise they're searching for something." Su Ruoruo, unfazed by the intruders, commanded, "Notify everyone to return to their apartments. No one is to leave without my permission. With the defensive shield in place, should they dare to disrupt, they will face dire consequences." Su Ruoruo activated the star ring. Contacting Dorsiu, "Withdraw to the safe zone and await their arrival for the benefits they bring." Upon recalling the extraordinary powers of Su Ruoruo's domain, Dorsiu promptly agreed. He ordered the patrol team to retreat. Simultaneously, the Mouse Beast and Snake Beast received the notification, bringing all the children back to the living quarters. The children stood by the gigantic floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing intently into the distance. "Daddy, are there bad people coming to catch us?" a young female child nervously inquired. "It's all right, don't worry," the Mouse Beast and Snake Beast reassured the children, albeit lacking confidence. They were unaware of Su Ruoruo's domain abilities. However, upon receiving her directive to return to the living quarters and remain indoors, they sensed something was amiss, but didn't he want to incite undue panic among the children? On the 68th floor, Su Ruoruo received a report from number 77. "Mistress, all the children and staff have returned to their respective apartments and dormitories." "Good. What about Karen? Is he still outside exploring?" "According to radar, Karen is quite far from us and the invading force, so they won team meet for the time being." "That's good." Su Ruoruo lost her interest in gaming. "And the children? They are all gathered in the indoor classroom on the 98th floor. Let us go to the 98th floor and wait to watch the spectacle." Su Ruoruo changed into a different outfit and accompanied number 77 to the indoor classroom on the 98th floor. The children, upon seeing her, rushed over with enthusiasm to greet her. Su Ruoruo picked up the smallest child, smiling as she reassured them. "Do you remember the safety lessons I taught you?" The children responded loudly, "Yes. When we encounter danger, we run back home to be safe." "Exactly, my dear ones. Be patient. Soon, there will be a grand performance." The Mercury army, entirely disregarding Dorsiu's radio warnings, traced the source of the signal and advanced closer to the residential area. Approximately 10 minutes later, a team of scouts dispatched from the Mercury flagship discovered a small cultivation area. They gazed at the less than 3-square-meter plot, which astonishingly towered to hundreds of stories, leaving them utterly astounded. What kind of devilish design is this? A cultivation area of less than 3 square meters, yet it boasts a built-up area of hundreds of stories. The materials for high-rise buildings cost several times that of ordinary low-rise ones. It is absurd to construct such heights on such a small footprint. Truly, a ridiculous and ingenious designer. The scouts, brimming with confusion, promptly relayed their findings to the flagship. As they approached the area, they noticed that the surrounding radiation levels had entirely dissipated. Such a phenomenon is nothing short of alarming. For thousands of years, Mercury has discovered a miraculous crop at the ocean's depths, which has been engineered into an anti-radiation agent using the purification factors within. Apart from this unique crop discovered by Mercury, there have been no other purification crops in the galaxy for eons. Yet today, right before their eyes, the Mad Beast star has unveiled artificially cultivated evolutionary crops. If they could acquire the seeds or plants from this cultivation area and transport them back to Mercury for cultivation, it would undoubtedly be an immense fortune for the entire planet. Soon, the commander responsible for this expedition aboard the flagship arrived at the ground floor of the cultivation area. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any traps, which left him perplexed. Such precious purification crops are left here without any protective measures? How ridiculous and foolish. Has anything unusual been detected in the vicinity? The scouts all shook their heads. The commander immediately issued a directive, addressing everyone. All personnel, enter this cultivation area immediately and uproot every single crop to bring back to Mercury. Upon hearing the command, everyone's eyes gleamed with greedy desire as they fixated on the crops in the cultivation area. They were well aware that the recently popular purification green leaves had been valued at 100,000 star coins per leaf. In the cultivation area before them, not only were there vast expanses of green leaves, but beneath the foliage, ripe fruits were also faintly visible. What are you all waiting for? Hurry! The commander's urging spurred the crowd into action, leaping into the cultivation area. However, as they prepared to seize the crops, they were horrified to discover they were unable to move. It was as though their beast energy had been mysteriously restrained. The commander's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the soldiers' abnormal behavior. What is this strange phenomenon? Commander, what should we do now? A frantic squad leader inquired. Help me. Commander, save me. Just then, as soon as the male members of the team, intent on wreaking havoc upon the crops, entered, they all collapsed on the ground, emitting terrified cries for help. Commander Mercury promptly ordered, retreat. There is something amiss here. The majority of the squad members possessed considerable strength. It was inconceivable that they could be subdued so swiftly. Such an astonishing ability was truly alarming. He had no desire to recklessly enter and suffer losses here. But what about those team members? Do you have a way to rescue them? The squad leader immediately shook his head. First, we must return and report these anomalies to His Majesty, requesting assistance. Understood. Commander Mercury and several squad leaders did not spare another glance at the male beasts ensnared in the cultivation area, departing mercilessly aboard their flying vessel. On the 98th floor of the living quarters, the children cheered upon seeing the surveillance footage displayed on the projector. Mom, why do those people seem like paper tigers? It's not that they are formidable, it's that our safe zone is powerful. This is a special ability of Mom's. If danger arises, as long as you are within the sanctuary she has created, the power of that special domain will keep you safe and sound. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, you can hit your sister here. Su Ruoruo smiled at an older female child. Curiously, she found a willing younger sister and playfully slapped her. However, just as the slap approached the sister, it appeared to be restrained by an invisible force. So amazing! Children, within Mom's domain, no one will come to harm. Remember, if you encounter any bad people and cannot fight them off, run back home, and you'll be safe. Hooray! The children erupted in cheers. Alright, let us go see who those people are and where they came from. Mom, we want to go too. Let us go, together. 77. Summon a medium-sized flying vessel. 77 jumped from the balcony, swiftly arriving at the parking area near the fountain square, where he located a medium-sized flying vessel. He piloted the ship to the balcony entrance of the 98th floor. Let us go, children. Su Ruoruo gently waved her hand, and the children filed out, crossing the metallic arch bridge connecting the balcony to the flying vessel, taking their seats. The rat beasts and snake beasts were filled with trepidation, suppressing their inner doubts as they accompanied the starship to the plantation area where the invaders were detained. As the flying vessel descended the metal staircase, the children tumbled down one by one. Su Ruoruo was surrounded by the children, while the snake beasts and rat beasts trailed at the back, tasked with ensuring the children's safety. When the trapped male beasts caught sight of such a large group of female babies, their eyes nearly bulged out. So many females. Today, they had encountered one bizarre occurrence after another, each striking a severe blow to their psyche. Who sent you here, and what do you intend to do? Su Ruoruo halted by the half-enclosed glass wall on the first floor, addressing the two male beasts standing in punishment. The two male beasts stared at the stunningly beautiful and slender Su Ruoruo, momentarily taken aback, and kept their mouths shut, refusing to answer her question. Not going to speak? Lon, take their photos for facial recognition analysis. Understood, Master. Lon activated the star ring and scanned the two male beasts, collecting their information. Master. They are both citizens of Mercury, part of the elite troops surrounding the Empress.
Oh.
What is their current strength level?
Zircon.
Su Ruoruo pouted, scoffing. Just Zircon? Is that what you call elite? Master. Zircon level is considered above average among male beasts, hence the designation of elite. These small fries certainly cannot compare to your esteemed husbands. Hearing 77's report, Su Ruoruo approached and coldly inquired, You were sent by the Empress of Mercury? The two males were taken aback, not expecting their identities to be uncovered so swiftly. Their employment information was classified, accessible only to members of the Mercury royal family and their superiors. Chapter 244, Summoning the Devourer of Heaven. This seemingly unremarkable robot possessed such terrifying search capabilities.
Indeed.
It is just you few who cannot contend with Mercury. I advise you to release us willingly. Otherwise, His Majesty will not easily forgive you. Su Ruoruo found their bluster laughable. Oh, come on then. I await their arrival. 77. Check how many star coins they have in their accounts and transfer all of it to mine. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, the two male beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. How can you do this? Why can't I? You have become prisoners. Comply, and you might suffer less. 77 leaped into the cultivation area and effortlessly removed the wristbands from the two male beasts. Now, tell me, what is the account password? I want to tell you. One of the male beasts growled through clenched teeth. Su Ruoruo smiled and muttered, make him perform 999 rotations in the air. With her command, the defiant male beast began to spin rapidly in midair.
Wow.
Mom is amazing. Is Mom a goddess? Only goddesses in dramas and movies can do that. Mom is so cool. I want to be a powerful goddess like Mom when I grow up. The children erupted with awe. Many of them stared at the male beast, eyes wide, as if he were a circus performer. After 999 spins, the male beast collapsed unconscious. Observing this, his companion immediately divulged his bank card's withdrawal password. 77 entered the password, transferring the scant 2 million star coins from his account to Su Ruoruo's name. Subsequently, 77 replicated the process, ascending the building floor by floor in search of the male beasts, reporting any disobedient ones to Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo randomly assigned a juggling punishment to the disobedient male beasts. Soon, 77 had transferred all the bank account balances of the invading males into Su Ruoruo's name. Su Ruoruo glanced at the newly increased balance, totaling 4 billion star coins. Not bad. These individuals truly came bearing gifts for her. As she approached the first floor, she instructed one male beast, make sure to take good care of the little kittens in the central area. If they are unhappy, I will hold you accountable. The opportunistic male beast nodded vigorously, absolutely. I will take good care of them. Children, the excitement is over. Let us head back. After saying this, Su Ruoruo turned to 77, who had just ascended from the cultivation area, instructing, give each of them a special nutrient supplement to ensure their nutritional needs for a month. Master, you are truly too benevolent. 77 was deeply moved by Su Ruoruo's act of kindness. These individuals had impure intentions and sought to bully the master. The master did not kill them but merely extracted a small amount of star coins as compensation for emotional distress, and even wished to continue feeding them to spare them from hunger. Su Ruoruo smiled without replying, turning to the astonished snake and rat beasts beside her, and commanded, in the coming days, keep a close eye on the children. The ringleader among those people has fled. Their next invasion will undoubtedly be more ferocious. Remember, you are only allowed to roam near the fountain square, and if danger arises, immediately retreat to the safe house I mentioned. Understood, Mom. We will remember. The children echoed eagerly. All right, everyone, let us continue with our lessons. Lon, return to the room with me. Yes, Master. 77 accompanied Su Ruoruo back to the living quarters on the 68th floor. Originally a modest 50 square meter apartment, it had been expanded to an impressive 100 square meters. Typically, Su Ruoruo resided alone, and the spaciousness was quite comfortable. 3 hours later, the urgently retreating Commander Mercury and the squad leaders returned to the underwater world of Mercury. Your Majesty, the adversary has laid a trap, and we find ourselves utterly defenseless. We have been ambushed. A squad captain knelt upon the ground. His voice choked with indignation as he reported. The Empress of Mercury furrowed her brow in concern. What exactly transpired? Speak clearly. The captain activated the live footage, narrating as the video of the cultivation area played. We had scarcely arrived on the Mad Beast Star when we uncovered the secret of the purifying crops. In proximity to the crop zone, no radiation could be detected. We discovered that these crops were the source of the purification products. The cultivation area was devoid of guards and presented no apparent danger. Thus, we promptly commanded our warriors to enter and harvest the crops, but before we could gather anything, all of our orc warriors were immobilized and rendered incapable of movement. That cultivation area is exceedingly strange, the captain added, a shiver of trepidation evident in his voice. The Empress's frown deepened as she listened.
What do you mean by strange?
After millennia of stellar history, What sort of malevolent entities could possibly exist? Your Majesty, did you not observe? Those are the purifying crops. If we can acquire them, we shall possess an inexhaustible wealth. Rising from her shell throne, the Empress approached the commander and sternly reprimanded, "Is this all the intelligence you have gathered from this expedition?" The commander, drenched in cold sweat and appearing frail, replied, "Your Majesty, that group possesses formidable abilities. We were powerless to act. The cultivation area is indeed peculiar. Those who entered were rendered incapable of movement." Hearing the commander echo his words, the Empress's gaze swept over their faces. Could it be that they spoke the truth? Was there truly something amiss on the Mad Bee star? Suddenly, an elder from Mercury stepped forward with a suggestion. "Your Majesty, Master Shortstory has returned from the Mad Bee star. He has proven invincible in the battle against the insectoid race, exhibiting unparalleled valor. Why not send him to investigate?" Shortstory, the Empress recalled her half-brother. 2 years prior, he had emerged unexpectedly, forcibly brought back by the Beast Emperor, her father. Her mother had passed away prematurely due to age, and with her demise, the Empress ascended to her position with the support of her father. Upon returning from a journey, her father had brought back a hidden illegitimate child. To avoid offending him and to maintain his favor, she had consented to acknowledge the child, deceitfully claiming to the citizens of Mercury that he was her long-lost brother. In truth, she and Shortstory did share a bloodline. Shortstory was notoriously rebellious, with an independent disposition that she found distasteful. Yet his extraordinary strength and combat prowess eclipsed even that of their father. She had no confidence in persuading him to undertake a mission on the Mad Bee star. Chapter 245. Shortstory, after careful consideration, the Empress of Mercury commanded her attendant, "Go. Summon Shortstory to discuss a matter of great importance. Inform him that it pertains to the future of all Mercury. He must come. As you command, Your Majesty." The summoned attendant, clad in a water-blue guard uniform with a transparent oxygen mask atop his head, swiftly made his way to Shortstory's villa. Before long, the attendant's figure vanished into the lengthy, transparent corridor. The underwater realm was constructed entirely of high-strength glass. Outside the transparent walls of the meeting palace lay the boundless, deep blue expanse of the ocean. Floating above the water were layers of exquisite buildings, all crafted from high-tech, corrosion-resistant stainless steel. As a group of trusted ministers awaited Shortstory's arrival, their gazes wandered, occasionally drifting outside the glass, observing the citizens of Mercury traversing the depths in submarines. In an attempt to pass the time, approximately half an hour later, heavy, purposeful footsteps echoed down the corridor at the end of the meeting hall. A tall, striking young man with flowing crimson hair approached, impatience gleaming in his red eyes. His attendant followed closely behind, mirroring his pace as they entered the meeting hall. In an instant, he stood beneath the grand, pearlescent throne. "Shortstory, I have told you, do not disturb me without cause." Shortstory's voice carried a hint of ire. The Empress, seated above on her throne, appeared visibly embarrassed, her face tinged with a shade of crimson. The elders seated around the conference table, flanking either side, exchanged disapproving glances at Shortstory's outburst. "Impudent! Shortstory, you are a subject of Mercury. How dare you address Her Majesty so familiarly?" Shortstory chuckled. "Shortstory, is that how you feel as well?" The Empress's awkward expression only deepened. "Shortstory, this is the conference hall. Have you forgotten our father's admonitions?" When the Empress mentioned their father, Shortstory's arrogance waned slightly. "I only agreed to squander a month on this expedition to the Mad Bee star out of respect for our father. You promised me that if I defeated the insectoid race, you would refrain from bothering me this year. As the Empress of Mercury, you would not dare to go back on your word." The Empress's face paled, alternating between shades of red and white. The attending ministers, witnessing his blatant disrespect and aggressive demeanor, cast him disdainful glances. Shortstory was acutely aware of their disapproval, yet he remained indifferent to their opinions. His presence here was solely to repay his father's kindness. Once that debt was settled, he would take his leave. "If I were not confronted with an insurmountable dilemma, I would not have sought you out. You promised our father that you would assist me and safeguard Mercury's peace for a millennium." Upon hearing this, Shortstory begrudgingly suppressed his irritation and dissatisfaction. He had indeed made such a commitment to their father. In 1,000 years, he would no longer be bound by Mercury, free to pursue his own desires. "I am willing to assist, but you must agree to shorten the duration of my service." The Empress's heart leapt with joy at the prospect. As long as Shortstory successfully completed the task at hand, she would gladly reduce his tenure, even to 0. Acquiring the purifying crops from the mad beast star would ensure Mercury's prosperity for millennia. I promise you, if you successfully complete this mission, I shall reduce the years of your assistance. By how many years? Shurshing inquired, testing the waters. 500. The Empress's countenance faltered. However, the thought of the immense wealth from the mad beast star prompted her to nod faintly. I agree. Now, tell me, what is this task that has rendered your elite comrades powerless? Shurshing signaled to the waiting commander and squad captain, who promptly stepped forward to elucidate the peculiar occurrences on the mad beast star. Through their descriptions, Shurtian began to grasp a possible explanation. Could it be that the cultivation area possessed a domain's power? Only the activation of such power could account for the simultaneous immobilization of all the orc warriors. The adversary's capabilities must be at least on par with that of a beast emperor. No wonder Shurshing sought his intervention. The seasoned beast emperors of Mercury were preoccupied with subduing aquatic beasts in all directions. They had no time to venture to the mad beast star. What manner of beings inhabited that place? Please send me all the information regarding the ownership of the mad beast star. As you command, Your Majesty. The command room, filled with a cloud of dust, promptly transmitted all available details regarding the mad beast star's owner. Shurtian activated his star ring and accessed the document sent to him. Upon glimpsing the name of the planet's owner on the first page, he was taken aback. It was her. She had indeed become the owner of the mad beast star. A flicker of joy and excitement surged within his crimson eyes. It had been 2 years since their parting on the deserted island. Since then, he had traversed vast oceans and visited numerous places. 3 months prior, he unexpectedly ventured to the outskirts of Mercury, where his combat against aquatic beasts caught the attention of the city's commanding general. Just as his beastly energy was depleted and he was on the verge of being consumed by the water creatures, he was rescued by a beast emperor. In gratitude for this salvation, he pledged to serve the beast emperor for a millennium. The following day, he made his appearance among the troops, drawing considerable attention from the soldiers who remarked on his striking resemblance to the beast emperor. Whispers among the border guards suggested he was the illegitimate son of the beast emperor stationed abroad. The beast emperor, who had never considered he might father a child out of wedlock, suddenly recalled a woman from the Azure planet whom he encountered many years ago on a deserted island. Stealthily, he procured a strand of hair from his son, Shurtian, for DNA comparison, and indeed, he discovered that Shurtian was his own flesh and blood. The emperor's wife had passed away years earlier, leaving him unbound by any constraints. Coupled with the guilt he harbored from years past towards the Azure woman, he sought out his son, Shurtian, and deceitfully claimed that Shurtian was also a child of his late wife. This ruse would grant Shurtian a noble status on Mercury. Having been saved by the emperor and learning of his father's past predicaments, Shurtian chose to forgive. His mother had never spoken ill of him before her death. Her eyes had always reflected admiration and joy. Under her guidance over the years, he bore little animosity towards the father he had not seen for over 2 decades. Moreover, the fact that his newfound father had rescued him only endeared him further. Perhaps this is what they call the bond between father and son. He agreed to assist his father in his endeavors. However, if the task at hand involved harming her, Shurtian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In Chapter 246, he declared in an unassailable tone to Shurshing, "I cannot assist with this mission." The expressions of Shurshing and the assembled ministers turned incredulous upon hearing this. Just moments ago, he had been negotiating and agreeing to terms, yet now he had seemingly withdrawn. Had he faltered? The so-called champion of Mercury now cowed upon reviewing the dossier of the combat king, Karun. Shurtian appeared oblivious to the disdain etched on the faces of the ministers.
Why?
His strength was limited. He had only just broken through to the initial stage of Beast Emperor and was no match for Karun. Even if dispatched, he could not breach the domain's force surrounding the cultivated area. Shurtian hastily concocted an excuse. How could he raise a hand against the one he cherished? It was utterly inconceivable. As a denizen of Mercury, he could not turn against his own, yet he would never wield a weapon against her. Not for Mercury, nor for his father. With that, Shurtian exited the conference hall without a backward glance. The ministers exchanged glances, bewildered. Shurshing's countenance darkened, his mood plummeting into an icy abyss. This half-brother was far too unstable, exhibiting a complete disregard for decorum. It was utterly unacceptable. Ahem, Your Majesty. Since Shurtian is unwilling to embark on the campaign against the Mad Beast Star, what do you propose we do next? Shurshing glowered at the elder minister. Does Mercury sustain you merely for idle chatter? I grant you 3 days to devise a strategy to secure the purification crops of the mad beast star. Now, disperse." With that, Shirshing stormed out of the conference hall, aided by a beast man. After the meeting, the elder ministers gathered to quietly strategize their approach. Once Shirtian left the hall, he utilized his noble status to commandeer a spaceship, racing towards the mad beast star under the cover of night. He was determined to find her. 2 years had passed. He had planned to search for her after the winter hunting expedition concluded, yet now, her whereabouts had been conveniently revealed. With the dossier in hand, his emotions were tumultuous. He longed to see her, but what then? According to the information, she was now accompanied by 6 beastmen. Would she still remember him? Shirtian felt a flush of embarrassment over his past brutish behavior, anxiety gnawing at him. Upon returning to Mercury, he swiftly adapted to interstellar culture and grasped the preciousness of females in this realm. Would she still accept him after his prior barbarity towards her? With a heart full of trepidation, Shirtian boarded a spaceship for a 3-hour journey to the plantation mentioned in the intel. As night enveloped the land, the plantation radiated a warm, golden glow, illuminating the surrounding environment. The male beasts within the plantation beheld Shirtian's arrival with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Finally, someone from their home planet had come to rescue them. This blue spacecraft, emblazoned with Mercury's official insignia, was unmistakable. All the trapped males gazed intently at the vessel. However, Shirtian merely cast them a fleeting glance before piloting the craft away from the area. For him, locating Su Ruoruo was his utmost priority. As his spaceship soared over the plantation, the security chief, Duo Shu, received an alert from the night robots. Damn it, these Mercury folks are relentless. They arrived so swiftly. Duo Shu promptly donned his combat armor and, accompanied by a cadre of combat robots with the strength of beast kings, rushed to the alarm zone. Soon, he encountered Shirtian piloting the Mercury warship. Did Mercury send merely one spacecraft? What audacity! Upon seeing only a solitary official ship from Mercury, Duo Shu found it absurd. Even the Beast Emperor would struggle to escape from their ranks in such a short time. If they could lead this group into a secure area, they would undoubtedly be trapped and rendered immobile. Duo Shu commanded the Beast King robots, engage. The robots unleashed a barrage of laser projectiles towards the Mercury ship. The dazzling laser shot forth, prompting the Mercury vessel to initiate evasive maneuvers. Moments later, 8 laser projectiles struck the ship, damaging its propulsion system and causing it to plummet to the ground with a resounding crash. The deafening explosion startled the children in the nearby living quarters from their slumber. Su Ruoruo abruptly woke, instinctively reaching for the light in her bedroom and glancing to her side. Yet, she found no sign of Karun. Ah, yes. Karun was on a mission to explore the main island, a task that would take considerable time. He had messaged her, stating he would return once he had explored the northernmost regions. That night, instead of welcoming Karun home, Su Ruoruo was instead met with the sound of explosions. She slipped on her slippers and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant flames engulfing the forest. From afar, she spotted Duo Shu leading a squad of armored robots hovering in the air, their exosuits emitting blue flames beneath them. The blue flames shone vividly against the night sky. The frightened children trembled in their rooms, while their caregiver and robotic caretakers hurried to comfort them. A few minutes later, the children began to calm down, reminded of their safety within the secure zone. Their mother had assured them that no harm could befall them there. Gradually, they settled, and many succumbed to drowsiness, lulled back to sleep by their caregiver's soothing presence. How strange. The Mercury forces had arrived so swiftly. Yet this time, why was there only one warship? Were they merely cannon fodder, sent to scout their situation? In the distance, Duo Shu instructed the robots, descend and investigate what those aboard the spacecraft are up to. Understood. 8 robots swiftly approached the spacecraft, opening the hatch, but found no trace of any beast men inside. The robots reported back to Duo Shu via their smart communicator. There is no one aboard the spacecraft. Dorcia's thin lips tightened as he muttered under his breath. What kind of trick are the Mercurians up to? Have they sent an extravagant spacecraft merely to deliver vegetables? He instructed. Take this spacecraft back and hand it over to number 77 for modification. Wait, leave 4 individuals behind to continue patrolling. Should anything unusual arise, report to me immediately. After issuing his orders, Dorcia's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. He had an unsettling feeling that the situation was far from simple. The Mercurians would not engage in such seemingly pointless actions without reason. Understood, Master, The robots responded mechanically, proceeding to fulfill their assigned tasks according to Dorcio's directives. After a thorough scan of the area revealed no abnormalities, he piloted his mecha back to the residential district's apartment to resume his rest. In the concealment of a towering tree, a pair of dark red, profound eyes narrowed, observing the direction in which he had departed. Chapter 247, Wild. Those crimson eyes shimmered with a dark, radiant glimmer. Not long after Dorcio vanished, the lurking Shirtion swiftly pursued him. Within mere seconds, Shirtion entered the residential district's gates, using the cover of night to conceal himself beneath a large tree near the fountain square. The white defensive shield at the entrance and the protective barrier surrounding the fountain square emitted a barely perceptible ripple. It appeared that the shield had detected the presence of an unfamiliar entity and automatically activated its monitoring functions. However, it failed to sense any hostility or murderous intent within the secure zone, and the faint ripples ultimately subsided into tranquility. Shirtion remained completely oblivious to this. Fortuitously, his feelings of affection towards Su Ruoruo suppressed all hostility and murderous intent, preventing the defensive shield's security mechanisms from being triggered. At this moment, his sole desire was to see her and ascertain whether she could forgive his previously rude and audacious behavior. With a heart filled with excitement and trepidation, Shirtion observed the greenery around the fountain square for an extended period, yet found nothing amiss. This struck him as odd. There were no personnel deployed for patrol or protection. If this were the case, with a new commander from the Shirshing faction and the Beastmen arriving, this place would likely be obliterated in an instant. Suppressing his complex thoughts, Shirtion swiftly leaped back and forth across the fountain square. Within a few breaths, he located the apartment building within the residential district. The area surrounding the building was eerily silent. Inside, only one unit radiated a faint glow from its nightlight. Without hesitation, Shirtion exerted a gentle force. Effortlessly jumping up to the illuminated floor, he cautiously opened the glass window of the balcony and slipped inside. Inside the living room, darkness enveloped the space. The moonlight streaming in from the balcony offered a faint glimpse of the basic furnishings within. Shirtion's purpose was not to admire the decor. He floated silently to avoid making any noise. Making his way through the living room, he discovered 2 bedrooms, one on each side. Based on the earlier glow from outside, the room with the night light was on the right. Just as he was about to open the bedroom door to investigate who resided within and press for Su Ruoruo's whereabouts, he suddenly sensed a hint of danger from behind. His 2 years of battling ferocious beasts beneath the sea had honed his instincts, prompting him to evade instinctively. A beam of blue laser shot through the space he had just occupied, piercing a fist-sized hole in the living room wall. The sharp noise of the laser bolt startled the occupant of the bedroom awake. Number 77, wielding its mechanical arm, transformed into a laser gun, aimed directly at Shirtion's forehead. "Who are you?" Number 77 inquired, astonished. The master's domain ability was remarkably powerful, enveloping the entire building. How had this tall, red-haired beast-man managed to infiltrate? Shirtion furrowed his brow, coldly glaring at the robot who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At that moment, he and Number 77 simultaneously heard the bedroom door creak open. Both instinctively turned their gaze towards the bedroom. "Master, there is an intruder. It's dangerous," Number 77 exclaimed, swiftly positioning itself protectively in front of Su Ruoruo.
How could this be?
"Within my domain, I am invincible," Su Ruoruo murmured, simultaneously querying the system. "What is happening?" Host. If an individual entering the residential district does not emanate hostility or murderous intent, the defensive shield will not detect them, thus allowing them to enter unimpeded. Su Ruoruo pursed her lips, peeking out from behind Number 77, and casually pointed at the towering figure, commanding, "Sit down. Do not move." The defensive shield recognized her command and immediately immobilized Shirtion. He found himself seated on the floor, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? I am the Beast Emperor. How could I be subdued by a mere command? Such a method was utterly astonishing. "Lon, don't be alarmed. He cannot move for now," Su Ruoruo whispered.
Xiaoai.
"Please turn on the living room lights." In an instant, the lights illuminated the living room. Su Ruoruo clearly discerned the figure approaching the living room corridor. "It's you, Ruoruo." Both Su Ruoruo and the Emperor Crab, Shirtion, stared at each other in disbelief. Number 77, standing to one side, was somewhat baffled. Did the master know this impolite male beastman? Su Ruoruo cautiously approached the Emperor Crab, Shirtion, a hint of disbelief etched on her face. "How did you end up here?" This is a long story. What kind of magic did you use? Can you let me up? Seeing Shirtian's breathtakingly long legs, she felt a spark of excitement. Then silently thought, release him from his constraints. All right, you can move now. Shirtian immediately began to move his limbs, discovering that he had regained control over his body. He stood up, incredulous, and asked Ruoruo, is this your ability?
Su Ruoruo nodded gently.
Number 77, realizing they were acquainted, took a step back. Sensing that there was no need for heightened vigilance, since this was an old acquaintance of the master, with no harmful intentions. After their brief exchange, silence enveloped the two. Shirtian gazed at her face, now even more enchanting than when they first met, and her figure had developed into a perfect silhouette. His excitement became overwhelming. Su Ruoruo sensed the flames of desire flickering in his eyes, and an inexplicable anxiety washed over her. Among her several beast husbands, he was the most powerful in certain aspects. Unlike Lucius and the others, he did not exhibit the same tenderness and restraint toward her, allowing their interactions to feel more liberating. This assertive demeanor delighted her, though she wondered if her preferences were flawed, as she found herself drawn to men with a stronger presence. Naturally, not in the sense of toxic masculinity. Lucius and others maintained a polite distance, leaving her feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Ruoruo, may I join you in your room for discussion? So much has transpired over the past 2 years that I cannot possibly explain everything at once. Su Ruoruo felt a lump in her throat, caught between swallowing her words and the embarrassment of the situation. She nodded gently and turned towards her bedroom, swallowing the physiological response that arose upon seeing him. Time had flown by over the 2 years. He had become even more to her liking. His fiery red hair, the captivatingly wild dark red eyes, his towering stature, and the intoxicatingly primal charm he exuded were qualities that had not been present in Lucius and the others. As the bedroom door closed, number 77 blinked slowly from its corner. Chapter 248. Besides you, I desire no one else. It had a predictive intuition derived from extensive data analysis, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This male beast man was destined to become the master's recent favorite. Inside the bedroom, Su Ruoruo stood by the bed, feeling somewhat at a loss. Ji Tian gazed intently at her pink nightgown and her enchanting little face, which appeared even more captivating under the soft glow of the night lamp, causing his blood to surge with a fervent heat. Ruoruo sensed his gaze and felt a flicker of trepidation at his unwavering stare. Memories of the unparalleled experiences he had once bestowed upon her flooded her mind. Instinctively, she picked up the pink outer robe from the sofa beside the bed and nonchalantly tied it around her waist with a bow. Upon seeing her enveloped so snugly, revealing only her delicate, fair calves and her petite feet clad in pink slippers, the fiery intensity in Ji Tian's eyes diminished somewhat. Please take a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. By the way, what would you like to drink? Juice, coffee, or perhaps fruit tea? Ji Tian had never encountered juice, fruit tea, or coffee before. It seemed such fare was absent from the dining establishments on Mercury. I'm fine with anything, he replied. All right, just give me a moment. Ruoruo exited the bedroom and made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle of freshly squeezed juice from the refrigerator, along with a beautiful diamond glass, and hurried back to the bedroom. Ji Tian's gaze followed her movements until it was obstructed by the closing bedroom door. Upon her return, she found him seated on the pink sofa from which she had taken her clothes. She cast a brief glance his way before averting her eyes, pouring him a glass of strawberry juice and offering it to him. As Ji Tian looked at the vivid red juice in the glass, he instinctively took a sip. Ruoruo's gaze inadvertently fell upon his lips, then lingered on his notably pronounced Adam's apple. Oh no! She yearned to relive the past with him. What was she to do? It had been 2 years since they last met, and now he was teasing her. This was not good. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, she settled on the bed beside the sofa and softly inquired, by the way, you haven't mentioned why you're here. Also, where have you been for the past 2 years? In response to Ruoruo's questions, Ji Tian set down the empty glass. He gathered his thoughts before recounting in detail his journey across the seas to Mercury and the circumstances that had brought him here. Listening intently, Ruoruo picked up the juice bottle from the coffee table and poured him another glass of strawberry juice. By the time Ji Tian had finished sharing his experiences over the past 2 years, his glass was empty once more. An awkward silence enveloped them again. Ji Tian broke the tension, asking, "It seems you've been doing quite well these past 2 years." Ruoruo offered a shy smile and replied softly, "I'm all right."
So,
did you come here specifically to find me? Ji Tian nodded gently, Indeed, I learned of your whereabouts and came expressly to seek you out. The news of the purifying plants you sell has attracted the covetous eyes of Mercury, inciting hostility towards you. In just a few days, they will send more people to apprehend you. Wan, however, felt no trepidation in response. Their current home had been firmly established, and they had followed proper procedures to join the merchant alliance. Mercury alone could not shake the channels through which they sold purifying crops and products. As for safety concerns, under the protection of the defensive shield, no matter how many times they came, they would merely be supplying her with vegetables. This was an opportunity to establish a firm stance against others who coveted the evolutionary crops of the beast star. If Mercury gained an advantage, other planets would surely seek a piece of the pie as well. It's fine. I'm not afraid of them, no matter how many come. Your sudden arrival today has served as a reminder. Upon finishing her statement, Wan silently issued a command to the defensive shield. All unfamiliar visitors not on my whitelist. Upon entering the shielded area, regardless of any hostility towards me or those within my home, shall be trapped and promptly notified for my handling. Host command received. The new regulations for the defensive shield have been updated. By the way, Jitian, please add yourself to the whitelist. Wan added silently in her mind. Jitian held a favorable impression of her, and as he posed no threat to her or her home, it was worth granting him the privilege of free access. Noticing the sudden seriousness in Wanwan's expression, Jitian lowered his head in silence, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Wan, are you angry with me? She instinctively responded, no. Why would you think that? That is good to hear. 2 years ago, I was immature and forced you to do things you didn't wish to. I am deeply remorseful for my actions. My purpose in coming this time is to confess and seek atonement. As he spoke, Jitian suddenly moved beside her, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of repentance. Please don't do that. I truly don't hold anything against you. Please get up and talk. Wan reached out to grasp his fingers, attempting to pull him up. However, his substantial growth in the past few years and increased weight thwarted her efforts, causing her to inadvertently tumble into his embrace. In an instant, the distance between them diminished to nearly nothing, allowing her to see the thick, curled eyelashes above his dark red eyes. Heavens, what beautiful eyes! Such long lashes. Wanwan's breath hitched as she subconsciously reached out to touch his brows and eyes. Wanwan, please don't do this. I'm losing control, Jitian murmured, struggling to maintain his composure. Then don't control yourself. This isn't the person I know. This isn't your true nature. I prefer the you who is unrestrained, free from the shackles of interstellar laws. Her words ignited the suppressed bomb within him. He seized her in his arms, laying her upon the pink quilt, his dangerous crimson gaze fixated earnestly upon her soft, pink lips. It had been 2 years. She was even more beautiful than before, exuding a newfound mature sensuality. Just as he leaned down to kiss her, Wan suddenly pressed her finger against his lips. Wait. You haven't been with any other females these past 2 years, have you? Absolutely not. Before she could finish, he interjected. My heart belongs only to you. I desire no one else. Feeling the heat radiating from his lips against her fingertip and hearing his heartfelt declaration, Wanwan's heart raced uncontrollably. Jitian, sensing her flustered state, leaned in to kiss her delicate finger. In that moment, a tingling sensation surged through her, spreading from her fingertips throughout her entire body. Chapter 249. Newly wedded wait. You should take a shower first. All right. Jitian, halted by her words, restrained his excitement and quickly made his way to the bathroom. In no time, Wan had barely caught her breath when he emerged, completely bare. Her gaze fell uncontrollably upon him. Everything was left unspoken. Amidst her mind's numerous lapses, a thought suddenly surfaced. At that moment, any trepidation she had felt prior to Jitian's arrival dissipated like smoke. Wan liked him and did not resist him. That was enough. She was aware of the profiles of her suitors, one of whom was an orc she had encountered on the deserted island. It had been 2 years. He had survived countless life-and-death crises in the ocean, rising to the rank of Beast Emperor, while he remained at the Beast King level. The disparity was evident. Despite the presence of that fellow and his companions, perhaps having spent considerable time with Wan, they evidently had not met her needs. Or she would not have shown such enthusiasm toward him. Wan felt as if she were on a roller coaster at Disneyland. The sensation was indescribable. She finally understood why. In ancient Blue Star, virtuous and understanding women could ascend to the throne as queens. However, The emperor is often irresistibly drawn to the alluring temptations of the outside world, frequently indulging in the tender embrace of such seductions. In her past, she failed to comprehend the nature of men. Only after acquiring the same matrimonial rights as those within a patriarchal society did she finally grasp the origins of their depravity. When polygamy or polyandry becomes sanctioned by law, the basest instincts of humanity are inevitably awakened. As one's possessions multiply, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain balance. Perhaps at one time, she aspired to achieve equilibrium, but eventually, it became inconsequential. In a moment of hazy consciousness, Su Ruoruo was suddenly struck by this realization, jolting her awake. She fought against the overwhelming fatigue, shifted the oppressive arm of her partner aside, descended from the bed, and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. Gazing into the full-length mirror, she found herself almost unrecognizable. Was this indeed the person she once was? She had always adhered to the principle of monogamy, even though she remained single until the age of 30, never having experienced love. She had not debased herself nor succumbed to despair by seeking out a companion merely to alleviate her loneliness. Yet, after 2 years, she had come to accept, almost with ease, her entanglements with various beastly partners.
It was terrifying. Su Ruoruo touched headache with tele altered visage.
Noting that the resemblance to her former self had dwindled to a mere 3/10. Have I been assimilated by the rules of this world? She murmured to her reflection. She stood before the mirror, lost in thought for an extended period, until the voice of the system roused her from her reverie. Host, what troubles you? Su Ruoruo emerged from her deep contemplation, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on her face, gradually regaining her composure. It appears that I have been assimilated by the rules of this world. System, tell me, is this version of me still me? Of course, you remain yourself. In every distinct little world, the worldview established by the host in their original realm is subtly influenced. 99% of hosts choose to accept the world's rules and complete their tasks promptly. I find this rather unsettling. I have managed to coexist intimately with multiple beastly partners for an entire month without a flicker of emotion. Host, this is the nature of the world's rules. The realm you are currently engaged with is a fundamental, rudimentary world. As far as I know, in certain advanced realms of cultivation, the rules dictate cannibalism. Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Cannibalism?
Humans consuming humans.
Yes, but not quite. In that world, all mortals and cultivators are each other's sustenance. Only by consuming the essence and flesh of others can one grow stronger and survive. Intelligence gathered from other systems indicates that many hosts dispatched to that world ultimately descend into madness, ensnared by the rules of that realm until death, only to return to the system via resurrection tokens. Upon their return, their souls remain in a state of mental disarray, culminating in a fate of utter disintegration. Confronted with the prospect of a cannibalistic world, Su Ruoruo was rendered speechless. As the system had noted, compared to those higher realms of bizarre nature, her current world could only be deemed child's play. For her, the regulations of this world, in some respects, could be considered a boon. If she were to venture into a world of cannibalism, could she truly maintain her identity and refrain from partaking in such horrors? Host, your current state is a result of the clash between the residual memories and values from Blue Star and those of the present world, causing mental stimulation. I advise you to shorten the duration of your task completion. Prolonged exposure to this realm will only continue to influence you by its rules. What if I become assimilated?
What will happen then?
The future is unpredictable. Will I become a deranged lunatic?
Su Ruoruo inquired anxiously.
The future is unpredictable. Without receiving a concrete answer, her heart sank. Her gaze darkened, and she entered the bathroom to cleanse herself of the lingering masculine scent, swallowing both internal and external healing pills. Instantly, the bruises adorning her skin vanished without a trace. Returning to her bedroom, she retrieved a pink notebook from the bedside. Uncharacteristically compelled, she inscribed the date and the events of the day. At the bottom of the page, she wrote, in a script only she could decipher, I must never forget that I am from Blue Star, that I am Su Ruoruo, the Su Ruoruo of Blue Star. Should the day come when I am assimilated and become unrecognizable, I hope this page will help restore my sanity. She harbored a deep fear of becoming a mindless lunatic, as recounted in the system's tales. After finishing her entry, Su Ruoruo placed the notebook into a pink box, subsequently storing it within the system's space. System, if ever I lose my sanity, please remind me to open this pink box. Understood. With the box secured, she lay back down beside her partner. the tumult of her thoughts now devoid of any romantic notions. The following day, before the beastly partners began their duties, she summoned them to the bedroom. Before her stood Lucius, Dosius, and 3 attendants. Karen was absent due to his exploratory endeavors, thus missing the morning assembly. Su Ruoruo casually gestured toward her partner, saying, "This is my newly-wed side consort, his name is Shortstory." Lucius felt a wave of discontent upon seeing a familiar face. When had this crab returned? And now he had once again entangled himself with Ruoruo. Dosius wore a grim expression. Just days prior, Ruoruo had married 3 new beasts, and now she had brought back another, a formidable one at that, immediately granted the status of side consort. This stirred a deep unease within him. If he did not strive to enhance his own strength, he feared he might eventually be cast aside by Ruoruo. Much like the majority of neglected male beasts in the galaxy, the other 3 beasts dared not speak too freely. Their strength was the weakest, and their status the lowest. So even if they felt jealousy, they refrained from overt displays. Su Ruoruo was well aware that introducing Shortstory so soon would unsettle them. Yet, she had no better alternatives. Shortstory was a male she had possessed 2 years prior, and she had always reserved a title of side consort for him. "Hello," Shortstory greeted them with a smile. His demeanor casual. However, to Lucius and the others, it felt like a provocation. Just as the simmering jealousy among them was about to erupt, Su Ruoruo continued. "Shortstory has drawn a 7-day reward. Dosius, my time with Karen has concluded, and according to the rules, you must now stand behind Shortstory." Upon hearing this, Dosius's jealousy boiled over. He shot a glare at Shortstory, his eyes brimming with hostility. Lucius also held a strong aversion to Shortstory, as the memory of being outmaneuvered by this individual lingered, leaving him with no fondness for Shortstory. "All right, it's time to commence work. Please return to your respective posts." Su Ruoruo, anxious that remaining together might lead to conflict, swiftly concluded the introductions. Lucius and the others left her dwelling, their expressions sour and discontented. "By the way, now that you have become my beastly partner, you must adhere to the rules of work as well. Currently, we are in need of exploration personnel. Given your proficiency in water, you will be responsible for investigating the dangers lurking beneath the sea. Should you encounter any aquatic beasts gone mad, notify number 77, and he will send someone to capture them." Shortstory, upon hearing Su Ruoruo's words, was momentarily taken aback. Last night, she had incessantly praised his skills. Yet upon waking today, she was treating him as a stranger? "Ruoruo, I do not wish to go." Faced with Shortstory's refusal, Su Ruoruo exerted great restraint to acquiesce to his desire to refrain from work. She understood that allowing him to breach the established rules would render the management of the beastmen all the more challenging in the future. "We must proceed. My beastmen require their duties," Su Ruoruo asserted with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the resoluteness in her gaze, Shortstory, albeit reluctantly, consented to undertake underwater work. "Very well. The working hours are 8 per day, with weekends off," he replied. "Understood," he added before leaping from the balcony, soaring down from the upper floor. "Master, the morning meeting has concluded. I shall prepare breakfast for you," number 77 said in a timely, gentle tone.
All right.
Within 5 minutes, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. As Su Ruoruo enjoyed her meal, she checked the current affection level of the king crab. Shortstory king crab. Current affection level, 80. Re-establishing a bond with the king crab has merely yielded an increase in affection. Long before her arrival in this world, she had already reaped some benefits. Now, in order to accrue lifespan and points, she must conceive. I suppose I shall wait a month. Among the beast men, Lucius had offspring, while her heart favored Shortstory, who did not, which seemed unjust to him. As she savored her breakfast, Su Ruoruo silently contemplated her future plans. Regarding Shortstory's mention of Mercury dispatching individuals to launch further assaults, she felt no trepidation whatsoever. After breakfast, Su Ruoruo embarked on a delightful period of leisure. In the afternoon, number 77 informed her that she had received 5 million points as a reward for collecting metals from the warehouse. She had set the recovery ratio of rare metals at 70 of the revenue, reserving 30 for the development and construction of her home. Building the community was a necessary expenditure. The vast expanse of Mad Beast Star required considerable time for exploration, and establishing residential and commercial districts was essential to prepare for future immigration plans. An increase in the number of immigrant beast men would expedite the completion of system-issued side quests. Su Ruoruo was acutely aware that the greatest advantage of Mad Beast Star lay in the purifying power derived from its crops. This could be harnessed to establish a natural purification retreat on the main island, alongside a culinary hub.
Lan.
I envision creating a retreat on the main island to welcome visitors from extraterrestrial realms for tourism and rejuvenation. What are your thoughts on this idea? Master. That is indeed a splendid notion. According to big data analytics, the retreat's business will undoubtedly flourish. Then I shall trouble you to oversee the establishment of a retreat, initially accommodating 1,000 guests.
Certainly.
Furthermore, as the planetary sovereign of Mad Beast Star, may I open immigration and allocate immigration quotas? Of course. All legal stipulations of this planet are determined by you. Please draft some regulations regarding immigration welfare policies to attract extraterrestrial individuals to settle here. Simultaneously, establish a series of immigrant communities designed to the standards of typical interstellar neighborhoods. For the expenses incurred, you may directly request funds from Lucius. Understood. Though Su Ruoruo had entrusted Lucius with fiscal authority, it did not impede her own access to star coins, as she retained the highest financial rights. Nonetheless, she preferred to delegate these responsibilities, allowing her the freedom to enjoy her time. You needn't visit me daily for greetings. The island's construction is paramount. Understood, Master. Number 77 acknowledged and departed, immersing himself in the construction efforts on the main island. A month later, the first batch of mad beasts, revitalized by the purifying efforts in the plantation area, reverted to their orc forms. The community, crafted under the supervision of Number 77, situated 2 kilometers from their living quarters, was the first to be allocated for their residence. Initially, Su Ruoruo intended for them to reside within the protective dome of the Mad Beast community. However, upon observing their affection levels exceeding 30, she promptly decided to permit their relocation to the community. The system boasted an affection alert feature, alleviating her concerns. Any beast harboring animosity towards her or Mad Beast Star would trigger this alert, enabling her to swiftly apprehend the individual. Under the judicious arrangements of Number 77 and Lucius, the first batch of male beasts successfully moved in. They had obtained their new identification information, becoming citizens of Mad Beast Star. After a 3-day respite, the first batch of mad beasts applied for various job positions based on their respective skills. Chapter 251. Male competition. While these beasts commenced their employment, Su Ruoruo, accompanied by Number 77, visited the community. They stood at the entrance of the grand building, which appeared quite austere and spacious, yet bore no nameplate. Master. This community has just been completed and remains unnamed. May I request that you bestow it with a name? Su Ruoruo tilted her head, gazing thoughtfully at the impressive entrance before finally declaring, let it be called Courtyard Number 1. In the future, we shall create similar communities, and a simpler name will be easier to remember. Additionally, please inscribe the completion and initiation dates at the bottom right corner of the plaque. Understood. Number 77 clapped his hands, summoning 2 robots assigned to guard the entrance. On the plaque I commissioned, etch the words Courtyard Number 1. Below the plaque, inscribe the commencement and completion dates of the community.
Certainly.
The 2 robots promptly turned and, following Number 77's instructions, swiftly affixed the pre-prepared blank white plaque with golden embellishments to the community entrance. Master, would you like to explore inside? Yes, let us take a look. Number 77 procured a sightseeing vehicle, guiding Su Ruoruo along the cement paths of the community. Master, there is a 24-hour convenience store located beneath each building. Currently, this community has accommodated 547 households. All these residents are the mad beasts you requested to save. They are required to pay monthly fees, which automatically deduct 800 star coins from their salaries as rent. Su Ruoruo listened quietly, pondering. This arrangement was quite similar to the regulations back on Blue Star. Mad Beast Star earns, and Mad Beast Star spends. Not a single coin shall be taken home. Lon, I entrust this to you. I have complete faith in your abilities. However, I do not wish to exploit them excessively. Working hours shall be from 9 to 5, and unless they voluntarily request overtime, they shall not be compelled to work beyond their designated hours. Do you understand? Of course, Master. I shall establish rules in accordance with the public work regulations of the galaxy. Very well. Let us construct a few more buildings. The second batch of mad beasts should return to normal by next month, and we must prepare their accommodations in advance. Understood, Master. Su Ruoruo, accompanied by Number 77, visited the male beast living quarters, randomly inspecting one of the male residences. Number 77 swiped a card to unlock the door, revealing a relatively spacious entryway, complete with a shoe cabinet and bar counter. The bathroom and living room were equally ample. The apartment's layout consisted of one bedroom, one living area, one kitchen, and one bathroom, perfectly suited for a single male occupant. Each building boasted around 100 square meters, with 2 small rooms on each floor. As Su Ruoruo surveyed the space, she spotted a male's unwashed sock left on the sink in the bathroom. Frowning slightly, she turned and exited the apartment. Let us go. The environment appears satisfactory. Number 77 quietly exhaled, relieved that the master was pleased. Su Ruoruo and number 77 returned to the apartment building via the sightseeing vehicle. Time flew by, and soon it was the day when Shortstory and Su Ruoruo spent together. On this very day, Kaylin, who had ventured out to explore, finally returned, accompanied by various animals transported back by the robots. The robots meticulously delivered the animals to the plantation for nurturing. Kaylin, brimming with excitement, hurried back to the 68th floor to report his findings to Su Ruoruo. Little girl, we rescued 5,000 mad beasts this time. Are you satisfied? Kaylin gazed at Su Ruoruo with eager anticipation. Naturally, Su Ruoruo was immensely pleased with this outcome. It was indeed Karen who had accompanied her during those days. Yet due to the demands of his work, he was unable to return in time to share a delightful evening with her.
Now,
Having returned home, and bringing along such a multitude of frenzied beasts, it could only be deemed a momentous occasion. I am quite satisfied. Speak. What reward do you desire? I wish to take a few days off and travel with you. Karen revealed his long-held desire. He had exerted himself tremendously over the past few days, even neglecting the chance to return home and spend the night with Ruoruo, all in the pursuit of achieving a significant accomplishment to present to her. To take Ruoruo away meant he could enjoy her company for a full 24 hours. Ruoruo felt somewhat troubled by the calculations of time. She was obliged to spend the week accompanying the king crab. System. What do you think I should choose? If I agree to Karen, it would undoubtedly upset the king crab. Master, this is easily manageable. You can establish a rule within the consort system. Any beast husband who makes a substantial contribution to frenzied beast star or excels in his duties may have the privilege to jump the queue and make a modest request of you. Ruoruo's eyes gleamed with realization. Karen, your performance in this mission has been exemplary. As a reward, I agree to travel with you. But the time is limited to 3 days. Upon hearing Ruoruo's consent, Karen's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Even before returning home, he had received photos of the devouring sky sent by Lucius and others, along with their brazen hints. Lucius, Karen, Ruoruo has recently taken a new consort, a beast emperor younger than you. Upon reading this message and seeing the audaciously mischievous photo of devouring sky, Karen felt an immediate sense of urgency. Ruoruo had previously stated that his strength surpassed that of Lucius and the others. He was a beast emperor, while they were merely beast kings, significantly weaker than him. However, now there was a beast emperor even younger than himself. Dosiu, with a hint of envy. That fellow has drawn a 7-day opportunity. Tomorrow, he will accompany her. Dosiu. After 7 days, will that guy whisper sweet nothings to Ruoruo? Will she still favor us? Will she allow him to become the primary consort?
Lucius, no.
Ruoruo has promised me. My position as the primary consort is unshakable. Dosiu, you are overly confident. Beauty fades as love wanes. You've spent the longest time with Ruoruo. How much passion does she still hold for you? Lucius had initially intended to prompt Karen to devise a strategy against devouring sky in their small group chat, but Dosiu's remarks stirred a sense of alarm within him. He indeed felt that Ruoruo was no longer the same. Their intimate life had grown somewhat perfunctory. Observing the quarrel between Lucius and Dosiu, Karen simply remarked, "Do not fret. I will ensure this fellow cannot accompany her. However, the time I can negotiate is limited. You two must think of a strategy. We cannot allow him to threaten our positions." Thus, Lucius and the others formed a male alliance. Ruoruo remained oblivious to the various subtle thoughts of her beast husbands. Ruoruo, let us set off now. Chapter 252. I thought he was dim-witted this time. Karen refrained from forcefully taking her away against her wishes, concerned that such assertive behavior might lead Ruoruo to dislike him. Let me take some daily necessities. All right, what do you need? I will help you pack. Ruoruo did not hold back, directing Karen to place her daily essentials into 2 large suitcases. All set, let us embark, Ruoruo stated slowly. The reason she readily agreed to Karen's proposal was that she herself was eager to travel and witness different landscapes. As for devouring sky, Ruoruo activated the star ring and sent out a new regulation and announcement within the beast husband group. Those who make extraordinary contributions in their duties may make a modest request of me. Karen has performed admirably during this patrol. Thus, he is rewarded with 3 days of travel companionship. After sending the message, Ruoruo ceased to concern herself with further matters. Together with Karen, she boarded a small spacecraft destined for Mars. It was said that Martians resided within volcanoes, which piqued her interest. Seated comfortably in her passenger seat, as her gaze fell upon the spacecraft, she suddenly recalled a previous encounter with space pirates. System, can the area of my defense shield be utilized on the spacecraft? Affirmative. If I can use the defense shield in other places, does that not render me invincible? Host, did you just realize this? I thought the defense shield was only usable on frenzied B-star. No, it can be employed wherever you designate. Upon hearing the system's response, Ruoruo's mind began to race. Each of her children could don a defense shield. Should they encounter peril, the shield would guarantee their absolute safety. With this thought, she promptly activated the defense shield area, only to find that it had dwindled to a mere 100 square meters. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "There are far too many places where I need the defense shield. Such a beautiful wish cannot be fulfilled at once. Little one, would you like something to drink?" "Juice," Ruoruo instinctively replied. Karen immediately rose to head to the small kitchen, pouring juice for Ruoruo and himself. Their hurried departure meant they had left their daily service robot behind. Caring for Ruoruo would require his personal attention. Upon returning with the juice, Karen found Ruoruo frowning as she typed a response on her virtual keyboard. A glance revealed the ostentatious profile picture of the king crab. Has he already breached her defenses? Karen chuckled silently, gently placing the juice cup down and sitting beside Ruoruo. Opening the star ring to check the messages. As expected, Devouring Sky was causing a ruckus in the beast husband group, demanding an explanation from Ruoruo. "Boro, it's my turn to accompany you today. Why did that fellow jump the queue?" Lucius forwarded the message. "Those who make extraordinary contributions in their duties may make a modest request of me. Karen has performed admirably during this patrol. Thus, he is rewarded with 3 days of travel companionship. Dosiu, are you illiterate?" Karen wrapped his arm around Ruoruo's shoulders and lightly kissed her forehead, taking a screenshot and sending it to the group. "Ruoruo and I are on vacation." Ruoruo added, "Special circumstances warrant special treatment." Devouring Sky. "Ruoruo, where are you? I must find you. I will return to accompany you after 3 days of diligent work." Hearing Ruoruo's comforting words, Devouring Sky's fiery anger subsided somewhat. The snake beast, rabbit beast, and mouse beast, weak and helpless, dare not speak, quietly watching the drama unfold. Ruoruo gazed at the group chat messages, awaiting Devouring Sky's response. Among the primary husbands, he was the only one who truly troubled her. Devouring Sky did not reply in the group chat, but instead sent Ruoruo a private message. "Ruoruo, do you no longer want me? Having gained me, you no longer cherish me, correct? You promised to accompany me today. How does he have the privilege?" Ruoruo's anxious heart was transformed into impatience by his questioning. She had not anticipated that along with Devouring Sky's wild beauty came an equally peculiar temperament. While she could understand his feelings, this was the interstellar world. Karen, glancing at those 3 sentences, could hardly suppress his laughter. The Guide for Females had explicitly stated that these 3 sentences should never be uttered, regardless of how angry one might be. Questioning the mistress would only lead to her aversion, and in severe cases, it could result in losing favor. Devouring Sky was indeed too youthful. To Ruoruo, he was merely a fleeting novelty. Should he continue such antics, it would not be long before she grew weary of him, perhaps even repulsed. "Ruoruo, this fellow has spoken out of turn. May I respond?" "Yes." Ruoruo handed over the star ring for Karen to reply. Having multiple men was truly not a good thing. She was well aware that Devouring Sky was jealous and displeased, yet her instinct urged her not to coddle him further. At present, she finds herself burdened with 6 beast husbands. If each of them were to adopt his demeanor, she would surely be overwhelmed by their antics daily. Not to mention, of the original 12 beasts, only 3 have been recovered. The remaining 9, once found, would undoubtedly entail her assuming responsibility for them. If each beast behaves in such a manner, she would indeed be driven to distraction. Karun's merciless retort cut through the air. "Shortstory, remember your place and refrain from being unreasonable." Upon reading his words, Shortstory felt an acute pang in her heart, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. "Wan, do you truly perceive me as unreasonable?" She mused. "Look around. Is there any male with a temperament as volatile as yours? How dare you question my decisions? You openly challenge me in the group, leaving me no dignity. Each word Karun dispatched on behalf of Su Ruoruo struck Shortian like a blade, rendering her breathless with anguish. Shortian shook her head, insisting it could not be true. Ruoruo was far too kind-hearted, her tone always gentle. She could never utter such words. Before posing her inquiries, she had surmised that Ruoruo, enamored with his skills and physique, would never turn against him. She might even offer him opportunities to redeem himself. Shortian ceased sending messages. She sought out Karun, requesting to add him as a friend, with the note, "No chance of provoking me." Hearing the notification and seeing the note, Karun felt a twinge of surprise. This wild beast had managed to deduce it? This realization posed a challenge. His opponent was not a mere simpleton. He had anticipated that Shortian would rage, and perhaps even flee. Shortian then sent a voice message, her voice magnetic and laced with temptation. "Ruoruo, I apologize. It is my profound affection for you that has driven me to lose my composure. I should not have been jealous of Karun. I am sorry. When you return, I shall make amends, using your favorite things, if you will permit." Chapter 253, A Grand Discovery Beneath the Sea. Upon hearing this voice message, Su Ruoruo felt her cheeks flush, snatching the star ring from Karun's grasp. "Such matters ought not to be voiced," she stammered. "Very well, I shall await your return." In a flurry, Su Ruoruo ended the call, meeting Karun's scrutinizing gaze. Karun pursed his lips, his previously sunny disposition darkened. Her favorite? How is it that I am unaware of what delights her? He pondered. "Little one, do you truly fancy it?" Su Ruoruo immediately shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I do not." Yet, Karun, witnessing her response and demeanor, realized her true feelings. After all this time together, how could he have been so oblivious to what she cherished? "Come, let us drink something. Let us not dwell on this any longer," he suggested, resolute in not exposing her. Her cheeks crimson, she was clearly flustered. To mention, it would surely incite her wrath. Su Ruoruo lifted her drink, taking a sip, and refrained from revisiting the earlier incident. Her gaze traversed the specially crafted glass window of the spacecraft, relishing the scenic views outside. On the Mad Beast star, Shortian, having concluded her communication, promptly commenced her underwater exploration. She was determined to rescue more mad beasts than Karun had, thus affording her the opportunity to request something small from Ruoruo. Tirelessly, Shortian navigated the depths of the ocean, investigating every cave, large and small. 2 days later, she finally uncovered a hidden nook, revealing the lair of aquatic mad beasts. Shortian minimized her form and ventured into the lair, soon discovering the slumbering mad beasts within. Various aquatic creatures clustered around a pile of luminous jade. Loath to part from it, Shortian stealthily approached, and as she drew near, she sensed the jade emanating a natural, calming energy. No wonder the mad beasts gathered here. It was the purifying power that attracted them. Thus, she merely needed to keep an eye on locations in the interstellar sea where such purifying jade was present. There, she would undoubtedly find many aquatic mad beasts. Suddenly, Shortian transformed into her human form, addressing the mad beasts encircling the jade. "Come with me. I shall lead you to a wondrous place where you can regain your human forms." The fish, still possessing a flicker of consciousness, heard her words and beheld her human guise, their eyes shimmering with hope. A powerful aquatic beast spoke. "How can you prove the truth of your words?" Shortian replied coldly. "I am the Beast Emperor. Do I need to deceive you worthless aquatic creatures with excessive radiation? Were it not for my mistress's command to rescue you, I would not have bothered." The formidable aquatic beast pondered, then turned to confer with its companions. "We have no retreat left. Even if we remain here, we shall forever be fish. The energy of this jade is waning. We must find a way to save ourselves. Leader, we shall follow your lead. It was you who discovered this place, allowing us to retain a semblance of rationality. Our lives are yours. Have you made your decision? Let us go." He is the Beast Emperor. Had he wished us harm, he would have acted already. The leader of the aquatic beasts, a red serpent, emerged, calling out to the mad beasts behind him, "Friends, we are moving. Come forth." In an instant, countless fish darted from their hiding spots among the rocks. Shortian's pupils dilated. These mad beasts would surely surpass the number of those Karun had returned with 2 days prior. A smile crept across her face as she assumed her larger form. Leading the way, the regal aura she exuded as the Beast Emperor sent shivers through the surrounding underwater predators, compelling them to flee. Swiftly, they reached the shore of the main island of Mad Beast Star. Upon disembarking, Shortian reverted to her human form and messaged no. 77. I have rescued a batch of mad beasts. They require a grand swimming pool as their habitat. Coordinates provided. Please dispatch assistance promptly.
Número 77.
Responsible for the construction of Site Number 2, received the message and immediately sent the main flying ship to assist. The main ship was already stocked with various aquariums. 3 minutes later, the sleek, black main starship descended from above, casting a vast shadow upon the shore. Number 77 leaped from high above, employing his built-in detection ocular device to scan the mad beasts surrounding Shortstory. Detection complete. Current aquatic mad beasts, 15,000. This crab is quite formidable. Should the master learn of such a significant rescue, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The aquatic mad beasts, concealed in the coastal waters, were moved to tears upon seeing the massive black starship blotting out the sky. After so many years in the shadowy depths, struggling to survive, they finally beheld this black flying vessel once more. A multitude of aquatic beasts, having lost their sanity, harbored untold histories. Number 77 hovered above the group of mad beasts, addressing them. Gather closely. The gravitational light will guide you back to the starship. With that, Number 77 activated the star ring, inputting commands. A colossal circular beam of white light cascaded from the bottom of the black starship. All the beasts, eager and desperate, swam toward the light. This time, they truly believed they had a chance to alter their fates. A vessel of such immense size and value, instinct told them to seize this opportunity, for it could lead to their ascendancy. Countless aquatic beasts of all sizes were drawn into the rescue chamber of the main starship by the white gravitational light. Upon detecting the aquatic beasts, Number 77's specially formulated purifying water surged from all directions, enveloping them. The main starship lacked pools. These delicate aquatic creatures needed to be submerged to expedite their healing. The purifying spray would cleanse them initially, preventing exacerbated radiation damage upon their emergence from the water. The effects of the mad beast recovery are intricately linked to their current state of sanity. Should their sanity be too low, they may lose a significant portion of their past memories even after restoration. Approximately 15 minutes later, all the aquatic mad beasts were brought into the rescue pod. Above the pod, 2 pots of mature garlic plants exuded a purifying essence, working in tandem with the purifying water to cleanse the dense radiation pollution from the aquatic creatures. Oh, how miraculous. I feel so comfortable here. My mind has become clear.
We are saved. Truly saved.
It is astonishing that such precious purifying water is being used for our treatment. I am deeply moved. The Beast King Crab mentioned that it was his mistress who sent him to rescue us. This means we were saved by a rare female. If I could indeed revert to human form, I would willingly offer myself in servitude, ready to toil for her without hesitation. Chapter 254. Acknowledging contributions. Seeing the aquatic beasts huddled together in emotional camaraderie, 77 did not pay them any heed after closing the pod door. He directed the warship to a cultivation area on the opposite side of the living quarters. Adjacent to this cultivation area was a moderately sized lake, perfectly suited for releasing the aquatic beasts. A few minutes later, 77 commanded the robots to administer a high-grade nutrient supplement to each beast within the pod, sufficient to sustain them for 3 months. After this period, it was anticipated that they would likely regain their human forms. Upon completing the feeding, 77 addressed the group of aquatic beasts. Shortly, I will release you into the wild lake below for you to thrive. After 3 months, I shall send someone to escort you back home. With that, 77 opened the pod door, and an automatic slide descended, landing precisely above the lake's surface. What are we waiting for? Quickly, descend. The aquatic beasts, now filled with trust, hesitated not a moment, as all the fish slid down the slick ramp, plunging into the freshwater lake. The first batch of mad beasts, upon their descent, immediately sensed the change in surrounding radiation, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, 77 had released all the aquatic mad beasts and instructed 2 patrolling robots residing in the crop area. Keep a vigilant watch over this lake, and press the alarm device at the slightest hint of disturbance. Understood. 77 acknowledged the robot's response and piloted the main warship away from the cultivation zone.
Mars.
Nestled against a natural volcano, a hot spring awaited. Su Ruoruo, adorned in a peach-colored bikini, enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility with Karen, who donned black swim trunks. With a beauty mask upon her face, she reclined in the ergonomically designed chair of the hot spring, relishing Karen's gentle shoulder massage. It was at this moment that a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. Progress on the Mad Beast Rescue Side quest has increased by 15. Please continue your efforts, host. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ruoruo remained composed, keeping her eyes closed as she savored Karen's ministrations. The completion of this task was undoubtedly thanks to Shortstory. With Lucius and the others stationed at various posts, it was clear they could not have been the saviors of the mad beasts. To her surprise, Shortstory had granted her such a delightful surprise. With Karen and Shortstory assisting her, she believed the task of rescuing the mad beasts would soon reach a successful conclusion. Furthermore, the primary island of the Mad Beast planet had been nearly mapped out electronically and secured under Karen's exploration. The development of the cultivation area was also progressing splendidly. Upon returning from this vacation, it seemed only fitting to reward Shortstory generously. Ruoruo, is there anything you wish to eat? Su Ruoruo peeled off her beauty mask, rising from the hot spring. I won't eat now. Tomorrow is the last day of our vacation. You must accompany me shopping on Mars tonight. I've heard there are many local specialties I wish to bring back for the children. Very well. Karen followed her ashore, picking up a pristine white towel to dry her off. Su Ruoruo gently declined his offer, whispering, I will go take a shower. With that, she turned, leaving Karen with a breathtakingly alluring view of her back. Karen gazed at her fair skin, utterly captivated. Ruoruo was as beautiful and enchanting as ever. While Karen remained entranced, Su Ruoruo entered the outdoor shower area, lost in thought. This vacation hot spring had seen many visitors, and although the spring water was fresh, there was an unsettling feeling within. A shower would bring her peace of mind. Karen, still spellbound, did not intrude upon her. At that moment, every movement she made was, to him, a divine masterpiece, a rare work of art. After finishing her shower, Su Ruoruo found a cheerful outfit in the nearby wardrobe and turned to see Karen still dazed. With mild annoyance, she urged, Hurry, go shower and change, so we can go to Mars to buy souvenirs. Of course, Karen replied with a smile, quickly heading to the shower area to freshen up and change. They then took a flying vehicle to the bustling capital of Mars for shopping. Su Ruoruo instructed that all the gifts and local specialties they purchased be sent to their spacecraft docked at the Cosmic Navigation Center. After their shopping spree, night fell. In the distance, countless volcanoes emitted warm red glows. Su Ruoruo and Karen admired the Martian landscape for a while before retiring early. The following morning, they enjoyed breakfast on Mars and visited several must-see attractions for photos. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, they boarded the starship for their return journey. That evening, at 11:30, they successfully arrived at the Mad Beast planet. As Su Ruoruo returned home quite late, the children were already asleep. Consequently, she instructed Karen to organize the souvenirs and local specialties for distribution to the children and the staff on the Mad Beast planet. In selecting gifts this time, she accounted for all Mars citizens, as this batch of resonators had been with her from the start and deserved thoughtful rewards to solidify their goodwill. All right, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. Karen sighed quietly. Good times always seem too brief. He nodded gently, returning to the spacecraft to instruct several robots to help organize the gifts for tomorrow, before finally retreating to his own quarters to rest. In the dead of night, at 2:30 in the morning, a tall figure stealthily entered from the balcony of the 68th floor. He navigated through the living room with ease. In one corner, the dormant 77 detected the intruder but did not stir, remaining in a sleep state to absorb energy. Why does this beast always sneak around? Is it not acceptable to enter through the front door like the other beast husbands? Shortstory approached the bed quietly, extending a finger to poke Su Ruoruo's fair cheek. Noting her lack of response, he climbed onto the bed and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Su Ruoruo, sensing the warmth beside her, groggily opened her eyes. Who? It's me, Shortstory whispered near her ear, lowering his voice. Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in surprise. When did you come in?
Just now.
Ruoruo, I've captured many mad beasts. Hearing his tone of self-congratulation, Su Ruoruo chuckled softly. All right, I know you're impressive. It's quite late. Let us sleep now and discuss everything tomorrow.
All right.
Despite the overwhelming urge within him, he remembered that the sun would rise in less than 4 hours, and dawn would soon break. Thus, he restrained his impulses. Chapter 255. I want 6 children at 6 in the morning. The radiant sun of the Mad Beast planet began to rise. Shortstory eagerly leaned towards Su Ruoruo's ear. The sun is up. In her slumber, Su Ruoruo instinctively frowned at his disturbance. Speak. How would you like to reward me? Softly. You know that I desire nothing more than for you to bear me a child. It's a simple request, and there is no need to rush. Softly. They all have children, yet I remain childless. I have been waiting for 2 years. Jitian lamented quietly in her ear. This month is not feasible. I have taken a special contraceptive pill, and even if we were to consummate, pregnancy would be impossible. The effects of the medication will not dissipate until next month. Su Ruoruo partially squinted her eyes, revealing the truth of the matter. At the end of last month, she had preemptively taken a month's worth of contraceptive pills, ensuring that she could not conceive with anyone. Then promise me, will you bear me a child next month? No problem, I shall bear you 3. 1 is insufficient. Whether it be 1 or 3, it is still giving birth. 3 will earn an additional 200,000 points. 3? Really? Of course, my physique is unique. I always conceive triplets. Jitian recalled the children he had seen, who indeed bore many similarities. Burin, you are truly wonderful.
Sitian imbras Su Ruoruo taitli.
His voice soft with excitement. All right, I wish to continue my slumber. At the thought of Su Ruoruo agreeing to bear him a child next month, Jitian immediately quieted down, even suppressing the physiological response that arose from holding her. Soon, at 8:30 in the morning, Jitian rose gently, careful not to awaken Su Ruoruo. He returned to his apartment, completed his morning routine, and promptly embarked on a new day of work. With the capture of so many crazed beasts, Ruoruo had promised to bear him 3 children. If he were to capture another batch, would he not be able to make the same request again? Conceiving certainly required consummation, and it would allow him to be close to Ruoruo, an endeavor yielding double the benefits. Jitian mused privately, feeling buoyant as he diligently searched for crazed beasts beneath the sea. He thought of the pile of jade surrounded by the crazed beasts. Ruoruo had a fondness for unique stones, and perhaps she would appreciate them if he brought them back. Jitian rowed the submarine to the jade pile, employing his unique devouring ability to effortlessly draw the stones into the storage compartment of the submarine with a mere wave of his hand. Soon, he filled the compartment with jade and returned to the crazed beast star. If Ruoruo liked these stones, perhaps he could make another small request? Jitian delightedly pondered as he brought home a pair of psychic jade stones. This time, carrying the jade made it inconvenient to enter through the balcony. So, he casually found a large cart, stacking the 2 hefty boxes filled with jade upon it to bring back to the 68th floor. Su Ruoruo was quite surprised when she heard the doorbell ring. At this hour, the beast husbands were all at work, and the other beasts were likewise occupied. The children were in class with the caregivers. Who could possibly be knocking at the door? Who is it? It is I. Recognizing Jitian's voice, Su Ruoruo was puzzled. Hadn't he just left for work? How could he return in less than an hour? With curiosity, she opened the door and, at a glance, spotted the enormous cart behind Jitian, laden with 2 sizable storage boxes. What is this? Burin, do you not adore stones? These are the luminous stones I discovered beneath the sea. They are exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo stepped aside to let him in. As he entered and moved the 2 boxes onto the floor, the white stones within radiated a glimmering light. Host, psychic jade stones detected. They can be sold to other systems for points. Would you like to proceed with the transaction? How much can they fetch?
Su Ruoruo,
Clad in a delicate pink satin nightgown, let her eyelids droop as she casually inquired. The points were too meager. She had grown somewhat indifferent to them. Recycling rare metals and selling crops brought her millions of points every so often. According to the scan, they could be sold for approximately 100 million.
System.
You must be joking. Host, have you not known me for 2 years? Such a small quantity of stones could indeed be sold for 100 million points, more valuable than those psychic, or? Host, the materials differ, and thus the prices vary. These white natural psychic jade stones are highly sought after in a certain small world. They possess a psychic essence effect that allows array masters to inscribe formations upon them. Even in the realm of cultivation, these stones are considered exquisite.
System. Proceed with the recycling.
Acknowledged. Jitian observed Su Ruoruo's expression fluctuating little, leaving him somewhat uncertain. It seemed this batch of jade stones was insufficient to elicit joy from her. As he contemplated this, he suddenly noticed that the 2 boxes on the ground had instantly emptied. Ruoruo, the stones have vanished. Yes, this is one of my awakened abilities. Space. All those stones have been stored in my space. As Su Ruoruo spoke, she suddenly leaned closer to Jitian. You have been a tremendous help to me. She reached out to caress Jitian's alluring lips. Tell me, how should I reward you? Upon hearing this, Jitian instantly perked up. Ruoruo, I wish for you to bear me 3 more cubs after next month. Su Ruoruo's hand paused. Could we alter the request? Jitian shook his head. I have a fondness for little cubs. I want you to bear our children. I cannot be outdone by them. Su Ruoruo contemplated for a moment, then withdrew her hand. Very well, I shall agree to your request. However, you must also concede to one condition. State it. I will agree to whatever condition you propose. As long as I can fulfill it. Once I have birthed your 6 babies, you must promise to undergo sterilization. Jitian frowned, pondering briefly before promptly agreeing. I shall commit to that. Ren, I have one more question.
Speak.
Jitian asked earnestly, if I accomplish another task successfully, will you grant me permission to have you bear 3 more cubs? Su Ruoruo smiled lightly. If you can find stones like those today, 10-fold. I shall agree to your request. Jitian declared confidently, it is a promise. Go. Work diligently. I await your good news. Jitian left with a radiant smile. Since they were destined to conceive, why not maximize the benefits? Beast husbands could make requests, but they had to contribute to this planet and even the entire small world to earn the right to have children. Otherwise, if the planet were to perish, even if children were born, they could not be safeguarded, rendering the act futile. Su Ruoruo pondered quietly as she leisurely made her way to the semi-open kitchen, retrieving a pack of frozen dumplings from the refrigerator to heat in the cooking machine. 2 minutes later, she carried the dumplings to the dining table and began her meal. After breakfast, she continued her day indulging in leisure activities. Late at night, Jitian returned as promised to spend the night with her. The night was long. Loneliness akin to the moon. Chapter 256. She will not make things difficult for you. Without much need for words, the little train of Su Ruoruo and Jitian set in motion. The speed was swift, and it seemed the nutrition could barely keep pace. The following morning, Jitian, cradling Su Ruoruo, was half asleep when he suddenly heard a familiar masculine voice. Is the master of the crazed beast star present? Come forth at once. The resounding voice of a robust middle-aged male reverberated throughout the living area. Whether the males working here or the children, all were awakened by this commanding tone. The children immediately got up and approached the window, gazing toward the source of the sound. Above the entrance, hundreds of blue cosmic warships had arrived. Surrounding the warships were many armored male beasts poised for action. A middle-aged man with red hair stood at the center of the armored ranks. He was not clad in armor, but could float in the air for an extended period due to his own strength. Su Ruoruo's sons immediately assessed his might. He was the Beast Emperor. Only the Beast Emperor could hover for so long. It is incorrect to assume that the Beast Emperor can float in the air without substantial exertion, if he manages to remain airborne for over 10 minutes. He is certainly no ordinary Beast Emperor. Let us not rush. We shall observe how long he can maintain this facade. Do not forget, under my mother's dominion, the Beast Emperor is but a mere featherweight, easily vanquished. I eagerly await the spectacle. The triplet male cubs gathered together, opting not to reside separately as the female cubs did. They prefer to stay united, often engaging in sparring to enhance their combat prowess. Brother, do you think this might be reinforcements summoned by that previous group of defeated subordinates? Quite likely. Their warships are azure, a hue distinctly associated with the Mercurian forces, as stated in our textbooks. As the children speculated, Su Ruoruo suddenly opened her eyes, frowning at the piercing voice of a middle-aged male. Have they finally arrived? I anticipated that they would not relent so easily. Shortstory's expression darkened. Through their recent interactions, he had come to comprehend Ruoruo's unique dominion of power. His father's combat prowess far surpassed his own, yet beneath Ruoruo's authority, victory was unattainable. Ruoruo, may I propose an alternative request? Su Ruoruo gazed at Shortstory in bewilderment. Even at this juncture, he still contemplated matters of procreation. Speak. What is it that you wish to modify? The individual who just spoke is my father. I implore you to spare his life. A gentle smile graced Su Ruoruo's lips. This was hardly a significant request, as she had never intended to take their lives. The Mercurians' assault on our Mad Beast star was merely a reaction to the threat posed by our purifying food products to the anti-radiation agents essential for their survival. I have devised a comprehensive strategy. Since the visitor is your father, you may invite him to converse with us. Upon hearing Ruoruo's words, Shortstory felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. He had come to this place out of concern for Ruoruo's safety from the Mercurians, intending to take her away. However, upon discovering the wonders of this locale and Ruoruo's remarkable dominion, he realized that she was invincible within her own realm. There was no need to hastily whisk her away. Instead, his concerns now rested solely with the Mercurians. The current Empress of Mercury was his half-sister. Although he bore no affection for her, The bond of blood stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Moreover, his father had long been embroiled in a relentless feud with Mercury due to the discord between Mercury and Azure Star. His father refrained from bringing his mate back to Mercury, which was, in essence, a protective measure for her. The legacy of Mercury's light left by his father was a testament to his affection for her. As their mother lay dying, she had urged him to release any grudges and recalled how his father had saved her in her final moments. The resentment in his heart had long since dissipated.
Go.
I shall not harm anyone. Ruoruo, you are truly kind. Su Ruoruo chuckled softly, withholding any response. She was by no means a benevolent figure. As the adage goes, first words, then weaponry. Let us invite this esteemed father-in-law to converse before resorting to force. Subsequent matters shall be far easier to negotiate. Mad Beast Star is currently in a state of disarray, and establishing a formidable enemy so swiftly could jeopardize her future plans, particularly if Mercury were to ally with other planets and obstruct her trade routes. Shortstory donned his attire and leaped gracefully from the balcony, swiftly arriving before the Mercurian mech battalion. The soldiers, poised for action, were momentarily stunned by the sight of this young beast emperor, renowned for his ferocity on the battlefield against the insectoid horde. Why is Lord Shortstory here? All weapons were sheathed as they regarded Shortstory with confusion. Shortstory's flaming red hair danced in the wind, mirroring the hue of the handsome middle-aged man before him. Father, what brings you here? This is not a place for dialogue.
Come with me.
Morrison, filled with uncertainty, nonetheless held profound trust in his son and confidence in his own abilities. Very well. A cluster of Mercurian mech soldiers watched, bewildered, as the father and son departed. Just as their minds wandered, Morrison activated all communications, issuing a directive. Everyone, remain on standby. Do not act without my command. The mech battalion complied, returning to their warships to await further instructions. Shortly thereafter, Shortstory escorted his father Morrison to the 68th floor. Su Ruoruo had already donned a tasteful white Chanel-inspired ensemble, her visage adorned with subtle makeup. Upon seeing her, Morrison was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Father, this is Ruoruo, my mate. Morrison's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a hearty pat on Shortstory's shoulder. Well done, my boy. You have found such a lovely mate.
Su Ruoruo, adhering to interstellar etiquette, greeted Morrison politely.
Good morning, father. Having grown up an orphan on Azure Star, she had never known her parents.
Now,
with the sudden addition of a father-in-law, she found herself feeling somewhat out of her depth. Father, Ruoruo is the sovereign of Mad Beast Star. Do not worry, father. I have interceded on your behalf. She will not trouble you. Morrison, incredulous, pondered how it could be that he had brought half of Mercury's elite forces, and yet it was they who would be troubling this young girl. Yes, we are all one family. I will not impose upon you. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. You must be famished after your early morning journey. As Shortstory went to fetch Morrison, Su Ruoruo had instructed the robots to prepare a lavish breakfast. The refreshments consisted of fragrant fruit tea. The climate on Mad Beast Star was perpetually spring-like, making chilled fruit tea quite refreshing at the season. Please take a seat, Su Ruoruo welcomed with a friendly smile. Observing the young and delicate girl accompanied by his son, Morrison's guard began to lower. He accepted the invitation and sat down, with Shortstory beside him and Su Ruoruo across the table. Since you've come such a distance, let us enjoy breakfast while we converse. Having traversed the galaxy for years, Morrison had savored countless delicacies and held little expectation for food. However, as he bit into a perfectly crafted egg and ham sandwich, he was utterly astonished. What is this food? It is simply divine. Father, this is a sandwich, a culinary creation of Ruoruo. You must try this. It's called sushi. Morrison, intrigued, picked up a piece wrapped in dark seaweed, recognizing the expensive red fish within. As he tasted it, the exquisite flavor of the fish, combined with the unique aroma of the seaweed and the delightful chewiness of the fragrant rice, was nothing short of extraordinary. Su Ruoruo, noting Morrison's reaction, maintained her friendly demeanor. If you enjoy it, I possess the recipes and preparation methods for these delicacies. I shall send them to you shortly, so you may instruct your domestic robots to prepare them at home. Morrison was taken aback for a moment. This is not appropriate. I cannot accept gifts from the younger generation. I have yet to formally notify you of my marriage to Shortstory, nor have I provided any bridal gifts, which would be quite improper. Consider the recipes a belated bridal gift. I hope you do not take offense. Morrison resolutely shook his head. There is no need for a bride price.
I owe much to Shortstory.
These past decades have been fraught with unease for me. Yet seeing him establish a family and find his beloved female fills me with joy. Su Ruoruo, taken aback by the refusal, had anticipated such a response. Given that Morrison had lived for thousands of years, his composure was hardly surprising. Conversely, had he displayed greed or a reluctance to accept her, it would have elicited her discontent. Ruoruo, may I address you as such? Of course, as you are my elder, it is only fitting. Morrison set down his chopsticks, not forgetting the primary purpose of his visit. I trust you know why I am here today? I do. Suddenly, Morrison's gaze sharpened, tinged with a hint of conflict and difficulty. I hope you will relinquish the miraculous crops of the mad beast star. Upon hearing her father beast's direct demand, Shirtian's heart tightened, and he anxiously glanced at Su Ruoruo, fearing her wrath. However, her expression remained unchanged as she smiled gently and replied, Shirtian has informed me that if I am unwilling to comply, what will you do? Morrison found himself in a quandary. The female before him, in his eyes, was exceptionally remarkable. For Shirtian to marry her was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. If he were to disrupt their union for the sake of Mercury's future, would he not be failing Shirtian once again? He had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father during Shirtian's childhood, and now, as an adult, he would be the one to tear them apart? Would he even consider acting against his wife? Observing his reaction, Su Ruoruo had already made her decision. His hesitation signified a weighing of pros and cons, indicating that he placed considerable weight on Shirtian, akin to Mercury's economic lifeline. This was enough for her. You need not be anxious. While providing purified crops may be impossible for you, we can collaborate for mutual benefit. As she spoke, Su Ruoruo retrieved a prepared contract from her system space and handed it to Morrison. This document grants exclusive agency rights for the purified crops and their derivatives from the Mad Beast Star. I shall offer them to Mercury at a 40% discount from market price, allowing you full authority for research and development. Morrison quickly perused the contract, and upon confirming its contents as Su Ruoruo had described, his eyes brightened. This was indeed a splendid solution, one that avoided direct conflict with the Mad Beast Star while fostering a mutually beneficial partnership. A pleasant collaboration. Morrison promptly agreed to sign the contract. What Su Ruoruo lacked most was talent and manpower. Once the crops in the planting area matured, the entirety of the Mad Beast Star would be brimming with purified crops, making her endeavor to establish a commercial empire exceedingly complicated. Why not entrust this responsibility to her father-in-law? They shared a familial bond. Why not work together for shared success? Shirtian, witnessing their casual resolution of the impending crisis, felt both astonished and deeply moved. Ruoruo must have made this agreement, which was immensely unfair to her, for my sake. I am truly touched. Ruoruo has sacrificed so much for me. His eyes glistened with affection as he gazed at Su Ruoruo. Congratulations, host. Shirtian's affection level has reached 100, granting you one opportunity for the lucky spin. Will you spin now? Su Ruoruo, somewhat surprised by the system's announcement, mused, Indeed, I have inadvertently amassed Shirtian's goodwill. Let us spin, she silently instructed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully won 100 million points. Su Ruoruo's spirits soared upon hearing the announcement. Within just a few days, Shirtian had brought her an income of 200 million points. Moreover, by becoming a supplier and selling the crops directly to Mercury, she eliminated all intermediary processes, allowing her to focus solely on counting her profits. There would be no need for after-sales support or the burdensome tasks of product development and listing, tasks that would be arduous for robots alone and would require considerable male assistance. This streamlined approach would significantly reduce the time needed to complete side quests, as all males and robots could focus on exploring the islands with Karen. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with the signing. Morrison nodded gently, signing the agreement with Su Ruoruo in his capacity as the Minister of National Defense for Mercury. Chapter 258. Apology. Once the contract was finalized, Su Ruoruo and Morrison each uploaded the document to the Galactic Interstellar Merchants Alliance, authenticating the legitimacy of the agreement. Should either party default, they would face sanctions from the alliance. Since you have traveled such a distance, why not ask your subordinates to join us for a tour? Our Mad Beast Star boasts a variety of delicacies and has established a communal dining hall where they can enjoy a meal. Shirtian, take your father on a tour around. To show her sincerity, Su Ruoruo added, I will release the first batch of beasts that caused trouble on my Mad Beast Star shortly. And I hope you will oversee them to prevent any damage to the planting area. Otherwise, they will be confined once more. She issued a few instructions and exchanged a meaningful glance with Shirtian. Shortstory immediately rose and said to Morrison, "Father, let us go retrieve the Mercury warriors trapped in the planting area." "Very well." Morrison, holding the contract, departed alongside Shortstory. As they walked, Shortstory explained the restrictions and rules of the mad beast star to him. After a while, the male beasts from Mercury who had come this time and the ones previously trapped were led by Morrison and Shortstory to the communal dining hall opposite the first courtyard. The dining hall, originally intended for the liberated beasts, was designed on the scale of the employee cafeterias from the Blue Star, featuring a comprehensive array of cooking styles. However, dining here required the use of star coins. Nutritional supplements could be obtained for free, but to savor diverse culinary delights and satisfy one's palate, patrons needed to spend in the cafeteria. The cafeteria was perpetually bustling, as few beasts could resist the allure of Blue Star cuisine. Once she had dispatched Shortstory and Morrison, Su Ruoruo promptly notified number 77 to take the robots to the planting area to harvest the purified crops. Since they were already here, they should swiftly gather the first batch of purified crops for Morrison to take back. 2 hours later, Morrison and the beasts under his command lingered in the cafeteria, utterly reluctant to leave. The food was simply too enticing, and they wished to remain there indefinitely. Observing that this was not a sustainable situation, Shortstory instructed the kitchen robots to work overtime, nearly causing the spatulas to blur as they prepared numerous dishes to pack for them to take home. "Shortstory, the first batch of purified crops that the master instructed me to prepare is ready." Number 77 entered the cafeteria, disregarding the unfamiliar beasts still devouring their meals, and called out to Shortstory, "Father, it is time for you to set off." Morrison nodded and turned to number 77, "Where are the purified crops?" "Right outside. The first batch totals 100 billion star coins. You will transfer the funds to this account to take the goods." Morrison hesitated for a moment before opening his star ring to transfer the payment to number 77. Upon receiving the funds, number 77, devoid of any emotional response, said, "Follow me. Gather your men to assist with the transport." Morrison activated his communicator, issuing an order. "Everyone, cease eating and follow me." The male beasts waiting at the serving window seemed to have been pressed on pause, collectively responding as they grabbed their packed meals and jogged after him. At the fountain square, the children received the notification that the alarm had been lifted and proceeded to the square for their morning lessons as usual. Several beast men under Su Ruoruo's command also noticed the announcement she had posted in the group, understanding that there was no imminent danger. They promptly returned to their respective posts, diligently resuming their work. Half an hour later, Morrison and his orc subordinates triumphantly returned, laden with vegetables and fruits harvested from the mad beast star. That evening, Morrison reported the results of the mission to his daughter, Shortstory. Shortstory held her father in high regard, and she was quite taken aback to learn that Shortstory had married the planet's ruler of the mad beast star. This peculiar character, known for his erratic behavior and defiance of authority, somehow attracted a female partner? Yet, considering her father's high praise for this female, she found solace in the thought. The ruler of the mad beast star, a remarkable woman capable of obtaining wondrous crops, was indeed a match for Shortstory. With the commencement of today's exclusive agency agreement, a friendly communication bridge was established between Mercury and the mad beast star. Observers from other celestial bodies, who had been watching from the shadows, were filled with regret upon learning that Mercury and the mad beast star had not only avoided conflict, but had also signed an exclusive agency agreement. They lamented their missed opportunity. Had they acted like Mercury and forged a pact with the mad beast star, they too might have shared in its bounty. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. With Mercury's protection and alliance, and rumors circulating that the Empress of the Azure Star's elder brother had married the ruler of the mad beast star as a consort, as well as Karen from the Black Star also marrying the same ruler, other star systems refrained from taking any rash actions under this mounting pressure. The following day, Mercury officially began to sell the purification products produced by the mad beast star. Mercury had amassed over 10,000 years of monopoly and experience in the sale of purification products. Within 2 hours of acquiring the purified crops, they developed a new generation of purification pills. These pills possessed no toxic side effects and were quite effective. However, as seasoned businessmen, they naturally marked up the price significantly. After authorizing Mercury, Su Ruoruo promptly removed the purification products from the Mad Beast Star's marketplace. With such a substantial influx of star coins, there was no need to expend effort on management. Due to Su Ruoruo's actions, Lucius, who managed the marketplace and finances, experienced a significant reduction in pressure. In gratitude for Su Ruoruo's generosity and exclusive agency, along with Mercury's initial recklessness, Shixing and her father decided to compensate by generously gifting 100 tons of rare metallic ore from the Mad Beast star. On the third day, at dawn, as the first light broke, Su Ruoruo successfully acquired the 100 tons of rare metals. Congratulations, host. You have recovered rare metals, earning a reward of 100 million points. Su Ruoruo was thoroughly pleased with Mercury's gift. The choice of rare metals, rather than other offerings, suggested that Shortian and his father had perhaps said something significant. Her satisfaction with Shortian grew deeper. Thus, as the second month began and the effects of the contraceptive wore off, she promptly summoned Shortian to fulfill his desire for children. Time passed swiftly. 6 months later, Su Ruoruo honored her agreement with Shortian, giving birth to 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. Shortian doted on the children immensely. And unlike before, where he would cling to Su Ruoruo after work, seeking her affection, he gradually shifted his attention towards the education and upbringing of their offspring. Chapter 259. Plant people. In contrast, her several attendants had spent a few days in her company over the past 6 months, but due to her promise to Shortian, she had not been able to bear children with them. Despite this, her former university suitors bore no resentment and repeatedly expressed that, even without children, her health was of utmost importance. Su Ruoruo's life over the past 6 months had been exceedingly comfortable. Everything fell into place. Through the continuous sale of purification crops and the expansion of cultivation bases, her system accounts points balance soared to 1 billion. Even her lifespan had nearly approached 20,000 years due to the births of her 6 children. With the substantial accumulation of points, her current attribute values had reached their zenith. Seated on her favorite pink beanbag chair, Su Ruoruo opened her personal information panel to review her status. Host basic information. Name, Su Ruoruo. Cat age, 26 years. Lifespan, approximately 20,000 years. Height, 168 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 10 points. Appearance, 10 points. Identity, Cat Clan. Female. Talent, SSS. Current conquered males, 1. Lucius 2. Shortian 3. Duasu 4.
Karen 5. 6.
7. Click on the Conqueror's avatar to view detailed information. Offspring basic information. Current points, approximately 100 million. Interstellar common currency, approximately 1 trillion. System space unlocked, 100 cubic meters. System items, various pills, several teleportation talismans, various Azure star items. Conquerable males. Affection levels, 1. Zhang San 60.
2. Lisi 73.
Wang Wu 66. 4. Wang Matzi, 85. After a brief review of her personal information, Su Ruoruo closed the interface. The most significant changes lay in her attributes, all of which had been maximized. Additionally, the madness beasts rescued from the Mad Beast star, upon regaining their sanity, had subtly increased their affection towards her. These formidable beasts, with their considerable strength, were all listed as potential conquests by the system. However, Su Ruoruo had no intention of claiming every male who held affection for her. If she were to do so, marrying a harem of 3,000 beauties and rotating through different beastmen every day of the year would still leave her unable to lavish attention on all of them in 3 years. Thus, she did not entertain the notion of marrying every male beast. Apart from the 12 orcs initially entangled by the original host, she had no plans to bring others home. At present, her primary task had been accomplished. She would continue to follow her predetermined lifestyle and pursue hidden tasks. Su Ruoruo cleared her thoughts, stood up, and stretched languidly. She walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, admiring the breathtaking sunset and twilight of the Mad Beast star. It was now 5 in the afternoon, and the beastmen had just finished their work. Glancing at her wristwatch, she patiently awaited the arrival of the beastman scheduled to accompany her for dinner. Approximately 20 minutes later, she heard the doorbell ring. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the sound seemed particularly urgent today. Su Ruoruo quickened her pace to answer the door. Master, Karen has been injured. Su Ruoruo initially gazed at the figure of number 77 standing at the door, momentarily taken aback. You mean Karen, he.'s injured? Yes, Master. I have already taken him to the treatment chamber on the main battleship. Would you like to see him now? Su Ruoruo instinctively nodded. Take me there. Of course. Number 77 scooped Su Ruoruo into his arms, soaring out of the balcony. Blue flames of propulsion erupted beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had transported her back to the main battleship docked above the living area of the Mad Beast star. Lon, he is the Beast Emperor. How could he be injured? Su Ruoruo was bewildered. Karen, renowned for his formidable reputation and strength, was the most powerful fighter among her beastmen. Throughout the past 6 months, he had been virtually invincible and had never sustained injuries. How could he possibly end up in a treatment chamber? I am unclear about the specifics. We will need to wait for Karen to awaken before we can ascertain the details. Moreover, I have unfortunate news to relay. The 500 male beasts who accompanied Karen on his outing today have all gone missing.
Missing? Yes.
Based on my conjecture and the injuries sustained by Karen, it is highly probable that the 500 formidable beasts have encountered a dire fate. The words of Unit 77 suddenly instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within Su Ruoruo. Who, or what could possibly inflict harm upon Karen? Master, we have arrived. Unit 77 announced, swiftly carrying Su Ruoruo outside the treatment room. The metallic doors sensed their presence and automatically slid open.
Su Ruoruo herit incide.
Her eyes immediately landing upon Karen, who was suspended within the treatment pod, clad only in a pair of black swim trunks to prevent any indecency. He lay with his eyes tightly shut, an oxygen mask covering his face, and his entire form enveloped in a verdant healing fluid. Drawing closer, Su Ruoruo opened her mouth. Her voice laced with concern as she called out, "Karen, please wake up." Yet, Karen remained unresponsive, his eyes still firmly closed. "Lon, what is happening to him, Master? He is gravely injured, and his mind appears to have been severely affected. I have administered the essence of purifying crops. Perhaps this infusion might rouse him." Unit 77 replied. Su Ruoruo's heart raced at the response. She immediately inquired of the system, "What is wrong with him? His mind has been stimulated. Is he all right? How can we awaken him?" Host, Karen's condition is quite dire. You may think of his current state as akin to that of a comatose individual. His physical attributes are sufficient to sustain him for 5 millennia, yet his mental faculties, akin to a person's soul, have been compromised by an unknown energy. Given the current medical capabilities of the galaxy, it is impossible to awaken him. If the host consents to expend some points to post a request, there may be other system hosts willing to trade special medications to restore mental faculties. I agree.
Post it immediately.
Su Ruoruo responded without hesitation. Understood. Posting a request for awakening medications now. Host, there is no need for excessive worry. I will notify you as soon as there is any news. Su Ruoruo was well aware that anxiety was futile. The system was already devising a solution. Her concern would only serve to amplify her distress.
Lan.
Where exactly was Karen injured? Unit 77 blinked and replied, "Master, Karen collapsed at the entrance. The door-opening robot reported his injury to me, and I promptly brought him to the treatment room. The specifics of his injury remain unclear. What about his attire? And the star ring? It should contain battle records and video." Chapter 260. Confidentiality. Unit 77 sighed in resignation. "Master, when we found Karen, there was no sight of the star ring on his wrist." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow. She turned to gaze at Karen, floating amidst the healing liquid. Her emotions a tumultuous blend. When she had acquired points, she prioritized allocating the shield area to the children, neglecting several of the beast men. Had she extended the shield's coverage over Karen sooner, perhaps he would not have been harmed. Filled with remorse, Su Ruoruo, in a moment of clarity, spent 10 million points to exchange for 100 square meters of shield area. System, apply the shield to all of my beast men. It must activate the moment they encounter danger. Deducting 18 square meters from the host's shield area, the shield has been applied to all 6 of your beast men. Hearing the system's response, Su Ruoruo exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she opened the star ring and summoned the beast men to convene in the warship's meeting room. 10 minutes later, the beast men finished their duties and arrived at the meeting room. Their previously relaxed expressions turned solemn upon witnessing Su Ruoruo's troubled demeanor. Lucius, sensing her unease, immediately inquired, "Ruoruo, what is the matter?" With a heavy heart, Su Ruoruo disclosed, Karen was injured while exploring an island. Injured? Lucius and the others looked on in disbelief. Jition, incredulous, remarked that even if he were to fight Karen, he might not prevail unless they were submerged, where he could leverage his aquatic advantages. How could someone as formidable as Karen sustain injuries? Karen's injuries are severe. He requires rest, she continued. Jition, you must listen carefully. You are in charge of exploring the oceanic regions and the rescue plan for the mad beasts, so exercise extreme caution. I suspect there exists an unknown and formidable danger on the island of mad beasts. During your excursions, You must live stream the entire process, should anything abnormal arise. We can swiftly respond. The expressions of the beastmen grew grave as they absorbed Su Ruoruo's words. She then directed Lucius, the commodities on the planet have been removed. The export of purifying crops to Mercury will be managed by Unit 77. Your primary responsibility now is to monitor Tion's exploratory actions. You three will take turns with Lucius, ensuring that someone is at the live streaming device at all times. I do not wish for anyone to falter in their duties. As for Duo Shuyu, you will continue to oversee security and patrol duties within a 10-kilometer radius of the safe zone. Moreover, notify everyone that all male beasts must confine their activities within the safe zone. No one is permitted to venture outside. Having concluded her directives, Su Ruoruo's gaze fell upon the 5 beastmen seated at the conference table. Is everything clear? The beastmen nodded in response. Understood. The purpose of calling you here today is to discuss the aforementioned changes in responsibilities. Lucius furrowed his brow and addressed Su Ruoruo. Ruoruo, may I see Karen? My healing powers might be of assistance. Su Ruoruo regarded Lucius with tempered expectations. The system had already informed her of the psychological trauma Karen endured. Very well, follow me. Duo Shuyu and the other 4 beastmen chimed in. Wife, we wish to visit Karen as well. Surveying the beastmen, Su Ruoruo noted the curiosity and concern in their eyes and nodded gently.
All right.
Rising, Su Ruoruo led them into the treatment room. The beastmen beheld Karen immersed in the green healing liquid. His pallid visage bore no color, his eyes remained shut. His skin, enveloped in the vibrant liquid, gave the unsettling impression of a preserved specimen. All the beastmen gasped in shock. They had anticipated external injuries, perhaps to his limbs. But now it was evident that he was physically unscathed. Could it be that his mental faculties were compromised? Unspoken suspicions began to form in their minds. Lucius sensed something amiss and promptly inquired, Ruoruo, where is he injured? Su Ruoruo pointed to her own head, indicating, he has sustained damage to his mental faculties. Mental faculties? How could this be? The disbelief rippled through the group. Daily, they thrived under the influence of purifying crops, restoring themselves to peak condition overnight. During their daytime labors, they carried the radiation-reducing food that Su Ruoruo had distributed. There was no conceivable reason for mental exhaustion to afflict them. Moreover, Karen was the Beast King, endowed with abundant mental strength. How could he succumb to mental collapse within mere hours of exploration? A sense of unease permeated among Su Ruoruo's beastmen. Lucius, his expression grave, approached the treatment pod, pressed a button, and lifted the cover above Karen's pod, removing the oxygen mask from his face. Pure. Radiant healing energy surged into Karen's head, and all eyes instinctively turned toward him. The luminous energy persisted for an extended duration. Lucius unreservedly unleashed all the healing light within him. However, Karen's condition showed no signs of improvement. Lucius responded to Su Ruoruo in a frail tone, Ruoruo, I am sorry, but I cannot heal his wounds. Just as Su Ruoruo was about to reply, she noticed that Kalen's eyelashes seemed to flutter.
No.
Perhaps there is hope. I just saw Kalen's eyelashes move. This is a promising sign. Several beastmen who were also concerned about Kalen's condition echoed her sentiments. Indeed. We saw it too. The Beast King's eyelashes definitely moved. With the affirmation of a few more beastmen, a smile finally graced Lucius's face. You need not monitor the surveillance any longer. Stay here and focus on healing Kalen's injuries. Understood, Lucius immediately replied. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Kalen, it was imperative that Kalen awaken. They needed to ascertain what had transpired. He could certainly neglect his duty, even be half-hearted in treating Kalen, but that would serve no purpose. The children and Ruoruo lived on this island, and only by waking Kalen could they uncover the truth of what had occurred.
All right.
Lucius and I will stay to tend to Kalen. You all may return to your respective posts. Tion. Remember to wear the live streaming device and broadcast all activities beneath the water. Understood. As Su Ruoruo spoke, she moved closer to Tion, assuring him, feel free to explore. You shall not come to harm. Understood. Tion smiled faintly in response to her reassurance. Now, everyone disperse and rest well tonight. By the way, keep Kalen's injury a secret from the outside beastmen for the time being. Chapter 261. By Li Xingzhou, the beastmen nodded in understanding, and Dosiu, along with Su Ruoruo's 3 attendants, departed from the main battleship. Once they had left, Su Ruoruo gazed at the main battleship's door, steeling herself as she quietly instructed the system. allocate all my remaining points, leaving 3 square meters for myself, and apply the rest entirely to this main battleship. Host, do you truly wish to expend all your points? Indeed. If Kalen's injury was not an accident, then those responsible would certainly not let it go unpunished. Command acknowledged. Commencing the exchange of defensive shield area to cover the main battleship. Host, the current shield area has encompassed the entirety of the main battleship. There remains 7 square meters of shield area.
Very well.
After arranging her subsequent plans, Su Ruoruo gently said to Lucius, "You have exerted yourself greatly. Take this time to rest. Should you require any resources, feel free to retrieve them from the storage."
All right.
Lucius, having overexerted his beastly energy, appeared somewhat pale. He indeed needed to rest quickly at this moment. After watching Lucius depart, Su Ruoruo followed suit and left the treatment room. Given that the main battleship was now shielded, she decided to remain temporarily, residing in a room adjacent to the treatment area for the purpose of keeping a constant watch over Kalen. Su Ruoruo randomly selected a bedroom to freshen up. Upon returning to the living room after her ablutions, she discovered a sumptuous dinner had already been laid out on the dining table. Master, 77 suddenly called out as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying freshly squeezed juice. Have you completed all tasks with Mercury? Su Ruoruo inquired casually as she took a seat. Everything has been arranged. The next transaction will be in 2 months. Excellent. Master, I have both good news and bad news to share with you. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news, Su Ruoruo promptly replied. The good news is that the robots I dispatched found 500 corpses of missing males at the last location where Kalen's signal vanished, along with their star rings. And the bad news? Through their star rings, I recovered the last battle video footage. Would you like to view it? Sitting before the table laden with delicacies, Su Ruoruo suddenly lost her appetite. Show me. Upon her permission, 77 activated the star rings projection, displaying the battle footage. In the video, 500 males led by Kalen encountered a male orc clad in a black robe and wearing a black mask. This male orc was accompanied by a throng of individuals piloting mechas. Without any preamble, they launched an assault on Kalen and his companions. Before Kalen had the chance to utter a word, he was forced into combat with a robed figure, who was also an orc emperor and had similarly awakened his domain power. In the video, Kalen observed the opposing figure's ice and snow domain power with great astonishment and called out to the black-robed individual, "It's you." The robed figure, taken aback, remained silent. Engaging in battle, Kalen shouted, "By Li Xingzhou, you are the only one in the entire galaxy who has awakened the ice and snow domain power. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you." However, he was met with a profound silence. The identity of Bai Li Xingzhou, recognized by Kalen, did not elicit a single word, only relentless aggression directed toward him. "You were sent by the Black Star Empress, weren't you?" Faced with Kalen's relentless inquiries, the black-robed figure remained mute. Kalen, incensed, clashed fiercely with him. The two fought evenly matched. Just as they reached a critical juncture in their battle, a wisp of black mist suddenly manifested on the forehead of the black-robed figure, launching an attack toward Kalen. In that instant, Kalen's body stilled. Bai Li Xingzhou seized the opening and aimed for his vital points. At that moment, Kalen's formidable mental strength responded, and he raised his hand to block the black-robed figure's assault. The star ring on his wrist, affected by the power of ice and snow, shattered into fragments that fell. Sensing something amiss, Kalen swiftly retreated toward the direction of his home. The black-robed figure, observing his fleeing silhouette, chose not to pursue. The video concluded at this point. Throughout the entire footage, Su Ruoruo was unable to discern the black-robed figure's face. Bai Li Xingzhou? She felt as though she had heard that name before.
Ah.
She had seen Bai Li Xingzhou at the auction house. The person selling the rights to the frenzied beast star was indeed him. Bai Li Xingzhou is the rightful sovereign of the Black Star Empress? Why would he attack Kalen? And what brought him to the frenzied beast star? Was this merely a personal conflict between Kalen and Bai Li Xingzhou? Or had the Black Star Empress sent Bai Li Xingzhou to the frenzied beast star to seize control of the purified crops? However, if that were the case, why did Bai Li Xingzhou not send anyone to continue the pursuit? Several hours had elapsed since 77 discovered Kalen, yet there had been no further actions from the opposing side. Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. 77 patiently waited nearby, refraining from interrupting her thoughts.
System.
I have a question. Host, do you wish to ascertain whether the individual who attacked Kalen is Bai Li Xingzhou? Indeed. According to the data indicated in the footage, the assailant is indeed Bai Li Xingzhou, the sovereign of the Black Star Empress. Was it the Empress who instigated this? Host, initiating this divination requires 1,000 points. Your current balance post-exchange is 0. Could you lend me some? Very well. Rest assured, I shall repay you with interest. Host, the divination result indicates that it was not the Black Star Empress who orchestrated this. If it wasn't the Empress's instigation, could it be a personal grudge between Bai Li Xingzhou and Kaylin? The divination for 1,000 points indicates it is not a personal vendetta. Then what is it?
System.
Could you expedite the process and help me identify the mastermind behind this? Host, the detection for this divination requires 10 million points. Can you lend me 1,000 points? Host, do you believe I possess 10 million points in secret funds? You don't have 10 million points?
No.
The system displayed its balance interface for Su Ruoruo to see. She observed that the balance showed 38 million points. That shouldn't be. You've certainly taken plenty from me. How could your savings be so scant? Host, I did indeed take from you in the beginning, but I have not taken a single point from you in the later stages. The initial accumulation of points was rather meager. These reserves were, in fact, the result of my years of diligent effort. A wave of frustration washed over Su Ruoruo. To uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, it appeared essential to first procure a substantial quantity of rare metals to exchange for points. The points amassed over the past 6 months had predominantly been allocated to the cultivation base and the safety of the children. She had presumed that these points would suffice. Yet they had vanished more swiftly than anticipated. Chapter 262, Something Amiss 77. Disseminate a message offering a price 20 above the market rate for the urgent acquisition of rare metals. Understood, Master. This matter could not be rushed. Su Ruoruo nonchalantly picked up her chopsticks and resumed her dinner. After consuming only a few bites, it suddenly struck her that Bai Li Xingzhou's recent actions against Kaylin had occurred without the knowledge of the Black Star Empress. What was her stance? She recalled that Kaylin seemed to have a rather amicable relationship with the Black Star Empress. Setting down her utensils, she inquired of 77. Could you assist me in contacting the Black Star Empress?
Certainly.
77 promptly activated the star ring, locating the communication method for the Black Star Empress and attempting to establish contact. Before long, the video connection was successfully established. The Black Star Empress gazed at the automatically connected call, somewhat bewildered. Had she fallen victim to a hacker? Before she could process this, Su Ruoruo's stunning visage appeared on the screen. The Black Star Empress was taken aback by the sight of the young and beautiful Su Ruoruo. While she was still grappling with her astonishment, Su Ruoruo proactively revealed her identity. Your Majesty, good morning. I am Su Ruoruo, the sovereign of Mad Bee Star. I reach out to you today to seek your assistance. The Black Star Empress had already gleaned a modicum of information about this remarkable woman from various reports on Mercury and Azure Star. Although she felt a surge of irritation at Su Ruoruo's audacious use of hacking to force a conversation, her curiosity about what the girl intended to inquire was piqued. Noticing the Black Star Empress's silence and the absence of her visage, Su Ruoruo hesitated momentarily. However, recalling the gravity of the situation, she adopted a serious expression and stated, Your Majesty, to be candid, just last evening, within the territory of Mad Bee Star, I discovered your rightful lord. He employed some unknown means to gravely injure my rightful lord, Kaylin, leaving him unconscious. The Black Star Empress, Annie, was taken aback by Su Ruoruo's revelation. Soon after, her face materialized on the video call. My rightful lord? Are you referring to Bai Li Xingzhou? Indeed, Su Ruoruo affirmed, signaling to 77 to transmit the video. Send the footage. Understood, Master. 77 complied with Su Ruoruo's directive, sending the extracted battle video to Annie. Annie opened the video, and upon seeing the figure clad in black robes, she instantly recognized his identity. Bai Li Xingzhou had shared her bed for many years. Even a simple gesture or glance would reveal to her that this man was indeed her rightful lord, Bai Li Xingzhou. I am deeply sorry, Annie said apologetically after watching the video. I had no idea he was still alive. Is he dead? Su Ruoruo was perplexed by Annie's statement. Annie sighed and elucidated. During last year's Winter Hunt initiative, I was unable to locate Kaylin to lead the team. Hence I dispatched Bai Li Xingzhou to combat as the commander of the Black Star hunting contingent. After the conclusion of the Winter Hunt, I awaited Bai Li's return. But he never came home. Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting he has been missing since the Winter Hunt? Precisely. I presumed he had met with some misfortune. Never did I expect him to appear on Mad Bee Star. Annie's tone brimmed with disbelief. Su Ruoruo had already received the answer from the system. Fully aware that Annie was not the mastermind behind these events and bore no ill intentions towards Mad Bee-Star. If Bai Li Xingzhou returns home, please notify me at your earliest convenience. Of course. Su Ruoruo concluded her communication with Annie. From her conversation, she could surmise that Bai Li Xingzhou was indeed entangled with the extraterrestrial domain. Suddenly, Su Ruoruo remembered the female Maria who had previously attacked her and her beastly companions. At that time, the system had indicated that no information could be retrieved. The adversary was situated in an extraterrestrial realm, not within the same temporal plane, rendering specific inquiries impossible. Could there be a connection between the extraterrestrial Maria and Bai Li Xingzhou? Su Ruoruo's mind began to race. After considerable contemplation, she could not discern any links. Maria was also a denizen of the Black Star, yet her records indicated no familial ties to Bai Li Xingzhou. However, a woman's intuition suggested that an unspeakable secret lay between the two. As Su Ruoruo continued to eat, finding little enjoyment in her meal, Annie, having just concluded her conversation with her, suddenly noticed a courtier rushing in. "Your Majesty, the Beast Emperor has returned." Upon hearing the report, Annie did not feel elated. Instead, a sense of anxiety washed over her. Recalling her recent exchange with Su Ruoruo, she hastily opened the star ring to locate the most recent message and sent a notification to Su Ruoruo. Bai Li Xingzhou has just returned home. 77 received the message and promptly relayed it to Su Ruoruo. Upon reading the reply, she decisively instructed, "Ensure Bai Li Xingzhou remains calm. Do not let him act rashly." "Understood, Master." 77 responded in accordance with Su Ruoruo's wishes. Annie, after sending the message, instinctively deleted the brief record of her communication with Su Ruoruo. At that moment, Bai Li Xingzhou, flanked by several courtiers, entered Annie's quarters. The sight of Bai Li Xingzhou, whom she had not seen for over half a year, sent a chill down Annie's spine. The man before her bore a striking resemblance to her memories, yet his gaze was utterly unfamiliar. Regardless, she resolved not to divulge the information she had recently gleaned from Su Ruoruo. Annie adopted her usual demeanor, feigning exuberance as she warmly welcomed Bai Li Xingzhou back home. Meanwhile, on Mad Bee-Star, after concluding her call, Su Ruoruo began to check the latest updates regarding the acquisition of rare metals. Upon discovering that the most recent batch of rare metals would arrive at Mad Bee-Star in 6 hours, she felt a slight sense of relief. First, she would exchange the points to uncover the secrets surrounding Bai Li Xingzhou, facilitating her notification to Annie for any necessary actions. She was determined not to allow her impatience to result in Bai Li Xingzhou's escape. Chapter 263. The insectoid race after all. He was the Beast Emperor, capable of severely wounding Kalen, and his strength was unfathomable. The group of Beast Kings under Annie's command might not be able to detain him. Time slipped by unnoticed. And 6 hours later, Su Ruoruo successfully exchanged the latest batch of rare metals, earning 20 million system points as a reward. With the points in hand, Su Ruoruo promptly instructed the system, "Hasten to investigate the mastermind behind Bai Li Xingzhou." Understood. The host has consumed 10 million points and is currently conducting an inquiry. The host has discovered the mastermind behind the events. Who is it? The Zerg. I must have misheard. Are you implying that the Zerg orchestrated all of this through Bai Li Xingzhou? Yes. The divination results indicate the word Zerg. So, after expending 10 million points, I am left with merely these 2 words as a clue? Correct. However, it cannot be right. Those beasts of the Zerg are known for their lack of intellect. Are they not? How could Bai Li Xingzhou, as the Beast King, possibly be under the influence of the Zerg? His esteemed status renders such a notion utterly implausible. Host. The Zerg resides in the Outer Realms. If you seek more detailed information, you must venture to the Outer Realms to continue the divination. Let us set aside matters concerning the Outer Realms for now. The most pressing issue is to inform Annie of this revelation. Su Ruoruo conversed with the system, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. The idea that the Zerg could manipulate Bai Li Xingzhou was simply too fantastical. She could not assure herself that the Black Star Empress, Annie, would indeed believe her words. After much hesitation, Su Ruoruo resolved to personally journey to the Black Star for clarity. Perhaps by locating Bai Li Xingzhou, she could discover a way to heal Karen. Lucius would remain behind to tend to Karen. The only companions she could take with her were Dorsuyu and her 3 loyal attendants. After careful consideration, Su Ruoruo decided to retain Dorsuyu, for his meticulous and reliable nature, coupled with his formal management training, made him the most suitable caretaker for the children. As for the 3 beasts, Su Ruoruo's mind was drawn to the rabbit beast's delicate crimson eyes. Spending time with the rabbit beast brought her much joy. Without further ado, Su Ruoruo summoned the rabbit beast to accompany her on their expedition to the Black Star. She felt no concern regarding safety. The protective shield enveloped her entirely, and the beast men were similarly equipped with invincible defenses. Even in an encounter with Baili Xingzhou, she felt undaunted. Su Ruoruo swiftly finished her breakfast and changed into a comfortable athletic outfit. Not long after, the rabbit beast arrived at her summons. Together, they boarded the small spacecraft within the main battleship, embarking towards the Black Star. For the sake of safety, Su Ruoruo utilized some of the protective shield's area to cover the 5-person capacity spacecraft. Lacking the skills to pilot the vessel, Su Ruoruo allowed the rabbit beast to take the helm, where he adeptly activated the autopilot function. Should any minor issues arise with the autopilot, he would be able to respond accordingly. The journey from the Beast Star to the Black Star would take approximately 10 hours at full speed. During the voyage aboard the small spacecraft, the rabbit beast patiently instructed Su Ruoruo on the fundamental techniques of piloting. After 2 hours, she had grasped the essential skills related to operating the spacecraft. As the lengthy journey continued, Su Ruoruo closed her eyes, resting against the appropriately sized seat. Several hours later, they arrived at the center of the Black Star's spacecraft. Upon landing, Su Ruoruo and the rabbit beast set out lightly, the rabbit beast pushing a small suitcase containing his necessities. As for Su Ruoruo, she had everything stored within her system space. The rabbit beast hailed a flying car, and they made their way directly to the Black Star Palace. Throughout the journey, neither Su Ruoruo nor the rabbit beast spoke. After several minutes, the flying car came to a halt at the palace gates. The sky was devoid of stars and the moon, shrouded in dark clouds. Outside the palace, dozens of solar lamps illuminated the surrounding area. Su Ruoruo glanced at the time on her wrist star ring. It was 9:30 in the evening. They had departed around 9 in the morning, arriving at their destination in roughly 10 hours. "My lady, what shall we do now? Let us find a nearby hotel and settle in first." "Understood." The rabbit beast swiftly booked a luxurious presidential suite through the star network. Following him, Su Ruoruo walked for about 5 minutes before successfully checking into the hotel. They entered their room without incident. Su Ruoruo made her way to the floor-to-ceiling window, which offered a grand view of the imposing entrance to the Black Star Palace. The rabbit beast observed Su Ruoruo lost in thought at the window, but chose not to disturb her. He quietly organized his personal items, standing patiently to her right. After a while, the solar lamps at the palace entrance suddenly changed their glow. The illumination from dozens of lamps gradually dimmed, signaling the onset of the dark night. After 10 o'clock, all solar lamps at the Black Star would automatically lower their brightness as a cue for the arrival of the cold night, indicating a significant temperature drop and advising against venturing outdoors to avoid frostbite from the sudden chill. Su Ruoruo activated her star ring, attempting to locate Annie's chat box, and sent her a message. "Are you there?" Annie, sharing a bed with Baili Xingzhou, felt a vibration on her wrist and discreetly glanced at it.
Baili Xingzhou,
who had her in his embrace, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "So late, who is contacting you?" Annie sensed the interrogative tone in his voice, making her feel increasingly estranged from the beast man beside her. "A friend of mine." "Oh, is that so?" Annie felt a tension in her back in response to his cold retort. "What? Are you jealous?" "Calm down, she's my close friend, not a male beast," Annie replied to Baili Xingzhou in a partially soothing tone. After saying this, she opened her star ring and replied to Su Ruoruo, "Going to sleep. We can talk tomorrow." Upon receiving the reply, Su Ruoruo could only respond, "All right." After Annie acknowledged the message, she promptly shut her star ring. With a heart full of trepidation, she raised her gaze to meet the intense stare of Baili Xingzhou, attempting to adopt a nonchalant demeanor as she said, "All right. No need to be jealous. I've sent my friend away." Hearing Annie's gentle words, a hint of joy finally graced Baili Xingzhou's previously stern face. He pinched the collar of her black silk nightdress with 2 fingers and, in a husky tone, murmured, "It has been a while since we." Baili Xingzhou only managed to utter half a sentence when a glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 264. Cerebral Death. Annie gazed into his entirely unfamiliar eyes, feeling a chill in her heart. She had initially harbored hope that the beast man might have been disturbed, but from the looks of it, something was terribly amiss. The Baili she once knew would never have exhibited such a predatory gaze. "I'm not feeling well today. What seems to be the issue?"
Baili Xingzhou frowned.
"My monthly cycle has arrived." Upon hearing this, Baili Xingzhou's brow furrowed. And he moved his nose, but detected no scent of blood. You are lying. Annie instantly panicked, forcing herself to remain calm. I am not in the mood today. I will make you feel otherwise, Bai Li Xingzhou declared, reaching out to initiate intimacy. Annie instinctively rejected his advances and jumped off the bed, saying, I truly don't feel well today. Moreover, you are acting strangely. You would never have forced me before. Why does it feel so abnormal today? Bai Li Xingzhou momentarily froze in the face of Annie's inquiry. He recalled his grand plans for the future and withdrew from his intentions towards her. I apologize. I simply haven't been close to you in a long time and found it hard to control myself. If you are unwilling, then let it be.
Come.
Let us sleep together. Faced with Bai Li Xingzhou's sudden change, Annie contemplated quietly before returning to bed to embrace him. The following morning, Su Ruoruo managed to contact Annie. Under the guise of being Anne's close friend, she entered the palace of the Black Star Empress accompanied by the rabbit beast, and warmly invited Su Ruoruo as a guest. In the opulently decorated living room, Anne and Su Ruoruo sat facing each other, while the formidable beast attendants stood by in silence. Bai Li Xingzhou sat beside Anne, casting a curious glance at the unexpected visitor, Su Ruoruo. Upon realizing that she was indeed a feeble female with no threat, he relaxed his vigilance slightly. Su Ruoruo engaged Anne in conversation about the mundane topics that females often relish, as well as the latest beauty and skincare products. Although it was their first official meeting, they conversed as if they were old friends, growing more animated with each exchange. The attendants listening in found the conversation rather dull. By midday, Anne invited Su Ruoruo to lunch. Bai Li Xingzhou remained close to and never straying far from her side. It was only after the meal that he excused himself to the restroom. Watching Bai Li Xingzhou enter, Su Ruoruo waited until she confirmed he had closed the door before lowering her voice to and urging her to find a way to trap him. Having sensed something amiss with Bai Li Xingzhou the previous night, and upon hearing Su Ruoruo's suggestion and recalling the video Su Ruoruo had sent her, instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. She nodded gently, activating the star ring to summon all the palace's males to encircle the area. At the same time, she signaled to Su Ruoruo to follow her. Su Ruoruo promptly called the rabbit beast and followed Anne, departing the living room and taking a flying vehicle away from the palace grounds. Meanwhile, the palace guards, under Anne's command, donned their mechanized armor and surrounded the entirety of the living room. When Bai Li Xingzhou emerged, he was taken aback to find the room deserted, sensing something was amiss. He hurried out of the palace, only to see the black-armored Black Star guards in the sky, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who had betrayed him? His operation had been shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. There was no way it could have leaked. Bai Li Xingzhou, you are surrounded. Surrender, or we will be forced to employ lethal force, the guards declared.
Bai Li Xingzhou smirka ominously,
Raising his middle finger at the countless black-armored soldiers before a plume of dark smoke erupted from his forehead, dissipating into the air. This bewildered the Black Star warriors. Suddenly, Bai Li Xingzhou's eyes dimmed, and he slowly collapsed to the ground under the watchful gazes of many. The captain of the Black Star warriors swiftly seized him, restraining him with specialized handcuffs before bringing him before and when Anne and Su Ruoruo beheld the unconscious Bai Li Xingzhou, confusion washed over their faces. How could the Beast Emperor be captured so swiftly? The captain of the Black Star warriors addressed them. Your Majesty, it's quite strange. We did not lay hands on the Beast Emperor. He emitted a cloud of black smoke from his forehead and then collapsed.
Anne approacă Bai Li Xingzhou,
reaching out to check for a pulse. He is still alive. Quickly, summon a physician. With her command, the attendants sprang into action. Su Ruoruo stood by, quietly observing Bai Li Xingzhou's condition. His state bore a striking resemblance to that of Kaylin when he was discovered. If her instincts were correct, Bai Li Xingzhou might also have become a vegetative state. System, could it be that he suffered a similar mental shock as Kaylin? Host, it is different. This individual is beyond saving. There are no fluctuations of mental energy in his brain. Does that mean he has become a mere shell? Indeed. Su Ruoruo's gaze turned to Anne, whose expression was a tumult of concern. After all, he was her rightful emperor and undoubtedly harbored feelings for Bai Li Xingzhou. If she were to learn of his brain death, the consequences would be dire. Su Ruoruo sighed inwardly, but refrained from alerting her. Once the physician conducted his examination, he would provide Anne with the answer she sought. It would be neither authoritative nor prudent for her to declare him dead at this moment, as it would only make her appear conspicuously out of place. Moments later, the palace physician arrived, carrying a medical kit. He approached Bai Li Xingzhou and employed a device resembling a scanner, scanning him from head to toe. Soon, a series of peculiar numbers appeared on the instrument. Upon seeing the report, the physician knelt before and, his face etched with regret. Your Majesty, the Beast Emperor has passed. Please accept my condolences. Anne's eyes widened in disbelief as she shook her head. That's impossible. Are you sure of your diagnosis? He still has a pulse. How can he be dead? Indeed. The Beast Emperor still has a pulse, but his brain is deceased. His body will succumb to decay due to the lack of mental control, and remained in stunned silence. Everyone around her held their breath, awaiting her next command. How could this have happened? She murmured, approaching Bai Li Xingzhou, her hand brushing against his handsome visage, tears brimming in her eyes. Just yesterday, he had been well. How could it be suddenly? A thought struck her. The person from yesterday was not Bai Li. She understood Bai Li's temperament and habits. He had never before embraced her in such a manner while they slept throughout the years. Chapter 265. Interment. Perhaps he had already departed long ago. The winter hunt plan had concluded. He had not returned home for 6 months, and she had prepared herself mentally for this eventuality. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would return only to leave her so swiftly once more. Your Majesty, it is advisable to inter him soon for peace, the palace physician hesitantly suggested. It was at that moment that an unusual stench emanated from Bai Li Xingzhou's body. The foul odor erupted instantaneously, causing all present to instinctively cover their noses. Anne was startled by the sudden onslaught of the rancid smell and took a step back. All eyes turned toward the source of the malodorous emanation, Bai Li Xingzhou's corpse. His once handsome, pale face was now marred by the telltale signs of a corpse that had been deceased for some time. The greenish mottling spread rapidly across his entire body. Before anyone could react, his skin and flesh withered instantly, reminiscent of a balloon that had been punctured. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone witnessed the transformation of a living man into a mere pile of bones in the blink of an eye. The stench grew more potent. Anne gazed at Bai Li Xingzhou's skeletal remains, her grief morphing into revulsion. The odor was unbearable, nearly causing her to faint. She commanded the attendants beside her, immediately contact the finest burial service in Black Star to have his remains cremated and interred. Several attendants hastily exited to seek the burial service for the body. One of Anne's consorts seized the opportunity to approach her, advising gently, Your Majesty, please do not grieve excessively. It would be better for you to step aside and await us in a different room. What do you think? Anne nodded promptly, allowing herself to be supported away from the foul-smelling chamber. Su Ruoruo followed closely behind, escaping the room filled with the repugnant stench. Once outside in the small garden, inhaling the fragrance of blooming flowers, they both felt considerably better. The guards accompanying and also emerged, ensuring her safety. Observing this, Su Ruoruo sighed inwardly, realizing that Bai Li Xingzhou's sudden demise, coupled with Kaelin's illness, seemed to herald an insurmountable crisis.
Now,
all that remains is to wait for the system to find a way to replace the awakening potion. Your Majesty, please accept my condolences, Su Ruoruo gently advised Annie, who was beside her. Annie's previously reddened eyes had returned to normal. The earlier scene had been so horrifying that it was almost nauseating. Her feelings for her beloved had not yet had the chance to blossom into sorrow due to the recent turmoil, only to be abruptly stifled by fear. I am fine. Thank you for your warning. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the terrifying creature my partner has become, Annie replied to Su Ruoruo, her face etched with lingering dread. Su Ruoruo awkwardly smiled in response. By the way, I recall that the Martian Empress's partner has also gone missing, Annie suddenly exclaimed, gazing at Su Ruoruo. She activated her star ring, frowning as she sent a message to the Martian Empress. If your partner returns home, please exercise caution. The situation unfolded as Annie recounted the events that had just transpired, detailing the inexplicable psychic attack faced by the Beast Star's ruler and those around her. She harbored concerns that similar disturbances might have arisen for the other empresses across different planets. Just as Annie sent the message, a reply arrived. Nini, I will be careful. Thank you. After a brief conversation with the Martian Empress Feng Yan, Annie turned to Su Ruoruo and inquired, Ruoruo, I sincerely appreciate your warning. Now that you are the ruler of the Beast Star, overseeing the daily affairs of a planet like us, would you be willing to join the chat group formed by the 10 empresses? After a moment's hesitation, Su Ruoruo agreed. Seeing her consent, Annie promptly invited her into the chat group. There were 10 members in total, and with Su Ruoruo's addition, the count rose to 11. Upon entering, The Mercury Empress immediately welcomed her with a message. Welcome Ruinsoft to our group. Su Ruinsoft had previously established a cooperative relationship with the Mercury Empress Shurxing and often communicated with her privately. Ruinsoft, if you ever have any troubles, feel free to ask in the group, Annie kindly advised. Alright, Su Ruinsoft replied, sending a message in the group as a greeting. After that, she refrained from further conversation, understanding that now was not the time for idle chatter. The most pressing matter was the upcoming funeral for Bai Li Xingzhou. Ruinsoft, if you have time, I would like to invite you to my partner's funeral. Sure, Su Ruinsoft nodded in agreement. Come, let me take you back to the palace. I will instruct the servants to arrange your accommodations.
All right.
Su Ruinsoft accompanied Annie and the rabbit beast in a flying vehicle back to her previous quarters. After ensuring Su Ruinsoft was settled, Annie immediately immersed herself in the arrangements for Bai Li Xingzhou's funeral. The following morning, Su Ruinsoft attended the burial ceremony for Annie's beloved. White funeral wreaths swayed in the wind, witnessed by Annie's relatives and the family of Bai Li Xingzhou. His ashes were placed into the grave that had been hastily dug overnight. Dust rose, covering the porcelain white urn. As the urn disappeared from view, Annie's eyes reddened once more, and a tear slipped silently from the corner of her eye. Su Ruinsoft sighed deeply. Observing the somber burial scene, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of fear. Her lifespan was exceedingly long. If she wished, it could almost be extended indefinitely. This also implied that many years later, Su Ruinsoft dared not continue that thought, forcing herself to shift her focus until the funeral concluded. Only then did she find Annie to bid her farewell. Although she had not secured a means to rescue Kaelin during her visit to the Black Star, the revelation of the danger posed by Annie's partner and gaining her favor, as well as successfully infiltrating the Empress's chat group, could certainly be considered a significant triumph. Having traversed the interstellar realms for some time, she had lacked friends. The earlier females had only offered her scorn and avoidance due to her tarnished reputation. Today, she felt as though she had truly made friends. Ruinsoft, are you planning to return to the Beast Star? Su Ruinsoft shook her head. I wish to visit my brother first. It has been half a year since I last saw him. I can send someone to take you there. Su Ruinsoft shook her head. There's no need to trouble yourself. How can this be a trouble? Are we not friends? Of course we are friends. Then that settles it. Come, I shall escort you. Annie ordered her personal driver to bring her luxurious vehicle to the palace entrance.
Get in.
Su Ruinsoft, unable to decline, boarded Annie's dedicated flying car. As they sat on the spacious back seat, Annie and Su Ruinsoft engaged in quiet conversation, while the rabbit beast remained silently by their side. After about 10 minutes, Annie's vehicle arrived at the villa that Su Ruinsoft had purchased for Su Xingchen at the Black Star. Stepping out of the flying car, Su Ruinsoft turned to Annie, who was nearly of the same height, and smiled. Thank you for bringing me here. No need for thanks, Annie chuckled, remaining by Su Ruinsoft's side. Su Ruinsoft was taken aback and asked, Aren't you going back? How sad. Are you sending me away so soon? Now that I'm at your doorstep, aren't you going to invite me in for a while? Annie feigned annoyance. Su Ruinsoft, somewhat puzzled, nodded. Well, all right. This isn't actually my home. It belongs to my brother, a sister. You've returned to the Black Star. Just as Su Ruinsoft finished speaking, the sound of the door opening was heard, followed by the melodious voice of Su Xingchen. Yes. I'm back temporarily to handle some matters and thought to drop by and see you. Su Xingchen was overjoyed that his sister had thought to visit him.
Come.
Let's go inside and talk.
Sunnuntai-exingtmen stepperäside torstai invite sunnuntai ruoansoptiin.
Annie followed closely beside her as they entered the villa. The rabbit beast and 2 personal attendants of Annie trailed behind them into the villa. Only then did Su Xingchen notice that there was a female companion with Su Ruinsoft. He closed the door, feeling that the feminine figure with a doll-like face was strikingly familiar. As they entered the living room, a sudden realization struck him. He recognized her. Why, you are Her Majesty the Empress. Su Xingchen's voice trembled with excitement. Annie looked up, blinking, yes, yes. Please, don't call me Her Majesty the Empress. Ruinsoft and I are good friends. Since you are Ruinsoft's brother, that makes you my brother too. I heard you are studying at the Black Star University. From now on, I will look out for you. If anyone bullies you, just give me a call. Annie declared with confidence, casually activating her star ring and saying to Su Xingchen, Come, let us be friends. Su Xingchen's cheeks flushed with excitement. Su Ruinsoft noticed his unusual demeanor and felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that Xingchen had a preference for this type? All right, I will add you as a friend right now. Su Xingchen eagerly opened his star ring and added Annie as a friend. Su Ruoruo quietly observed the unfolding scene. Contemplating, completing the original owner's star wish should encompass not only academic and financial success, but also marriage. If Su Xingchen were to find a beloved female and receive a proposal, would that not fulfill this hidden task? Otherwise, would she have to spend points to purchase a new body from the system? She had already invested considerable points into developing the current body as attributes. Abandoning it now for a new one would be far too unwise. Su Ruoruo mused, her gaze oscillating between Annie and Su Xingchen. Given Su Xingchen's talent level, if Annie were willing to marry him, he would at best become a consort. If she could devise a way for Annie to wed Su Xingchen and ascend to the position of the rightful sovereign, then this hidden task would be worthwhile. Sister, have you all not dined yet? Annie, already well versed in the rumors surrounding Su Ruoruo, the culinary maestro, mused that her brother's cooking skills could not be far from exceptional. Without hesitation, Annie replied, "Not yet. Please wait a moment, I shall order some ingredients." As Su Xingchen spoke, he began to tap on the star ring. Before long, the Interstellar Express delivered the ingredients to their doorstep. The household robot collected the items and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Observing the robot at work, Annie felt a twinge of curiosity. Could a robot's culinary skills truly be delectable? Even the renowned chefs from Black Star's five-star restaurants seldom satisfied her palate. The thought of a robot cooking made Annie momentarily regret her decision to join today. However, since she was already there, she resolved to indulge, if only for Su Ruoruo's sake. In the living room, Su Xingchen sat beside Su Ruoruo's beastly husband, while Su Ruoruo commenced her customary inquiry. "How have your recent academic endeavors been?" "For the final exams, I ranked within the top 10 of my class and the top 100 of my grade," Su Xingchen admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. His performance was neither stellar nor abysmal. Voicing this in front of Her Majesty might invite ridicule for his perceived inadequacies. "Keep pushing forward, but do not place undue pressure on yourself," Su Ruoruo encouraged from the side. "Xingchen, do you have sufficient pocket money? I heard that starting in your third year, you will be creating your own mechas." "Indeed," Su Xingchen replied candidly, "Sister. The allowance you provide is more than ample. It is enough to last me a lifetime. So you need not continue giving me money. All right, but should you find it insufficient, feel free to message me anytime." Annie quietly listened to their conversation, a shadowy glimmer passing through her eyes. Su Ruoruo continued to ask Su Xingchen a few more questions. After a while, the robot approached to inform them that lunch was ready. Su Xingchen warmly invited Su Ruoruo and Annie to take their seats. Upon seeing the beautifully presented dishes on the table, Annie could hardly believe her eyes. The legends from Blue Star were indeed true. As the Empress of Black Star, she had never had the liberty nor the permission to leave her planet. The risks of departure were too great. The old ministers would never consent. Thus, she had always assumed the culinary tales about Su Ruoruo were mere embellishments. Perhaps the food was indeed delightful, but it surely could not surpass that of a legitimate five-star chef. However, today's experience led her to realize that the rumors from Blue Star about her were indeed accurate. As Annie picked up her utensils and delicately sliced a piece of meat to taste, her palate was immediately ignited. The tender, juicy texture and the richly aromatic flavors made her eyes widen in astonishment. This was a delicacy unlike any she had ever encountered, far surpassing the so-called gourmet dishes of Black Star. Noticing Annie's expression, Su Ruoruo smiled and inquired, "How does it taste?" After swallowing her morsel, Annie genuinely exclaimed, "It is marvelous. This is the best thing I have ever eaten." Su Xingchen, filled with pride, added, "My sister is a culinary genius. All these recipes were personally developed by her." An idea sparked in Annie's mind. If she could persuade Su Ruoruo to share her culinary secrets, the people of Black Star could savor such exquisite food. Yet, she was aware of the formidable challenges ahead, given their recent acquaintance. Chapter 260-780. How could Su Ruoruo, the formidable ruler of the Mad Bee Star, ever agree to impart her recipes? Nonetheless, once this thought took root, it became difficult to suppress. She resolved to first befriend Su Ruoruo and later seek an opportune moment to propose her idea. With this in mind, Annie joyfully continued to savor the delectable dishes before her. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo noticed a change in Annie's demeanor and discreetly inquired of her system. What was Annie contemplating just now? "Host, based on her micro-expressions, I surmise she is considering how to obtain the recipes for these delicacies." Su Ruoruo's eyes brightened at this revelation, her gaze drifting thoughtfully to Su Xingchen's face. Soon, their meal concluded, and the table bore witness to Annie's voracious appetite. Now stripped bare of food, A touch of embarrassment washed over her as she remarked, "Did I perhaps eat a bit too much?" Su Xingchen shook his head. "Not at all. That was hardly excessive. I was worried you might not be full. I am quite satiated. Thank you for your generous hospitality today. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your reunion any longer." As Annie rose to leave, Su Xingchen hurried to the kitchen, retrieving a pink box wrapped as a gift and presenting it to her. "Here are some desserts for you." Annie felt a strong inclination to decline, yet her curiosity about the sweets prevailed, and she accepted the token of gratitude. "Thank you. I shall take my leave now." Su Xingchen's cheeks flushed as he graciously escorted Annie to the door. Observing his reaction, Su Ruoruo's eyes sparkled with mischief. Just as Su Xingchen turned back reluctantly, he met Su Ruoruo's scrutinizing gaze. Feeling a pang of guilt, he stammered, "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me anxious." "Why would you feel anxious? I am not a demon. Are you feeling guilty?" Su Xingchen fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Su Ruoruo, noticing his shyness, could not help but chuckle lightly before casually remarking, "It seems Annie has taken quite a liking to my culinary skills." Su Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. "Sister, you have no idea. She has certainly never tasted such exquisite food on our planet." Su Ruoruo, inwardly amused, continued to probe, "So, do you particularly wish for her to enjoy such meals frequently?" Su Xingchen's face flushed slightly as he scratched his head. If that were possible, of course. I would be delighted." Su Ruoruo, sensing she had struck a chord, feigned a sigh, but it appears she only desires the recipes. "Not necessarily, because she genuinely appreciates my culinary artistry." Su Xingchen hastily defended, "That is not true. Annie is not that kind of person." Su Ruoruo raised an eyebrow. "Oh? It is your first meeting with her, and yet you can discern that she is not that kind of person?" Realizing he had revealed his thoughts, Su Xingchen stammered. I just have a feeling." Su Ruoruo laughed and patted his shoulder. "All right, little brother, I have already seen through your little thoughts." She pressed further. "Now, do you have feelings for Annie?" Su Xingchen's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he replied earnestly, "Sister, matters of affection should not be taken lightly. My talent is only at an A rank, and my abilities are insufficient. Her Majesty is a figure I cannot aspire to reach." "What nonsense. As long as you speak your truth, I can ensure that Annie will genuinely propose to you. Do not forget, your sister is now the ruler of a planet. If you truly like her, I will be your matchmaker. I can guarantee success. After all, you're already of age in your 3rd year and will graduate next year. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to wed Annie as soon as you finish university." Su Xingchen's eyes widened, as if he had heard the most fantastical tale.
"Sister, how can that be?"
"Annie is the Empress, and we have only just met." Su Ruoruo waved her hand dismissively. "Relationships are cultivated over time. I can tell you have feelings for Annie. Do not overthink status and rank." Su Xingchen lowered his head, pondering for a long time before slowly raising it to say, "Sister, the truth is, I do like Her Majesty, but I do not wish to exploit your power to facilitate this. If she genuinely cares for me, I hope our relationship develops naturally." Su Ruoruo regarded her brother with admiration. "Very well, I respect your wishes. However, I must remind you, opportunities once missed are hard to reclaim."
Su Xingchen nodded resolutely.
"I understand, sister. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to strive for it through my own efforts." Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. Hearing the noise, Su Xingchen opened the door to investigate the situation. As he beheld Annie still standing at the entrance, he felt an overwhelming urge to find a burrow to hide within. It was over. The Emperor had heard. She surely wouldn't consider herself a toad aspiring to consume swan meat, would she? Annie stood at the doorway, a hint of shyness gracing her features, apologizing for inadvertently overhearing their conversation. "Su Xingchen, to be honest, I felt an affinity for you the moment I laid eyes on you. However, considering you are still in university and that I have just held a funeral for Jun, it would be inappropriate for me to express my feelings at this juncture. Perhaps it is fate that allowed me to hear your heartfelt sentiments. If you are willing, after graduation, I wish to propose to you to be my Jun." At this, Su Xingchen's face flushed a deep crimson, and he stammered, "Why, Your Majesty, I would certainly be willing." Su Ruoruo, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "It seems my role as a matchmaker is unnecessary now." Annie stepped forward, gently taking Su Xingchen's hand, her gaze tender yet resolute. "Then it is settled. However, we must first get to know each other better." Su Ruoruo, noticing their desire to understand one another, naturally wished to avoid being a third wheel. Her purpose for this visit was to subtly enhance Su Xingchen's favorability and gauge the atmosphere. To her surprise, fate had led her to assist him in finding a potential partner. Annie, I entrust my brother to you. You must ensure he is not bullied or subjected to any grievances. Of course. Until his university graduation, I promise not to impose anything upon him. Without his consent, I shall never force his hand. Su Ruoruo regarded Annie with a serious expression, feigning belief. The original owner of this body possessed a certain charm, enough to be considered a modest beauty. Naturally, her brother was not lacking in attractiveness either, scoring a solid 65. With the nourishment he had received recently, although his appearance may not rival Annie's Jingjun in handsomeness, it was not far off. Given time, she believed Su Xingchen would cultivate an even greater aura and charm. She mused that by the time Su Xingchen graduated, Su Ruoruo's plan would unfold seamlessly. Xingchen, nurture your relationship with Annie. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave, she said, not waiting for their response as she signaled the rabbit beast beside her. The rabbit beast promptly understood and followed Su Ruoruo away. Not long after their departure, Su Ruoruo heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host. Hidden task, take care of brother Su Xingchen, current completion rate, 80. Oh, that was quick? Young one, lack of experience in the first attempt is not surprising. Chapter 268. Will you betray me? Host, as an experienced woman, do you believe Annie would let the delectable Su Xingchen slip away? The laws of Black Star stipulate that one must graduate from university before marrying, but there are no restrictions on dating during that time. Stop. No need to be so explicit, I understand. Oh. Su Ruoruo silenced her dialogue with the system, pondering in silence. There was nothing inherently wrong with their budding feelings. Yet, was it not a tad too swift and casual? It was their first encounter, and they were so impatient? Alas. Nevertheless, Su Xingchen's current favorability was merely 20 shy of completion. Once Su Xingchen graduated, married Annie, and had a child, she estimated that the side quest would be fulfilled. There was no need to rush. Patience was key. After a while, Su Ruoruo led the way, guided by the rabbit beast to the cosmic spaceship docking center. How did we end up here? Master, after your business is concluded, are we not returning to Mad Beast Planet? Su Ruoruo shook her head. Since we are here, let's take a detour to the Black Star Trading Hall. Understood. The rabbit beast promptly called for a flying vehicle. Together, they journeyed to the largest trading hall in Black Star. Here, one could procure all manner of peculiar trinkets. However, Su Ruoruo's intent was not merely shopping or browsing. She sought rare metals. On Mad Beast Planet, acquiring goods typically required a 3-day wait. Presently, she had only 10 million points remaining on her phone, a source of unease. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to purchase a batch of rare metals on site and convert them into points. Upon entering the trading hall, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The myriad of dazzling items was overwhelming, but her objective was clear as she made her way to the rare metal section. She scrutinized various stalls and ultimately discovered a batch of exceptionally high-quality rare metals. The vendor, an unsightly scarred man, greeted her enthusiastically upon noticing her interest. Young lady, this is top-tier rare metal. You truly have an eye for quality. Su Ruoruo maintained her composure as she assessed the purity of the metals, calculating the price in her mind. After some haggling, she successfully acquired the batch. Following the transaction, she instructed the vendor to have the metals delivered to the underground warehouse temporarily rented by the rabbit beast. Arriving at the underground warehouse alongside the transport vehicle for the rare metals, she waited until the staff departed before converting the batch into points. Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired 1 million points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Ruoruo felt less than jubilant. After laboring for more than half an hour, she had only managed to redeem 1 million points. It felt terribly insufficient. System, do you have any other means to swiftly acquire points? Host, would you like to deduct 1,000 points to investigate rare metal sellers? Really? You can even check rare metals? Of course. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Host, when you were on Black Star, the quantity of rare metals was scarce. Most were purchased by you. Inquiry was futile and merely wasted points, as you wouldn't find the trivial ones appealing. Then why can it be checked now? 6 months ago, the winter hunt plan concluded, leading to an influx of rare metals from extraterrestrial domains. You have acquired many, while some remain scattered across various planets. Moreover, due to Mercury's use of the materials you provided, they produced cost-effective, side-effect-free radiation-resistant products, resulting in a surge of orc expeditions to alien territories. Upon their return, the orcs brought back a substantial amount of rare metals. This is also thanks to the purchasing information you released, which prompted many orcs to target rare metals this time. So it was. Su Ruoruo had not anticipated that her unintentional actions would trigger a chain reaction. Host, would you like to investigate?
Yes.
Host, through investigation, it was discovered that a warehouse in Black Star is hoarding rare metals worth 100 million points, belonging to a hoarding merchant. This merchant is actively acquiring rare metals to sell at a high price to the recycling teams on Mad Beast Planet. No wonder 77 mentioned recently that rare metals have become increasingly difficult to purchase, requiring a price significantly above market rate for bulk sales. It turns out these unscrupulous merchants are hoarding them to profit immensely. Master, do you wish to purchase this batch of metals? Of course, I want to buy them. But that merchant will surely drain me dry. I refuse to be a fool. Host, it's quite simple. During my investigation, I uncovered substantial dirt on several merchants. You can leverage this information. Indeed. With this dirt, I can negotiate for a lower price on the metals. Host. The system hesitated. With explosive information, was it possible to acquire them without spending a dime? What is it, system? Speak plainly. Host, it is as follows. Are we being too ruthless?
Is it?
No. It is the merchants who are unscrupulous. It must be done. They are not good people, having deceived many citizens.
Exactly.
Upon receiving a prompt from the system, Su Ruoruo promptly reached out to the unscrupulous merchant behind this batch of goods. It wasn't long before the merchant, in a state of panic, agreed to exchange rare metals for the incriminating evidence Su Ruoruo possessed. She was pleasantly surprised by the swiftness of this transaction. The merchant had capitulated far more quickly than she had anticipated. Host, did you see that? This exemplifies the oppressive influence of rare interstellar females. The merchant's wife is an S-grade female. He has been maintaining clandestine relationships with several others, and should his wife discover this, he would be instantly notorious. Even those mistresses carrying his children would face the wrath of the S-grade female, along with the scorn of other females. To her astonishment, Su Ruoruo mused. Interstellar males can indeed stray. The world is filled with crows of the same shade of black. System, do not frighten me. What about my beastly husbands? If they become lonely, might they seek out those of lesser talent? Host, currently there is no indication of any disloyalty from your husbands. The absence of such indications only suggested potential future transgressions. The future is unpredictable. A shiver ran down Su Ruoruo's spine as she cast a sidelong glance at the rabbit beast and unexpectedly posed the question, will you betray me in the future? The rabbit beast, taken aback, knelt in dismay, utterly bewildered by her sudden suspicion. How could I, my lady? I would never betray you in this lifetime. Su Ruoruo was caught off guard by the intensity of the rabbit beast's reaction. She had merely asked out of irritation at the merchant's earlier provocations. Please rise. The rabbit beast, however, dared not stand, fervently professing his loyalty. If you do not believe me, I shall not rise. With a sigh, Su Ruoruo assisted him to his feet. What was all this fuss for? I was merely inquiring, and look how frightened you are. All right, I believe you. With a lingering doubt, the rabbit beast rose, growing increasingly cautious. Indeed, when they went to retrieve the rare metals delivered by the merchant, he did not dare glance even at a passing female dog. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Su Ruoruo regretted her earlier question. After collecting the metals, she received a system notification indicating that no substantial quantities of rare metals had appeared temporarily, prompting her and the rabbit beast to return to Crazy Bee Star. The following morning, Su Ruoruo awoke to find Karun still in a state of unconsciousness, which dampened her spirits. Lucius had completed his treatment for Karun and hurried back to the quiet chamber to recuperate his beastly energy. Dining alone at the table, Su Ruoruo felt a dismal weight despite the demise of Baili Xingzhou and the vengeance meted out to Karun. She should have felt joy, yet her heart remained heavy. As she cut into a steak, her wrist jolted, and an automatic chat box appeared. Empress chat group, Mars Empress. Damn it, Annie.
You were absolutely right.
I returned to find two of my husbands acting suspiciously. When I sent someone to apprehend them, they had transformed into nothing but skin and bones. Mercury Empress. I too have fallen victim. Zheng Jun was just captured alive, and suddenly a cloud of black smoke erupted from his mind, after which he ceased to breathe. Black Star Empress. Annie, my heavens. We have such dire dangers lurking around us. Annie, without your warning, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Indeed, my two husbands hold significant positions in the palace, commanding elite subordinates. Pluto Empress. I have also been affected. In no time, the group members began sharing videos of their husband's untimely demise. Su Ruoruo clicked on a few to view. Identical black smoke erupted from these males' minds, and shortly thereafter, they lost their breath. As she witnessed this, Su Ruoruo was uncertain if she should feel relieved. Thankfully, Karan still retained a glimmer of mental energy. In stark contrast, the husbands of these empresses had perished in an instant. Do not thank me. I owe my awareness to Ruoruo's reminder. Ruoruo, thank you. The other empresses expressed their gratitude. Su Ruoruo replied, let us not rush to thank me. Our immediate priority is to uncover the nature of this black smoke. The empresses unanimously concurred. Annie commented, I previously consulted ancient texts and discovered a form of dark sorcery that can siphon the essence of living beings to control their bodies. This black smoke may be related to that. However, this sorcery has been lost to time, and its resurgence remains a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoruo suggested, perhaps there are individuals behind this, aiming to weaken the powers of our respective planets. The empresses found her reasoning sound. At that moment, the usually silent Venus Empress spoke. Regardless, we must first discover a means to counter this threat. I propose we share our resources and collaborate on research. Everyone agreed. Su Ruoruo contemplated the immense conspiracy likely hidden behind this black smoke. She resolved to start with Karun, as he still retained a fragment of mental energy. Perhaps through him, she might uncover clues to combat the black smoke. Quickly finishing her meal, she returned to the treatment chamber where Karun lay.
System.
Have you found a way to save Karun? Host. There is indeed a method, but the success rate cannot be guaranteed. What is the success rate? 50. And? To purchase the summoning talisman, it will cost 100 million points. Clenching her teeth, Su Ruoruo made the purchase. Though 100 million points was exorbitant, she could not forsake the opportunity to save Karun.
Received.
Deducting points for talisman purchase. As the points were deducted, a flash of golden light appeared, and the system placed the summoning talisman into the system space. Su Ruoruo activated the treatment chamber switch, instructing the robot to transfer Karun onto the adjacent therapy bed. She then retrieved the talisman and, following the system's instructions, affixed it to Karun's forehead. The talisman gradually merged with Karun's body, causing him to emit a faint glow. However, soon the light began to flicker erratically, as though it might extinguish at any moment. A wave of alarm washed over Su Ruoruo, realizing this indicated a potential failure of the talisman. Desperate for answers or a remedy, she inquired of the system. Host. The power of this black smoke is more formidable than anticipated. The talisman can only temporarily suppress it and attempt to awaken Karun's mental energy to combat it. At that moment, Karun suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a struggle. Su Ruoruo grasped his hand, transmitting her strength and support. Karun clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, he expelled a cloud of black smoke, which coalesced into a grotesque visage in the air, menacingly proclaiming, "Do not think you can thwart your master's plans." With that, the black smoke attempted to flee through the window. Su Ruoruo, well prepared, recalled her knowledge from the Empress group that the black smoke would try to escape when the male beasts were on the brink of death, perhaps seeking a new host to inhabit. Activate the defensive shield. Trap it, she shouted excitedly. The shield quickly engaged, ensnaring the black smoke within. The smoke banged against the barrier frantically, emitting a piercing wail. Su Ruoruo approached, scoffing, "Do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape. Now tell me, who is your master? What is the conspiracy?" The black smoke, attempting to evade capture, sneered defiantly. "Do you think I would divulge that? Foolish woman. Then you shall remain trapped here for eternity, enduring the solitude and loneliness of your punishment." Su Ruoruo understood that the black smoke was not singular. Many must exist. With the current smoke confined, it posed no immediate threat, allowing her ample time to extract the truth from it. Ignoring the taunting black smoke, she returned to Karun's side. His complexion remained pale as parchment, and she gently caressed his face with concern. "Karun, how do you feel?" Kalen smiled weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "Ruoruo, I am much better now, thanks to you." Chapter 270. Testing the waters. During this time, he had been engaged in a battle of wits with the black mist. Had it not been for the natural purifying crops in this place and Lucius's daily protective light shields, he would have long since perished. Particularly today, he sensed Ruoruo placing a talisman on his forehead, a talisman that bestowed him with formidable strength. aiding him in expelling the strange black mist that had invaded his spiritual realm. Host, Kalen's favorability has surged to 200, rewarding you with a spin on the lucky roulette. What is going on with Su Ruoruo? This is a hidden favorability task from the system. No one has ever accomplished it before you. I can't believe such a thing is possible. Let us spin. She was curious about what she might win. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward of 200 million points. Is Su Ruoruo really that lucky? Spending 100 million points to save Kalen and being rewarded with 200 million points. By this calculation, she seems to have made a profit of 100 million. Kalen, his call momentarily pulled Su Ruoruo away from her elation over the point reward. She stepped forward, took Kalen's hand, and said, "Hold on. Let us conduct a full-body examination first."
All right.
Su Ruoruo activated the examination device, conducting a thorough check on Kalen. Once completed, the medical robot announced that Kalen was out of danger. Su Ruoruo let out a sigh of relief, yet Kalen tightened his grip on her hand. His gaze intense and resolute. "Ruoruo, I owe you my life this time." With a playful response, Su Ruoruo asked, "So, how do you plan to repay me?" Kalen gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "This life of mine belongs to you. You may command me as you wish." Su Ruoruo felt her cheeks warm. At that moment, the trapped black mist let out a piercing scream. "Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, our great mother of insects will rule the entire galaxy." Listening to the black mist's taunts, Su Ruoruo lifted her head from Kalen's embrace, casting a cold smile at the black mist. "You think you can rule the galaxy with such feeble abilities? That's sheer delusion." Kalen shared her disdain, remarking, "You insects are nothing but a band of clowns." The black mist writhed in anger, hissing, "You may be arrogant now, but the army of the mother will soon arrive. And you will all become prisoners." With her arms crossed, Su Ruoruo retorted, "Then we shall wait right here and see who has the last laugh." With that, she commanded the force of the protective shield, compressing the black mist into a small black orb. The mist, now reduced to the size of a marble, curled up in the confined space, trembling with rage. Su Ruoruo toyed with the black orb in her hand, her face adorned with mockery. "With such meager prowess, you dare to aspire to rule the galaxy?" The black mist, nearly driven to madness by her provocations, screamed, "You will regret this. The mother will not spare you." Raising an eyebrow, Su Ruoruo dismissed his empty threats. She deliberately added an extra layer of protection to the orb to ensure the black mist would not escape and muted its cries. Subsequently, she casually stored the orb in the System S space. "Let us go. I'll escort you back to your room for a proper rest."
All right.
Kalen's mental state had just stabilized. He was in dire need of recuperation at this critical moment. Su Ruoruo guided him to his bedroom to rest. Once Kalen had fallen asleep, she instructed the robot to cultivate many of the latest roses from the greenhouse and place them at his bedside. The fragrance of the roses released a gentle purifying energy, gradually healing Kalen's exhausted mental state. After ensuring he was sound asleep, Su Ruoruo quietly exited the bedroom. Just as she stepped out, she encountered Lucius. "Ruoruo, you're back."
Yes.
"Kalen has just fallen asleep. Let us find somewhere else to talk." Su Ruoruo led the way, soon arriving at a tranquil lounge with Lucius. The robot served them each a cup of latte. After sipping a few mouthfuls of coffee, Su Ruoruo briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her, Lucius's brows furrowed. The power of the mother of insects should not be underestimated. "We must prepare early." Su Ruoruo nodded. "I understand, but currently our knowledge of the mother is far too limited." This situation was perilous. "Thank goodness you managed to capture the black mist. Alas, that bizarre black mist is tight-lipped. We could not extract any useful information. I wonder what methods we could use to interrogate it," Su Ruoruo lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Although they had captured the troublesome black mist, they had acquired concrete information confirming that the entity behind it was indeed the insectoid race. That so-called mother of insects was a clever schemer. Yet, these black mists were elusive and hard to pin down. The beast men surrounding the Empress had also shown signs of being controlled by the black mist. If the ministers near the Empress had all fallen under the black mist's control, Ruoruo, what do you plan to do next? Su Ruoruo gazed intently at Lucius. "What do you think we should do?" Lucius pondered for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "I believe we should take the initiative. Directly infiltrate the insectoid race and capture them all." Su Ruoruo, upon hearing this, did not immediately express her opinion. She first opened the group chat and shared the intelligence gleaned from the black mist's rants. Soon, the empresses from various planets began to respond in the chat. After a discussion of thousands of messages, the empresses unanimously expressed their desire to take proactive measures. The Black Star Empress Annie stated, "Rather than wait idly, it's better to strike first. The power of our alliance should not be underestimated." The other empresses echoed her sentiment. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoruo spoke up. "While taking the initiative is commendable, the insectoid interior is bound to be fraught with peril. We must devise a comprehensive plan. Indeed, a meticulous plan is necessary. If I am not mistaken, the beast men were all compromised during the Winter Hunt initiative when the Black Mist seized the opportunity to gain control of their bodies. You are correct. Our beast men have all exhibited strange behavior only after the Winter Hunt concluded. These Black Mists were elusive and extraordinarily quick to escape. Capturing them was exceedingly difficult. With the current interstellar means at their disposal, it was virtually impossible to apprehend these Black Mists. The Black Mist that had previously fled from their beastmen's minds had likely found new hosts by now. As Su Ruoruo observed the empresses discussing the Black Mist, she quietly inquired of the system. "System, do you have any good ideas?" "Of course, capture the leader first and take the initiative." "Host, you possess control over the protective shield. I suggest you accompany us to the insectoid's lair and devise a trap to ensnare them all." "Are you suggesting we use the power of the protective shield to lure them in, and then?" "Precisely. But will those insectoids truly enter the trap willingly?" "Host, that's easy. The insectoids plan to utilize the Black Mist to parasitize the minds of beastmen to gain control over the galaxy, correct?" "Yes. If that is the case, then during this year's Winter Hunt initiative, you can intentionally send in a team of mentally unstable beastmen to draw these Black Mists in, effectively leading them straight to us." Chapter 271. The Insect Extermination Plan. Su Ruoruo's eyes brightened as she found the system's suggestion feasible. She shared this idea in the group chat, and the empresses all concurred that it was an excellent strategy. "Annie, we will each dispatch 1,000 beastmen from our respective planets to participate. Star Eater is on board." The Empress of Pluto said, "Once we lure in the Black Mist, how will we capture them?" "That's a given." Su Ruoruo promptly replied in the group, "This year, I will also participate in the Winter Hunt. I have a method for capturing the Black Mist." As she spoke, she retrieved the orb containing the Black Mist and lifted the sound barrier she had placed on it, activating the video recording function. She captured the Black Mist screams and shared it with the empresses for their review. Upon seeing the Black Mist trapped, the empresses were taken aback. In the harsh environment of the Outer Realms, Su Ruoruo, as a precious female, had willingly made such a significant sacrifice for the galaxy. The empresses collectively expressed their reverence towards Su Ruoruo, who responded with a gentle smile. Subsequently, the group commenced the meticulous preparations for the Winter Hunt. The selected male beasts began undergoing specialized training to enhance their apparent mental instability. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo diligently studied the various configurations of the defensive shields, striving for absolute perfection. As they engaged in their careful preparations, the escaping black smoke once again located the parasites. Through the legitimate identities of these parasites within the galaxy, after more than a month of inquiries, they finally discerned the forthcoming movements of the 10 major planets in the galaxy. 2 months later, the parasites returned to the insect race via their spacecraft, reporting this crucial intelligence to the insect mother. Simultaneously, Shortstory, after 3 months of relentless efforts, discovered a significant number of male beasts hiding beneath the mental-powered jade stones. Su Ruoruo stood in the fountain square, silently observing the latest batch of mad beasts entering the park. As the number of mad beasts surged, the overseer of the Mad Beast area, designated as number 77, categorized and distributed them into various cultivation zones. "Host, the male beasts with whom you once shared a romantic relationship have rescued 3 of their kind this time." Su Ruoruo discreetly opened her system panel and indeed saw that the affection levels of 3 beasts had reached a staggering 90. Undoubtedly, these 3 beasts represented the emotional debts incurred by the original owner. Su Ruoruo did not hastily command for the 3 beasts to be brought forth. She already had enough beasts by her side. As for these 3, she decided to postpone their introduction.
For now.
She did not lack points and had no need to accumulate affection values for a lottery draw. Even if she were to draw, it would be preferable to do so once they reached the Beast King stage, thereby obtaining more substantial rewards. Recognizing them now would yield minimal benefits, especially since the Winter Hunt plan was about to commence, leaving her little time to attend to these beasts. This time, Su Ruoruo opted for a strategy of covert observation, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal herself. Upon returning to her residence, She chose to monitor the health of the three beasts from the shadows. 3 days later, when she witnessed the beast's condition stabilize, she felt reassured and refocused on the winter hunt plan. Time flew by, and 3 months later, the annual winter hunt plan was set to begin as usual. Unlike previous years, the participating teams from the galaxy exhibited remarkable unity this time. Moreover, the number of participants was significantly reduced compared to years past. Traditionally, nearly all male beasts from the galaxy were mobilized for the winter hunt. This year, following discussions among the 10 empresses, a decision was made to initially dispatch 10,000 bait beasts to eliminate the elusive black smoke before launching a full-scale assault with the galaxy's armies. This time, they were determined to eradicate the insect race entirely. 1-1. You promised us to remain inside the warship and not venture outside, Curran urged anxiously. Su Ruoruo smiled gently, reassuring him, Fear not, we are all protected by defensive shields. Nothing will befall us. Lucius, with a serious demeanor, stated, I will be responsible for your personal protection, Ruoruo. Shortstory echoed, So will I. I will protect Ruoruo closely. Darusu remained silent, yet his expression conveyed his stance. Upon hearing that Ruoruo intended to venture into the extraterrestrial realm, the others insisted on accompanying her for protection. Unable to resist their pleas, Su Ruoruo acquiesced to their participation in the winter hunt plan. The children were cared for by number 77 and the caretakers. Su Ruoruo's agreement to their involvement was primarily due to the children's maturity. Furthermore, each child was equipped with a defensive shield, and nearly 80 of the living area was enveloped in protective barriers. Otherwise, she would never have consented to the beasts accompanying them. Curran, with these three by your side, you can rest easy, she assured him. You must take good care of Ruoruo and ensure she suffers not a scratch. Lucius frowned. All right, I will ensure her safety. Curran glanced at Lucius, recalling his devoted care over the past few days, and refrained from further admonitions. Ruoruo, I'm off, he said. Go ahead, this time rest assured. The defensive shields will protect you from any black smoke invasion. Understood. Curran departed from Su Ruoruo's warship, donning his mech armor, and summoned the 10,000 male beasts secretly trained by the 10 stars to form distinct teams, entering the depths of the insect beast forest from various directions. The bait male beasts dispersed under Curran's command. Ruoruo, let us proceed as planned. Agreed. Su Ruoruo sat within the warship, joining a few beast husbands at the designated trap site. Here, she expended 100 million points to exchange for a defensive shield area of 1,000 square meters. To conserve shield area, she allocated 200 square meters at the trap site. Host, a defensive shield area of 200 square meters has been deployed. Lucius, coordinates 985, 211.
Got it.
Lucius promptly informed Curran of the trap's coordinates. Shortly thereafter, a team of 1,000 male beasts, after engaging in battle within the insect race's cavern, feigned defeat and rapidly fled towards the trap's location. The insect beasts, believing victory was within their grasp, pursued the fleeing male beasts with fervor. Before long, they reached the vicinity of the trap. The male beasts appeared to panic as they dashed into the protective shield's range, closely followed by the insect beasts. Once they entered the trap's confines, Su Ruoruo activated the concealed defensive shield. The insect beasts emitted agonizing shrieks, and tendrils of black smoke surged from their bodies. The black smoke, sensing the mentally unstable male beasts nearby, lunged toward them. However, under the influence of the defensive shield, they were horrified to discover they could not move. Su Ruoruo observed the grotesque forms of these insect beasts through the high-definition surveillance outside the warship. She silently intoned, Constrain the black smoke. Soon, all the black smoke was compressed into the form of black glass marbles. Chapter 272. Coordinates of the insect mother. The surrounding male beasts, witnessing this, swiftly retrieved the latest purifying radiance potions from their pockets and consumed them. Their previously chaotic mental states immediately diminished, gradually stabilizing. Once they had regained their composure, they set forth in search of the insect race's caverns hidden within the primordial forest. After this batch of male beasts departed, a second wave soon followed. In the densely overgrown grasslands, thick smoke billowed as the insect race's army trampled a vast area. The black insect beasts relentlessly pursued the male beasts. Before long, Su Ruoruo effortlessly eliminated a multitude of insect creatures using the defensive shield. Like the first batch of insect beasts, these creatures exhibited signs of mutation. As each insect beast faced its demise, it desperately attempted to ensnare a male beast, seeking to invade its mind. Yet, all such attempts were thwarted by the defensive shield. All the black smoke that attempted to wreak havoc was reduced to black marbles, falling to the ground. Once the second batch of male beasts had rested sufficiently and departed, Lucius exited the warship, collected the silenced black marbles, and returned them to Su Ruoruo. She attempted to deactivate the sound suppression on one of the black marbles. And in an instant, a cacophony of horrendous screams filled the entire lounge. Lucius and the others grimaced. The sound produced by this wretched thing was unbearable. Yet, Su Ruoruo stared intently at the black marble, chiding the black mist within. Your voice is horrendous. Furthermore, can you change your rhetoric? I'm tired of hearing about how the insect mother will unify the galaxy. Can't you offer something a bit more refreshing? The previously raucous black smoke fell silent at her words. Su Ruoruo noticed the black smoke had become subdued and continued to mock. With your limited intellect, you still aspire to unify the galaxy? TSK, TSK. The black smoke protested indignantly. We are the mightiest of the insect race.
Given time,
the insect mother will undoubtedly lead us to unify the galaxy. Su Ruoruo let out a derisive laugh. The strongest? You can't even see through such a simple scheme, yet you dare to claim superiority? The black smoke, seemingly struck where it hurt, fell silent for a moment before responding. That's because we have yet to fully evolve. Once the mother bug awakens completely, you will all be doomed. Su Ruoruo raised an eyebrow. Oh, pray tell, how can your mother bug fully awaken? The black smoke seemed to realize it had divulged too much, and quickly fell silent. With a glint in her eye, Su Ruoruo threatened, if you remain tight-lipped, I shall annihilate all of your black orbs right now. Humph. Even if you destroy us, our night shift will not reveal to you that the mother bug will fully awaken once winter concludes. Su Ruoruo and Lucius could not help but burst into laughter at the remark. Meanwhile, the silenced black orbs expressed their incredulity. It was no wonder this female mocked their insect beasts. She truly seemed rather foolish. Having acquired the information she sought, Su Ruoruo promptly muted the screams of this insect beast. As for when it would realize it had let something slip that depended on its intellect, Ruoruo, judging by what he said, if the mother bug awakens, it could pose a significant threat to us, Duasuyu stated gravely. Su Ruoruo remained silent, quietly consulting her system. System, now that I have ventured into the extraterrestrial realm, can you assist me in uncovering specific information regarding the mother bug behind black smoke? Of course, it will cost 20 million points. No problem. Please expedite the search. Understood. Please hold on. Su Ruoruo felt no remorse in spending points this time. After rescuing Kaylin, she unexpectedly gained 200 million points. And after deducting the area of the protective shield she exchanged, she still had 100 million remaining. While she awaited the system's query, Lucius and the others began to discuss in hushed tones. I share your sentiment. I feel that if the mother bug awakens, dire events may ensue, Lucius said slowly. Su Ruoruo listened attentively to the discourse between Lucius and Duasuyu. After a while, the system returned with a response. Host, I have located the information. The mother bug is an ancient and malevolent entity of the insect race. Among countless mother bugs, only one super invincible supreme mother bug can emerge. It can link with male insects by emitting black smoke, aiding them in awakening their intellect, and can even parasitize these male insects. Once a male insect dies, the black smoke instinctively dissipates and, over time, seeks a new host. When the host merges with the supreme mother bug, all its memories will be transferred to the mother bug's consciousness. In her dormant state, the supreme mother bug can only unconsciously emit psychic energy to influence male insects. Once she awakens, she will possess the power to control these male insects remotely. Every wisp of black smoke she emits is a manifestation of her psychic power. As long as her core soul remains intact, she will continuously emit black smoke, using the bodies of male insects to infiltrate the interstellar beasts, invading those with feeble psychic energy and effectively usurping their consciousness, turning them into soulless husks. Good heavens, how terrifying. Such a monster exists.
Su Ruoruo exclaimed.
Is this akin to the shadow clone technique in certain anime? No, she is far more dreadful. Her manifestations can invade others' consciousness and control their bodies. System. What should we do? Host, while the mother bug is still in her wings, hibernating through winter, you must seize the opportunity to locate and eliminate her. Once she awakens, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Ruoruo furrowed her brow. We must capture the mother bug, she asserted to Lucius and Duasuyu. According to reliable intelligence, those black smokes are the consciousness of male insects enlightened by the mother bug. If we fail to capture and destroy her, the number of black smokes will continue to proliferate. Remember, the reproductive capacity of the insect race is thousands of times that of our interstellar females. Lucius's gaze sharpened, and he spoke deliberately, Wan. No matter how arduous the task, we shall undoubtedly capture the mother bug. Dosiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, for the sake of interstellar peace. We cannot allow the mother bug to succeed. The insect beast forest is vast. Finding the coordinates of the mother bug before winter concludes will be a challenge, Dosiu murmured. Frowning, Lucius sighed. If only we could ascertain the coordinates of the mother bug. Upon hearing their remarks, Su Ruoruo's eyes lit up. Coordinates of the mother bug? That's manageable. System, can you assist me in querying the current coordinates of the mother bug? Host, querying the current coordinates will cost 50 million points. Proceed. Acknowledged, conducting the search. Host, the current coordinates of the mother bug are 998, 233. Chapter 273, a net to capture all. Host, you don't intend to go and kill the mother bug, do you? I indeed have such an intention. If I disclose the coordinates to them, unforeseen complications may arise. Moreover, since you have already provided the current coordinates, I cannot guarantee that this mother bug won't escape shortly. I possess a teleportation talisman for transit, along with a protective shield for safety. It is most fitting and has the highest success rate for me to eliminate the mother bug. However, your combat power is 0. How do you plan to kill the mother bug? The mother bug is guarded by male insects of comparable strength to the beast king.
Su Ruoruo pondered.
Perhaps I could use a bomb to eliminate the mother bug. She suddenly recalled how she had once disabled Maria with an energy bomb. But I fear that before the bomb even reaches the mother bug, it would be intercepted by her male insect protectors. Then what should we do? Do you have a viable solution? Unless you can first eliminate the protectors surrounding the mother bug. Having her face a foe on par with the beast king was utterly absurd. She feared that even with all her might, she wouldn't be able to budge a single finger of theirs.
No.
System, we are at an impasse. I shall directly exchange for a few square meters of protective shield to encompass the mother bug. What so-called formidable male insects will be nothing but mere fowl in the face of such power. Su Ruoruo revealed a mischievous smile, exposing a row of pristine white teeth. And what else? Guess. Aren't you capable of calculations? Predict what I'm currently thinking. I do not calculate. To calculate your thoughts, it will cost 10,000 points. That is my hard-earned savings. Do not fret. You will find out soon enough. With a smile, Su Ruoruo raised her head, addressing Lucius and Dosiu. You two remain here to oversee the battleship and collect the black orbs. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing her words, Lucius and Dosiu immediately stood up. Ruoruo, this is an extraterrestrial realm, fraught with peril. You, a relatively weaker female, should not venture forth. You promised us you'd stay on the battleship and go nowhere. Realizing her misstep, Su Ruoruo regretted having informed them. She needed an excuse to retreat to her quarters and stealthily head toward the coordinates of the mother bug. With a resolute gaze, she declared, I have obtained the coordinates of the mother bug through special intelligence. If I hurry there and harness the power of my domain, I can swiftly eliminate the mother bug. In doing so, the colossal conspiracy threatening our galaxy will be thwarted. Lucius and Dosiu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. To them, Ruoruo was a delicate female. How could she undertake such a perilous task? What if she sustained injuries? Noticing their concerns, Su Ruoruo quickly reassured them. I possess a teleportation talisman. If the situation turns dire, I will promptly use it to escape. Furthermore, I have a protective shield, and you have both witnessed its power. Even if I go, those male insects would not be able to harm me in the slightest. After a moment of hesitation, Lucius spoke first, then we shall accompany you. Su Ruoruo swiftly waved her hand, insisting, no. The coordinates are quite a distance from here, and the worm mother resides in a wormhole that requires excavation to reveal. If you all accompany me, we can only access it by digging through the cave, which would undoubtedly alert the creature. If the worm mother escapes, locating her coordinates again will become exceedingly difficult. Her words caused Lucius and Dosiu to hesitate once more. Oh, do not worry about me. If we do not hurry, it would be disastrous if the worm mother fled. Dosiu gritted his teeth, conceding, very well, but you must exercise caution. Lucius nodded in agreement. Su Ruoruo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately utilized a teleportation spell to head towards the worm mother's coordinates. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at her destination. Upon spotting a massive red worm beast coiled within the cave, she instantly recognized its identity. Male worms typically bore black exoskeletons, while this one was distinctly red. This could only mean it was the worm mother. Following her preordained plan, she called out to the system with the swiftness of lightning. Release the protective shield, encompassing the worm mother. The defense shield, upon receiving the command, enveloped the entire body of the worm mother. The nearby high-ranking male worms, initially taken aback, soon launched a furious assault in Su Ruoruo's direction. Startled by the hideous male worms, Su Ruoruo's face paled. Fortunately, all their attacks were thwarted by the protective shield. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and tossed a wireless surveillance camera glowing with red light onto the worm mother. Subsequently, she activated the teleportation spell once more and returned to the warship. Host, did you not intend to kill the worm mother?
Why did you not act just now?
Patience, just wait and see the spectacle. The death of a super supreme worm mother would inevitably lead to the emergence of countless ordinary worm mothers within the swarm. Should these ordinary mothers undergo mutations, they would once again give rise to abnormally powerful females akin to the supreme worm mother. Simply slaying the worm mother would yield minimal benefits. She aimed to exploit this supreme worm mother to deliver a devastating blow to the entire insect army. Su Ruoruo returned to the conference room, and less than 2 minutes had passed. Lucius and Dorciu had barely begun to worry when they saw her return to her original position, their faces filled with astonishment. "Ruoruo, you're back." Indeed. Su Ruoruo activated the connector and opened the surveillance feed. The sight revealed the male worms violently battering against the protective shield, attempting to rescue the worm mother. Enraged, the worm mother writhed her massive body within her confines. Before long, a swarm of insect soldiers arrived. Upon witnessing their mother ensnared, they immediately launched an assault on the protective shield. However, the shield had already been set with a temporary inaccessibility command by Su Ruoruo, rendering it impervious. A cold smirk graced Su Ruoruo's lips as she pressed the flashing light effect on the surveillance camera attached to the worm mother. The dazzling, blinding light flickered incessantly, throwing the surrounding insect swarm into chaos. They became frantic, and more male worms gathered, all attempting to rescue their trapped mother. Observing this scene,
Su Ruoruo gleefully clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Ah!"
Success! Lucius and Dorciu exchanged confused glances, prompting Su Ruoruo to elucidate her strategy. She had anticipated that directly killing the worm mother would bear little significance. Instead, inciting discord within the insect swarm through the worm mother was far more advantageous. Just as she finished her explanation, a request for communication from Kaelin echoed through the warship. Lucius promptly connected. In the vast conference room, Kaelin's voice resonated through the speakers. The plan has changed. The swarm of insect beasts has suddenly retreated, fleeing without a backward glance. Su Ruoruo exchanged glances with Lucius, who understood her silent cue and succinctly conveyed the events to Kaelin. The insect lairs were in crisis, and they were now scrambling to save the worm mother. They were all retreating towards her. "You must immediately notify the commanders stationed at the forest perimeter and instruct the male beasts in the preparation zone to enter the forest. This time, we must capture them all." Upon receiving Lucius's response, Kaelin promptly informed the beastmen commanders stationed at the electric net perimeter to advance. The Beast Kings, having received notifications from the planetary empresses, coordinated with Kaelin to command elite squads into the insect beast forest, racing towards the location of the worm mother. Meanwhile, Su Ruoruo observed an increasing number of high-ranking insect beasts surrounding the worm mother, leaving no room for escape. A diminutive male worm babbled in an attempt to rally others to carry the mother away. Yet, under the force of the protective shield, the worm mother remained in a dormant state, unresponsive. This was a crucial moment for her awakening. If disturbed now, the process would fail. Before awakening, worm mothers preferred a tranquil environment to meditate. Regardless of external disturbances, they would not awaken. Once roused, all progress would be lost. As the worm mother remained asleep, the males surrounding her grew increasingly anxious. They pondered various methods to relocate her to safety, yet all proved futile. If the worm mother were to perish, they would flee immediately. However, with her alive and well before them, they found no reason to retreat. Su Ruoruo, witnessing the male worm's reluctance, silently prayed for the Beast Kings to arrive swiftly. After more than 10 minutes, the Beast Kings from various outposts across the galaxy finally reached the location of the worm mother. At this juncture, countless male worms, drawn from all directions, encircled the cave where the worm mother resided. Their small, green bean-sized eyes fixated on the swarm of mecha forces emerging from the sky, emitting high-pitched roars. Without further ado, under the command of 10 Beast Kings, the interstellar army launched an offensive against the insect swarm. The insects, unwilling to back down, quickly organized their defensive formations. They expelled green slime, ensnaring parts of the mecha joints and impeding their movements. However, the beast men were well prepared. Some mechas emitted high-temperature flames, instantly evaporating the slime. Su Ruoruo clenched her fists nervously, closely monitoring the battle from the rear. Many fallen male worms released a wisp of black smoke, which, unable to find a host, retreated back into the depths of the cave. As time passed, the battle in the forest intensified. Surrounding the worm mother, an ever-growing accumulation of black smoke began to envelop the protective shield. The thickening smoke obscured Su Ruoruo's view of the footage from the surveillance camera. The group could only patiently await the final outcome aboard the warship. Typically, these male worms were exceedingly cunning, adept at burrowing underground and retreating swiftly. This time, utilizing the worm mother, they could eliminate such a significant number of male worms, a cause for celebration for all. After what felt like an eternity, Su Ruoruo, weary from waiting, could only hear the sounds of the insect beasts emanating from the video feed. She yawned and said to Lucius, "Keep an eye on this. Report to me when there is a result." Understood. Su Ruoruo rose and returned to her quarters for some rest. After what seemed like an eternity, Su Ruoruo awoke, rubbed her eyes, and made her way to the conference room. Lucius remained seated, maintaining the same posture as when she left. "How long did I sleep?" Upon hearing her voice, Lucius immediately approached her, taking her hand and guiding her to sit close. "You slept for 3 hours. Has the battle not concluded yet?" Lucius shook his head, his brow furrowing. "It is quite strange. Since your departure, the cave has been shrouded in darkness. Initially, there were screams from the insect swarm, but eventually all fell silent." Su Ruoruo lifted her gaze to the high-definition electronic screen suspended in midair. Indeed, there is nothing to be seen. The screen is shrouded in darkness, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern a subtle, undulating movement within the shadows. This is peculiar. Could it be that the Zerg have been entirely extinguished? Just as Su Ruoruo pondered this, the voice of Karen resonated once more in the conference room.
Thorough.
"The coordinates you provided are simply phenomenal. After 6 hours of combat, we have vanquished the Zerg warbeasts that could not afford to lose." Following the source of the voice, Su Ruoruo beheld Karen's handsome visage on the video call initiated by Dosiu, his face adorned with a smile. "Be cautious, for I harbor concerns that there may be something amiss within the Zerg's lair. The black smoke is gathering ominously around the Queen Mother." Understood. Karen promptly relayed Su Ruoruo's warning to the mech warriors, urging them to remain vigilant. After sharing her thoughts, Su Ruoruo contemplated for a moment. Perhaps she ought to revisit the lair and eliminate those black smokes once and for all. After all, they posed no threat to her. Entering would merely result in a slight depletion of her shield's area. Should she refrain from going, who knows if those black smokes might evade her? Secretly seeking an opportunity to parasitize? That would be disastrous. Unlike Karen, the other warbeasts were devoid of her protective shield, and should the black smoke exploit a vulnerability, the consequences would be dire. Turning to Lucius, Su Ruoruo declared, "I shall return shortly." Before Lucius and Dosiu could respond, she tore open a teleportation talisman, reappearing at the coordinates where the Queen Mother resided. As she materialized, a multitude of black smokes lunged towards her. Su Ruoruo was startled by the piercing shrieks emitted by the black smoke. Fortunately, her shield was robust. The cacophony was muted in less than 3 seconds. Without hesitation, she silently commanded the system to compress all the black smoke into orbs ensnared within her shield. Received. The system immediately sprung into action. In an instant, countless wisps of black smoke were forcibly compressed into unyielding black orbs under the pressure of the shield. The surface of the orbs was encased in a layer of protective shield, firmly trapping them. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Ruoruo beheld a multitude of black orbs scattered across the ground. She silenced the clamor of the orbs and meticulously stored them in the system's space. Uncertain of their future utility, she decided to keep them. Perhaps they would prove advantageous later on. Bending down, she collected all the black orbs and organized them within her space. Only after gathering every last one did she take stock of her surroundings. In the center of the lair, a camera she had placed upon the sleeping Queen Mother's chest emitted a brilliant white light, illuminating the cave in its entirety. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted her. "Host, the jade platform beneath the Queen Mother is a valuable item. Quickly retrieve it. It can be exchanged for points." Chapter 275. The Queen Mother. Su Ruoruo promptly grasped the significance and strode towards the Queen Mother. Upon seeing the Queen Mother, which bore a striking resemblance to Karen's collection, she couldn't help but grimace. It was simply too hideous. This grotesque creature possessed a dark, human-like face, its abdomen grotesquely swollen. More exaggerated than a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Its 4 short legs lay sprawled upon the jade platform, its breathing steady and rhythmic. Suppressing her fear and disgust, Su Ruoruo addressed the system. At this close a distance, I need not touch it to reclaim, right?
No.
Commencing recovery of the jade platform. Recovery successful, awarding the host 500 million points. Goodness, this item is worth so much. Of course, the jade platform promotes the growth and development of females, aiding in the awakening of their innate talents. In that case, the recovery is quite understandable. Host, you do not grasp the significance. For you, this item is bland and of little worth, but it is highly coveted in the realm of cultivation. Reproductive challenges plague cultivators. Altering one's foundation or awakening unique talents, such as a natural sword body, is exceedingly difficult. This jade platform was just sold to a leader of the cultivation group. So, how much of my points did you siphon off? A share for those who see it. I take 50 million points. Is that unreasonable? Forget it. You've assisted me greatly along the way. I originally intended to share some points with you. Since you've already deducted your share, I need not offer additional thanks. No need, Su Ruoruo reclaimed the jade platform, causing the Queen Mother to plummet onto the muddy ground. The Queen Mother, in pain from the fall, groggily realized that the energy source supporting her awakening had vanished, and thus slowly opened her eyes. As the Queen Mother unveiled her minuscule, tortoise-like eyes, Su Ruoruo was nearly brought to tears by her ugliness. Already hideous, her appearance only worsened upon opening her eyes. Without waiting for the Queen Mother to react, Su Ruoruo reached out to grasp the strands of hair atop her head, enveloping her along with the protective shield entirely into the system's space. Capturing the Queen Mother was no small feat. She was a rare treasure. The system's space temporarily froze her. She should not perish.
Su Ruoruo rimanda uncertain.
But even if she were to die, the other components of the Queen Mother would still fetch star coins. If she survived, next time an insect plague struck, she could deploy her as bait. System. Is she dead now that I have stored her in the system space? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Ruoruo silently inquired of the system.
Dead.
However, she remains in the freshest state possible since the moment of her death. The blood, flesh, and bones of the Queen Mother are all valuable assets. After processing and cooking, they can enhance the fertility of interstellar females. After all, the Queen Mother can produce thousands of male insects in a single brood. Moreover, due to the unique constitution of females, the interstellar radiation within the Queen Mother poses no threat to S-class females and above. They are impervious to the radiation within her body. Take your time. See if there are any other valuable treasures in the vicinity.
None.
No rare metals either? This is the Queen Mother's lair.
None.
To acquire rare metals, you would need to walk for half an hour at your current speed. Forget it. Those individuals from the galaxy should be arriving soon. I have already secured the most valuable Queen Mother and Jade platform. It is time to depart. Su Ruoruo tore open another teleportation talisman, instantly returning to the warship. Lucius and Dosiu breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing her safe return. All right, the Queen Mother has been dealt with. We shall return home, and the subsequent cleanup can be entrusted to them. Lucius and Dosiu had already witnessed Su Ruoruo's remarkable prowess through the surveillance on the Queen Mother. In that moment, a sense of awe towards Su Ruoruo blossomed within them. Ruoruo appeared to be omnipotent, her combat prowess truly formidable. Was she perhaps the reincarnation of a divine beast? Lucius and Dosiu fell into profound contemplation. Yet, their actions displayed not a hint of hesitation. Lucius took charge of contacting Karen, while Dosiu entered the cockpit to navigate the warship towards Karen's coordinates. Before long, they received Karen's communication. After bidding farewell to the warriors dispatched from the 10 stellar systems, Karen returned to the warship, departing the Zerg forest alongside Su Ruoruo and the others. Having resolved the root of this major crisis, Su Ruoruo was no longer particularly concerned about subsequent matters. Her contributions in providing intelligence and solutions were undeniable. Even if the number of orc warriors participating from the Mad Beast planet was limited, she was confident that the benefits accrued post-battle would not exclude her from a share of the rewards from the Empresses. As Su Ruoruo contemplated this, the Empresses within their group inundated her with messages of gratitude. Su Ruoruo promptly replied, I desire none of the other items. I only wish for the 10 types of metals listed here. Indeed, The mutated supreme insect mother has been successfully captured by my beastly husband and his team. And all the ominous black smoke has been eradicated through my unique methods. The empresses are immensely grateful for Su Ruoruo's assistance in eliminating the threats posed by their beastly consorts, and upon hearing of her remarkable ability to subdue the black smoke, they unanimously acquiesced to her requests. The rare metals within the insect beast forest are plentiful, yet these 10 specimens pale in comparison to certain rare herbs found within the forest. With the approval of the empresses, Su Ruoruo felt at ease to rest aboard the warship. Meanwhile, Lucius and Dosiu engaged in hushed discussions regarding their future plans, convinced that aligning themselves with Su Ruoruo would lead to great achievements. The warship swiftly returned to Mad Bee Star, and as soon as Su Ruoruo disembarked, she was surrounded by children, their eyes brimming with admiration as they clamored for tales of her adventures in the insect beast forest. With a smile, Su Ruoruo recounted a few amusing anecdotes, captivating the children's attention. "Let us go inside and continue our conversation," she suggested, leading the children back to the large activity center established at number 77, which boasted extensive recreational facilities for their enjoyment. In a spacious area, she gestured gracefully, releasing the grotesque insect mother. The lifeless creature lay on the cold marble floor, its eyes wide open and its legs in the air. The children, momentarily stunned by the sight of the insect mother, were slow to react. One brave boy exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly the insect mother of the bug race?" As the others began to awaken from their stupor, they gathered around her. A timid girl covered her eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through her fingers, her voice trembling as she remarked, "Mommy, it's so ugly. Why does it look so strange?" Su Ruoruo gently comforted her, "Though it may be hideous, it is an extraordinarily rare specimen." A bolder boy, armed with a small twig, cautiously poked the insect mother's belly, murmuring, "Is there really a multitude of bugs inside that plump belly?" The nearby children instinctively took a step back, while a few younger ones hid behind Su Ruoruo, peeking out with curiosity. At that moment, a boy who adored studying insects circled the insect mother, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, this is an incredibly cool specimen. I must observe it closely. Perhaps I shall become the first male scientist to study the structure of the insect mother." As the fear in the other children's eyes began to fade, they animatedly debated how to deal with the insect mother. Noticing a child tugging at the insect mother's hair,
Su Ruoruo swiftly intervened.
"Do not touch it carelessly, my darlings. This body could fetch an astronomical price at auction." The children's eyes lit up at the prospect of a hefty sum, and one child inquired, "Mommy, what can we do with the money from the auction?" With a smile, Su Ruoruo replied, "We can build more fun places and buy you more delicious treats." Just as she finished speaking, she received a group video call initiated by the Black Star Empress. Su Ruoruo's expression shifted, a hint of unease washing over her as she concealed the insect mother. "Behave, my dear children, and play with your father for a moment. I must attend a meeting." "Okay, Mommy, goodbye," she heard in reply. Entering her room, she connected to the video conference. On the screen, the Black Star Empress's demeanor was grave and dignified. Empress Annie spoke first. "Su Ruoruo, while you have accomplished a great feat, claiming the insect mother's corpse for yourself is against protocol." Su Ruoruo felt a tightening in her chest. As she pondered her response, a message notification appeared. Su Xingchen had sent her a message. "Sister, please don't take Annie's words to heart. In front of so many venerable officials of the Black Star, she has to uphold her authority." Upon reading this, Su Ruoruo understood. As the Black Star Empress, even if Annie wished to relent, the old officials would undoubtedly impose their demands. She decided to play along with Annie, responding assertively, "Your Majesty, I have already expressed my desired reward in the group chat, and all the empresses have agreed." Empress Annie frowned slightly. The situation was urgent at the time, and no one contemplated deeply. The insect mother is pivotal for the balance of the entire star system and should be handled publicly. Su Ruoruo argued, "But according to our agreement, this is my trophy, and I have relinquished most of my other interests." Just as the two sides reached an impasse, the normally silent Mercury Empress, Shixing, spoke up. "Su Ruoruo has indeed made significant contributions. Without her, the disaster of the insect beasts might have persisted indefinitely. While the insect mother is precious, she deserves corresponding recompense." The Azure Star Empress, Doria, also stepped forward, supporting Su Ruoruo. Not only did Su Ruoruo resolve the insect mother issue, but she also cleared the black smoke. Her contributions cannot be overlooked. If we strip her of her rightful rewards, who would be willing to serve the Alliance in the future? Su Ruoruo was taken aback to hear Doria, who had previously troubled her, defending her. This was unexpected, as Doria had always resented her for taking Lucius away. After joining the group chat, Su Ruoruo had ignored her completely, and now she seemed to have undergone a transformation. Before she could fully comprehend Doria's sudden change, she noticed that several other empresses were also voicing their agreement. Seeing this, Empress Annie feigned resignation and sighed. Very well. Since everyone feels this way, we shall proceed according to our previous agreement. Su Ruoruo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesties, for your trust. Although the other venerable officials from different star systems were reluctant to see Su Ruoruo monopolize the insect mother's valuable remains, they had no choice but to acquiesce under the Empress's consensus. The meeting continued, discussing the ownership of rare items from the insect beast forest. Su Ruoruo received ownership of 10 types of rare metals that the system could reclaim, as per their agreement. The remaining spoils from the insect beast forest were to be evenly distributed among the other empresses. Su Ruoruo was indifferent to how much they obtained. Her focus was solely on the points. Material possessions held little interest for her. If she wished to earn money, leveraging the information disparity between Blue Star and the interstellar realm provided her with countless avenues. To her, wealth was merely a number, sufficient for her needs. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded successfully. Su Ruoruo closed the star ring and settled onto the sofa, randomly retrieving a black glass marble. Let me ask you a question, she whispered. Do not expect to extract any information regarding Her Majesty the Insect Mother from me. Su Ruoruo smiled faintly, summoning the fresh corpse of the Insect Mother and placing it in the living room. You mean she is already dead? The spirit within the black glass marble trembled,
émitting un sharp cry. Impossible.
How could Her Majesty the Insect Mother be dead?
Su Ruoruo chuckled softly.
The fact remains, I personally disposed of her.
Ah.
How could Your Majesty leave us? The black smoke wailed in agony. Su Ruoruo muted its cries, patiently waiting before finally unblocking it. What was the purpose of your being sent to Mad Beastar by the Insect Mother? I won't say. Seeing the obstinate black marble refuse to yield, Su Ruoruo mentally compressed the black smoke's existence space. Stop. If you continue, I will suffocate. I will tell you. I will tell you. The black smoke pleaded with Su Ruoruo. We need the Mad Beast parasitic entities. According to our intelligence, Mad Beastar is teeming with mad beasts. Once we conquer Mad Beastar, it will be a piece of cake to parasitize the male beasts of the galactic system. So that was it. The long-standing mystery in Su Ruoruo's mind suddenly found its resolution. It appears that the group encountered by Karen was indeed drawn towards the parasitic beast. Bai Li Xingzhou, being parasitized, was leading the capture of these beasts, thereby providing vessels for the insect race. At this moment, Su Ruoruo finally grasped the intricate sequence of events. She tapped on the coffee table, suddenly recalling the mysterious figure in a black cloak who had competed with her during the auction of the Beast Star. It was evident that this enigmatic figure was a parasitic entity dispatched by the insect race. They had not anticipated that, through the system's arrangements, Su Ruoruo would inadvertently acquire the Beast Star and, by sheer coincidence, contend with the insect race for the beasts. Thus, the unprecedented calamity befalling the insect race was orchestrated by her own hand. Hey, I've mentioned this before. Could you possibly expand my living space a bit? I'm on the verge of suffocation. Dream on. Chapter 277. A decade with a sly smile, Su Ruoruo retracted the black pearl into the system space.
Subsequently,
she posed the same query to the other black pearls and received identical responses. Upon hearing the unanimous replies from the pearls, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even the insect mother had been taken away by her, without the mother to continuously bestow energy upon these smoky, mutated parasites. The insect race would pose no further threat to the formidable beasts exploring foreign realms. One day, a decade later, Su Ruoruo awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes, when the delightful notification sound of the system resonated in her ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Task 3. Purify all islands on the Beast Star with the growth of purifying plants within 500 years. Reward, task evaluation raised to S. A random permanent reward from any line of the personal panel will be drawn. Would the host like to draw now?
Draw.
As soon as Su Ruoruo uttered the word, the red lottery wheel in her mind began to spin wildly. Ultimately, the pointer came to a halt. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the system's announcement echoed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the lifespan reward entry, which will be permanently fixed. Current host lifespan, 20,000 years. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ruoruo's eyes widened in astonishment. What does it mean for the system to be permanently fixed? I have already upgraded my identity attribute to a lifespan of 20,000 years. Does it really matter if it's fixed or not? Host, it's different. To be fixed means that if you wish to leave this world in the future, or if this world were to perish, you can choose to undertake a new task. When executing that task, you will possess the current lifespan of 20,000 years.
Oh.
Why didn't you mention that earlier? Had I known I could draw a lifespan of 10,000 years, I would have had more children in advance.
Sigh.
To meet the requirement, I had extended my lifespan to 20,000 years over the past decade, thinking it would be easy to increase it further by having children. Now that I've drawn a lifespan, does that mean I can no longer increase it? Host, you are correct. Host, a lifespan of 20,000 years will suffice for you. No matter which world you venture to, as long as you don't act recklessly, living for 20,000 years won't be an issue. That makes sense. Su Ruoruo contemplated seriously. Even in the realm of cultivation, a practitioner capable of living for 20,000 years would have long since transcended tribulation and transformed. Furthermore, obtaining this entry was the most advantageous among all the options for her. While Su Ruoruo was mulling over the reward, she suddenly heard Shortstory and Karen approaching with news. Wife, we have thoroughly explored every corner of the Beast Island. In this operation, we successfully rescued the last batch of beasts hiding in the depths of the ocean. The beasts are currently being transported to the cultivation base. Following Karen and Shortstory's report, the beasts flocked to their respective nurturing areas. As these hidden beasts entered the purification zone, receiving care and feeding from the robots, Su Ruoruo once again heard the system's announcement. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Hidden Task 4, rescue the beasts scattered across the Beast Star. Reward, 1 chance for resurrection. This resurrection opportunity can be used by the host or transferred to another.
So,
this means I have only Hidden Task 2 left to complete? Indeed. How curious. 8 years ago, Xingchen had happily married Annie and become the rightful lord. 8 years later, it seems I still haven't completed my hidden task. Su Xingchen's marriage was blissful, having wed the Empress of the Black Stars whom he adored. He graduated with flying colors and, after graduation, directly leveraged his relationship with Annie to become her personal guard, earning a handsome salary. It makes no sense that the task regarding Su Xingchen remains unfulfilled. 1-1. What's wrong? Shortstory asked with concern, noticing Su Ruoruo's distracted demeanor. Su Ruoruo looked at Shortstory and Karen, perplexed, and inquired, what defines a male's life as complete? Beyond a fulfilling marriage and a successful career? Karen pondered before responding, wealth. Su Ruoruo shook her head. She already had more money than she could spend. Shortstory chuckled. Aside from those, of course, it is having your own child. For instance, those external possessions mean nothing to me. What I desire most is my own baby. Su Ruoruo shook her head again. He already had children, didn't he? 7 years prior. Annie had given birth to a pair of twins for Su Xingchen. She had even been invited to their full moon banquet. 1-1. If this matter troubles you so deeply, rather than engaging in this internal speculation, why not directly ask the person involved? Dua Suyu, who had been quietly accompanying Su Ruoruo, suggested. You are right. Su Ruoruo opened the star ring and dialed Su Xingchen's contact. Soon, the call connected. Su Xingchen's handsome, mature face appeared on the screen. Xingchen, there's something I wish to ask you. Sis, go ahead, what is it? Now that you have achieved success in your career and enjoy a blissful marriage, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes? Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's question, Su Xingchen's expression suddenly froze. What's wrong? Is there something unspeakable you cannot share with me? Are you sure you want to know the unfulfilled wish deep within my heart? Su Xingchen's voice carried a hint of entanglement and hesitation. Of course. We are siblings. If you tell me, I will surely support and assist you in fulfilling your wish. Upon hearing Su Ruoruo's response, Su Xingchen decided to confront his long-standing inner turmoil. Are you free now? Su Ruoruo glanced at the 4 beast men beside her and nodded gently. The beast men had all surpassed a favorability rating of 100 with her. They would never harm or betray her, so it was fine for them to listen in. Are you truly the Su Ruoruo I know? Su Xingchen's abrupt inquiry startled both Su Ruoruo and her beastmen. Seeing Su Ruoruo's stunned reaction, Su Xingchen laughed heartily, his smile tinged with bitterness and helplessness. You have always been there for us, meeting our every request, treating me especially well. But you are not her. When did you realize I was not her?
Su Ruoruo.
Aware that she had adeptly memorized the little secrets shared between Su Xingchen and the original owner during their years together. Believed there was no chance of her true identity being revealed. Do you remember the winter hunt plan from 10 years ago? I do. In truth, I had begun to suspect long ago that you were not her. I just didn't want to believe it. I tested you many times, and each time, you responded perfectly regarding our past experiences. If you were not her, how would you know? It wasn't until the winter hunt plan revealed the parasitic capabilities of the insect beasts that I began to have doubts again. She did not possess such remarkable culinary skills. Her personality was reserved, and there was no way she would engage in live stream selling. Su Xingchen continued, moreover. She never referred to me as brother. She always called me little brat or silly boy. It was from that point onward that I began to wonder if she had been parasitized by something. At this juncture, Su Xingchen paused.
Su Ruoruo fell silent.
The very matter she wished to keep concealed was unexpectedly revealed by Su Xingchen. Su Ruoruo discreetly surveyed the expressions of the beast men. Although they were astonished and taken aback, their fondness for her remained unwavering. They sat silently nearby, listening to the conversation between Su Ruoruo and Su Xingchen, refraining from interjecting. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruoruo slowly spoke. Xingchen, since you have already guessed, I will not conceal it from you any longer. Indeed, I am not the original Su Ruoruo, but I harbor no ill intentions. Su Xingchen let out a bitter smile. I am aware that over the years, you have done countless good deeds for us, yet a knot lingers in my heart. What must I do to untangle this knot within you? After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I wish to know when my sister departed this world. Your sister passed away on the day of her trial, succumbing to a cerebral hemorrhage due to the shock. It was then that you may understand I possessed a power akin to parasitic bonds, and I inhabited your sister's body. By the time I took residence, her spirit had nearly dissipated. I received her final wish, which was for you to live well and find happiness. Upon hearing this, Su Xingchen was reduced to tears. For years, he had refrained from addressing this delicate truth. He could not bear to accept that his beloved sister had long since departed. He had convinced himself that as long as he remained silent, she would continue to exist in this world. Yet every time he reflected on the life he now enjoyed, one that depended on the soul inhabiting his sister's shell, he felt a deep disdain for himself. To revel in the present while turning a blind eye to the truth. Over the years, he had indeed come to regard Su Ruoruo as family, to the point where he could no longer distinguish between them. Xingchen, your sister's demise is not my doing. I do not know if you can believe my words, but I understand how unbelievable it is to die from fear during a trial. I believe you, Su Xingchen replied, tears glistening in his eyes, his tone gentle yet resolute. As his words lingered in the air, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Hidden Task 2, ensuring Su Xingchen's happiness. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward of full ownership of Su Ruoruo's body. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Ruoruo finally grasped the crux of the issue. This hidden task encompassed not merely the superficial aspects of marriage, academics, and work, but also the profound sense of inner happiness and fulfillment. The missing piece to Su Xingchen's completeness was, in truth, the revelation between her and the original host. Had Su Xingchen not broached the subject, she might have taken this secret to her grave. Chapter 278. Yunder Ruoruo, are you alright? Lucius inquired with concern. Su Ruoruo looked up and offered him a slight smile. I am fine. It is you all I worry about. What do you mean? You all have learned my secret. Tell me, how should I punish you? Su Ruoruo said half-jokingly. Ruoruo, my intentions toward you are pure. I shall never divulge your secret. Indeed, we will absolutely keep your secret. Her 4 beast men companions proclaimed, raising their hands to vow. Alright, I was merely jesting. Ruoruo, you promised that once we have cultivated the entire island, you would accompany us on a tour around the galaxy. Of course, I keep my promises. The children have grown, each attending different schools. We rarely have such leisurely moments. You all go pack your bags. We shall set off for a world tour. Lucius and the others responded in unison and departed the living room to gather their belongings. Master, I shall assist you in packing.
All right.
Su Ruoruo watched as number 77 turned to leave. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded once more. Host, you have completed the main task and all hidden tasks. Do you wish to submit the task for settlement now? If I submit now, must I make a choice between remaining in this world or following you to the next realm to embark on a new task? Indeed. Should you submit the task, a decision must be made within 1 month. What if I delay submitting the task? If the host intentionally refrains from submission, it will affect the system's execution of subsequent small world tasks. Consequently, the system will randomly provide a decision after 1 year. In essence, I have a maximum of 1 year to make a choice. Precisely. The options available to the host are as follows. A. The host remains in the interstellar realm.
B.
The host chooses to return to Blue Star, carrying the original body's attributes and the acquired special lifespan entry. The system will automatically rectify the host's identity origin issue.
C.
The host opts to continue the next small world task with the system. D. The host randomly selects another system, carrying it forward to execute the next small world task. As Su Ruoruo beheld the prompt panel in her mind, she fell into contemplation. Each option bore its own advantages and disadvantages. How should she choose?
System.
I require time to ponder. Host, you have 1 year. I shall appear to remind you in due time. Understood. After concluding her communication with the system, No. 77 emerged, wheeling out 2 prepared suitcases. Su Ruoruo instructed him, let us proceed. As before, you will manage our travel arrangements and itinerary. In an unusual turn, No. 77 shook his head. Master, I am sorry. I can no longer accompany you on this world tour.
Why?
Su Ruoruo asked, perplexed. With a heavy sigh, number 77 responded. Master, just days ago, I restored all of my intelligent program settings. I am not a product of the galaxy. I hail from an extraterrestrial domain. Su Ruoruo was not particularly surprised. She had long been aware that number 77 did not belong to the galaxy. Are you returning to the extraterrestrial realm where your kin and friends reside? Number 77 shook his head once more. Master, do you recall the defeat of the insect race by the Galactic Expeditionary Force a decade ago?
Su Ruoruo nodded gently, murmuring.
The winter hunt plan from a decade ago severely weakened the insect race, and after 3 years of effort, all of them were eliminated from the forests of the extraterrestrial domain. No, they were not entirely eradicated. They merely retreated to the death desert to lie in wait. In truth, the calamity wrought by these insect beasts is, in a sense, my doing.
Su Ruoruo gasped in astonishment.
Are you implying that the insect beasts of the extraterrestrial realm were created by you?
Número 77 nodded gently, explanino.
I am the king from the royal family of the extraterrestrial realm of Yendu. One fateful year, a disaster struck my nation, leading to excessive radiation and a drastic decrease in the citizens' lifespans, plunging them into despair. I organized and participated in a clandestine royal project aimed at gene modification, attempting to enhance resistance to radiation by altering human DNA. We chose insect beasts, small black creatures akin to ants, for their superior resilience against radiation. However, the experiment failed. All subjects either perished or mutated. The mutated insect beasts wreaked havoc, resulting in the downfall of our nation. In the face of this crisis, I had my memories extracted and replicated by a doctor, stored in a special chip, and escaped via an evacuation device. Years later, I was found by scavengers from the Blue Star and sold to a chip recycling station, ultimately becoming a domestic robot. It was only after meeting you that I began to piece together my identity. I am Carcelin, an aristocrat from the extraterrestrial realm. The insect beasts retreated to the former site of my cloud city, seeking refuge. I must journey to the cloud capital to personally disseminate the gene deconstruction agent, thoroughly resolving the pestilence of the alien domain. Upon hearing the words of number 77, Su Ruoruo felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Master, please allow me to return to the alien domain. I have developed a deconstruction agent to combat the insect race, capable of sterilizing them and addressing the root cause of the insect uprisings. Are you suggesting that you were once the king of the alien domain, and now your essence exists as a fragment of consciousness, controlling this body through remnants of your memories? That is a fair interpretation. Do not rush. Since you address me as master, I shall fulfill your wishes. Over the years, you have accompanied me and aided in resolving numerous challenges. Without you, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. I hope that after you accomplish your desires, you can return to my side and offer your counsel. Number 77 promptly replied, as you wish, master. Listening to his unwavering response, Su Ruoruo approached him, extending her arms to envelop him in a gentle embrace. Number 77's body quivered slightly as he reciprocated the embrace. With concern, Su Ruoruo admonished, take care of yourself. If you encounter danger, notify me immediately, and I shall send help.
Do not worry, master.
I have regained all my memories and developed a special deconstruction agent against the insect race.
They shall not harm me.
Very well, Su Ruoruo murmured, withdrawing her arms from around him. After a moment's pause, Lucius and the others completed their preparations and boarded the starship for their global journey alongside Su Ruoruo. After watching them depart, number 77, accompanied by 100 highly advanced robots he had created, embarked on his journey back to the alien domain. Alien domain, the Death Desert. Number 77 arrived at the former site of Cloud Capital without incident. Chapter 279. Farewell. He meticulously scattered the gene deconstruction agent in the verdant oasis of the Death Desert, accompanied by his 100 advanced robots. The insect race, sensing the anomaly, began to attack frantically. However, number 77 was well prepared, stealthily dispersing the agent before swiftly retreating. Each time the insect race attempted to capture them, they came up empty-handed. They were robots, capable of tirelessly working 24 hours as long as they had power. After years of recharging, he possessed an abundance of energy. Moreover, his newly modified body was equipped with energy absorption panels. The energy he absorbed daily not only sufficed for his own needs, but also allowed for surplus storage. A month later, the deconstruction agent he had deployed began to take effect. The insect race gradually lost its vitality, and the pestilence crisis was slowly alleviated. As the year drew to a close, Su Ruoruo's global journey approached its conclusion, yet she remained uncertain about her final choice. At that moment, number 77 returned. Master, the threat of the insect race in the alien domain has been entirely eradicated. You and the children need no longer worry about pestilence in your future lives. Listening to number 77's report, Su Ruoruo felt a tumult of emotions within her. Was she truly to select option A, remaining in the stars to continue her life? 1. Welcome home. Temporarily setting aside her dilemma, Su Ruoruo warmly welcomed number 77's return. Under the enthusiastic reception of Su Ruoruo and her family, number 77 reintegrated into this big family, resuming his duties as their steward. As the welcome gathering concluded, Su Ruoruo instructed her beast husbands not to disturb her. She retreated to the master bedroom, closed the door, and sat in front of the vanity, furrowing her brow in contemplation. System, how much time do I have left? 3 days. I must make a choice. Indeed. System, what is your suggestion? Host, the future is unpredictable. I cannot tell you which choice will undoubtedly bring you happiness. If it were you, which option would you select? I would choose A. Indeed. You also believe this option to be the best. Host, you currently possess a substantial amount of points before making your choice. You might consider using these points to exchange for special rewards. What rewards can I exchange for? You can purchase any items available in the system marketplace that you have unlocked. The main system offers a limited time benefit, granting the host temporary access to the system trading marketplace, allowing you to purchase special items listed by other hosts. I understand. System, I have one more question. Please, go ahead. If I choose to stay and sever my bond with you, will the special abilities I once possessed continue to exist? Certainly. The rewards obtained by the host before unbinding from me will accompany you for a lifetime. Host, a gentle reminder, you still have 10 shared lifespan quotas remaining unused. Must I use them within these 3 days? The host may choose to use the shared quotas on any future day. That is good to know. I still have not decided who to allocate these quotas to. Host, should I no longer be by your side in the future if you wish to use a quota? The target must have a favorability rating of at least 100 with you for it to be successfully utilized. Thank you for the reminder. Host, here is the list of items available for point exchange. You may choose accordingly. Suddenly, a trading marketplace appeared in Su Ruoruo's mind, showcasing a variety of peculiar trinkets. She meticulously examined the descriptions of these items, sorting them by popularity. After careful consideration, Su Ruoruo exchanged the substantial points she had saved over the years for items she deemed useful in the future, storing them in the system's exchange space. System, I have made my decision. Choose A. Yes. However, I wish to finalize my choice at the last moment of the countdown. Thank you for your assistance throughout this journey. Although you were rather harsh with me at the beginning, often causing me to lose points, you have nonetheless helped me greatly along the way. Upon her words, the system fell into a prolonged silence. Amused, Su Ruoruo smiled to herself, pushed open the door, and left the master bedroom. Lucius and the others, hearing the door open, turned their gazes towards Su Ruoruo. Upon seeing her smiling face, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ruoruo seemed to have transformed unexpectedly. They had feared she was angry. Now, seeing her in relatively good spirits, they finally felt reassured. Find a way to help me collect a substantial amount of rare metals within 3 days. The beast husbands were momentarily taken aback. Su Ruoruo had previously acquired the rights to mine rare metals in the alien domain. 10 years had passed, and all 10 mines had been depleted, with the metals entirely delivered to her. Was this not sufficient? Quickly, I have an urgent need. The beast husbands, along with number 77, immediately mobilized, tirelessly assisting Su Ruoruo in gathering rare metals around the clock. 3 days later, Su Ruoruo made one final exchange with her points. Points balance, 99,999,000.
System.
I gift you the remaining points. Host, you truly wish to gift them to me. The trading marketplace remains open. You can still exchange these points for many valuable items. That is unnecessary. I fear the items I previously exchanged would last me for 20,000 years. Thank you for your assistance thus far. Then I shall not be polite. Accept it. Host, you are truly kind-hearted. Hearing the system's sincere praise, Su Ruoruo smiled broadly. Of course, I am the kindest little fairy baby in this world. Host, in light of your generous spirit, I have specially arranged a privilege opportunity for you. If you ever change your mind and wish to continue your tasks, simply call out Meng Meng, and I will appear by your side, granting you another chance to bond with me. Remember, my system's name is Meng Meng. I will remember. Farewell.
Goodbye.
After bidding farewell, Su Ruoruo suddenly felt a darkness envelop her vision. Lucius and the others, noticing her impending faintness, hurriedly rushed to support her. Ruoruo, are you alright? Su Ruoruo gently glanced at the 4 handsome men beside her and replied soothingly, Don't worry, I'm fine. Please, all of you come closer. I have something important to announce. With that, she made her way to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Lucius and Karen took their seats on either side of her, while Duoshu and Shurtian settled into the positions further down. The several attendants accompanying Su Ruoruo stood quietly to the side, awaiting her instructions. After surveying the group, Su Ruoruo retrieved 4 pills from her system space, each emanating a soft, milky white glow, resembling pure white chocolate beans. Each of you take one and consume it, she instructed. Lucius and the others, not daring to question her, promptly picked up the white pills and swallowed them. In the next moment, a dazzling white light radiated from Lucius as he transcended into the Beast Emperor realm. A blue glow enveloped Duoshu as he too broke through to the Beast Emperor realm. Karen and Shurtian each emitted waves of black and white energy. As the energy dissipated, they felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Although they had yet to reach the legendary Beast Emperor realm, the threshold of breakthrough was now tantalizingly close. My lady, what kind of miraculous pill is this? It's astounding. I have directly broken through, exclaimed one of the beast men, marveling at the rarity of such a pill. Su Ruoruo smiled gently. This was an unexpected find for me. But if it can assist you, then it is indeed precious. The beast men, moved and astonished by her words, looked at her with newfound admiration.
Su Ruoruo remained silent,
her smile conveying her satisfaction. The beastman's affection for her reached its zenith, and these exchanged pills were justly seen as rewards for their loyalty. Approaching her attendants, Su Ruoruo similarly offered each a white pill. With your current strength, 1 pill should suffice. The attendants, taken aback by their unexpected fortune, accepted the pills with a mix of surprise and reverence. Soon after, they successfully broke through to the Beast King realm. Stop dawdling. Our next destination is Mars. Remember to remind me to visit the babies once we arrive. I have prepared gifts for them, Su Ruoruo declared before reclining back onto the sofa. Lucius immediately began massaging her shoulders, while Karen attended to her feet. Duoshu sat nearby, offering her fruits and snacks. Unable to find a spot, Shurtian, lacking the culinary skills of the 77th artificial intelligence, resigned himself to sitting idly, occasionally showcasing his muscular physique. Chapter 280. A Side Story. The mother of the king crab. Before reaching adulthood, the king crab resided with his mother near a desolate island. They had not departed for 2 reasons: his limited strength, which rendered traversing the stars perilous until he attained the Beast King level, and the hope of his father's return. Years prior, his father had abducted his mother from a small town on Azure Star, bringing her to this isolated island. Initially, his mother had been reluctant, but once his father demonstrated his Beast King prowess, his D-grade gifted mother acquiesced. For her, matching with a quasi-beast emperor was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Over time, she gradually accepted his father's affections, and they shared a brief period of blissful romance. However, once she became pregnant with him, his father announced he would be leaving for a time. Before departing, He provided his mother with ample supplies and star coins, along with a miraculous water-repellent pearl. Thereafter, his mother waited steadfastly, bringing him into the world and nurturing him until he reached adulthood and awakened his talent, yet she never received news of his father. As her longing morphed into a consuming illness, she finally found solace in closing her eyes, knowing her son had matured and possessed exceptional talent and strength. Just before passing, she imparted a parting message. 10 years from now, if your father has not returned, you must leave this place. The radiation suppression agent he left can only sustain you for 10 years. Once it is exhausted, you risk succumbing to madness from the radiation, transforming into a feral beast. Unless you find a female companion who can mitigate the effects of interstellar radiation on you. My son, the interstellar world is vibrant and diverse. Your remarkable talent should not be confined to this place, for that would be a waste. Your awakening of talent indicates that your father is no ordinary man. The moment he presented the water-repellent pearl, I recognized his exceptional identity, one unlikely to be tethered to a D-grade gifted female for eternity. Yet I was greedy. I cherished every moment with your father. His gentleness and brilliance captivated me. Since being with him, I could no longer accommodate any other males in my heart. If you ever encounter your father, please convey to him my desire for a beautiful name for you. Let him know that I love him. Throughout these years, every moment has been filled with my yearning and affection for him. I have no regrets about encountering him in my lifetime. After burying his mother, the king crab was consumed by curiosity and resentment towards his father. Eventually, he met Su Ruoruo and experienced the essence of love. He finally understood why his mother, despite being forsaken, remained in a state of oblivious waiting. This was the feeling of loving someone deeply. He could not fathom what life would be like without Su Ruoruo, perhaps mirroring his mother's own sentiments. Later, he fortuitously drifted to Mercury, where he encountered his biological father. Just as his mother had described, his father was handsome, tall, and possessed extraordinary strength. He had compassion for the weak, defending the borders against savage beasts for many years. He saved the king crab's life. His father recognized him instantly and chose to relay his mother's last words. Upon hearing, his father's grief was palpable. In that moment, the king crab felt an unexpected sense of relief. His father wept, perhaps he too had loved his mother. His father bestowed upon him a beautiful name, Shortstory. However, he uttered not a word regarding the years spent in search of his mother. Later, during the Empress of Mercury's funeral, he suddenly comprehended the reason behind his father's absence. His father had betrayed his wife, fathering children with another female, and had even gifted the nation's treasure to his mother. If the Empress were to discover this, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance against both him and his mother. Shortstory contemplated numerous possibilities, yet none of it mattered anymore. The Empress and his mother had both passed away. The past was but a memory now.